Hey, hey, how's everyone doing today? Let me turn the music down. Hi! So we're going to be ranking and talking about a bunch of horror games. I've got 290 horror games here to talk about, so we're going to get started pretty immediately. Please let me know how the volume levels are, if my volume is good, if I'm too loud, if I'm leaking, if I should be turned up, should be turned down, how the music is to me. All the music that we're playing here today is going to, including the song that we just listened to and the one I'm playing right now, are from my little horror game, Close Your Eyes Remake. Haha, look at that shameless plug. Anyways, we're going to be doing this pretty readily. You can see a bunch of the games I'm going to be talking about here, but there's more. I should clarify, before we get started with anything, that I am specifically just choosing games I feel like I have things to say about. This isn't every horror game I've played. I was looking over all of my YouTube channel, off everything I've played historically, as well as things I've played off Steam, and things I've played when I haven't been recording and all that. And there's some games which I thought about including, but I decided not to for various reasons. I'll give a few examples. So, are you using your webcam mic or your regular mic? I believe it's my regular mic. It just has the auto-tuning thing, so it makes it sound kind of robotic. All the same, all the same. In fact, let me turn it off because I don't have my fan on. Let me change my settings. Properties. Well, it's because it has like a noise cancel. I use that sometimes when I'm using my fan, but I'm not using my fan currently, so I should probably change that. I kind of forgot to. I forgot. But I will talk about this when the game is set up. Audio. What is? It's like a plugin thing, I remember. So I have to go into the plugins quickly. Hey, properties is where it should be, I think. God, where do they stuff the plugins here? Yeah, hey, should be fun. Should be fun. Honestly, I have a lot to talk about. Let's move and choose. There's like something in OBS that I only. Or, there it is, plugin manager. Let's see. Installed. That's actually not what I was looking for, though. It's in the audio settings, then. There's definitely, if I remember I turned this on at some point, a thing which is. Maybe it's filters? No, it's not filters. It's not properties. Oh well. I could probably just Google this very, very quickly. But I probably won't. The microphone's shuffled because it has an auto noise canceller, so when I'm not talking, it just kind of stops itself. That's what is going on. It might sound a little weird, but otherwise. Grayson knows best because he talks to me fairly regularly. I don't remember where this setting is in OBS, though. That's the unfortunate thing. But yeah, it's a noise gate thing, but I don't remember where it's like stored in OBS settings, so I'm just looking through it all right now. Oh well, I'll leave it as is, I guess. Okay. So, there are various games that I thought about adding to the list, but I decided not to for various reasons. Alone in the Dark 1 is a good example, the original Alone in the Dark. I have played it, but it was so many years ago that I have vague vestiges of memories of it, but not precisely. I don't remember enough of my opinion on it to really say fully, hey, this is what I thought of the game. It's very much something which I played a long, long time ago and only vaguely remember now. There's games I didn't include because while I played a good portion of them, I don't feel like I played enough of it to have a full opinion. Eternal Darkness, Andy's Requiem is a good example of that. I played like around a third of the game a long time ago, but I don't feel like that was enough to really judge the game fully. X-Files Resistance Serve is another example. I played that for like 3 hours years and years ago, but I didn't beat it. I don't remember well enough to talk about it. Echo Knight 2 is one I decided not to include. I played that one for actually a pretty long time. I played it for like 7 to 8 hours, but I didn't beat it. And I also was missing a lot of content because it's like a game where there's some radically different things that happen, so I'm not going to talk about Echo Knight 2. But I will be talking about Echo Knight 1 and Echo Knight Beyond. Alien Isolation is another one I won't be talking about because honestly I've never beaten the game. It's so fucking long. I did play it for like 4 to 5 hours years ago, but maybe I could judge the game off that, but I just feel like I'd like to beat it at some point. There's some games which I did beat, which I just don't remember enough to talk about. I mentioned Alone in the Dark earlier. Miss Rear is another one. Mermaid Swamp. I have a Let's Play of it on my channel. I beat it. I don't remember it that well. And then there's like Nassau, which I did beat it, but there was a new version that was released a few years back, and I kind of would like to play the new version before I say my full thoughts on Nassau, because most people that play it this day and age will probably play the new version, not the version I played. Then there's like the Cat Lady, which I got like 3/4 the way through, but since I didn't quite beat it, I'm not including it here. I played a game called Distrain. Don't remember a lick of it, but I did play it. Then there's like a bunch of games that I decided not to include just because they're so brief and short. Like, I played a shit ton of Even If You Can games that some of the details of them sort of mix in my head because I sometimes marathon them in a row. I looked at my YouTube channel again before I did this to remind myself of some games I played. But, like, I played a game called Mental Hospital. I don't remember anything about a game called Mental Hospital. It was very forgettable. I remember the game Dreams of the Blood Moon. It was like a Slender clone type thing, but I don't have enough to say about that to be very interesting in my memory that's very foggy. And then we have, like, a game that was kind of a Telltale ripoff called The Horror at MS Aurora, which was kind of interesting, I recall, but I don't remember anything specific about it. I mostly remember the graphics, and I thought it was kind of interesting. Anyways, my main example is there is a ton of games that I've played which aren't actually listed here for one reason or another. But we still have plenty to talk about. But hey, with all that said and done, we're going to kind of get straight into this. I just realized you guys are looking at a dark screen. Well, let me fix that for you guys. Is it this screen? No, not my hello notepad. That's not what I wanted you guys to look at. I had some games that I wrote down for myself to remind myself what that was mentioned there, which is what I was reading. Let me. It should be new, I think, is what I'm looking at. For some reason, it doesn't want to select that window. Okay, then let's do it like this. Yeah, it's a black screen at the moment. I'm trying to adjust it. That was exactly what I was just saying there, actually. But it should be a screen now. Hey! Look at all these games we have to talk about. We have quite a few. So we're going to get started with this immediately and kind of just get straight into it. Okay. So, I also decided to put visuals on the screen, and most of these games I have Let's Plays up on my channel. Not all of them, so some of them I'll pull up a trailer or something. But I'll keep them on silent and talk about them a little bit while I talk about them. I'm starting off with some games that I just couldn't find a good box art for, so I put them at the very beginning so I wouldn't remember, or I wouldn't confuse what they are later because they would have to be cut off. So we're going to start off talking about this little RPG Maker horror game known as Leave. It's left a heavy impression on me, but I wouldn't say it's a particularly fantastic game. Leave was an RPG Maker horror game that was released in the 2010s. It's mostly used as a default RTP asset thing, though it does use its lighting and darkness and red color scheme pretty well, and also it has some graphics that stand out, sort of like the highlight of the game. The audio design, you're not going to be hearing the game's audio design, so I'll talk about when it's relevant. And this game, I think, has creepy audio design that gets in the way. Sort of show what I mean here about the visuals that aren't just the RTP. The game will sometimes go into sort of like picture mode, something that looks like this vaguely. There's a few of these which do leave an impression, and usually in these things you're given the choice and you're allowed to do something or not. And then something like that will happen. There's a few of these which are more memorable than others. Like here we have the scene which I remember the most, which is when she peeks at you through the window. Look at that winning smile. She's just here to say hi to us. But anyways, I have strangely fond memories of that game. It's a very short experience, very brief thing. I also wouldn't recommend it to people saying, hey, it's some amazing game. I played much better things made than RPG Maker. I played much better horror games in general. I think this one ends up being a very average territory game for me. This is Leave, the RPG Maker horror game. I liked it, and honestly, I have very, very fond memories. I will say, one last thing, actually, as we're just starting here. Because a lot of the games I picked are just games I remember enough to talk about, there might be a skewing towards games that either I liked or games that I really disliked. So probably a lot of the middle territory is not going to be present, because to be 100% honest, I've played so many games over the years that oftentimes, if it's like to a level of forgettable, it probably won't be here. Like, it wasn't particularly bad, it wasn't particularly good. There's some which I remember pretty well, but not all of them. So I will admit that this list of 290 games I picked might be a little skewed towards things I either quite liked or things I quite disliked. So I'll just mention that at the forefront. Yeah. And I did make a video vaguely like this, but at the time I was just focused on horror game sequels. This is covering a much larger spectrum of games. The next game that we have to talk about here is the game known as My Only. It was part of a...
Hey everyone.
Excuse my old self. It was part of an old pixel horror of games. Also, now that I put My Only on the list and I'm starting to talk about it, I realize there's a bunch of pixel horror games I didn't include here, like 7 Days and stuff. But whatever, we got the games we got. My Only... Interestingly, as I sort of mentioned here, I was doing research on this game because I vaguely remembered it years later. And surprisingly, it's not very well known that this game has multiple endings. Most people who played the game would get like one ending and then just not play it again. It turns out there's 6 endings, and no matter how hard I searched, and I did as much research as I could several years ago, this was like 6 or 7 years ago, at the time at least, there was nothing that had collected all 6 endings of the game were. Like, there were some clues from some people, and some people had different endings on the channel, but there's like some endings that this game claims to have, because there is supposed to be 6 endings in this game, which I think have just never been discovered. And at some point, I like to dig back into it. I found 3 of the 6 endings, but there's supposed to be supposedly 3 other endings I just don't know how to get, supposedly. And I'd be interested in digging and figuring out what those are. Anyways, this game is a little interesting. The visuals right here are actually probably the less interesting visuals. You spend a lot of the game outside in this fountain area. There's like a water ghost that haunts you during these parts that sends out gusts of water that blast you around. You're vaguely kind of doing a Slender type thing, because in this part of the game you're collecting notes, but that's actually only leads to one of the endings. Like when you saw when I was in the house earlier, that was through a series of key items you can find that changes the gameplay up some. But during the quote-unquote main part of the game, you're vaguely playing a Slender-like game of collecting notes while you get chased, in this case, by like a water spirit, a spirit that drowned. So hey, part of the fun of it, part of the fun of it. In fact, I want to see if I can find a bit where we see the spirit, though you're not supposed to really look at her or mess with her, so most likely I don't see her very much. You might be noticing that like right here, I'm like, oh, hey, collected blanket, but probably just 8 pages, 96. Read the page. No, and then you will get this probably reading. Okay, it's 12 pages in this one. It's been a long time. Anyways, there's multiple endings in this game, some never found. I think I just got hurt then, so I'd like to see what I got hurt by. Oh no, I got hurt a little bit ago. Okay. How did I get damaged? I like to see the ghost. I like remember what the ghost looks like. It's like a little pixely thing, so it's nothing too impressive. I'd still like to see it. Get the key. Oh, I see. That was actually a detection of the ghost coming. Well, there's the water wall I was talking about. So they'll start like summoning water wall stuff around and can blast you around. Do you think about remaking your old game before Dusk? Yeah, I'm remaking Close Your Eyes. So, and I just have a lot of love for that particular game. So, hey. For this game, which is known as My Only, we're going to put My Only... So, some of these games I'm measuring on different metrics, and this is going to be kind of interesting because some of these are apples and oranges comparisons. Like, do I consider My Only as in the spectrum of every horror game that ever has been made? Because then, like, for example, I could put it in a certain territory, and then there might be weird instances, like My Only ends up being, like, above games I like more than it. Because that's a pretty simple experience. I'm going to put it in C while I'm talking about this. But at the same time, I think it's good for what it is, and I think it's interesting. It's a Slender-like thing, and of the Slender-likes I've played, it's one which I remember very fondly. But then again, if it's like an S tier Slender game, does that mean it's also like with my absolute favorite horror games of all time? Not specifically, so I'm gonna have to sort of figure out where I'm placing my metric here. Does a very good Slender game stick out with like the best of the horror game biz in general? I would argue no, so I think I should probably scale it just a little bit lower than I have it currently. But what would that look like? I guess. I do want to leave in C. I don't really believe it's a D tier game. But My Only, I do like a little bit more than Leave. It's just a little bit more of a fleshed out game, even though I think Leave is a little tiny bit scarier than My Only. I almost want to put My Only in B, but then there's going to be weird instances. Like, do I like My Only more than like Resident Evil Revelations 1? Probably not, but maybe. For the type of game it is, maybe. That's interesting. A little hard to think about, actually. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I'll talk probably more about Close Your Eyes Remake pretty shortly, because I don't know if people are interested and people are interested. Okay, so I think I'm going to keep My Only currently in B, but once I start getting a better feel for where I want to put things, I think I'm going to change it up. So next up, we're going to be talking about a game called Town Lore. You're going to see me doing this through a lot of streams. I have videos on most of these games. Town Lore. There's actually a sequel to this game, which I've never played. You're going to hear me say that a lot during this. So here's this game, Town Lore. It's like an RPG Maker made ARG creepypasta type thing. The basic thing is that you have these cryptic puzzles as you're going around, and the characters talk cryptically and they give you clues to try and get to the end of the game. You might notice there's also a clock in the game. It's because it's ran by an in-game timer system. Have you played any Funger game? You mean Fear and Hunger game? Not yet. I have a lot of games collected for an RPG Maker marathon for next year, specifically a 2D horror game marathon. Just RPG Maker is the main focus, but there's other 2D horror games included with it. That's when I plan to play the Fear and Hunger games, both the original and Terminal, but I have not played them yet. Anyways, Town Lore has this thing where you eventually get to an end and the game starts getting all corrupted and weird, as you kind of see in this bit. I mean, like, tier list for this? I made a little tier list, and it should be public. It's just, if you go up here, Dusk, Golem's Horror Game Tier List. I think it's public. It's good for my intents and purposes right now, though. Alright, so this is just based off of a bunch of games I've played, I should mention. Hey, how's it going there, John Bard? So anyways, this game, Town Lore, has interesting creepypasta edges, but honestly, it ends kind of abruptly. There's a sequel, so maybe that would be addressed more in the sequel, but when I played the original game, I like the concept, I like some of the glitching effects. It's not a particularly scary game, but I think it's a little clever. And the cleverness gets it someplace. I don't think it's a D-tier game, but I do think it's going to end up in C at the moment. I do think I like it a bit less than Leave creepiness and simplicity else, but I think Town Lore is clever. We're going to talk about a really, really old game now. This is known as The Fourth Wall. You do see so much coming up. Some games I have a lot to say about, other ones I probably only have a bit to say about, and this is a game which I probably do not have very much to say about. This is known as The Fourth Wall. Basically, not the key thing. This game is a really, really old game from 2000.
Hey guys.
Myself, please. This is from like 2011, I believe. It could be 2012, though. And it was one of the first fourth wall breaking games I've ever played. I think one of the earliest ones to exist, because even predates things like Irishu Syndrome and that sort of thing. And of course, the wave that came later with things like Undertale and all that. And I'm scared to be another one that came later. The basic idea of this game is that you play this weird game, and there's a thing that's based off of LSD Dream Emulator that's in this game. It's like a gray cloaked man, which if you ever played LSD Dream Emulator, which we'll talk about later on this list, it's based off of that figure from those games. And you just kind of see the figure watching you in the background as you do, not really puzzles, but like game design. You just kind of, it's almost a walking simulator with just a few events. There's all these things about this gray man watching you. Eventually you break through this monitor in the wall, and after that happens, the game basically ends. And then what you're supposed to do is not check that what your computer is running, because the game's actually secretly still running after you've already quote-unquote beaten the game. And then at a random interval, somewhere between 1 to 10 minutes after you've closed the game will do this jump scare where this giant static hand will come from your computer's desktop and grab your screen. And that's the whole hitch of the game. It's like a little, after you've closed the game, you think the game is done, jump scare type thing. It's an old fourth wall breaking thing. That's also why they, I guess you could say cheekily, decided to call it the fourth wall. So What would I say the fourth wall is as an experience? It does get... I'm not going to close that all together because I have a lot more things still to do in this. It does get some points that, as far as I'm aware, it's one of the earliest fourth wall breaking games. That was before fourth wall breaking became more common in the YouTube era, I'd say. So it does get points for that, but as an actual experience in this day and age, I don't think it's specifically special. Unfortunately, I think I might put it in the D territory, though if it wasn't competing with so much else, I might be a little more favorable towards it. It's not a bad experience, it's just a very simple experience that then leads to, you close the game, you get jump scared a few minutes after you close the game, type of experience. So it's interesting, and historically, I'm pretty sure it's one of the earlier fourth wall breaking games that existed, like actually used fourth wall quote-unquote mechanics to try and mess with you beyond the game itself. But at the same time, it's it's been done much better in later things, I'd say. The next thing I'm going to be talking about is something I played during Halloween last year. The Memorial Order is what I believe it's called. I don't think I've uploaded a proper video of this, but I do have it on the live stream. It was the first thing that I played during this live stream during Halloween. Honestly, this game was very... I was hoping I'd like it more than I did. To just sort of talk about for a second. You basically experience, walk around, and it almost doesn't... Like, it has a story, but it's like not taking itself too seriously. It's got a tongue-in-cheek aspect to the story. You're a character that just... Here's the title screen in case you're curious. But you're walking through a house in great old UK. You just moved here. There's a friend that you drink with a lot. They talk about some weird cult order thing. I was seeing if the character... This character actually, I think, breaks me out before a wall barrier in a second. I'm going to get to it because I had a theory, and I was right. Where the character could break you out of bounds because they would push you past the barrier. Anyways, that's a little thing. So anyways, the characters do a bunch of stuff. This game also, I should mention, does use a lot of asset store stuff, but I don't personally hold that as a sin to a game. Doesn't bother me too much as long as it's not like distracting from the game experience. In this case, I could have overlooked it, but the game experience itself is very... Honestly, out of all the games we're going to be talking about tonight, it's one which I probably disliked more than some of the others. In fact, I would go as far to say that I wouldn't recommend playing it. It is not F territory, because it's not like irredeemable. It's not frustrating to play a game. It's pretty simple. The story's nothing special. The gameplay's nothing special. There's a few kind of nice, early 3D looking environments. It's not like harmful to play. It's just very, I'd say very forgettable. I only remember it because I played it so recently. Honestly, if I played it years and years ago, I probably would have forgotten about it. So hey. I did not play this game for 9 hours. This was a stream of me starting off with this game, and in the same stream I played a little bit of Cyberpunk Gold. I played a little bit of this game called Hollow Bodies, which I didn't finish, so that's why we're not talking about it here. And then I played Kanuto Pet. For the fun of it. Okay. So, I would put that D, and it's honestly probably one of the lower ranked games on this list. We have a few more of these, which I put at the very top because I knew I'd forget about them otherwise, because they got cut off here. This is The Tape. Now, a lot of people really do not like this game. I have seen so many be super, super harsh on this game. Yeah, all about fun. 1 second. But to be honest, I kind of liked it. It's not a very complex game. It's not a very long game. It's bonus modes, all kind of interesting or whatever. It's basically a very slow walking simulator with a kind of rainy, over-the-top aesthetic where you see some vaguely creepy imagery. It's not a very scary experience, but I would say for what it is, if you have the right expectation going in, it has some legitimately, not creepy, but kind of interesting looking things. I think they use the aesthetic well enough and have some interesting enough ideas of visuals to show you that it does stand out a tiny little bit. That said, a lot more people are far harsher on this game than I am. It is a pretty short walking simulator horror type experience that doesn't even really have a story. Like, you could argue it might have a story, like maybe those notes that we just saw in the video are related to trying to tell us what the background story of this game is. Like, maybe there's environmental storytelling going on, but there's not dialogue that's expressing what's going on. And the environmental storytelling is very vague. we're seeing a bit right here where we're about to see a videotape part. It's basically like murders being ritualistic murders being taken out, and you see like people being killed, and then later on we're gonna see like a bunch of hands reach out of the corpse and all that. In fact, I think this is one of the bits I remember when you kind of like in the bed for a while. Actually, might happen a little bit later. Anyways, a lot of people aren't fond of it. I'm kind of fond of it, but at the exact same time, I wouldn't say it's any higher than D, because compared to some other things we're going to be talking about, it's a little... I would say, though, I definitely like it a lot more than the Memorial Order, and although I would say I do like it a little bit more than the Fourth Wall. There's a little more substance to it than the Fourth Wall, I'd say, even though the Fourth Wall does deserve some credit for being such an early Fourth Wall breaking game, I'd say. We're going to talk about Akuma Kira for a second. We have White Mirror here. So, Akuma Kira is the creator of Spooky's House of Jump Scares, or Jump Scare Mansion, as we all know it these days, and one of my favorite indie horror games of all time, Lost in Vivo. We're going to be talking about those games a little bit later. But something which I know Akuma Kira did, which I think... I'm not sure if the public knows this, but I've talked about it a few times. He took on a persona where he used a fake name, and he made a bunch of crappy horror games as practice to learn Unity and to make some money to help budget his bigger projects. I think some people would be upset about that, but I think that is a clever little idea. Both using the opportunity to learn the engine and make some things that are kind of ironically bad, while also, saving up to make some games. Because again, this is also a game developer who's made, in my opinion, some fantastic games. It's just that he has made some purposefully bad games as well. But he didn't make them under his usual name, probably because he wanted to separate the two. It's just a little interesting. But anyways, the White Mirror is one of the games. I think all the games on the page are from him, actually. The developer who made White Finger, whatever it's called. White Mirror. White Finger is a game. That's why I confused it with something. But we're actually talking about White Mirror right now. White Mirror. So, White Mirror, this one, this is going to be an F territory. Though it's not like nothing irredeemable about it. It's a pretty bad game, I'm not going to lie to you. You go around some dark environments, you have limited flashlight stuff, you go through a house, there's a game called White Mirror. You actually never see a cursed mirror in this game, they just talk about it. It was a mirror to hell! And then you go and explore and pick up some notes. There's some vague lore stuff. And at the very end of the game, you get chased by, not a monster, but like, at least I don't think it's a monster. I don't remember there being a monster in this game. I remember you get chased towards the very, very end after stuff, though. But I don't think you get to see what's chasing you. I think it's like an Evil Dead, Evil Force thing that comes for you, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there was a monster, but I'm not seeing it. I just don't remember there being one. And then you get an ending. There's also an alternative ending if you want to get it. Anyways, it's funny with the fun fact of who made it. Hey. That's okay, Chop. Twitter kind of sucks, honestly. Anyways, this one's an F tier for me, frankly. It's not a very good game. I know there's history behind it. It's a little funny in that aspect, but it's not. I wouldn't recommend anyone play it, really. I did play it, though, so hey. Next up is a game which this game actually changed my perspective on an aspect of indie game development, and I'm going to talk about this. This is a game called The Survey. The Survey uses a really common, bot asset location. It's a house that if you played enough Unity games, you have probably seen multiple times throughout your life. In fact, I don't know why I opened another tab. I could just talk about this. However, despite the fact that it's very obviously a store-bought asset game, hello there, Banana. I kind of like this game. I have fond things and fond memories to say that I enjoyed playing it. The very basic idea is that you're in this house that you've seen in several other Unity games if you ever played a bunch of Unity games. But the lighting on it is better than usual, so the house does take on an actually creepy atmosphere. And you get these game show questions during the first half. They're, in other words, survey questions. I'll show one of them. But this is a note that I'm trying to find where they ask the game show things. Like, here's, I think, one of them. Hey. But no, this is me doing puzzle stuff, because there's a little bit more here. But there is a point where you start, this is me when I've started writing stuff down for a puzzle. I think this is one of the survey stuff. But yeah, there we go. Not with this, that's me pause. We're going to get the phone open. And then we're going to get to the mail. And yeah, we're going to start doing the surveys here. Welcome to the survey. You've been chosen to represent a certain thing. So anyways, they ask you questions, and the questions get a little intrusive, a little uncomfortable. That's the point, though. It's a horror game, obviously. It goes on for a little bit longer, and eventually you have to start doing things that the survey phone is asking you to do. Well, also, the monster starts talking to play. So, like, this is the very beginning of the game. I'll skip to, like, towards the very end of it, because I had the multiple videos. There's a monster that's wandering around and you're doing these tasks the survey thing's trying to ask you to do. And again, this game uses a lot of store-bought assets, but I think it honestly spins itself in such an interesting way that even though I could recognize exactly the assets that they bought, I still think that the experience manages to be creepy enough and enjoyable enough that it didn't really bother me all that much. I still had a good time playing it, honestly. It's not one of the best things since sliced bread, but this game did have me rethink a little bit of how my personal feelings were on the topic of like store-bought assets and things that you can recognize in between games. I also kind of get it as a small indie dev. Well, I tend to like to have unique art assets. I also get that, not everybody's an artist, and some people have other skills they want to present here. The person that did this did a good job at not leaning too hard on like hard jump scares type things. They actually do some pretty decent subtle horror type moments. The game has pretty great sound design for what it is, from my memory at least. And I enjoy the tasks they give you. It gives you an interesting incentive as you kind of go around doing your own thing. So despite the fact that I recognize the assets, I think it's an enjoyable experience by itself. I don't think it's enough to get it to the B rank territory, but I do think it's above D and the C rank territory. Honestly, for my personal feelings, I'd probably put it below Leave, but above Town War. But it was a game that made me think about how I guess, approach certain types of games. Because I think there's a huge negative stigma around gamers recognizing it's like, you use these store-bought assets. But I don't know. I came to the conclusion it doesn't really bother me as long as like it's not distractingly taken away from the game experience. That's just my opinion, though. Alright, so we're going to talk about White Sky. This is an old RPG Maker game. I really like this one. Honestly, the story of this one has stuck with me for a very long time since I played it. The really basic idea is that you're in some society which has gotten rid of color. They really dislike color. They hate it. You're playing this girl who doesn't really fit in with the rest of your classmates. As you see here, she also has some self-image issues, but once you see how people treat her, including her own father, it kind of makes sense. It has a very crude graphical style, but everyone in this system works by, I guess you could call... They don't want there to be outliers. They want everyone to be very samey and similar. Everyone dresses similar. There's no color eccentricities to anything. And the setting is very sterile during your whole time playing this. It's a very crude-looking game, but I think the story makes up for some of the crudeness. It goes on for a little bit, so... Hey there, pupper. Pat pat. Eventually, there's also... This whole layer of reality starts having two things of horror that play into it. The first thing is that it starts becoming questionable how much what we're seeing is actually a real thing. And in fact, that's going to get pulled into question pretty quickly here. Like these drawing stuff start coming alive eventually. But there's also like a police force because we're ordered to stop visiting this one boy that we're going to start visiting pretty shortly in this video. He's the one in the only colored house, the pink house, obviously. And it's just this boy who we first see as like just a boy watching TV, and then we go inside the TV, we enter into a world that actually has color. And it quickly becomes apparent that this is this boy's imagination. It's him like in this world of pretend that we're for some reason able to access. And it's very, very different, and he sees things very differently than other people do. He starts colorifying this place. We start forming a connection with each other. Eventually, though, his room that we just saw with him just sitting there in front of a TV starts turning more into like a padded cell type setting. And it starts giving the vibes that you're... Again, I don't think this is literally set in the game, but my interpretation of it is that we're probably some sort of mental patient who is locked in and forming a connection with another mental patient, and when we leave our rooms, start acting things out, they start locking us in, is the way I would put it. That's just my small interpretation from having played it a long time ago. Eventually, the game goes into different places. This is towards the very end when things start getting a little bit more horror, though it still keeps sort of this crude style going for it. Anyways, I actually really like the game, more than I think it would come off at a casually glance. It's a good example of a game which I would say is held entirely by its story. The game is not very complex. Graphically, it's very crude. But I think that it's somebody who had a story to tell. I think they told it pretty well. It's also pretty well paced as a horror story. Introduces its characters well. The characters are interesting enough to follow. And then with all that, they end up having these satisfying set of conclusions to them. And I think for some of the horror aspects, well, not a scary game, it can be a little unsettling. Most of it coming not from the visuals of it, or even the audio design, almost coming from a conceptual level. I won't say too much on that aspect in case you decide to play it, but honestly, I like it. Now, where would I put it specifically, though? I do like it a little bit more than Lead. In fact, I think I almost want to knock it for not looking that great, but I am going to overlook it because I think it's a game with a lot of heart, honestly. I think I'm going to put it into like a low beat territory for me. Yeah, well, it's just kind of staying there. We'll talk about it later. I honestly quite liked it, though. I almost want to say I like it more than My Only, but I think My Only is one of the strongest Slender types I've played, while White Sky, I would say, is like a good RPG Maker game, but not one of the best RPG horror games I've played. Alright, so now we're going to start talking about a few franchises. I have a few franchises put together, but not too many. Okay, so let's put this over here. We're going to talk about the Amnesia games. Hello, Amnesia. I've actually not played some of Frictional's newer games. You might notice that I have played Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Amnesia: Machine for Pigs, Penumbra Overture, Penumbra Black Plague, Penumbra, the third one, what was it called? And Soma. I have not played Amnesia 2. I have not played The Bunker, though I've heard great things about The Bunker. I want to play them before the upcoming Othello, which is the upcoming spiritual successor to Soma, though. But I do need to play the two newest games for sure. I know a lot of people have mixed feelings on Amnesia 2, but I still want to play it. All the same, let's talk about Amnesia. So, I played most of all of the games I played from Frictional in 2015. I marathoned them. In fact, here was exactly what happened. In 2015, before Soma came out, I had planned to do a stream of every single Frictional game that had released. At the time, I was living with my parents, and I was home alone for the time, so I had like this whole week where I was to myself, like, I'm just going to play a bunch of horror games. The internet went out, and unfortunately the people that could repair it couldn't repair it for several days. So I had these games installed. I was like, fuck it, I'll just play it by myself and record it and upload it later. So I just did that, and I had a really great time with every single Frictional game, honestly. Now, the downside to that is that I couldn't access, at the time, I didn't have a mobile phone, I didn't access, I think, back in 2015. So I have to like do everything without any guide. And there's some parts, especially in the Penumbra games, which can be a little punishing if you don't precisely know what you're doing. Because you're like trying to solve a puzzle where you're also dealing with a monster. And some of the puzzles are very obtuse. Like there's a puzzle in the first Penumbra game where you have to use Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. There's clues to what it is, but if you don't know it by default, it's a little tricky. I did do it though. So credit where credit's due there. Morse code. I don't know why I said Morse code. I'm talking about Morse code. Anyways, though, but I'm going to talk about all these games right now, so let's talk about Penumbra. I'm going to start with Penumbra Overture because it's the first one. It was my first Frictional game experience. Yeah, Penumbra is super underrated in my opinion. I have a lot to say about these games, actually. I really like them. So Penumbra Overture is not my favorite Penumbra game, but not my least favorite either. With this one, you have your start where you start off in a really snowy environment. They give us the backstory of our character. This was a episodic game, one of the earlier ones. There's 3 episodes, though really it's 2 episodes and an epilogue, I'd say. It's Frictional's start as a game dev, and frankly, even from it, you can sort of tell how much promise these devs have. Like, this game's enemies aren't scary, and it almost suffers a problem that Resident Evil 0 of all games in comparison to, I would say, has as well. It has really, really good elements, but the monster itself is very, very underwhelming. Like, it's not one monster. There's, in this first Penumbra game, like 2 monsters, but neither of them are great. It's basically a dog and a spider. And yes, the dog's a little ferocious, and the spider is a big spider, but and there's multiple dogs and multiple spiders, as you mentioned. It's not like a singular dog and a singular spider. But those are the enemies that you fight in the game. I say you fight very, very loosely, because obviously it's a defenseless, hide-and-seek horror game. You can actually kill them. It's just not worth it, ever. Like, they take so many hits to kill. You do occasionally get chased by a giant worm, but those are all, like, scripted chase moments. Yeah. Minecraft ambience enabled. I wish I liked Minecraft more than I do, honestly. I am going to open up. I should just open up the playlist, honestly. I want to show one of the enemies, either the dog or the spider, whichever one shows up first, maybe both. The enemies don't pop up immediately. In fact, I'm pretty sure right now I am trying to avoid the dog enemy. Move down through, but it says spider pits. It's supposed to be the part where you get to the spiders. I want to see if I can show one of the stalker enemies, just to show how kind of not scary they are. Like, they're fine, but I think that you can sort of tell the frictional didn't quite have it in them yet to do fully humanoid intelligent enemies. So I think they worked around it by making the dogs the spiders the enemy, but frankly, they're, you know, dogs and some spiders. I do always like the physics stuff they have. In the first number of games, before effectively you see the dog in the thumbnail here. Dogs are territorial and hate doors. That is true if I remember Penumbra. They hate doors. They hate them. I think I'm looking at a dog right here. There it is. That's one of the doggos. So, anyways, I don't know. It's just for playing a hide and sneak horror game, it's a little weird to be hiding from dogs. Like, I'm thinking to myself, if it's a dog, it'd probably smell me, but it works by like the sight base. Yep, there it is, our favorite doggos. But they don't work by smell or anything. They work if they see you, basically. And if you make too much loud sound, like you're running around, I guess they'll come for you. They do run pretty fast once they do see you. It's possible to kill them with a crowbar once you get a crowbar, or you TNT, like I guess hold it right there. It's very hard to pull off on both ends, so it's not really worth killing them anyways. I'll skip ahead now that we actually saw a little bit of the doggo at least. There are some interesting puzzles. This first Penumbra game, I will say, I think is the weaker of the two halves of the main Penumbra franchise, but it still has its moments, and I still have very fond memories of it. It has some really nice setting change. Right now we're just seeing the caves. But you do get to some labs eventually and start going to snowy type areas. I want to go see the lab areas. So let's skip ahead like several parts. Worm helicopter, I forgot about this. Games are more like industrial factory type things. You're solving puzzles, and this is the part where you have to like time things correctly and observe the patterns before you start crossing the scene events. One of those type of things. And if you fail, you get hurt quite a bit, because I came in pretty damaged. So all the same. For Penumbra, the first one specifically, Penumbra Overture. I guess I'm talking about Penumbra before I talk about Amnesia. Like Amnesia first, I forgot that. But for Penumbra Overture, I would say this one, the first one, gets into a C territory, but it's like high Z. This is also where I start questioning myself. Hey there, Sten. But anyways, I was going to say, I start questioning myself. It could be B. Like, okay. In a way, I do like the Penumbra games more than I liked White Sky and more than I like this one. But then at the same time, Ryan, do you have a favorite Ionia fan game? I haven't played enough to have a favorite. I have one listed here, which I'll talk about. It's actually the one right next to Ionia, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. What I was going to say is that with Penumbra, this is where I have to start choosing my metric, because I would say I like metric more than these games. So Penumbra, I don't like just that, but Penumbra I like more than these games. But it's also a mechanically more complex game with like an obviously higher budget, bigger team. It's still an indie game though, so that's a little funny to compare them. But it's very differently scoped. So I have to start thinking about how I think about this in comparison to all the frictional games that I've played versus like the general thing. Like, do I hold them all to the same metric? Do I somewhat change the scale based on what makes sense to me for my feelings? For Penumbra Overture specifically, if I may, give me a second to think about this. I do like the Penumbra games. The second one is definitely my favorite. We'll talk about that one in a second. I guess it would be a B territory. I think C might be it if I was like on a different metric, but B definitely makes sense for like the actual level of compared to everything else. Yeah, I think as well when we start talking about more games, B will make the most sense for Penumbra Overture. And I guess, in complete fairness, on the B metric, I do like it more than these other two. So yeah, I think it will play at the top. Even if these are like good games, I'd still say it's good, very differently scaled types of games. games we're going to talk about, Penumbra: The Black Plague, which is an incredibly underrated game. Like, super underrated. People don't talk about it in the same way they talk about, like, the Soma game, Soma or the Amnesia games. I don't think I meant to fully... I guess that's about the instinct, but I should probably just go to my channel and do Black Plague. This one actually started changing the enemy types to be a little bit more horror-y and a bit more you'd see later in like Amnesia and Soma and all that. I guess you can kind of see one of them in the thumbnail, given that it's favorite face. This game also has a much better story, and the story is helped that there's like a narrator character that you have, but it's not like an out-of-body narrator. Partway through the game, like pretty early, I think around part 3 of this, like a little more than an hour into the game, you get an alien virus that infects your brain. So it's actually alien, it's not from this world, and it is a virus. And so what it is that the virus talks in the human language to us, and you can hear its voice talking to you through the course of the game, and it's slowly infecting you through the course of the game. So it starts messing with like what you see and messing with your perspective and stuff. So the game has this interesting thing where you start having not being able to trust what you're seeing, because you have like a character that's in your head that's very actively messing with you and very actively malicious towards you. Well, malicious isn't like it's right, but it's not fully right. He goes back and forth between being your friend to being your enemy. He's a very not hard to read character, but he's a character that has very split dilemmas of either he wants to be your friend or he wants to be your enemy and return back to his alien hive. The idea behind Clarence is that he was split off from a hive infection, where the hive is all in alignment with each other while he himself is separate. The level design and the puzzles in Penumbra: Black Plague, and as well as the monsters that you face and the horror aspect, all see huge improvements from Overture. If you thought that Penumbra Overture was promising, I think Black Plague basically improves almost everything from the first game. The only thing that you might miss a little bit is that the first Overture has a few more organic environments, while most of what's in Black Plague is set in like scientific labs. There are parts where you go outside to like the stone mountain range, but outside of that, it's mostly set in these labs. That said, what's there is fantastic. I honestly think this is up there as one of the best pure hide-and-sneak horror games out there. They did remove your ability, I believe, to kill monsters in this one, so you're actually just defenseless, while in the first Penumbra you could kind of kill monsters. But I think it makes more sense with the monsters in this game to be like that, because they're far more alien and gross, a little bit more humanoid, but they're also like inhuman at the same time. While at the exact same time, the puzzles here are clever, the environments are clever, the story sees huge improvements, not only because the story itself, I think, is just told better, but Clarence manages to make a good latching on points, sort of the twisted narrator that you're dealing with. If you ever played a game like Stanley Parable or something, it's vaguely similar, except it's more malicious and with a different, focus being a horror experience. Overall, I would definitely say that Penumbra: The Black Plague, it's actually either an S or A territory for me. I think I'm going to put it in... Do I have any serious issues with the game? Not really. I like the horror aspects, I like the music, I like the puzzles, I like the setting, the story sees big improvements. You know what? I think it's going to be my first S here. It's kind of a low S. There's things that are going to be put above it, but I am kind of in love with the game. It's not perfect, but I don't view S rank as perfect. None of these games are perfect. But I think that is a fantastic kind of sneak horror game. I think it's one of the best, actually. It's a little old school. I don't think everyone's going to like it because some of its puzzles are... The puzzles aren't super easy. They're not the hardest puzzles that you'll ever see, but they're definitely above, I would say, the horror genre standard. There's some puzzles that are kind of tricky, but I really, really like it, honestly. The puzzle aspect I even liked quite a bit. So it's a little funny to say that, because then we're going to talk about the last Penumbra game, which is, unfortunately, I am more mixed on. Before I put it anywhere, let me talk about this. The third Penumbra game, unfortunately, is disappointing. So without saying too much, in Penumbra: Black Plague, you are no longer have any threats after Penumbra: Black Plague. You end up in the facility completely alone. In a game that feels like it was directly inspired by Portal, specifically. So they try. It's a completely puzzle-focused game. You can technically die from like traps because some of the puzzles have like trap aspects to them, but there's nothing hunting you. It is a straight-up puzzle game, and it's vaguely shaped like a Portal game. So you're kind of going between chambers that have like a focused puzzle, for lack of a better word, focus. So, hey, what the hell is this one called? Remind me. Well, okay, what? Penumbra Final Game. It's not Overture. It's Requiem. It's Requiem. Which it's funny. It's Requiem actually. That's really funny. I forgot it was called Penumbra Requiem. Funny timing. Resident Evil Requiem's about to come out, obviously. But anyways, Penumbra Requiem was a straight-up puzzle game. Unfortunately, it was the horror aspect. Well, I would say that the first Penumbra is a high B, and the second Penumbra game is a low S. I would say that the third game is kind of disappointing. It's not bad. It's fine. It's fun. But it's a little sad to see a horror franchise almost take the horror out of it. And then the puzzles are fine, but I almost would say I like the puzzles more in the Black Plague. I think the puzzles worked better in the system of focusing on the horror experience and fitting in with the world rather than sort of feeling like you're going from chamber to chamber. There is nice location variety in the puzzles you solve, but while Penumbra Black Plague feels more like a location, like obviously it's a video gaming type location, but it feels real enough and you can suspend your disbelief for the type of design because it's well designed. I would say that Overture feels too video gamey. It almost feels like you're going from level to level, which changes like the type of level setting that you're in. And then you solve some puzzles and you go on to the next thing. I've only finished the first Obscure games. We'll talk about it when we get to it. Anyways, for this, I would say that the Penumbra Requiem is a low C, unfortunately. Be what it be. Yeah. We'll get to Obscure when we get to Obscure. There is Obscure on this list, though. Alright, so we're going to talk about Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Now, I'm going to be 100% honest. I went into Amnesia, the original, and also I should also mention with Amnesia, this is actually the first point where this is going to come into relevancy. I recently, like literally yesterday, did a Resident Evil tier list. And when I did that tier list, I put the DLCs separate of the main game. But I have too many games to talk about here, so when I talk about the DLCs for a game, or whatever expansions came later, I'm going to talk about them with the base game. Amnesia: The Dark Descent has a vague free add-on DLC thing that was called Amnesia Justine. It's very much its own experience, but for the intents and purposes of me talking about Amnesia right now, I'm going to talk about The Dark Descent with Amnesia Justine. You can't play Justine without having Amnesia. Even though it's like a free, almost separate thing, it's still like a separate game, that free DLC thing that was added to Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Now, I'm going to say this. Before I played the Amnesia games, of course, I'd seen it since I played Amnesia in 2015, I'd seen Amnesia over the years, clips of people screaming at it, being scared. And a lot of what I saw didn't really fully sell me on the game. The environments didn't look that great from the bits I saw people being scared at. The monsters looked fine, but they didn't really particularly look scary to me. And I would say that the, scary Ooga Booga jump scare game sort of appearance on it just kind of disinterested me. But I ended up liking the Penumbra games a lot more than I expected, so I was curious if the same thing would be true for me with Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And the answer is yes. That said, Amnesia: The Dark Descent's not my favorite fictional game. It's actually like maybe my third favorite. But it is a better game than I would have given it credit for on the surface. The aesthetic doesn't immediately grab me as much as even though the graphics themselves look better, I kind of like the snowy setting in Greenland that was set in Penumbra more than Soma's castle type setting. But in fairness, there's some very interesting locations within the castle that you explore. I don't love Amnesia's story. It's once you figure out what's going on, it makes sense. It's kind of cool that's trying to tackle Lovecraftian horror, but if I'll be honest, I just don't really care about what's happening. I don't care too much about the villain. I don't care too much about the main character. I don't care too much. It's interesting that the main character gave himself amnesia to see the horrors they did with a new lens and to go on to a new life and forget the horrors he saw in like a Lovecraft type way. Eventually, later in Amnesia, he gets some very interesting locations. And I would almost say that the setting is where the story strength of Amnesia lies. Like, the actual story of the settings that you're going through are vaguely interesting and complete fairness. So I'm not trying to say Amnesia has a bad story, but I wouldn't say it has a great story either. I think it suffers a bit from personal bias for myself a bit, because I don't know, I'm not that attached to the medieval setting, even if they're trying to tell an interesting sort of Lovecraft story type thing. And this being like a castle of two people who are doing these inhumane experiments but for a good cause. Basically, our character and the main villain of the game, who comes to the very, very, I don't know why I picked up the Subarus to try and show off how the game looks nice in places. And the main character was an antagonist originally. It is interesting because, like, as you're saying right there, our main character was an antagonist with the main villain. We were on the same side. The only reason our character is no longer on the same side as the villain is because he decided what he had done was too terrible, and he gave himself amnesia through a potion he concocted to forget what he'd done, to live a more innocent life and escape this. But at the same time, you could argue that he's just kind of running away from the horrible horrors he's caused, not taking responsibility in quite a literal sense. Even if he does, in the game, have to face up to what he's done that he's forgotten about. So that's kind of neat, I guess. But at the same time, I just can't say I care that much about the main character or the main villain or anything in the story. Like, it's fine, it's not bad, but I wouldn't say anything about it really gripped me. Yeah, we're talking about mouthwashing later. But I still think that the actual environment storytelling that happens is interesting, and I will say, probably the weakest... This is funny to say after I was literally just talking about Penumbra Requiem having no monsters, and it's gaining the way. But I would almost say the weakest part of Amnesia: The Dark Descent, outside of its story, is maybe its monsters. And I'll talk about this. I think the developers wanted to make it so that people were able to finish the game and experience it and not be too stressed. But unfortunately, I think they chose the wrong way to tackle the issue of horror game. I guess you can call it like when you get frustrated at horror games. So horror game design is a very delicate balance, because if a game is too easy or doesn't have threats, I think that does take some tension away from many players. And similarly, though, if the monster is too effective and you're like having a really hard time getting by, it can be really frustrating. Like, die and reset and get back and do the same thing over and over again. There's ways around this, and not all games need to have it so that you can have to play the same section over and over again. But it's a really hard dichotomy, and I'd argue is one of several issues that make horror game design very fascinating, but very, very difficult. Because you have to be somewhere where the game needs to have a threat, but if the threat is almost too effective, especially if it feels like it's not the player's fault, it can lead to a player having to replay the section again and again, which I think not only defames the horror, but also leads into a situation where you can get frustrated, almost like battling the game because you feel frustrated. It's a really hard thing to strike, and there's no one-size-fits-all type of thing. There's so many aspects to this, and there's so many other aspects of game design that play into this. But anyways, I'm mentioning this because I think what likely happened is that the Amnesia: The Dark Descent devs had released the Penumbra games before this. And I'm going to presume that they watched Let's Plays and all that, and they probably saw people getting really, really frustrated with specific monsters that were in Penumbra games. Because there's a few parts of Penumbra where you might die and redo stuff, sure and fine. Amnesia, once you figure out its trick, I think it defames so much of the horror, more than if they had just made you replay sections even. Their solution, and this is going to entirely ruin the Amnesia experience if you've never played it. This isn't like a story spoiler, I've already talked story spoilers a bit, but this is actually talking about this specific game. Very, very specific problem. But this does spoil Amnesia's horror aspect in a big way, I think, once you figure out that the game's doing this. Again, I played this game without internet connection, so I was going in blind, I didn't have any help and anything, I solved everything on my own. And I figured this out just by my lonesome, just playing it naturally. I would say the Amnesia: The Dark Descent's biggest sin is that it despawns the monsters after they've caught you. If you've died to a monster, the game solution to not frustrate the player is to despawn the monster. So after you've been caught, the monster is gone. It will never appear again. Oh, the song I'm playing right now? This is TV Jazz, which is from Close Your Eyes Remake. All the music playing right now is from my Close Your Eyes Remake. It plays specifically in Girls Graveyard District, since the Close Your Eyes Remake is an anthology. But yeah. So anyways, yes. So basically, Amnesia: The Dark Descent, after you've been caught by a monster, will despawn the monster on you, and it just disappears. And once I figured that out, which I did figure it out organically when playing the game, because I was actually really scared to a monster encounter, and I was really, really tense. It was a really, really corner situation. And then I started looking around, I was like, I don't hear the monster, I don't see the monster. I started looking around, and I realized, oh wait, there is no monster. And then I realized anytime I would die, the monster would just poof, vanish, and you're just kind of left alone to do whatever you're doing. I don't love that solution, I'm going to be honest with you, especially since it's very noticeable. If the game was able to hide its tracks and I didn't notice, okay, fine, great, applause to you. But it's not particularly subtle, I'd say, and it can almost feel like it's downplaying you if you like die once because of something, and then you're like, I would still like to try that part again with the monster, but no, the monster's just gone. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just not going to experience the monster there if I die. Yeah. Not you. Anyways, the problem with that is that I feel like it defames the horror more than if you had actually just replayed segments. It then makes it almost where you could argue if you want, if you really don't want to experience the horror aspect, the optimal way to play the game would be to really quickly get the monster to catch you, kill you, because I should also mention that in this game, which even though it takes like 2 hits for a monster to kill you in most cases, it hardly doesn't matter because it hits you once. It's like almost, unless you have like an object in the way of you, it's most likely you're going to get killed right then. But then just despawn the monster so you can just explore the area freely enough to crash around everywhere. That's all I'm saying. I get what they were trying to go for with Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but that defames so much of the tension for me once they realize what the game mechanic is doing. But on the bright side, even once you figure out the game's playing that sort of trick on you, it still is a good game. Like, the actual levels are fun to explore, the puzzles are fun enough. While I don't love the story of the actual like characters that we're following, I do think there's interesting environmental storytelling stuff going on. And I think it's still an interesting experience by itself. So, yeah. So basically, I just get caught again and again. The monster, there's not just one monster in the game. There's multiple monsters. There's even multiple versions of the monsters. So it's just, if you get caught in a sequence, the monster in the sequence is gone. That's literally how it works. However, because we're not just talking about Amnesia, we're also including Amnesia Justine. There is a very different thing, and a very interesting, different experiment done with Amnesia Justine. So, Amnesia Justine is a very different beast to the main Amnesia game. It actually solves the main issue, but it wouldn't work in every circumstance. So, Amnesia: The Dark Descent despawns the monster when it kills you. Amnesia Justine's approach to it is, if you die, you're dead. You get to start all over. There's no checkpoints or save points or anything in Amnesia Justine. You have to be in one sitting. You go through several different chambers, and Amnesia Justine, in some ways, almost like more than Amnesia: The Dark Descent. It's a much shorter experience, but it has a better story. The character that you play as Justine is... Actually, that's kind of a spoiler that I said that out loud. But anyways, she is a really interesting character. I'll just spoil Amnesia Justine's story. The whole plot of Amnesia Justine is that you are both the main character and the antagonist. Your character has amnesia, but basically Justine, a lady of the castle from the main game, took the method, the potion that our main character did for kicks because she's kind of insane, and she set herself up. She wanted to see what she would do if she didn't have any memory that she set this up for herself. It's basically what's happening. You go through some situations where you meet these certain people that are in like saw-type traps, where you either have to choose to try and solve puzzles fast enough to save them, or if you don't solve the puzzles fast enough, they just kind of die. And then the door opens anyway, so even if you don't solve the puzzle, you progress anyway. And that's the setup that Amnesia Justine. You go through these wacky saw-esque contraptions, and monsters occasionally come as you're solving them, and you either have to save the people or let them die, and you just progress anyway. And honestly, I kind of like it a lot. I think as a game design experiment, it's really, really interesting. The locations and the puzzles you go through are pretty fun. The story is very, very interesting. I like the acting they do both for the people begging for their lives with you, as well as Justine herself. She has like these audio cassette things to play on like these gramophones, and she's very fun to listen to. Once you figure out that you're her, it's like, oh, that's a pretty okay twist. It's not the most surprising thing in the world, but it's a little nice. At the same time, it's kind of a brief experience. I will say that I think one of the scariest moments between both the main game and this thing are in this thing. It's very, very last sequences, where you basically have to go through these water chambers, doing these pressure valve type things, while this monster's just chasing you and breaking down doors, and you have to, like, path plan and plan very chaotically as a lot of shit happening all at once, basically. You have to turn a lot of levers in the right order while this monster's breaking down doors trying to get to you, and trying to block things with, like, objects that you can pick up and throw at things. It's very hectic, but honestly kind of tense in, like, a fun way. And I will say, Amnesia Justine beat, even though I don't dislike the main Amnesia game, I do think Amnesia Justine being included with Amnesia elevates Amnesia for me somewhat, so I like Justine more than the main game in many ways. I think it's a more successful design experiment. It's a far briefer experience. And there are stuff from the main Amnesia game, which I do miss from Amnesia Justine in the way that's, like, sets itself up. But I think it's a very interesting way of saying. No, I agree. I don't hate Amnesia at all, in fact. In fact, I'm probably going to give it a pretty high ranking. With everything considered, I think Amnesia is an A game. I would say, even without Justine, it'd still probably be A rank. It'd just be like a low A rank. But with Justine, I think it's a high A rank. I liked it a lot more than I expected myself to. I don't really like the trick they do with the despawning the monsters. I do know that since I played Amnesia, they added like an update, which I think added a hard mode. And maybe that hard mode solves my big issue with the game where it doesn't despawn monsters anymore. In fact, I feel like it's probably pretty likely. I do recall that, like a few years ago, they updated their games. I think they gave an easy mode to Soma, so the monsters are not hostile. And they gave a hard mode to Amnesia, where I think that what they did is solve the very issue I'm talking about. But I will mention that this patch added the hard mode was like years after the game came out. I played the game in 2015, which was like 5 years after it came out, and the update wasn't even out at the time. I think it came out after Soma had released, like a few years after, if I'm not mistaken. But all the same, but that would solve, I guess, my biggest issue with the horror aspect of it. I might replay at some point just to see what that's like, honestly, because I do like Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I think it's a very good game, a very decent horror experience. I know not everyone's cup of tea to play hide-and-seek horror. This one's obviously the game that popularized the genre, and frankly, I see why it popularized it. Now, I do like Penumbra Black Plague more than I like Amnesia, but at the same time, Amnesia's got I would say for an indie game, especially a 2010 indie game, it's got surprisingly high production values. Like, sort of entirely... And also, I think it's scarier than Penumbra until you figure out the monster trick. That's a whole other topic. So I understand why it definitely took off the time it did. It was also a game that was kind of in the exact right place at the exact right time. So even outside of the fact that I think it's a pretty good game, it was also definitely partially the timing. But that said, I don't think it didn't deserve the level it popped off at. In fact, I think it deserves it, frankly. I think it just happened to be the right game at the right time. And to be honest, compared to a lot of its contemporaries from the same time period, like we're going to talk about Slender the 8 Pages later, which came out 2 years after Amnesia: The Dark Descent, I think it's aged much better than a lot of its contemporaries that tried to hop aboard the now just starting YouTuber scene. Keep in mind that Amnesia: The Dark Descent wasn't made for YouTubers. It just happened to be a big YouTuber game. It was a game that Frictional was making after they made the Penumbra games, and they never expected the level of success they got, because they were probably just expecting around the same level the Penumbra games did, which were good, but not great. And they just kind of made the game based off of what they wanted to do after they made the Penumbra games, and as a result, I think that Amnesia ended up aging quite nicely. Again, I think most people, when they think of Amnesia, think of it as a YouTube game or a YouTube-bait game, but it's easy to think that because it was all over YouTube at the time. But you just have to kind of keep in mind that it was only all over YouTube at the time because it just so happened to release right at the time when YouTube Let's Plays were starting to like really pop off. So then we're going to talk about Amnesia: Machine for Pigs, which I do have a lot to say about as well. Years with Alyssa. So, Amnesia: Machine for Pigs. I did not like it as much when I initially played it, but I've become fonder for it over the years. Machine for Pigs. So, Amnesia Machine for Pigs. It's not by the original developers, Frictional. It is a almost a spin-off. I wouldn't really call it a sequel. There's also an Amnesia 2 these days. So, but it's kind of a spin-off made by the Chinese Room, which most recently released The Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. And the first time I played this game, I'm going to be honest, I didn't like the story that much. My initial impression is that our main character is he's pretentious. He is incredibly pretentious. Basically, he wakes up in this house, but the house feels weirdly fake. He's trying to find his two sons, but he can't find them anywhere. He plays a character who waxes poetry at you constantly. And he feels like he isn't talking like a person. He's talking like he's in a play or something. The horror aspect is toned down a lot. This has a few puzzles, but not as many puzzles, and the puzzles aren't as good as the Amnesia games. And the horror aspect isn't as good. There is like a couple, like maybe 3 or 4 chase scenes in the game. They're all against these kind of interesting pig monsters, but it just doesn't feel as well put together as Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And initially, even though I didn't hate the game, because there's some fun exploration elements, some of the scenes are kind of cool and all that, and the music's very, very nice in this game. I initially just kind of didn't like it because I didn't like the main character and how he's fucking pretentiously talking all the time. But I do think over time I've warmed up more to this game, honestly. And warmed up to its story specifically a lot more. I think my reading of the character being pretentious the first time is both fair to my first time playing it, but when you know a bit more, when you think a bit more about what's going on in this game's story, it becomes a little bit more evident. I'm going to spoil the shit out of Machine for Pigs. I'm not exactly sure if somebody would love the story the first time they play it. Maybe they would, but I will say that I've become fonder of it the more I've sat with it. And how I would describe it is Amnesia Machine for Pigs is telling the story of a man who is so sick with the world, and he's sick with how humans are devolving in his eyes. And this game takes place at the break of the 18th century, I believe, so like exactly the year 1900. And the whole story here is that our main character has amnesia because he invented a machine that showed him the horrors that the world was going to make. So basically, he made a machine that saw the next 100 years of human history from the 1900s. So he saw everything that happened from 1901 to the year 2000. And everything he saw that humanity was going to do filled him with so much horror and so much contempt for humanity that he decides that he should just end humanity right now. That humans are on a course path of horror that we should just stop ourselves. He saw that we were going to make the atom bomb. He saw the countless wars like World War I and World War II we were going to have, Nazi Germany. He saw things like the whole civil unrest between people, all the inventions and the crazy electricities that we're going to play God at things. And so this 19th century man who invented a machine to find out what humanity was going to do for the next 100 years decides to himself, you know what? Humanity's kind of fucked. It's probably just best if we stop now and don't let ourselves create the horrors that we're going to create. It's basically the gist of what the plot line of Amnesia Machine for Pigs is about. He has made a machine for humans who he starts calling pigs. And his last-ditch effort, in a similar way to the other Amnesia games, you might be starting to notice, in fact, I will say this right now, you might be noticing that I've talked about Amnesia, the first game, A Dark Descent. I've talked about Amnesia Justine, and I've talked about Amnesia Machine for Pigs. Hi there, classically, but yeah. I would say you might be noticing that in each of these games, it's a villain who has given themselves amnesia for one reason or another. The first game, the character gives himself amnesia because he did terrible, horrible things that he can't live with himself with, and decides to try and free himself of his sin, but ends up getting wrapped back up into it. Amnesia Justine, you play as a fucking insane lady who decides that it'd be fun, like a game, to give herself amnesia and see what she would do if she put herself in her own like trap contraptions. And then Amnesia Machine for Pigs, we're playing as a guy who was an inventor and invented a machine to see the next 100 years of human progress, only to be so horrified by what he found. But his last-ditch effort is to give himself amnesia because I think the thing that prevents him from fully committing to his plan is his sons. And the machine and himself have this quarrel towards the end of the game where he's talking about if he should let his sons grow up in a world that they're going to grow up in where they're going to go through the Great Depression, and they're going to go to World War One and World War Two, and they're going to live through these horrors that's going to traumatize them forever, and that humans themselves are going to invent these horrible, terrible, terrible things. And him deciding, he decides to leave it to himself, but with amnesia, to decide if he thinks that, learning of the horrors that humanity is going to come across, if it's worth him letting his sons grow up in such a future for themselves, or if it's just best to end all of humanity right now. And I think it ends up being his sons that lead him to having a debate with himself of being like, killing all humanity also means killing my sons, so I just erase their future. Should I? Anyways, my main point is, when I first played the game, my first impressions on this was that it was a very pretentious, weaker Amnesia game. And it kind of is, honestly. The character is very, very pretentious. But it kind of makes sense that he's pretentious, if this makes any sense. Like, what do you think a character that invented a machine that see 100 years in the future, was so horrified with what he saw, and starts waxing about, or, like, ending humanity? In a way, it kind of makes sense that he's very pretentious. That he thinks that he can decide what's best for all of humanity, and that's sort of the means to. So in that way, it kind of makes sense. And I actually ended up liking the story the more I started thinking about it and putting together what's going on in the game. So over time, I've grown fonder of Amnesia Machine for Pigs. I still think, gameplay-wise, it's much weaker than the game, both Justine and Amnesia Dark Descent before it, and even the Penumbra games. Story-wise, I do like it a lot more than the first Amnesia story, honestly, the more I've sat with it. And there's a very nice music, there's a very nice environment and other things that you visit. So I'm not totally down on this game or anything. Sorry about that. Okay, but I still think it's overall a weaker game than the first Amnesia game. I'd probably put it more in B range. When I first beat the game, I probably would have put it like a really low C, but the more I've sat with it, the more I'm fond of it. I think I like it a bit more than my only, but just below Penumbra Overture. I think that is the exact right spot for it right now. It leads us to the final frictional game, and a little bit of spoiler alert, but my personal favorite, Soma! Now, I'm going to do this backwards. We're going to give Soma an S rank, and it's going to be above Penumbra Black Plague. It's Soma! We're going to talk about it. So, I really, really like Soma. I think it is a great horror game. I think that's the thumbnail. Silly. I rewatched Soma very, very recently. Grayson over here overhyping Soma, though I do love Soma too. He played it very recently. I watched him play it all the way from game to end. He played it like 2 weeks ago. So I have Soma very fresh in the memory. I saw the whole game played by my good friend Grayson literally 2 weeks ago. It was his first time ever playing the game. He was super blind on the game. So I got to see his blind reaction going all the way from the start to the finish. So my memory of Soma is very, very fresh right now. And Soma's great. Honestly, it's fantastic. It's got a fantastic story. I like the characters in it a lot. I like what it has to say. I have a controversial opinion. Some people will say don't play with the monsters. A lot of people, I think people overhype how bad the monsters in Soma are. Grayson, what do you think? You played the game. I made Grace play the game with monsters on. Do you think the monsters were so bad that it's just better to trim them off and play with no monsters? Do you think the monsters took away from the experience? I'm honestly curious what you think. Because he just beat it recently. And I made him play it with monsters on. But I've always been of the opinion that the monster hate in Soma is really weird. I kind of like the monsters in the game. They're not like the best thing ever, but I think that there is something lost by playing the game without them. So, yeah. I concur. There's some people that will tell you that you should play Soma without the monsters. I completely disagree with them. I think by playing without the monsters, without them being hostile at least, there is something that's lost. I believe the non-huff, what happens, the monsters aren't fully removed. I think they're still in the environment. They just literally can't hurt you, won't punch you. They just kind of stand around. But yeah. I don't know. I never had the issue playing the game myself, and I also had just watched Grayson play it. He didn't really have that issue. I'd even say that like there's a moment where you have to get a monster thing from a fuse, but you can just kind of walk right up to it. So, anyways, enough about that. Soma, I think, has... Okay. I think its story is fun, both in the moment, but especially when you sit with it for a while. It's got a type of horror. I don't want to say too much for those who've never played Soma, but it has a huge fridge horror aspect to it, especially by the end. where it kind of could sit with you for a while. You think like, damn. And then you kind of just keep thinking about it and thinking about what that means in context of what it's trying to say with it. I'm trying very hard not to spoil this one because I think it's actually like a story worth experiencing. A lot of people I could see disliking Catherine. I like her, even though she is totally 100% neurodivergent and totally 100% a closet lesbian. That is just my take on it, though. And I say closet, but there's a part where she's obviously about to say that she really liked one of her colleagues who's a female in like a way that was romantic, but she stops herself because she's afraid about being judged. I can see Catherine being very disliked, and a lot of people in the game story disliked her before all of humanity perished and all that, but okay, I'm going to skip way ahead from here. We're going to skip like way ahead from here. Let's go to Site Delta. I love the underwater setting as well. I'm a sucker for underwater settings, and Soma does this underwater setting very, very well. I think the monsters are interesting. I think the story is great. I think that there's some puzzles in Soma, but they're mostly kind of the easy variety. You might just for a little bit not quite fully understand what to do, but it's not so much that they're hard. It's just, like a little distraction for a bit. I would say the puzzles in Soma, compared to like the Penumbra games and the Amnesia games, are... I like the puzzles in those games a bit more, because even though they're a little bit more complex and a little more difficult, I overall think that they added something to the experience. And this one they do add something, but they're almost easy to forget that they're even there. But I think it's fine, because the experience is far more story-focused than those games were. So... And I think that the build-up to a lot of the monsters in this area, I think some of the Saints are area, there's set pieces in this game I think are very well done. In fact, what we're watching right now, I believe, is me just coming off the back end of a set piece moment. We're dealing with a little, the first time we're dealing with the bobblehead monster. I want to remember if I did it on my first try. In my memory, I think I did this on my first try, but I'm going to watch to see if I did it. Yeah, so this is the part where you get chased by the disco head enemy. That's not what they're called, obviously. We are unplugging all the WAU. Also, the world building in this game is fucking great, in my opinion. So you get blown away. You're going to see the satellite-headed monster in a second. There he is, Disco Ball. And in my memory, I think I did this on my first go. Well, let's see what happens. Maybe my memory is wrong. I was wondering this because I told Grace I did this on my first go, but I don't remember if I did it. Oh yeah, I got turned around and I was like, oh no, I shouldn't be in here. Maybe I did get killed once because I remember I actually fucked up here. Yeah, I got killed once. Or no, maybe no, I did get caught. So I was killed once, Grace, and I inaccurately betrayed that to you. Let's see if I got killed more than once though. Now I need to know. Now this is for my science. Alright, so then we start getting chased. I'm jumping like crazy through here. I'm like, oh no, that's a window. Oh no, there's the monster. I'm trying to run. I'm doing my best. I getting hit by boxes and stuff. I was trying to get more distance between me and them, but there they were. Oh yeah, I didn't check upstairs. I was like, oh no. I got caught twice. Let that be heard. I was lying to Grace when I said I didn't get killed in this part. I wanted to relook at this part because I did remember. I did do it the third time, though. Alright. Hey. It's all part of the fun. I think Soma's a fucking great game. I think it's got fantastic writing. It's hard to talk about because I don't actually want to spoil it for those who haven't played it, though. Hey. I had fun. I honestly will always remember my first time playing Soma. It's a game with a few late game surprises, which I think are interesting. Some setups. The best part of the game is probably the last third of the game, but I think even the build up to it is important for making that last third hit. I think it's just a good experience, and it is up there with one of my favorite horror games of all time. Honestly, I really like Soma, and I am so happy that I played Frictional's games in like a row right before Soma came out. I liked them all more than I expected. Then I played Soma, and I loved it more than the other ones I just played. So, yeah. I'm very, very intrigued to see what their upcoming game, Othellos, which is a spiritual successor to Soma, does. That was announced like 2 months ago now, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I probably should play Soma, or not Soma 2, Amnesia 2 and Amnesia the Bunker before the new game comes out, because that'd be a fun thing to do, sort of like I marathon them before Soma. Alright, so with all the frictional game talk done, let's talk about Ione. Hello, Ione. We got stuff to say about you. I do have this video, we're not going to play it there. We're going to talk about Ione. In fact, maybe I do have this video. Give me a second. I guess we're going to watch this for a second with volume on. I'm going to pause the video that's playing for a bit. So this is a silly, silly, silly old video of mine. I have it on my channel. Let's watch it. This basically, I won't watch this whole 5-minute thing, but this basically describes my first time when I played Ione pretty well. So,
well, that's normal. We heard a rumor about a mansion on the outskirts of town. Resident Evil? They say there's a monster that lives there. Well, that means let's go investigate, right?
Once you know that he's chasing you, it's a bit easier to just pass it off that he's chasing you, but now we can go back here. But now that I know that he can show up anywhere, I'm kind of really on the edge right now. I'm actually gonna go, what the fuck? You're not supposed to pop up out of nowhere! Why is he doing this?
I wiped the piano with the handkerchief.
Yeah, I was actually right about that. That was only a guess. 6, 7, 9. Okay.
You're not supposed to do that! Come on! This is just cheap! Why is he even doing this? Fuck that purple guy!
Why am I so jumpy right now? This game did not start off scaring me. When did it start doing this to me? But I think I've got the right. I'm scared. Why? Hey.
So this game scared me more than I think it would scared me in the current era. Hello there, Brandon. It's going pretty well. So this game ended up scaring me more than I think it would have scared modern me, but I was in the right place at the right time. Oh, as you want me to play Duvet's part where he does the little voice type thing? For the record, I have a friend of mine in the voice over this part right here, which...
Oh, yeah, nope. I don't care if you have a wig on. You're not my Mika.
Beautiful hair.
Hey, how's it going?
I groomed. I went to the parlor. My nails! Done. Just for you.
Well,
Feel them.
That's what Steven's asking for. I was gonna save myself a little bit of fun embarrassment from this whole thing, but it was fun to make, and I like this video still. I've got fond memories of both making it and both playing the game for the first time. So, a lot of people have, in more recent eras, kind of been trash-talking Ione. I think part of it is because Ione's not a dead franchise these days. Ione's had several games that have released in the last few years, actually. I think the most recent game released earlier this year, the Onsen game. I haven't played anything beyond the first Ione. I should probably play some of the others to see what I think. They had like a 3D Ione, they had the Onsen one, they had the mobile phone games, I know that. Then some others that have come up here and there, which I've heard more mixed things about. But then that's also retroactively added people to be more harsh on this game. But I think this game by itself is just a pretty fun experience. It's basically a cryptic puzzle game where you're dealing with some puzzles, some of which are kind of bullshit. We're dealing with a monster that is, from the dev's perspective, playfully messing with you and popping up every which way and giving you chase for a little bit before you eventually have to continue doing more puzzles. The story is really, really simple. There's a little bit of world building that's interesting, but it's mostly focused on I almost want to say horror comedy aspect, but it's also kind of legitimately scary. The monster looks absurd, but I think that they do a good job at making the monster do the unexpected at so many different points in time. So even if you know it's going to pop up, it's more like, how is it going to pop up? And they keep on subverting your expectations in fun ways. Now, the downside to it is that some of the puzzles are kind of time waster bullshit stuff. Like, oh, hey, I have to notice that this carpet is tugged just a little bit in one corner. There's like a little bulge in the carpet. It's for me to find this key, and I just have to notice that to know that's where the key is. But I almost think that makes up for it. Like those cryptic, kind of messy puzzles work with the method that the game is almost kind of trolling you in so many instances. So with that kind of expectation, it kind of works like this fun, playful, mean-spirited type of way. All the same, though, it's part of the fun. I think this game's a little... I think it's gotten more critique in more recent years. Well, I think that it has its place and is still a pretty fun experience by itself. So now where would I actually place that to a ranking? That's a little trickier. Oi Oni. I'd say... I think it's not a C tier game. I think it's a B tier game, honestly. I do think I like it more than My Only, which is funny because My Only and Oi Oni almost rhyme. I think it's not quite low B, even though I like the story of White Sky more. The actual like look and the actual game stuff is a little bit less. I think. Do I like it more than Amnesia Machine for Pigs? That's what my main question is. It's not higher than Penumbra Overture, but I've come to really appreciate Amnesia Machine for Pigs story. But then, I didn't really like it the first time I played it. It's more like the game has grown on me over time. While Oni, I think, leaves a pretty fun first... I think I might like Oni more than I like Amnesia Machine for Pigs. That's honestly where I think my heart is at. I think Oni is a good version of what it's trying to be. Amnesia Machine for Pigs, I've come to appreciate story, especially over time. But as a gameplay experience, it just kind of feels like a watered-down Amnesia. I know Chinese Game Room, you have to challenge yourselves to those high expectations. And I think the story's a lot better, but I think it's an overall experience. It's kind of weaker, so that's just my opinion. The top two games, that is Soma currently, and Penumbra the Black Plague. We got a lot more to go over, though. Anyways. Okay, so I have not played that many Oni fan games in my day and age. I've played a few. The one I have open right here is called Hidden in the Shadows. I'm about to make Steven here specifically very, very sad. I played this game semi-recently compared to a lot of the other things on the list. I replayed it and got further than I'd ever had. Like, I want to say half a year ago, maybe a little bit more than that. I just one day remembered this game, and I remembered it scaring the fucking shit out of me when I was younger. I thought it was like a much scarier version of Oni, which I think it still is. It didn't scare me as much playing it again, but it still is, I think, for a 2D horror game, surprisingly scary. I need to remember what this game's named. What is the name of you? It's the Shadows, like the dark... What is it? I can find it on my actual channel, but... Maybe if I search up Oni, it will appear, because it was an Oni fan game. Hidden in the Shadows. That's what it's called. Hidden in the Shadows. Hidden in the Shadows. There you are. I've actually played further than my Let's Play, because I replayed it semi-recently. I didn't beat it when I replayed it, but I got further than I had ever had. So... we actually did a peek earlier, but it just... looks like this, looks like this, looks like this. There we go. We got a lot to talk about. So, yeah. So, Hidden in the Shadows is a scarier Oni. I can say that because I replayed it like less than a year ago. I would say that this game... It does have the bullshit aspect of Oni, and it tones down the humor aspect to just be a lot scarier. So, yeah. I will say, for a 2D horror game, it is legitimately scary. The monster that chases you in this... Now, this game, the problem I can say is that it's very obviously inspired by Oni. Like, it is so obviously an Oni-like. You can tell that this game would not exist if the developer had never played Oni in their life. So, it doesn't get full originality points, but I do give it points that's actually a pretty scary experience. I do think that it doesn't do as many clever monster pop-ups as Oni does, but a lot of those in Oni are kind of silly. Well, this one, the times that it does do it's actually pretty scary. The puzzles also feel a bit clever, I'd even say. I'm trying to see if I find a bit where I'm going to... I guess that probably when I get game over is a good chance to show where I get the monsters. So, show us the monster. Show old.
Game. I'm expecting the monster to show up, but you know that's just how the game rolls. I'll turn my flashlight off because I don't actually need it right now. Of course, it's something like that. Come on, move.
Monster fun. Anyways, I think Hidden in the Shadows is pretty neat. It actually has a sequel. I've never played the sequel. I've never even the first game. I did replay it a few months back again, but I liked it. I thought it had aged better than I thought it might. Part of the reason I replayed it is because I remembered when I was much younger thinking this game was quite scary, and I kind of liked it. It was very, very underrated. But I decided to replay it to see if I still thought that, and yes, it was a little bit less scary than I remembered it being, but I still think for a 2D horror game it was pretty scary. And I could see a less experienced horror person being quite scared by parts of it. I actually am debating if I like it more or less than Ione. Here's the thing. I like Ione's playful energy. And I think Ione is a better paced game than this game is. This game, the Hidden in the Shadows, makes the puzzles a little too cryptic sometimes. Like, it makes them actually super, super challenging to make progress through. I almost say that it takes away from the pacing aspect, because some of the puzzles are just kind of hard. I know that Ione has some, like, kind of bullshitty puzzles, but in terms of puzzle difficulty, they aren't quite... I would say that Hidden in the Shadows, it has harder actual puzzles. Like, you have to rack your brain around to figure them out. While in Ione's case, it's usually like there's tricks, if that makes sense. Like, you gotta figure out the trick. While in Hidden in the Shadows case, it's usually like it's just a hard logic puzzle, is how I would describe it. So I'd almost say that Ione has more fun puzzles, and there's something about its playfulness and its pacing that I think is better than Hidden in the Shadows. But Hidden in the Shadows, I think, is a lot better than people give it credit. Not that they give it credit, it's just very underrated. I don't know many people that have played it even. But it's a lot scarier than Ione, in my opinion. I would go as far as say it's like 3 or 4 times scarier than Ione is. But does the scariness make up for the fact that it's paced a little bit worse and it's a little bit more logic-based puzzles, and the story is honestly not great. It's fine, but nothing in the story of Hidden Shadows stuck out to me. Well, at least in Ione's case, the characters are kind of cute in that the game's, kind of being tongue-in-cheek with them and their deaths and all that. I guess I'm going to place it below... I'm going to put it right here, I think. Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs does have a very nice story. I do want to beat this game someday. I have not beaten it yet. But I have played it twice, and I did get... I don't know how close to the end is. I don't actually think... Maybe at this point there is, but the last time I checked, I don't think there's a video of anyone beating this game. I don't want to say that. Maybe I should or double check that's true before I say that. It also could have changed. Let me check this. Last time I checked, I do not think anyone's beaten this game. No, maybe they have, because there's the sequel, RPG Maker. There's 1, there's 2. Hey, look, it's me. I hate this game. Hidden Shadows 2, Part 1. Part 1, video gameplay, cool free obscure Jamaican games. I am game the gist. I'm not going to look too in-depth, but it does look like maybe everyone chickens out and never beats this game. Maybe I should make that a challenge for myself at some point. And there's also a sequel to this game. So maybe I should just one day sit down, beat Hidden in the Shadows, play Hidden in the Shadows 2 for the first time, and actually beat it. So that my judgment is not coming from a full game experience. I don't actually know how close to the end I am. I did get a lot further when I played it earlier this year, or last year now, because we're in February and all that, but it was less than a year ago. I know I got a lot further, like I got almost twice as far. I got to an entirely new location and all that, but then I did start checking out the time. I was getting a little scared, not gonna lie. But hey. But we're going to play here. Maybe once I beat it, my opinion will rise or fall. But that feels about right for the 2 times I played the game, I'd say. Now we're going to talk about D. This is a very early Sega Saturn game. And I need to beat D2. I've played D2 before, but I didn't play enough of it to really put it on this list, I don't think. I will go to part 2 of this, and we're going to talk about it. I wish I liked this game more. It's nostalgic for so many people. It's got an early CG look. It's not a point-and-click adventure game. It's an FMV adventure game. It gives you choices every once in a while, and occasionally you have to go to the screen to click something. But I wouldn't say it's like a hidden object game. And most of the time, you don't click things. You like click a direction, like on your D-pad for the Sega Saturn, and your character will turn to look. This is what you see what's happening right here. So I'm just kind of looking around. And then I click forward here to approach these. And it's mostly pressing directions while occasionally interacting with stuff. So it's more of an FMV horror game than anything else. This one's a classic. It's got a vampire focus at the core of it. The D in the first... Okay, so this franchise is so weird. We're going to talk about this in a second. But the D in this game stands for Dracula, because Dracula is the main antagonist of this game, it turns out. However, there's actually a D2, and it has nothing to do with Dracula or vampires or anything. It's very, very different. So I'm not sure if D is always supposed to be Dracula or if the D is supposed to change in what was supposed to be a whole franchise. Unfortunately, there are two developers who have very, very similar stories, and they make me really, really sad. I think in the history of horror games, and I'm terrible with names, so I should probably just look up what the names were. But I remember the whole story behind this guy. I just need to remember his name. In fact, I'll find it right now. D2 Game Director. Not Destiny 2. I'm talking about, it's Kenji Eno. Kenji Eno and another person that we're going to talk about later. In my opinion, they made some of the most inventive early horror games in the genre. I'm not just saying this because they passed away, which we're going to talk about because they did pass away. Way too young, I will also add. But it sucks that they passed away legitimately because they were making horror-type games that were unlike anything else. And if they had lived longer, I am really curious what they could have outputted. Because they weren't trying to make Resident Evil clones like so many were in the 90s. Both of them did start making horror games in the 90s. Both of them passed away in the early 2000s. And they both passed away in their 40s. And they both died of cancer. So anyways, the little spoilers for this, but I think this developer had a very unique take on games. D is my least favorite of the two games that we talk about here. He did more than just horror games. We're going to talk about Enemy Zero, which is the second game after we're done talking about D here. But Enemy Zero, D2, D, and other games that he made are really interesting experiments. This guy was a huge punk game developer. I think he is one of the most punk game developers I have ever seen. If you want to see a really cool game dev who legitimately just did whatever the fuck he wanted, look up Kenji Eno, E3, Sega, Nintendo. You will find a video where he went to Nintendo's E3 conference to announce his upcoming game, Enemy Zero, but then at the same showcase, he pulled a trick on Nintendo and burned the bridge with them because he revealed that the game that he was revealing at Nintendo's conference was going to come out exclusively for the Sega Dreamcast. So he it's a really funny clip. He goes up on Nintendo's stage and talks about his game, the upcoming game, and he announces that the game that he's announcing at the Nintendo conference is going to exclusively be on Sega, and then he gives them the middle finger and walks off. And I have a lot of respect for that, honestly. He definitely burned the bridge with Nintendo at the E3 that year in the 90s. But I can respect the balls it took to actually go through with that. He was also a game dev that did a lot of interesting experiments. Like, he made the first sound-only based game. The reason he made a game that we're going to look at in a second called Enemy Zero, which I have a lot to talk about. But Enemy Zero is a game that focuses on invisible enemies that you can shoot with a gun. And we'll talk about it more when we talk about Enemy Zero. But the game, because it has invisible enemies, has a huge focus on game design. And he received a letter from a fan who had written to him saying how they really, really liked Enemy Zero, that they were a blind gamer, they couldn't see. And so they tried to play games, but a lot of them they can't play too much of because they have a sibling that loves video games, tries to help them through stuff. And he had written about how Enemy Zero was a game they could actually complete because the way that the audio design was in the game allowed the player to make their way through the game and complete it because the audio cues in the game were good enough to be able to tell where the monster was, where they were, that they were able to play without sound or without sight. And that inspired him to make a game for that specific player and for the blind community, where he just made a game that had absolutely no visuals. It was completely audio-based. And there are a few games like that in this day and age, but it's actually the first one of its kind that was ever made. My main point is he was a really experimental game dev. He tried doing things that nobody else at the time was doing. He had a very huge punk attitude about things, and I wish he had lived longer than he did. He died again in his 40s of cancer, and I hate that, honestly. I know, obviously, fuck cancer and all that, but like, legitimately, it's sad to know that we only got so many games. It's very interesting, early visionary. He also had a huge love for horror specifically. He did all sorts of things interestingly. Another thing that we're going to talk about, the main character that you're seeing here, this blonde woman, he had this idea that characters in his games were like actors, where they have the same voice actors and they have the same 3D models, but they're not the same character in each of these stories. The character that you're seeing here is the main character of D, is also the main character of Enemy Zero, but it's not the same character. She has a different name, her backstory is different, she has a different personality, but she looks the same, and she has the same voice actress. And then she's also the main character of D2. And same situation, completely different story, completely different circumstance, but completely different character. But they look the same, and they have the same voice actress. And there's also characters from Enemy Zero who have a similar thing, where some of the side characters return in D2, but they're not themselves. It's another them. They just look the same, and they have the same voice actors. It's just this weird idea he had, which he got attached to, which you could see in in Enemy Zero, and D2. And I think that's very, very interesting. Anyways, I'm blabbing all about Kenji here, but my main point with D specifically, because I probably have more to say because we're also going to talk about Enemy Zero, is I have a huge amount of respect for this specific game dev. I think that when he died, there was a very creative voice in gaming that was lost. And I think that these days, a lot of people use this obscure person that not very many outside of like old school gamers know of. And it kind of sucks because I think he was a very early innovator and punk designer for games in general, but also specifically horror games. He was making horror games that were unlike anything else that was coming out. This first game, we're saying it's FMV type game, is interesting in itself, but I think his next two games were far more interesting than D was. Unfortunately, I don't love D. I do love Enemy Zero and D, but we'll talk about that. Okay. I hope so. I unfortunately stopped recording it because I was having this. You might have seen if you've watched the stream, my computer kept shutting down and all that. So, hey, I almost kind of want to save it till I one day get a better computer, given that won't be super soon, probably, with how high prices have gotten. But I digress. Unfortunately, despite everything I'm saying, I don't love D as a video game. I love this developer, and I love some of his later games, but I'm not in love with D, which was his origin. I wish I liked it more than I did, but I don't really. And unfortunately, it's probably going to get a D ranking. Yeah, unfortunately, probably it's going to get a D ranking. But it is, I would say, higher up in D. I put it above the fourth wall, but I would put it below the tape. I should also mention, here is something I need to clarify. I need to emphasize this for my list, okay? And let me actually place, I'm saying this so late to this, but I do have feelings here. Here's what I should clarify. Even if it's in the D territory, I still like it. I still am happy I played it. The only things on this list I truly dislike and would say I wouldn't recommend playing to anyone is what I'm putting in F tier. Anything I put in F tier, I just legitimately think is a bad game with no redeeming qualities. Well, okay. Maybe not no redeeming qualities. Even White Mirror there, I can say a few nice things about. But I would say the bad far outweighs the good, and I wouldn't really recommend it. To me, I do view D, it's like a report card. D is technically passing. For me, it is a passing game. It's not a bad game. I would say that it's just held back. It has problems, or either that or I just simply don't really like it that much. But I like it enough, and the stuff about it I do like. The games that are currently here are all games that I don't regret playing, really. I guess I don't even really regret playing White Mirror, but what I mean by that is that I have a negative opinion of White Mirror. Well, I would say that I find all the games currently in the D range to be alright. I think the tape is alright. I think D is alright. I think the fourth wall deserves a lot of praise for what it did so early, but it's just kind of a simple game that's alright. This one's at the bottom of D, and I almost want to put it in F, but it was also fine, I guess. Universal Studios is my most hated game these days, I will say. But then from there we get to C. I would say everything is C is a good game, but either a little too simple compared to some of the stuff, or held back by flaws and stuff. But they're still good games. Not really. I would say I like them. Then what I would say in B for me currently, or what I would say are quite good games. In other words, I think that there's nothing super negative I have to say about them. There might be a few critiques here and there, but they're still very, very good. And I have far more positive things to say about it. A means I almost am fully in love with it, but somewhere between I think it's very good. I think it's like one of the best things I ever played. It's like a very high caliber game that for whatever reason I just am not fully in love with. But it's usually not a fault of the game. It might have faults. I'm not trying to nothing's faultless is what I'm trying to say. But it's something which I have love in my heart for, and I like it more than what's in the very good category, but just below what I say would be my favorite games of all time, basically, is what I'm trying to persuade. So even though I'm putting it here in D territory, keep in mind for me, everything from S to D is a passing grade. For me, this is all positive stuff. The only stuff I actually dislike, I'm putting in the F territory. And I'll talk about that when we get to it. So just keep that in mind. All right, we're going to talk about Enemy Zero. Hey, Enemy Zero. Let me also take a sip of water. I like Enemy Zero a lot more than I like D. So the really basic idea of Enemy Zero... Also, we're not going to be able to hear the soundtrack, but the music of Enemy Zero is fucking beautiful. I fucking love the soundtrack of it. Where in the hell is Enemy Zero? Have I not uploaded publicly my Enemy Zero videos? I have definitely played Enemy Zero. Like, Steven, you've been here for a long time. Do you remember the game? I'll show you like it right now. You have seen me play this game. I remember you were there for that stream. I guess we're gonna look at a trailer for it. Let's get focused on all the CG stuff. The game has this gameplay where you're in first person, and God, I'm going to listen to some of the beautiful music from this game I'm talking about. I'm also going to turn my music back on because I forgot that I had it off for such a long time. But this game is like an amazing soundtrack. I'll just play this for the moment. Yeah. So Enemy Zero, you're in a first-person exploration type setup, and actually, before I start, I'm pretty sure the music here isn't copyright. I'm pretty sure it won't cause an issue, but let me double-check that before I say that. No, it does count. Okay, never mind. I can't listen to the pretty music. Okay, so Enemy Zero, I did not mean to close that all together. I can probably go back to the tabs. Hi, videos. Hey, videos. So Enemy Zero, I guess I'll put some... Probably it was one of my old videos that I put in, like, the not-finished... Now I'm thinking about it, I probably uploaded in, like, the found footage stuff I do. I used to do these videos where I put, like, unfinished let's plays into, like, a collection of footage. It's probably exactly where the footage is, now I'm thinking about it. But I'm not going to locate it immediately. I guess I'll look at the trailer of the game, Enemy Zero. It does have a lot of FMV cutscenes, but I'd almost prefer to show like just the gameplay for a bit. There is point-and-click segments and FMV sections that are like the game takes place in a sci-fi facility where you've been infiltrated by an alien species that the human eye can't like observe. They're invisible to the human eye, and you have a gun. This is what the gameplay looks like. It's like in a first-person perspective. The gun can only fire once, I believe, every 10 seconds. And after you've shot it, it has to recharge. And you're dealing with enemies on the ship that are completely invisible. You can see them after you've shot them, but when they're coming for you, you cannot see them. You have to judge where they are completely through both the sound of the enemies and context clues, basically. As you're going through the ship, doing things and telling a story. As you see, there's sections where you do some sort of point-and-click stuff with this, so it's give it kind of a human element, because you can see it's literally your hand. And ultimately, you're trying to escape the ship with any survivors that you can save. The game has a few different endings, I believe, based on who you save. And you go through the experience trying to save who you can and escape alive yourself from this invisible alien stuff with a gun that if you miss your shot, you're then vulnerable for 10 seconds to wait for your gun to recharge. Is basically the gist of it. So the gun will kill aliens one hit, but if you miss, you're vulnerable for a bit. And they usually will go for you if you miss them, obviously. want to show some of the gameplay. The FMV scenes make sense, but yeah. I think we're about to catch them shooting an alien and then having to try and listen to the alien over the alarms in the environment set. That's what I believe is going on right now. Hey, I think it's a very interesting experimental game. It's obviously an early 3D horror game, you can definitely tell while playing, but I think it's got its charms, honestly. And I think it's a cleverly designed early horror experiment. I want to see them shoot. Show me the gun. Show me the gun. I think they're trying to listen, wants to try not to have the alarms play over them. Now they're charging up their gun. There they go, they got one of the aliens. So. And there you go. It's kind of the gameplay loop. In between the first person segments where you have the gun and you have to recharge it for stuff. You also do these point and click sections for puzzles, and there's FMV stuff. And there's actually a lot of FMV cutscenes in the game and the whole story that plays out. There's a very early story focused game, I'd say. And I would go out on a limb to say that Enemy Zero was a successful experiment. It actually sold pretty well back in the day as well, I should mention, on the Sega Saturn. I think, where would I put it, all things considered? I think it's better than C. I think it's like B territory. It's kind of low B for me. I think I'd put it here. I like some of the D2 I need to finish, but I like it a little bit more than... I think the developer made very experimental games. You can tell that they were finding their craft as they were going. Unfortunately, I think D2 was the last game they made before they passed away. Unless I'm forgetting something. There was an unfinished game, which I think people said they were going to try and finish, but I don't know the state of that. So... I think it ends up in the B territory. I think it's a very solid game. I think it's a clever game. It's an early 3D game, but it does well on its execution. And I think the story, the music, and all that also helped elevate it for me. So, while the story doesn't have like amazing voice acting, it was definitely better voice acting than what was expected at the time it came out. It's definitely no like Resident Evil sinker voice acting, is what I'm trying to say. But it doesn't live up to the standard of voice acting we have these days. But it was the 90s, you know? Games were in a very different place back then. It more sincerely tried to be a serious story game that was trying more serious to tell something meaningful, while also having quite a few cutscenes, actually, and interesting gameplay loop and interesting horror mechanic at the heart of it that was willing to be experimental. So I think where it is where I pretty much feel about it. So, yeah. All right, let's talk about Dino Crisis. After all, don't you know, Dino Crisis sucks? Not kidding. I actually like the Dino Crisis games. Dino Crisis. Why is my only playlist an old unfinished LP? I have a finished Let's Play of this game. It's like lower than my old unfinished LP, or do I have to give it a playlist? Whatever. I will look at a video of it. So, Dino Crisis, they play like Resident Evil games. That is the really easy way to describe them. Yeah. Dino Crisis is basically exactly what it says on the tin. There are dinosaurs, you're in a crisis. It's also called Dino Panic, I believe, in Japan, which is funny because they think of Doki Panic. Is that true? It's called like... Okay, I need to look this up. Am I making that up? Dino Crisis, Japanese name. Am I making this up? I swear to God it has a different name in Japan, but I'm trying to remember what it was. Maybe I am just making it up. It being called Dino Panic would be pretty funny. Does anyone, like, my memory is telling me that there was another name for Dino Crisis, similar to how there was a different name for Resident Evil. But for some reason, it's not popping up immediately here. Maybe I made up that fact in my head. Maybe I am mistaken it with Doki Panic. But I'm so... I guess the Dino Crisis wiki would definitely be mentioned if it was, though. If the wiki doesn't mention it, then I'm probably just crazy. But then it's called Panic Horror as the genre. Maybe I'm mixing up some wires in my head. Let me see what the actual... It says Dino Kashirashu. What does that actually translate to? translate? Well, it does translate to Dino Crisis, so I guess I'm making it sense. But I think what I was mistaken for is that right, because I do remember that they called Resident Evil Survival Horror, well, they called Dino Crisis Panic Horror. Never quite took off like Survival Horror did, but you know. Be what it be. Anyways, the dinosaurs in Dino Crisis are cool. They have cool mechanics for a Resident Evil. Like the first Dino Crisis game literally just plays like Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs and some interesting mechanics. One of the mechanics is that you can bleed in this game, so you start dropping blood. And the dinosaurs can smell if you're dropping blood. They can chase you out of rooms. Zombies can't chase you out of rooms, but the Velociraptors in this game can. I only recall the Velociraptors chasing after you through rooms, so it's not like every dinosaur is going to chase you down through rooms. But if you're bleeding from like a room over, and the Velociraptors are on your tail, they'll sniff you out and come and attack you. Likewise, they see you run away. If they're like chasing you, go to another room, they can chase you to the other room. That does mean you have to wrap up your bleeding and stuff on top of the healing systems. Dino Crisis' other thing that stands out outside of small mechanics like that, which innovate a little bit on the Resident Evil formula, is also it has very good puzzles. I think Dino Crisis is the type of puzzles where they're not very hard puzzles. I'd say they're a little bit on the easier side even, but I think they're very fun. Some of the puzzles in the game are even very innovative with the game, like the gameplay itself. I'll give some examples. There is a puzzle. In fact, I'll see if I can find this on video, because I definitely have this recorded. I think it's this video. But there is a puzzle where you're playing a crane game with a box room. I will see if I can skip some part. Well, let me first show Velociraptors. There goes Regina. She's about to be attacked by Velociraptors. Wow. Here we go, I'm in the right room for this. So. Registration number. There is a puzzle, which I'm trying to get us to. Is it here? Or maybe it's the previous part, or maybe it's the next part. So we're on part 5 right now. It probably is part 6, as they called it puzzles. So I actually could see myself doing it in this video, so maybe I'll show it. So you're in this room that's full. I'm not quite there yet. Here we go. Well, no, this is just a box pushing puzzle. Those are in Resident Evil 2. Like literally Resident Evil 2, but hey. Yeah, she did take the Velociraptor like a champ, honestly. Here's the puzzle I'm thinking of. Well, no, this is actually, it's not the puzzle I'm thinking of. This is another puzzle. You have to like turn the pipes in the right order to try and get them in the right positioning so they all connect, but they also don't get in each other's way. So you're like kind of connecting the pipes to each other to get the water flowing in another room is the idea behind it. Here's the part where I think we get chased by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Or no, it's pterodactyl going on. Aha! Pterodactyl thing. Is this the puzzle? Yeah, okay, I found it. This is the part. So basically, you're in this part where you have to rearrange a room full of crates. But there's a few catches here. There are these dinosaurs. I forget what they're called. They got the really thick skull heads. They charge forward. They can run in a straight line to come right at you. They're really fast, do a lot of damage, but they turn very, very slowly. So you kind of have to make your way through this room. You have to unblock the exit so that you can make your way to the exit. We'll try to make the most complex path to get to the exit as you can, so you don't have like these dinosaurs running in straight lines right after you in a very complex fashion. However, there's also items you can get in this room. So you have to try and arrange the puzzle in a certain amount of moves, I believe. You're trying to get the room to be laid out in such a way that you pick up the items you want to if you want to pick them up. And otherwise, you're trying to make your way to the exit. You actually, I think, can also completely block off the dinosaurs, but also it's almost impossible to do that and also get the items. So we have to go through it a few different times. You can, of course, also just kill the dinosaurs, as I think I had done there by that point, but okay. But I like that sort of puzzle because it's integrated well into the gameplay. It gives you some choice when you're doing it. There's a few puzzles vaguely like it within the game. Then there's, of course, things like you put the laser gates and Velociraptors wait for you, but that also means that they'll like vaguely get hit by it, but it doesn't do too much damage to them. They're being silly though, demo dinosaurs. But my main point is, Dino Crisis, I think, is a surprisingly decent Resident Evil clone. It's made by Shinji Mikami and the Resident Evil people, so I guess it makes sense they had it in them to make a good Resident Evil alike, but hey. Where would I put the first Dino Crisis? I honestly do like it more than Penumbra Overture. I do think it might be an A, honestly. I think for the type of game it is, it's a very strong Resident Evil. When we get more shifted positions, it may shift around a little bit, but I do think it is the AA territory myself. It's just I had a lot of fun playing it, honestly. Dino Crisis 2, on the other hand, is a very different beast to the first Dino Crisis game. Dino Crisis 2. I'm apparently mixing up the first game in terms of stuff being set here. I remember I didn't finish my Let's Play of Dino Crisis 2, so it's probably uploaded as a separate video. It's probably part of the found footage stuff I used to do, which means it'll be harder for me to find, but that kind of sucks, but hey. Well, I'll talk about it. Dino Crisis 2 is, like I will do right here, 9v0 gameplay, Dino Crisis 2 gameplay. Sure, I'll take this long play, I guess. The thing about Dino Crisis 2 is that it's more of an action horror game than it is a survival horror game, but it actually, in some ways, made the foundation for the Resident Evil Mercenaries game mode that would come later. You might notice that something that they do is anytime you go get the door opening animation that the old horror games had, if you fought any enemies or anything, they'll give you a ranking. And you'll get points based off your ranking. Use the points to buy items, to upgrade your stuff, and do various things, to buy new weapons as well. And that's what I'm sort of doing here. You also can buy ammo and stuff and recharge stuff. I'm going to be spending some of the points I've earned to recharge and reload my guns. But otherwise, it's kind of like it's almost like if the mercenaries in the Resident Evil games were set in a campaign format, and it's surprisingly fun. As you notice, there's a combo going on, so you're trying to kill the enemies without your combo dying, otherwise you get paid out there. And then at the end of each area, they give you a point, as you say, I got points for no damage there, how many enemies I defeated, etc., etc. But then, despite the fact that it's almost designed like an arcade game, you are playing a pretty well-designed campaign-type thing with like a Resident Evil fixed camera setup. It's a little bit more actiony than like Resident Evil was, but I still think that they have really interesting set-piece moments. A few moments are kind of genuinely scary, and have things like puzzles and stuff that do creep up every once in a while, though they also tend to be the Dino Crisis type of puzzles, but they're kind of integrated into the environment. My main point, which I'm trying to say, is that Dino Crisis 2 is a surprisingly fun blend of the sort of classic Resident Evil formula, while also was sort of the grandfather of what would later become the Resident Evil Mercenaries mode, but it's also in the game itself, so it's like a campaign version of that, as weird as that might sound on paper, if you've never played Dino Crisis 2. However, the end result is a surprisingly fun time, I can actually say. I really liked it. And plus, the game also changes itself. Like, it doesn't stay same. It has surprising gameplay variety and stuff that you go through. A surprising variety of dinosaurs, too. But they all mechanically work pretty differently. And then, we're going to get here, like, there is the section where you're more horror-focused, and you can actually jump and do stuff. It's a little bit more creepy if you're dealing with some underwater enemies. Which can, of course, come from any direction, as far as the far creepier feel going for it, as you descend deeper and deeper into this underwater sunken facility. Leading here to this bit that they're doing in the boss fight, I think it's probably the part that's more scary. Yeah, there it is. Don't get in by that thing, obviously. Hey. And right, they have the on-rail shooter sections, too. I forgot about that. So actually, I'd seen this, but I remember the boat one more than I remember this Triceratops one. My main point is there's a surprising variety. So not only was this a Resident Evil clone, it varied itself up and experimented and tried all sorts of things. Frankly, pretty good game. I don't understand. I think it's mostly just the bully jaw muncher of all people. But I do not understand the Dino Crisis sucks thing. I know it's like a joke meme thing, but it's kind of sad because I think it gives people who don't know anything about Dino Crisis the impression that the Dino Crisis games, they are just bad. But I think if you like the old Resident Evil games, they're legitimately about as good as the old PS1 Resident Evil games. They're like the first Dino Crisis is very, very Resident Evil. The second one is still very Resident Evil, but a very different type of Resident Evil. I would almost say that Dino Crisis 2 was like the precursor to like several things in the Resident Evil franchise that would start off with RE4, I'd say. All the same, I honestly think I do like the second game a bit more than the first game, but I do think I like them both a little bit less than Amnesia and Dark Descent, which includes Amnesia Justine. If Amnesia didn't have Justine, I think that Dino Crisis 2 would have been put above Amnesia, but because it includes Justine, I do think that I like Justine with Amnesia a bit more than like Dino Crisis 2. But still, very, very, very solid game. And yeah, if you never played the Dino Crisis games, but you're a big Resident Evil fan, I would highly recommend them. If you like the classic fixed camera PS1 Resident Evil games, I really do not think you'd regret playing Dino Crisis 1 and 2. They are legitimately fantastic games in that genre. Which is going to lead us to Fatal Frame. Oh boy, I have a lot to say about Fatal Frame. So let me get this out of the way. I have not played Fatal Frame Maiden of the Black Water, the fifth one. I have played Fatal Frame 1, 2, 3, and 4. I have not played 2 Remake, the Wii one, nor obviously the upcoming Fatal Frame 2 Remake, which comes out in a little bit more than a month from now. But hey, all part of the fun. So I have played the first Fatal Frame game like 3 times in my life. I played twice the English version of it, and I also bought and played the Japanese version. And I'm happy I played the Japanese version of Fatal Frame. Despite the fact the gameplay is near identical, graphically they changed some of the models. It's interesting to see how the models changed. And I didn't really think about this. Obviously I knew that they were going to talk in Japanese when I played Fatal Frame 1 in Japanese, but what I wasn't expecting is that so much of the in-game audio was different. One of the ones that really stood out to me was the Spirit radios. I think that the Spirit, like, there's these stuff that you pick up. Are they Spirit stones in the first game? I don't think they are. The main point is you pick up these transmissions that you listen to, like these audio diaries. And in my opinion, they sound so much creepier in Japanese than they do in English. In English, they kind of do this samey effect between all of this, while in the Japanese version, you can tell they put more time into making the audio sound distinct to each other, so they don't sound as samey in how they're presented, and there's more creepy effects happening. It was radio tapes in the first one, or cassette tapes, thank you. But anyways, I am happy I played the Japanese version. It was an interesting perspective to see how the game had changed. Like the game itself, the gameplay, practically the same. Maybe there's minor differences, but they practically played the same. But they did change the character models in the first Fatal Frame game to make the Japanese characters look more, for lack of a better word, white in the English version. So the player models have been changed, so they look less Asian. And then the thing I wasn't expecting is that a lot of audio design in the Japanese version, I think, was creepier in the original Japanese version of the game. Anyways, I'm blabbing all about the differences between the English and the Japanese version. The first Fatal Frame game is a very, very, very short game that unfortunately feels like it's padded out to make itself longer. You basically replay through you play through 3 different nights. Each night, everything in the mansion that the game takes place in resets. So you have to go do everything again. Now, in fairness, they do change things up. They do let you go to do areas you couldn't go to previously, and there's new puzzles, and the ghosts that attack you are different. But there's still the feeling that it's kind of padded itself out to be longer because it's a little too short if they didn't do it. That said, the mansion that the first Fatal Frame game takes place in is a solid and quite fun to explore horror location. So even like the backtracking stuff that you do doesn't feel too bad because the environments and the rooms that you go to look pretty cool. They are pretty cool. They're pretty distinctly designed. The parts of the mansion you go to don't feel too samey, so you like it's easy to not get lost, not only because you have the map and all that, but because the rooms themselves feel pretty distinct to each other. Like the room with the water, like the waterboard room. Yes, waterboard room. We have to cross the board to get across the water. It has a very different layout. It makes it very tricky to sometimes fight ghosts in that room. Meanwhile, there's like a big open hall room where you have so much space. And then there's like the kimono room where there's like a lot of obstacles that ghosts can be hiding behind the kimonos and all that. The main point is that the level design works well because the ghosts can, I guess as ghosts do, phase through walls and all that, so they're not an obstacle to the ghost, so they're an obstacle to you. And it can make interesting fights with the ghost. And I also will say that Fatal Frame 1 has some uneven difficulty balances. I think that there's some parts of the game which are far more challenging at earlier parts of the game and some later stuff which is far easier. So yeah. How do you fight against these games? You use the camera obscura, where you take a picture. And if you take a picture right before they attack you, then you get a fatal frame, which is what the English names are named after. The games are just called Zero in Japan and Project Zero in Europe, though I think they more recently have just rebranded the franchise to just Fatal Frame in Europe as well. With a remake, they're calling Fatal Frame 2 Fatal Frame 2 remake in Europe as well, so that's why I'm saying that. But yeah, I started playing it just scared. Yeah, it'll close your eyes, creepy music. But anyways, the exact camera mechanics between all the Fatal Frame games do differ a bit. In the first Fatal Frame game, I believe how it works is that you have to lock on to the ghost for a certain amount of time for it to get fully charged to do a better damage shot. I believe you have to stay locked in onto the ghost and not lose track of it, otherwise your counter on it resets. In the second Fatal Frame game, it doesn't work that way. I believe it's actually just based on how close to the ghost you are. So the first game, you have to keep your camera locked onto the ghost and not lose track of it to keep your charge up. While in the second game, you just have to get as close as possible to the ghost, which of course puts you in danger, but lets you do maximum charge shots, and especially if you time it correctly. So my main point is the actual camera mechanics do change from game to game. But there's the general rule that you're using the camera to take pictures of ghosts to damage them, and that the moment where a ghost is just about to attack you is when you can pull off a fatal frame and get a high damage shot. So basically a risk-reward system. Also, the thing which I should mention, I love the Fatal Frame games. They are so fun to play. But they do lose something from the combat being as fun as it is. I would say of the main horror franchises from like the PS2 era, it has one of the most fun. Yeah, OBS disconnected for 1 second. It wasn't even me dropping frames, it was just like a disconnect for sort of 1 second that came back. But tell me if you can hear me. I'm going to make the assumption that you can hear me, but if you can't, then please don't say anything, because I'm going to assume you can't hear me. If you can hear me, though, okay, so then please do tell me. With that said, okay, you can hear me. Just wanted to check. So, Fatal Frame makes the combat a little bit too fun, I think. Yeah, Project Zero, for some people. So I think they've actually gotten rid of the Project Zero name more recently, but anyways, that's a little different can of worms. For Fatal Frame, you get points for taking pictures that do high damage and all that, and the points you can either use in some games to buy items, upgrades, items, etc. But then you also can save the points when you beat the game to get unlockables and stuff, so additional costumes, certain modes, I think, in some of the games. It depends a bit from game to game and all that. But as a result, when a ghost pops up in Fatal Frame, the ghosts can be kind of creepy looking and kind of creepy sounding. When I see them, my reaction isn't, oh no, a ghost, I have to protect myself. It's, oh boy, let's do more of the fun combat and see if I can get the most points out of this encounter. I do think the ghosts in Fatal Frame are very cool looking. I think their sounds are good, and some of them are kind of creatively designed and freaky in concept. But I can't really say, outside of very specific moments, the Fatal Frame games scare me that much. But then, in fairness to Fatal Frame, I feel the exact same way about Resident Evil, and I feel the exact same way about Silent Hill. Silent Hill it's not a fun combat, I guess, but it's other aspects. Silent Hill is so artistically interesting that, and the monsters aren't usually much of a hazard in those games. To be frank, most of the Silent Hill monsters by themselves aren't that creepy. There's a few exceptions, but for the most part, not really. But hey, that's just my opinion. but it's so artistically interesting that it's a lot to take in. Well, in Fatal Frame's case, the combat's just very fun. So, anyways, me talking about that. I still think the Fatal Frame games have a great atmosphere. I think the first game was pretty fun to set up. It is a short game. You can beat the first Fatal Frame game in like 4 to 7 hours your first time playing it. And then it's a short game that's also padded out. So it does lose a few points for me because it is a game that is... the padding isn't that bad. It's not that annoying to go through, but you do notice it's padding itself. And I would say that it's a case that it's like, wow, this game is really short. And it's really short, but it's also padding itself out. Well, that's... But... So that's just some thoughts here. I'm not going to spoil the story for peeps. I will say that the first Fatal Frame, while it has interesting world building, I wouldn't say the first game story is too... It's kind of a very simple story outside of how they decide to end it with the canon ending. But then that gets into full spoilers of the game, so there's not a lot for me to say, I guess. For the first Fatal Frame game, I think it ends up... I do think the combat stuff is fun enough to end up in B tier as opposed to C tier. But I don't think it reaches A tier for me. Now, where would I put it here specifically? That's a little more challenging for me. Do I like it more than Penumbra Overture? Honestly, I think I might like Penumbra Overture just a little bit more, but it is pretty close. Do I like it more than Ione? I think I do. So I think that is the perfect spot for Fatal Frame. Makes sense for me. Which now, with Fatal Frame 1 talked about, let's talk about what many people consider the crown jewel, but not actually my personal favorite. Fatal Frame 2. I don't know why I didn't put on Fatal Frame gameplay when I was talking about it. I have a full Let's Play, 2 full Let's Plays, 3 full Let's Plays, Fatal Frame on my channel. I definitely just missed an opportunity for me to be like, hey, look, I played Fatal Frame multiple times. Here's like what the first Fatal Frame game vaguely looks like. I don't know why I was playing gameplay with everything's going on. I guess I just wasn't really thinking about it. Sorry, I saw a perfect moment where the music was timing itself a little too well with what was happening on the screen. So I need to let that play out. It actually played out super well. So I was going to say. Anyways, if you ever wonder what the first Fatal Frame game looks like, I'm wearing an alternate costume because this was my hard playthrough and all that, which has no commentary in the video itself. So but Fatal Frame, the first one. Pretty fun, pretty snazzy. Look, it's a ghost. Gotta take a picture of that. Or run away like I'm sort of doing right now. I decided just to screw the points and act like this was like fortunate. And then reality distorts and the ghost is put away to rest, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, Fatal Frame's pretty fun. Let's talk about Fatal Frame 2. This is getting a remake really soon. It comes out on March 11th of 2026. Oh, Fatal Frame, I'm happy you're still alive. I don't know how you're still alive, but I'm happy you're still alive. I wish more people would pay more attention to you, including myself sometimes. I have both the old Let's Play, the live stream first-person Let's Play, and a complete playthrough Let's Play. I need to put these in better playlists at some point. For now, I'm just going to open up this video and we're going to look at because it's early Fatal Frame 2. And I'm not going to talk too hard about the story because I presume there'll be people that'll be playing the remake of this game in the very near future. So, hey. Fatal Frame 2, my opinion, all-around improvement from the first game. The only thing that the first game might slightly be it out for is that there are some ghosts that are like slightly terrifying. But even though I say that, I personally think that Fatal Frame 2 is a little scarier than the first game. The first atmosphere, I know that Stevie said was more oppressive, and I vaguely agree with you. But at the same time, I will say that I think that the ghosts in Fatal Frame 2, just being more creative with how they get to, makes it stand out a little bit more in the horror aspect for me. I will say, though, Fatal Frame 2 is a lot easier than Fatal Frame 1. Fatal Frame 1, the difficulty isn't balanced super well, I would say, honestly. And I say that because there's definitely parts of the game that you get to which are, like, super hard. And you play like super easy, and then it's like all over the place, difficulty-wise, I'd say. Meanwhile, Fatal Frame 2 is just genuinely and generally a pretty easy game. I think I beat this game the first time I played it. I beat it with like over 50 healing items in my inventory. I barely got damaged, and they fucking spam you with like so many items. It feels like a real distrust. Maybe I just fucking kick ass in the game, but I actually don't think that's it. I think it was just that the game is just kind of easy. Kind of easy peasy. That said, it does have some very creative ghosts. It has, in my opinion, if this was like me making a tier list of my favorite horror game locations of all time, where are some of the best locations that have ever existed in a horror game, a place, the fucking Heaven Bridge, Earth Bridge, Twin Houses area that you go through, that is, in my opinion, one of the best segments of any horror game ever, actually. I'm really excited I hope the remake does that area justice, and I'm curious to see what people think of the area who play it for the first time in the remake upcomingly. I won't say too much about that section because I think it's best left to surprise. A lot happens there. I think it's one of there's some sequences when you're playing a game you realize it's like a really special sequence. I think it's a really special horror sequence. We'll talk about that with Resident Evil Silent Hill 2 because there's a few of those in those franchises as well. But I think that it's one of the best sections of any horror game. So of course Fatal Frame 2 gets some serious props for having it. That said, it's not my favorite Fatal Frame game actually. And it has a well-done story. This is a character-focused story. I would argue what happens in the story is not very surprising. I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't played it, but I would say that the first time I played Fatal Frame 2, I predicted exactly where the story was going to go in the first 10 minutes. But I will say that to me, it didn't feel like it was trying to twist you with its story. It felt more like an inescapable fate, if that makes any sense. That said, there are other endings, and I do know that the upcoming remake is adding a new ending. So there's all that going for it. Originally, there was only, I think, 2 endings you get the first time you played the game, and then they used to all be tied to the difficulty of playing that to get the other endings. But Fatal Frame 2, very creative ghost. Some of the settings in this game, I almost want to skip forward, but I also want to spoil people that play this game soon. But it has some very beautiful settings at points. Like, how I would describe it is like a rainy bamboo tree line. We were in like this house with these like red lanterns, and there's like rain drizzling into the bamboo place. That is a very strong visual. I remember that's also like above a lake on an island, like this little island of a lake, this bamboo forest, and rain pouring down. And then there's also like other areas that have like the opposite feel. Hi, Dusk. Oh, yeah, thank you very much there, Pandaphobia, just making our way through. I would say that Fatal Frame 2 does a good job at balancing, like right now you see I'm in a really dark, looks really decrepit location, but later in you get to some very nice looking places. It kind of balances out well between looking very decrepit and looking very pretty, I'd say. I do think it's definitely a much stronger game than the first game, and honestly, it is an S-rank game for me. But I need to think about its positioning exactly. I think Fatal Frame 2 is one of the horror greats, and up there is one of my favorite horror games of all time. Where would I place it precisely? Well, let me think. I also will say, yes, I sort of glazed over saying this, but I think though the story of Fatal Frame isn't very surprising, I think the characters of Fatal Frame are very interesting. I think they're more interesting, honestly, than the Fatal Frame 1 cast, but hey. That's just my opinion. I do think I like Soma more than I like Fatal Frame 2. Penumbra... that's where it gets hard. Do I like it more or less than Penumbra Black Plague? I think I'm ever so slightly going to give it to Fatal Frame 2. But I will say, these two are so close that depending on the time of day, I might have a different answer. At the moment, I'm feeling like I like Fatal Frame 2 a little bit more than like Penumbra the Black Plague, but it's like choosing a favorite child, but you also happen to love both kids. It's very, very hard. They're very, very close. That said, Fatal Frame 3 is my favorite Fatal Frame game. I'm in love with it. You'll also notice a trend. I've talked about this before. I think that Fatal Frame, Resident Evil, and Silent Hill are all very interesting in that they almost follow the exact same basic schematic to each other in their first 4 entries. Fatal Frame 1, Resident Evil 1, and Silent Hill 1, each one of them starts with a game that's full of mystery, that has a darker atmosphere, arguably, than the later entries, that focuses on this isolated, more isolated feeling than I'd say the later entries would instill. Weirdly enough, I'd say it's like the most isolated in some ways of the franchise almost would ever feel. A little hard to describe exactly what I mean by that because there's other characters, but I think that they very successfully put in this feel of like dark oppression, where you feel like you're like alone in this madhouse, this kind of dark, situation. I'm gonna pause this for a second, so I think let's check my thought. I like that song a lot. Let's try and close your eyes again. But I was gonna say it's like this dark, decrepit feeling that happens in these first games. Well, then the second games take what the first game did, but then tell a completely different story. Something that's completely unrelated to the first game story, or almost nearly just its own thing. Has a whole new cast of characters, has a whole new setting, and we're now telling an entry which is the fan favorite for most people. That is far easier than the game that came before it, honestly. Maybe more fair in difficulty is the right way to word it. But it creates some of the series like launch stays. It almost sets the series identity. Where the first game had a darker, oppressive, mysterious feel, the second game feels like it's finding its identity. And it's telling a more involved story. So the story of the second entries of Resident Evil 2, of Silent Hill 2, of Fatal Frame 2, tells a more nuanced, complex story that has far darker tones, despite the fact that the actual atmosphere, I'd say, is a little lighter than the first entry in each case. I would say in some ways the second game deals with a more mature story with darker themes. Just it's told in almost a more, not quite as a dark, oppressive way, is the way I decided to describe it. Anyways, these are usually the fan favorites. They're a lot easier, I noticed, than the games that came before them, and they have less of the dark, mysterious feel, but what's replaced is almost like a story that's far more character-focused and a story that has darker themes and grotesquities that's explored. So, that's true, I think, of Resident Evil 2, Fatal Frame 2, Silent Hill 2. And then the third entry, because the second game dealt with entirely different characters and not an entirely disconnected, but an almost disconnected story, the third game comes back to one of the main characters of the first game. They return, and they're in the third game. They go back to familiar locations from both that they've either experienced in the first or second one. And they go back through having to deal with a new horror. The action's ramped up a little bit. And things are far more intense, far more visceral than they were before. Things almost nightmarish in a way. It's like the character is reliving through nightmares that they have to go through. And the story ends up having an almost oddball cast of characters for the series that are unusual by the series standards. In Resident Evil 3's case, it's that you're working with Umbrella employees. In Silent Hill 3's case, it's like you're dealing with the loser gang of like the cult. They're like the losers that are left after everyone else has died. And then in Fatal Frame 3's case, you're dealing with an adult woman who's dealing with the loss of her tragic husband and becoming like a Hikikomori and locking herself in. Yeah. Yeah, and in my opinion, the scares get more intense, they get more visceral. The difficulty of these games gets a little bit harder. But I also feel, something about these games, Fatal Frame 3, Silent Hill 3, and Resident Evil 3, is they also are more streamlined in how you progress in them. So you're not like set in one main location that you're constantly exploring like you are, but you're a little bit more streamlined and pushed through to keep pushing forward, I'd say. So you kind of go from like location to location. There's other locations that break up the location that you're mostly exploring. So it's kind of more forward paced, I'd say, like forward momentum paced. Just my opinion. And then for Silent Hill 4, Fatal Frame 4, and Resident Evil 4, they do a huge change of pace. They try something completely new for the franchise. It's like still very much itself, but they make huge changes to try new things, try new camera perspective, all that fun. That is how I would say that Resident Evil 1, Fatal Frame 1, and, well, not just 1, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Fatal Frame all have in common. If you really dissect them, there's probably even more than I just stated right now. Like there was definitely stuff I forgot to mention. Like in all the games, in the second one, there's an iconic stalker enemy. Silent Hill 2 has an iconic stalker enemy. Resident Evil 2 has an iconic stalker enemy. Fatal Frame 2 has an iconic stalker enemy. Like, there's definitely more similarities than what I'm naming. But my main point is that they surprisingly follow the same framework. I'm not sure if Silent Hill and Fatal Frame were following Resident Evil schematic, or if this is like just complete coincidence, and they ended up kind of doing vaguely similar things at their own rhythm and beats. But it's just kind of funny to me that Resident Evil, Fatal Frame, and Silent Hill, all three of them, their first 4 entries almost all follow like a formula to each other, with the first, second, third, and fourth entries. Like there's almost a schematic to how you can design this type of game and the sort of evolution that happens between the entries. It's a little funny, so that's just my opinion. Sorry for that little rant. I thought it was interesting. I'll let the vocal music play here. Yeah. But Fatal Frame 3, I am a huge fan of. We're not going to watch Final Boss, though. Let's go part 4, sure. Fatal Frame 4 is my Fatal Frame 3 is my favorite Fatal Frame game. I am in love with this game. Let me put this forward. I think the story of Fatal Frame 3 is deeply fascinating, and he chose to do something very bold for the franchise. So, here is a very slight small spoiler for the Fatal Frame games. But it's very slight. I'm going to try and dance around it. Fatal Frame games have multiple endings. Even Fatal Frame 3 has multiple endings, even though it's a little bit less so than the first and second games, I would say. I'm not even sure if the fourth or fifth game have multiple endings. But the first 2 games do, definitely. In the first 2 games, the ending that you get is tied to the difficulty that you're playing on. For the first time that you play Fatal Frame, you can only play on normal difficulty. You're not able to play on any of the other difficulties in the original 2 Fatal Frame games. So you will get the worst possible ending on your first playthrough. And then to get better endings, you have to replay the game with harder difficulties. It's the idea behind it. However, Fatal Frame 3 canonizes the ending from Fatal Frame 1 and Fatal Frame 2. And while most video game and horror game franchises decide to canonize the best ending that a lot of people would consider as the true ending, Fatal Frame decided to do the complete opposite. They decided to make the worst ending from the first 2 games completely canon, and use that for a far more interesting plot point to talk about survivor's guilt. Which I won't say too much about it, but Fatal Frame 3 has some very, very interesting commentary about exploring the idea of survivor's guilt. The main character you play as isn't the returning character. She's completely new. She's a woman in her 20s. She was driving with her fiancé and got into a car crash that killed him, but she survived. So she, in her own way, is dealing with her form of survivor's guilt. We're not seeing it in the gameplay that we're looking at here. That might go to the next game, but no, you can see it at the end here. The gameplay switches in between 3 different forms. The first form is what we're seeing here, where you're in the Dream Manor. You return to the Dream Manor every night you go to sleep, And it's this location that's built like the other Fatal Frame games that you're slowly building out and exploring more and more. The reason why you can want to return to the Dream Manor is that there's a rumor that at the heart of the Dream Manor is a place that connects the world of the living and the world of the dead that only exists in dreams. It's not a physical place, it's a mental space. And this mental space is haunted by the dead. But it's said at the very heart of the Dream Manor, there is a place where you can, for one last time, speak to whoever it is that's passed that you want to talk to most. And our character, Ray, feeling extreme survivor's guilt over having her fiance killed due to her reckless driving, really, really desperately wants to get to the heart of this Dream Manor so she can see her dead fiance one last time. That is the basic setup of what is happening in Fatal Frame 3. There is far more happening. Again, this game is called The Tormented. There's like a tattoo that's appearing on her back the more and more she gets, because it's said that if you don't restart the manor within a certain amount of days, this curse will betake you and you'll pass away in your sleep. Is the basic gist of what's happening in Fatal Frame 3. I really like the story setup, and they also do this thing that Silent Hill 4 also does that we'll talk about a little bit later. Where in between you go into the Dream Manor, you explore your house. As you can kind of see me doing here in the gameplay right now, talking on the phone. You develop photos to get more lore and explore more about the Dream Manor. And also, here's me playing with the cat, because Ray has a cat which you can play with while you're in the day form as well. It's raining again. But anyways, you have slight puzzles here, and you're also like cracking a grander mystery that you're figuring out in the daybreak sections. As the nights continue, of course, because this is a horror game and a horror game with ghosts, things that you see in your dreams start appearing more and more in the real world. Like things from your nightmares creeping out slowly, bit by bit, into the real world. It's the basic idea behind it. Those are the two main gameplay loops of Fatal Frame 3. Yeah, in the waking day, go around your house exploring and investigating things. Our character is afraid to go outside, so she spends most of her time indoors trying to do what she can here. Figuring out some stuff with her dead fiance and the people that lived here before. We'll talk about that another time. However, there's also a third gameplay phase where occasionally, instead of going to the Dream Manor, you will experience a gameplay section as another character who gets summoned to the Dream Manor, and you get to go through their version of the nightmare. I will not spoil the specifics of that in case you ever want to play Fatal Frame 3. I fucking love Fatal Frame 3. I legitimately adore it. As I said, Fatal Frame 3 is my personal favorite of the Fatal Frame franchise. It's also why I'm dancing around. Don't want to talk too much about it. I love the story and the experience of it. And if Fatal Frame 2, which is not my favorite Fatal Frame game, is already in the S ranks, can you take a wild guess and guess that Fatal Frame 3 is an S rank game for me too? Now, the only real question I have is if I like it more or less than Soma. That is a very hard to answer question for me. I would almost say it's another case that, on depending on what day you ask me on, I might say I like Fatal Frame 3 or I might like Soma more. Soma's story is definitely more thought-provoking, but I do think Fatal Frame 3's story is more emotional. I think horror levels are about the same. In game design, they're very, very different games, but I think they both are pretty fantastically paced aside from what they are. Fatal Frame 3 is noticeably longer than Fatal Frame 1 and 2 are. Fatal Frame 2, I didn't mention this when I talked about Fatal Frame 2, but like Fatal Frame 1 was like a 4 to 7 hour long game. Fatal Frame 2, the original, was more like a 9 to 12 hour long game. And Fatal Frame 2 did not pad itself out like Fatal Frame 1 did. At least nothing I would identify as padding. It's pretty well paced, I need to say. Fatal Frame 3 can be argued pads itself out a little bit, but I don't think to the extent that Fatal Frame 1 does. And I still think it keeps the forward momentum better pacing that Fatal Frame 2 did, so it doesn't end up being too much of a bother. It's just like slight padding here and there. If only because sometimes you get to like your house and you figure out what to do, so you're like exploring your house again. Stuff like that, basically. Didn't really bother me at all. Obviously, I loved it a lot, so. But do I like it more than Soma? That is a tough to answer question. I guess if I were to be honest with my heart of hearts right now, I think I might like Fatal Frame 3 a tiny, tiny bit more than I like Soma. But it is so fucking close that I could see an argument where that would probably change my mind. But I will put it right there for now. They're very, very, very close. I will say that. Which leads us to talk about Fatal Frame 4. Fatal Frame 4. Fatal Frame 4 is the most complicated Fatal Frame game I'm going to talk about because I both love it, but also I think it's one of the weaker Fatal Frame games in some areas, and I'll talk about vaguely what I mean about that when I talk about it here. I will start. Let's go with this video randomly in the game. I don't know where this is. Hopefully, it's not too big spoilers. But yeah, how's it going there, Blanchard? So, with Fatal Frame 4 specifically, I would say that the story is fantastic. It is very, very different than Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3. This story was partially written by Suda51, best known for No More Heroes, Killer 7. Most recently, Romeo. In fact, literally in 6 days from now, his new game comes out. Romeo is a Dead Man, which I'm super excited for. Suda51, in my opinion, is a very talented and eccentric writer. He makes very odd but interesting stories, and you can sort of tell that Fatal Frame 4 was made by him. A lot of his games also deal with a theme that's known as Kill the Past, which is the idea that people have been through intense trauma, and they have to go back and almost kind of kill their trauma in a literal sense. And I would say Fatal Frame 4 tackles that as well. Fatal Frame 4 actually meets most of the criteria to be a Kill the Past title. You could probably include Fatal Frame 4 as one of Suda51's unofficial Kill the Past series. So, yeah. The road work with the line. It's not going to fit the anything, right? It's all part of fun. I know that they did split character stuff, but I also think that despite they probably talked about what they were doing all together. I know it's like a co-written game. I'm just saying I can see the Suda51 flavor of the writing. I also mentioned this about Fatal Frame before I continue. I mentioned before that Fatal Frame sometimes feels like it's kept alive by black magic. If you've never played the Fatal Frame game or know much about these franchises, I highly recommend these games. For whatever reason, they just never have taken off like Resident Evil and Silent Hill has, given that Silent Hill hasn't taken off like Resident Evil has. I'll talk about Silent Hill when I talk about Silent Hill, but Fatal Frame, I have no idea how this franchise is still alive and kicking, honestly. It has 5 original games, 1 3DS spin-off. It has currently 2 remakes of the second game. It has 2 remasters of the 4th and 5th game. And it has stayed alive now for this year. I believe it'll have been alive as a franchise for 25 years. I believe Fatal Frame is experiencing its 25th anniversary. And why that is so shocking to me is that before the recent HD remasters, which have admittedly sold better than they have in the past, if you had combined all the sales of Fatal Frame 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, legitimately, if you had combined the entirety of the sales in the entire franchise of the 5 games, you would not even sell, apparently, reportedly, 3 million copies total. And in Japan, the franchise had just barely crossed 1 million sales. And that's not for a game. It's not a singular game. That's the entire franchise up to that point. And that is so ridiculously low. How does a franchise that sell that get so many entries? And honestly, high quality entries at that. Now, I will say that Fatal Frame, in some ways, you can see where they're sort of cutting some corners and budget-wise. So I feel like these are probably well-budgeted games. And also, I should mention that Fatal Frame is all directed and written mostly by the same person. The same person has been working on the franchise the entire time. The director of Fatal Frame 1 is the same director as Fatal Frame 2, it's the same director as Fatal Frame 3, it's the same director as 4 and 5. So it's all one creative vision we're seeing. And I figure that the only way this franchise has stayed alive is probably because this one guy is he must have some power within the company and just is able to advocate for the franchise well. But then they also got help from Nintendo, because it seems more obvious now because Tecmo has partnered with Nintendo several times now. But maybe he's just has seniority at the company, so they kind of let him do whatever he wants. Maybe Fatal Frame is his passion, so they just let him make Fatal Frame games. Maybe he has blackmail on some people at Tecmo and Nintendo or whatever, and that he just keeps them in line to let him make these games in exchange for not exposing dirty little secrets about them. I don't really know. What I will say is that I am happy, but also a little shocked that Fatal Frame is still alive and kicking. That we're in a time frame that Fatal Frame 2 is about to get another remake. Literally, I think it's the first video game I can think of that's got like a full-on second remake. Like, it already was remade once on the Wii era, and now it's just being remade again. I don't even think that's a bad thing. I'm not trying to say that's like a negative. It's just I think it's the first time I've seen it done from memory. And even if it has been done before, it's definitely not a common thing. And it's just interesting that Fatal Frame not only is alive, but can remake its second game multiple times, apparently. I hope this upcoming remake of Fatal Frame 2 is fantastic. That people that love Fatal Frame 2 love this remake. And I hope that it sells well. I hope Fatal Frame can finally sell to a point where the franchise feels like it has a future. Because at the moment, it kind of just feels like Fatal Frame is kept alive like a ghost. Which is appropriate, I guess. That's just somehow floating between worlds. That's allowed to be kept alive just because it's forgotten or something. That, like, maybe the studios at Tecmo, maybe the people making the Fatal Frame games are just, like, in some, like, corner office that the people at Tecmo forget that they're there, and they just keep making these games. And every once in a while, they're like, hey, Tecmo, we have a new Fatal Frame game ship out. We're like, oh, you guys are still around? I guess we'll ship it. And then I don't know. It's just whatever they're doing. I'm happy they're still being made. And I just hope that the franchise can feel like it has a secure future and that people will actually play these games. They are good, legitimately. I haven't played 5. I heard the most mixed things, but I've played Fatal Frame 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I think they're all very good games, honestly. Like, some of them I like a little more than others, but ultimately I've happily played all of them. I hope the franchise feels like it has a secure future. Even if it doesn't, I'm not sure if the franchise would die. Here we are 25 years in, and somehow it's still living. I'm happy it's still living, so tremendously happy. It's just a little surprising, to me at least. Alright. So with all that said, what do I actually think of Fatal Frame 4? It's a very, very mixed bag. Fatal Frame 4 has a lot of, and I'm going to say it, atrocious backtracking. And I am going to use the word atrocious. I think the worst thing about Fatal Frame 4 is that they make you go through sections of the game multiple times, and it feels like absolute padding. Nothing too interesting happens. And I would even say that the ghost variety in this game doesn't stand out as much as some of the other games. Like, some of the ghosts are cool, but a lot of them feel vaguely samey, honestly. And so it just makes you end up going through rooms. You walk very slow in the Fatal Frame games, and it stands out the most in this one because the location's kind of vague. I personally feel it's quite different. Fatal Frame 3 has more creative ghosts. I think it's part of it, because I think that how what you fight in Fatal Frame 3 is a little more diverse, while in Fatal Frame 4, the ghosts have differences, but they feel more similar to each other than, like, Fatal Frame 2 or Fatal Frame 1 or 3, in my opinion. And I think that they require you to do full backtracking through areas you've been through back over multiple times, and I would say that's the worst aspect of Fatal Frame 4 by a long shot. However, with that said, and with that huge critique out of the way, and my sort of milder critique that I feel like the ghosts are not the series' best. They're not bad, and some of them are pretty good, but I feel like the ghosts in Fatal Frame 4 are weaker than the ghosts in Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3, personally. That's maybe just my opinion, but it's how I feel. But despite what I just said, I think that Fatal Frame 4 has its strengths. I know you can't really tell because of the location we're looking at right now doesn't really make it stand out, but Fatal Frame 4 has some absolutely beautiful locations. I think we're unfortunately looking at the least beautiful, in my opinion. The hospital locations, where I believe we're looking at right now. But the hospital was honestly my least favorite location in the game. I should probably choose a different video. Hey, look, now we changed characters. But I will say that makes up for it with some atmospherics. There are some small details in the environment which are legitimately creepy and interesting to look at. I think sometimes the level design is pretty ace. I think they make all the locations they explore in this game, which there's like I'd say in total there's like 4 locations that you explore enough that I would consider them locations. One of them is the caverns we're looking at right now. The caverns are a location. Then I would say that the hospital is a location. And then there's a sanatorium, which is where they keep the patients where they live, not the actual hospital part. You could consider them the same, but they feel pretty distinct in the game, so I would say that's a different location. And then you have the final location, that's the smallest location you get to at the end of the game, Lighthouse. I would say it's fair to say that Fatal Frame 4 is mostly split between those 4 locations. There's like scenes where you vaguely go someplace else, try something done pretty elsewhere, but... And yeah, there are some scenes with that. That's kind of vaguely the 5th location, but it kind of blends in with like the other locations, so it's like... Anyways, the main point being, the locations feel distinct enough from each other, like they do legitimately feel different to go through, quite different even. So level design does a good job at making it so that the layouts feel very different based on location. We kind of spend a little bit too long each time you go to a location, so the variety doesn't always shine through. And again, the ghost variety to me feels just a little less than it does some of the other entries. There are varied ghosts, but I don't know, in this game they feel a little more samey in how they're designed compared to many others. A lot of Fatal Frame games will have like very interestingly designed ghosts that work in mechanically unique ways that are like very, very different from each other. Well, I would say in Fatal Frame 4 specifically, they far more often kind of feel like they shamble towards you and you take care of them. Some of them work a bit differently or have unique twists. Like, there are some ghosts that differ from what I'm saying. But I would say that ultimately the variety in how they mechanically work feels closer together. But Fatal Frame 4 makes up for it with, in my opinion, a very interestingly and very different for the series type of story. I think the story of Fatal Frame 4 is pretty fantastic. It's probably, personally, my second favorite story in the franchise. I do like Fatal Frame 3 more, guilty as charged. But I do like the story a lot. Fatal Frame 2 also is a very good story, I should mention. But I do place it personally below 3 and 4. But that's just my take. I can see other people liking it more. I think the characters are very, very interesting. I think that this game does something, which I always love when horror games do this, where it has a very strong visual motifs that plays into the horror. Fatal Frame 4 specifically has this idea that there's a lunar eclipse that's coming, and that the people on this island that mostly died have come here due to like this depression disease that leads to suicidal ideation, where people in the moonlight seem to be infected with something that's known as blooming. Like there's a darkness blooming in their hearts, and then it physically manifests in the ghost design. So sometimes when you find a ghost, they'll start blooming and become a more hostile version of themselves. It has a cool little visual effect. Their face gets like all blurred out. And the doctors are trying to figure out this weird supernatural disease that's happening to people, take them to this island to try to prevent them from just killing themselves all the time when the full moon is, or when the moon is out and all that. And trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. Of course, because it's a Fatal Frame game, there was a ritual that failed here years and years ago. And piecing together what happened. And our character, well, one of our characters, has like a connection to this island because their mother was here some time ago. As well as we discover that all the characters that we play as in this game had actually been here as children. They were kidnapped and rescued in the past. I won't get into specifics, but there's an interesting story that unweaves. It's got kind of mystery thriller elements. And as weird as this is to say, there's a flavor to Fatal Frame 4, which right now I'm trying really hard to remember this director's name. I should probably just Google it. But it's the person that made Kero Acapulse, who also made the movie Cure. If you know those movies, I think those movies are fantastic. I'm not sure I'd say Fatal Frame 4 is as good as those movies, but having seen those movies now, in retrospective, I can sort of tell that Fatal Frame 4 has vibes and inspirations from those particular films. And I would say that it leads into the sort of thriller horror element and this ghastly idea of depression and like this feel to it more than the other entries do, which is kind of unique to Fatal Frame 4 within its own franchise. And I sort of appreciate that in some ways it feels like it has aspects that have love letters to that specific director. So, just my opinion. So it does get elevated somewhat by its story here. But that leads me to say, alright, Fatal Frame 4, where are we putting you? Where are we putting you, boys? I also will say I should probably speed up talking about the games a bit. We've been doing this now for 3 hours, and we still have quite a few to get through. Okay, I still want to go on my tangents, but I might try to speed myself up a little bit, because we do have still over 200 games to talk about. Fatal Frame 4. Where would Me, Myself, and I decide to place it? I guess, if I was to be honest with my heart of hearts here, I like it more than Fatal Frame 1. It's, I think, in A territory. It almost feels... Maybe it is B territory. Sometimes the pacing does really kill it for me. Maybe I do really like the story and some of the stuff it does well. So I think I will keep it. I will say this is one of the games that's like on A, teetering on being on B. But I do think I'm going to put it on A beneath Diamond Crisis. I think it's like bottom of A, potentially at the moment towards the top of B, but I think there's enough about it I love. I would dip it into the A territory. But it is one that's kind of teetering on the edge, because there are some aspects of Fatal Frame 4 I dislike. But for what it said, there's also aspects of Fatal Frame 4 I like, am in love with, I adore. So I think I'll put it in the A territory. I think what I love about it does outweigh some of the nitpicks I have with it. But hey, that's just my opinion. Alright, let's talk about PT. I think I meant to push this back with the Silent Hill games, but for whatever reason, it's sitting here by itself. So, hey, we'll talk about PT first. I am going to have one of the more controversial opinions on PT, I think. I don't have a Let's Play myself playing PT. Back when I played it, I didn't have a method to record my PS4. So we're going to have to go with gameplay someplace else. Hi, PT. So PT, it's the hit game that inspired a whole megaton of indie games. And it by itself, I think, is a pretty wonderful, experimental little experience. I think it's still very fascinating, even to this day. And I would say, as its own thing, it's pretty fantastic. I think it deserves the love it gets. But I do have a but to this. I am vaguely happy that PT kind of just stayed as PT and didn't evolve into a full game. I am now going to trash talk somebody a little bit who I know a lot of people have a lot of respect for. I have very mixed thoughts on Kojima as a whole. And I'm not convinced that Kojima would have been the right fit for a full-on Silent Hill game. And even though I think PT is fantastic, like legitimately, I am not sure I think it's a fantastic Silent Hill experience. Now, it could be, but it's hard to say. PT was very inspired by indie horror games, and it tried to be very similar to some indie horror games. In fact, some of the things that PT does, I recognized were from other games that will later pop up on this list, like the look behind you thing that's going to pop up eventually. The first time I encountered that was in a game known as The Moon Sliver, who, funnily enough, the Moon Sliver's developer has gone on to be pretty popular. He was the developer of the Iron Lung game, that obviously the Iron Lung just had its movie come out literally like a week ago. Funny timing to talk about all this. Anyways, one of that developer's earlier games, known as The Moon Sliver, did a very similar look behind you bit, is all I'm going to say. And The Moon Sliver came out like 4 years before PT had ever come out. And they had mentioned they had played a lot of indie games, and I would actually not be surprised if one of the indie games that inspired PT was The Moon Sliver. It's like a very, very different game. Like, aesthetically, it's completely different. But I think you can also vaguely see some similarities. But anyways, that's a whole other can of worms another time. Yeah. I know, and we'll talk about that. I've got some controversial Silent Hill opinions. We'll talk about that, because I definitely do. I think PT by itself is pretty fantastic, but I'm not sure... Okay, if PT did not have a Silent Hills teaser at the very end of it, I don't think I ever would have thought it was a Silent Hill game. I would have thought that it was inspired by David Lynch, specifically with some of the stuff with the fetus. It makes the Eraserhead baby, obviously. And there's some surrealness going on. And David Lynch was a big inspiration for Silent Hill, so there's that argument to be made. And it's not like ghosts don't exist in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3 has a ghost that pushes you on the subway tracks through ghost articles. And more famously, Silent Hill 4 has ghosts in it. And I will say PT vaguely, maybe I could have seen as being vaguely like Silent Hill 4 in some aspects, but it's also not really. Despite the fact that it has a ghost instant first person, you're going through like a house type setting, it doesn't really feel like Silent Hill 4, if that makes any sense. You can make an argument that it's like it, but I would say it's not too much like it. It's not to the point where I would have. Yes, Condemned Criminal Orchis is on the list. We talk about it pretty soon, actually. But I would say that PT. I'm not sure I would have ever thought it was a Silent Hill game if it didn't literally say it was a teaser for a Silent Hill game. I think it by itself, though, is a fantastic experience, but I am talking about it as a Silent Hill game for a second. And however, even whether it was going to be like a Silent Hill game or not, I don't trust Kojima with very specific things, unfortunately. And I think around the time that PT came out, he was on some of his highest bit of bullshit with some of the stuff that I really dislike about Kojima. There's stuff I really like about Kojima, and then there's stuff I really dislike about him. In my opinion, I think Kojima is at his best when he is held back a little bit. When his best traits and qualities are able to shine through, and he isn't given full freedom to do whatever he wants. I know some people would probably disagree with that assessment, and I get it, but that's just honestly how I feel. I feel like in the instances where he's had an editor, that he comes across much, much better. And when you get Kojima unfiltered, when no one can tell him what to do, it tends to be kind of messy. And that's just my opinion on him. I think Kojima is a pretty brilliant, creative mind with all sorts of creative ideas that works best with an editor. Is basically where I'm at with Kojima. Maybe you could prove me wrong someday with this, but that's how I felt about him for a while. I think even in PT, here's the thing you have to keep in mind. Even though Silent Hills was canceled, Silent Hills never actually existed as a thing. PT existed as a thing. Silent Hills was just an idea that never really started development. Maybe some conceptualizing happened. In fact, I do know some conceptualizing happened. But the conceptualization was all it ever got to. Conceptualization. It wasn't a build of Silent Hills that was ever made. It wasn't like a scrap thing that was scrapped to put off the ringer. It's just that it never got its foot off the road. It just existed as an idea. So Silent Hills, even though it was canceled, it wasn't a scrap project. It was a scrapped idea. That is the gist of it. So I'm saying this because we don't actually really know what Silent Hills ever would have been. They say that PT was not really representative of what Silent Hills was going to be, because PT was its own thing, and they had directly said at the time that PT was its own thing, and Silent Hills would be its own thing. PT was a teaser for the story, but gameplay-wise and everything, Silent Hills was supposedly not going to play anything like PT played. Is what they've talked about briefly. So I'm just going to take PT as itself when I talk about this, but I will say, in some ways, I'm happy that Kojima didn't get the chance to make his Silent Hills. I know some people would heavily disagree with what I say when I say that. But I don't fully trust an unedited Kojima to deliver on Silent Hill. What was present in PT, it's hard to say if it would be representative of the entirety of Silent Hill, but for example, I think it would be very, very hard to see Norman Reedus as a horror game protagonist. And I have actually seen Masters of Horror, the episode that stars Norman Reedus, where he is dealing with a cursed film. I definitely know it's possible to make Norman Reedus into a horror protagonist. I've seen it done. I'm not sure if I trust Kojima to realize that, though. That's the problem. I think that Kojima likes to lean into how cool his actor friends are. But Daryl Dixon, I don't know if that's another one that most of people know him as. But anyways, but my main point is, I think that Kojima's Silent Hills probably would have been very Hollywood-centric. I think that would start a lot of familiar actors that Kojima was friends with, a lot of Hollywood faces. It would have been very Hollywood. And I think that Silent Hill would have dealt with a lot of conspiracy theory type angles, which in fairness is not completely un-Silent Hill. The first Silent Hill game, the original director, Toyama, he wanted it to be more cult focused, to focus on things with the occult. So going from a cult to conspiracy isn't like the longest or the biggest stretch of the thing. But I do think that it suffered somewhat from having Kojima's fixated interests that were definitely present, especially at the time, that he wanted to put in all of his Hollywood friends, and he wanted to make sort of cool sort of stories. So I think his idea of horror kind of leans more almost for a cool visual edge. PT, it's very, very effective, I think, the horror aspect, but I do think that there's an aspect of PT which is focused on being cool with its horror. Like, it gives me shades of a very well done Hollywood take on horror, and I feel like that would have still carried through to Silent Hills. It's possible to know that Silent Hills was never a thing, but I would have been concerned if it was the full game. I will admit, during the release, I think Silent Hill works better with kind of an indie vibe going for it. I think Silent Hill was founded on sort of an indie vibe. It was made by a crew of developers that were having trouble within their own studio. They're kind of allowed to do their own thing. And I think that Silent Hill thrives best when it's leaning into that strong creative vision, independent feeling, where it's being like experimental. And given PT is experimental, but to me it feels very experimental in a very Hollywood way, and I'm not sure how well that would have translated to a Silent Hill experience. I'm actually far happier that in this day and age we are getting Overdose, or OD, because I'm not sure if it's officially called Overdose, but it was called Overdose in the playtest stuff. But anyways, we're getting Overdose, which is its own thing, and so that Kojima can go fucking wild and do whatever he wants to do with his own take on horror, because it's very obvious that Overdose is the modern Kojima's take on what he really wanted to do with PT and Silent Hills. Basically, Overdose is the answer of what would PT be like if it was turned into a full game. Maybe not specifically what Silent Hills would have been, but it's definitely what Kojima, years later, coming back to it, you can tell it's his spiritual succession. That's what I'm trying to say. He even sells it as such. Yeah, he's leaning into it. That's perfectly splendid. It's pretty great. But yeah. But I will bet that the final game, it's not trying to be Silent Hill, so it's again hard to say, 'cause it's just trying to be its own thing now. But I will bet that will be in some way similar to wherever we would have gotten, but also different. Anyway, that's my whole point. I'm happy that we're in the universe that Overdose is being made, and Silent Hills wasn't made, and Silent Hills making itself come back and separate. Maybe a controversial opinion, but an opinion that I hold, so... yeah. Anyways, I am happy that Overdose is being made. I'm actually quite excited for Overdose. I'm just kind of happy that's what PT turned into in its own way, even if it's like years later. Anyways, with all this said, PT itself, pretty great. I like it a lot. Where would I put PT? It's not lower than A. Is it an S? It's one of my favorites. Or is it an A? That's where I debate a little bit. I will say, for game design purposes, I get 100% what PT is trying to go for at the end. You hit a wall, and you have to solve cryptic puzzles. But I have a slight mixed feeling. I feel like, in my opinion, in retrospective, PT probably should have had an accessible ending that then had an obvious feeling that there was more to it, more to the experience. I could see a version of PT that would have ended at the point where you sort of start hitting a roadblock in the game, that would have given the impression that there was an ending to it, as opposed to like going on forever, I guess. Or not going on forever, but like hit a strong wall that you can't progress until you solve the arc aspect. As such, you kind of have to like put in the middle of PT unless you're like trying, like you know what to do. And I think well, interesting, and obviously it's fine because it's like a little free experience. It's a short experience, easy to catch up where you are. And obviously it's trying to be a roadblock. It very clearly is a roadblock. I also think that the forward momentum, because PT is honestly pretty excellently paced until you hit the roadblock, and then you just are sort of looping in hallways endlessly, solving puzzles that are made purposefully super cryptic so that you can progress. Now, I am a big fan of arcs. I like cryptic puzzle type stuff, so this isn't a whole negative for me. But I do think, as just a casual experience, there is something lost in just having such good pacing and momentum to then just hit a roadblock of progress. And now you're just going to be sort of doing the same thing for a while, trying to solve a series of very cryptic puzzles, which were basically meant to take a while to be solved. And not by one person. It was supposed to be like a big community thing to figure out together. And because the first half, or even really, depending on how you look at it, it could be like the first 3/4, or it could be the first half, or it could be like the first 100, depending on how long that fucking takes. But I think for that, it's not quite in the S territory, but it is very, very high A. The more I sit on it, I think it's below Amnesia the Dark Descent for me, but it is above Dino Crisis 2. And I think that is where my heart feels it belongs. At least for my feelings. Now, I am more critical of it than many people are, and I realize that. It's just how I've honestly always felt out of it. And I should mention, I did play PT before it was known to be Silent Hills. I somewhat have my opinions. I think a lot of people played PT after they knew it was a Silent Hills thing and a Kojima thing. So a lot of people came to PT with the mind like, oh, this is Kojima's secret project. That's so cool. But I played PT because I saw it at Gamescom, and it was like a little horror game. We had a PS4. It's a free thing. So I just played it without any inkling of who was behind it and what it was teasing or what it was precisely. And I still remember my time playing it, and I still remember what I was thinking at the time, and I remember my thoughts very precise at the time were along the lines of, well, this is pretty good, really good even. It's like a really cool little free horror effort. But I don't know, it feels like it's kind of weirdly designed in where you hit this wall. And like it feels like it's hiding something, but I'm not really quite sure if the flow works better. Now in retrospective, I think it's easy to say, well, it's obvious because it's like an ARC thing that has secrets hidden. It's the secret Kojima project. But I'll mention that PT wasn't sold like that. PT was just a free game that had no announcement of who was working on it, what it was, anything. And while that is cool, I think if you're just playing it blindly, as I did when I first played it when it just came out, like the day after, I think, there's this feeling as you're playing it, they just kind of hit this roadblock, and it's kind of frustrating. It's sure, in retrospective, it makes some sense that it's there, but I think just as a whole gameplay experience, you just kind of hit this area, and it feels like the game loses so much momentum that was building up to that point. So I hope that makes sense with where I placed it. I still think it's a fantastic experience, and some aspects of it are cooler in retrospective, I'd say. It's also hard to talk about that, because I think that there's only probably like a few thousand people that actually played PT before it was found out that it was the Kojima thing, and that it was like a Silent Hills teaser. I think most people ended up playing it after that was already discovered. It was discovered like a week after it came out. And so most of the people that were playing it were like horror fans, or people that just decided to give it a try or whatever. So, yeah. For the fun of it. I don't think PT has anything to do with vampires. There's stuff about dad killing the family and the standing perspective of her brother, or the son, I guess, who came back and all that. And there's conspiracy type stuff involving like MK Ultra and stuff being put into the water and the radio show host. But subliminal messages and mind control and influencing people and all that. But yeah. Anyways, I talked about PT. I said during the last game I was going to stop blabbing. Here I did one of my biggest blabs yet. Oh. I see. Oh, you thought it might be about vampires or something. I see. Anyways, let's talk about Deep Fear. I will try and speed up what I'm saying about these things a little bit more than I have been. I said that last time, but I do think I have a little bit less to say about Deep Fear than I do about PT. So, though I do like the Deep Fear, that's it. I don't love it. Deep Fear was, in fact, I will just let me just bring apart Deep Fear. That's a little bit. Yeah, let's go with this part. Deep Fear was a Sega Saturn horror game which featured an underwater facility setting, and it is notable for two main reasons. The first reason it's notable is that it is one of the first Resident Evil clones. It released in 1997, which means it released a year after Resident Evil 1 released, but before Resident Evil 2 released, which means it gets to be one of the early pioneers of the survival horror genre. So the version of survival horror we see here is literally just when Resident Evil 1 was a thing. That and Alone in the Dark, I guess. Yeah? Yep, Dead Space is in the lineup for sure. I would say that Deep Fear benefits, in some ways heavily, from being an historical piece. Because frankly, game design-wise, it's not got great level design. Some of the enemies are interesting, but also it's kind of silly. We're not going to see this, but there's a part where you fight a cow, a mutated monster. Actually, I will make us look at that. The game has a way better soundtrack than it deserves. In fact, there's a funny story behind it. The person who did the soundtrack for Deep Fear is the same person who did the music for like Higurashi, Ghost in the Shell. They did the soundtrack for Resident Evil Vendetta. And apparently the story of why he did the soundtrack for this game. So I'll turn the music on for a second. I will pause, even though we're listening to this song, which I really like. I'll put the music on to show you what the music sounds like.
Already. Do I just escape him? First aid kit for a second. Poor thing. This isn't going too well. Unlimited for
I want a little bit more than the boss.
more.
I'll show the music videos from the game. But anyways, with Deep Fear, it has music that honestly is way better. There are a few games that I've played, this game included, where the game itself is alright, but then like the music for it is like weirdly way better than it should be. It's like a soundtrack that feels like it deserves a better game than it got, actually. This game isn't bad, don't get me wrong. The stuff I like about it, but gameplay-wise, leaves a lot to be desired as sort of an early Resident Evil clone type. It does not feel as good to play as many other survival horror games do, honestly. And it doesn't feel like it's as well designed. Like the puzzles aren't as well thought out. The level design isn't as intricately, interestingly designed. You end up with a lot of empty rooms. Some parts where you have to like observe everything in a room to try and find what's important, because the visuals don't always do a great job at communicating what's important in a room. You know, like those type of issues and small nitpicks, basically. They do add up a little bit. It's not a bad game, but you can definitely tell it was like an early engineer or pioneering the genre type of thing. But I was going to say, the music for this game apparently was done by, not apparently, it was done by the composer of Higurashi and Ghost in the Shell and Resident Evil Vendetta and many other things. But apparently the reason he even did the soundtrack for this game is, I don't remember why, but he owed the director of this game a favor. There's some, in fact, I could probably Google this. Deep Fear soundtrack favor. Will that pop up? Because I remember I've heard this story before. Please don't let it be lost media. There used to be a better source on talking about this game, but maybe I should say music. Music favor. Not soundtrack, but music. People have talked about this in the past. That's a review retrospective from Lady Disgusting. Fuck. I swear this used to be talked about in reference to this game, but it was also a really long time ago. And most of the stuff I'm finding are like with the soundtrack itself, I'm trying to search this up. Anyways, what I recall is that for some reason, and I think it's been shared, but I can't remember it off the top, that he owed a favor because the director didn't really want to work on video games at the time, which is a little funny because he'd later do the Higurashi soundtracks. But because at the time, the person who's doing the soundtracks was really involved in Ghost in the Shell and anime productions. He wasn't too interested in working on video games at the time. But he did have a favor owed in for this specific person for some reason I can't remember. So he did do the soundtrack, and in fairness, he did a great job with it. Even though this game didn't particularly sell great, and honestly, the music feels like it's like I'll try the music on again just to give you an idea of like the music is better than the actual gameplay that you're seeing. Like you see this gameplay happening here, gameplay is whatever, right? Like it looks fine, doesn't look bad, but it's like not a well designed. Like, it's a lot of hallways, a lot of empty rooms, etc. Listen to the music. Or no music in this. Not
That
the
boss. And climb
Oh wait, the music doesn't move, does
the
it?
Resident Evil game.
So you're gonna get to the
Boss.
escape sequence. Watch this thing for a second.
Chief, are you okay?
This isn't one of my favorite songs, but listen to it.
Yeah, I'm fine. What happened?
I'll save the details for later. If you don't escape quickly, C-Fox is going to fall into the trench.
Thing considered. I like how they have the upside down C.
Yeah, this song.
Music in this game is actually pretty good for everything considered. I like how they have the upside down C section. R charge. Need as much of it as I can get. Probably. Now I need to climb to the top of the ship, probably. Where does this lead to? There's no sign of the little shark. Alright, so I need to go through here. I know where I need to go, the missile place. Okay, climb the ladder, yes. Like I said, I know. A convenient vent. Actually, the upper vents were probably where it's supposed to get me there. Actually, I know where I am. I'm at the very top bottom of the ship, so now I need to keep going up. Obviously, it's not here, so I'm gonna keep on going up. This is the same hallway, which has always been a dead end. It's gonna be in here where I need to get to the fucking nuclear section. I already know where I need to go. They probably are expecting you to not... And for some reason, the top of the ship is flooded. I'm not gonna question. Let's go. The monster and I are both charging for the ladder. I'll get there first, though I can run. Epic ladder action. Take it, take it! Hopefully this is the right way, because it might be up is down, down is up. You climb these really slowly.
I hope you kind of see what I mean. Like, the music is almost unfitting for the gameplay that you're looking at. Also, this game has several self-destruct sequences, or time sequences. And there's a funny thing, which is always true. It's like, the music's like, hurry! You gotta hurry! You have more than enough time. Like, you might have noticed right there, I finished this sequence with like 240 seconds to spare. I literally had like 4 minutes left on the timer. And that's not unusual for this game. It'll give you like fucking 10 minutes to get to a thing that's like 2 minutes away. So. And so it's just, there's this dissonance. The dissonance is the word I'm thinking of here. But it's this dissonance between like the music that's happening and the gameplay that's happening on screen. And the music's like pretty funkin'. And then when you're just like, the game's not bad, it's a little funny. I like that distance between it. It's anyways, the story is fun. It's one of those stories that you beat a bunch of side characters. They're actually pretty funny. Bad voice acting for the era. In fact, let's listen to some of the voice acting here so you just get a taste of what it's like, I guess.
Guess I'm not as young as I used to be. The blast tank burst.
A sad ending for the Sea Fox. Millions of dollars down the drain.
Are you okay?
I feel cold all of a sudden.
This is Little Shark. Mission accomplished and returning.
This is Big Table. The CCD area pool cannot be used because of the SEAL's DSRV.
Wait a minute!
Head towards the MI area pool. Over.
No way! The MI area is in the opposite direction! What are they thinking?
It's far, but oh well.
I'm going to accelerate. Hold on.
I think you're getting the gist. It's got the fun, bad voice acting that defined a certain era. I was gonna say, it's fun, honestly, and somewhat adore the old style bad voice acting that is like funny. And Deep Fear has it, so that's a plus for me. The story it's trying to tell is also a little heartfelt. I will say, okay. There is one more thing I need to mention about Deep Fear. Outside of the fact that it is an early Resident Evil clone, outside of the fact that it is got really good music and really fun bad voice acting, the gameplay itself is just alright, but it's serviceable. It's one of the weaker gameplay-wise foundations, but I honestly think if you're a survival horror fan, it's fun enough to play. It's fine. It's held up by some pretty good music, and the cutscenes are fun to watch, so it's got that going for it. But I would say that the only other thing to note is that this started what I sort of consider an unofficial quadrology, or you could call it a trilogy, but it's more of a quadrology. There are some people that worked on this game called Deep Fear that would later on make another game. I think it's what I have next on the list, because I think I put them right next to each other. In fact, I'm going to talk about this. Let's first rank Deep Fear, and then I'll talk about this. These 4 games right here, Deep Fear, Carrier, Extermination, Cold Fear, are, in my opinion, an unofficial 4-game franchise. They are not made by the same developer. Well, they are, but they aren't. We'll talk about that. And they don't have the same name, but they're like some of the same people worked on all 4 of these games, or like some people worked on like 1 or 2 of the games. And when you play them, you'll start to realize they have a lot in common, like a ridiculous amount in common. Let me start showing you some of what they have in common. All right. So this is Deep Fear. Deep Fear music favorite. I guess that's what I was searching before. So Deep Fear main character. We just saw him. But if we go, that's not, it's like, right, this is probably a movie. But this is the main character of Deep Fear. There he is in all of his glory. We can see him right there. That is the main character of Deep Fear. Have him in your head, all right? Now, here is the main character of the Dreamcast game, Carrier, that we're about to talk about. It's this guy. There he is. Well, that's fine. And now we're going to talk about Cold Fear. The main character of Cold Fear. There he is. It's this guy. Do you kind of vaguely see, and if you start play the games, you start to realize, hey, wait a second. Is this the same character? Like, nah, he doesn't look exactly the same, but he acts very similarly. He has very similar story beats. They're all this, like, blonde, oceanic guy. All 3 of these games take place on the ocean, but in different ocean locations. The first one takes place in an underwater facility. Carrier takes place on a boat. And Cold Fear starts off on a boat, but then goes to an oil rig. And you will quickly start noticing that all of these games have a lot in common, not even just like small things. There's some very direct examples, but I will use the last example because it's true of each one of these games. Each one of these games is a weird environmental message. Each one of these games, the end game is the exact same, where you get a bunch of dynamite and you go to a bunch of previous locations you've been and plant the dynamite, and then you have to escape before the timer runs out. You have to do that 3 times in like 3 different locations from previous areas in the games and escape before they blow up. You will start seeing they have some very similar story beats. They have differences between them, but you start realizing that Deep Fear, Carrier, and Cold Fear, while very different games, are also very similar games. And it's like they're trying to tell the same basic story, but again, in a different way and slightly differently each time. Extermination is kind of an exception, and Extermination, funnily enough, had some of the people that worked on Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 worked on this game, as well as some of the people that worked on Deep Fear and Carrier worked on it. It was a PS2 launch day game. This one's also not set on the ocean. It's set in the Antarctics, in snow instead of water. And it definitely takes a little bit of inspiration from the thing. But despite it all, it still has some of the similarities. Like, it still has the dynamite planting thing I was just talking about. It still has a water-focused virus. We'll talk about this, but there's like water infections and all of these. There's a bunch of other things, but it's like a little weird if you play the back-to-back-to-back. I didn't know that they had some of the same people working on each of them. And they're all published by different companies, I should mention, but they had some of the same people that would work in each of these games. So, yep, Cold Fear and the Boat Rocket. Anyways, I'm going to first rank Deep Fear, then we're going to talk about Carrier. Deep Fear, unfortunately, despite the fact that I love some things about it, is a D for me. Though I will remind, on my tier list, D is still passing. D doesn't mean bad for this list. The only games I really dislike are on the F tier. D for me is very, 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 very flawed. But I still see goodness in it. I like Deep Fear. I think it's a funny game with good music. It's not very fun to play. But I don't regret playing it because it was a pretty fun ride, despite very gameplay. I think I'd place Deep Fear, honestly, at the top of D, with what's currently here. Yeah, right there. But it's not close to the same level as even Penumbra Requiem there, so. Now let's talk about Carrier. I like Carrier a lot more than I like Deep Fear, like a lot more. I think it is a legitimately interesting, underrated game. Well, let's talk about it. Carrier. Crazy Dancing VMU action. Have I not uploaded my Carrier Let's Play publicly? I actually might not have uploaded it publicly. It might be on my private thing. Okay. There's some videos I still have to upload. Like, I stupidly have, like, a few hundred videos I still need to upload. I'm silly. Anyways, but I do have this here, so let's Dreamcast game. Hello, Carrier. We'll look at a random video for you. Show us gameplay. So, Carrier is kind of interesting. It's, again, a old game here. Old technology with voice acting.
I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. And you? Are you really a human? You're not. Ark.
Hey, wait! What are you talking about? What's Ark?
Look around you. You have arrived in hell. I can't trust anyone anymore. Soon, you too will feel the hopelessness.
So anyways, fun, bad voice acting. I'm sure you can sort of notice there. True of this game too. This game does some very interesting mechanical things. So obviously you've got these zombies. This isn't really a spoiler, but it's slightly a spoiler. They've got like a plant infection. So at first they seem more zombie-like, but then they start getting like weird plant features because there's like a plant growing inside of them. So it's not like a virus that's got them, it's like this plant that's growing inside of them. You also start seeing the ship get overrun with like plants everywhere, with like there's a jungle area that you get to later, like tropical rainforest that's organically grown on the ship. It's kind of a cool setting, honestly. Just this cruiser ship that's being overtaken by this crazy overgrowing plant thing. And the monsters becoming like more plant-like as you go on. But there's another aspect of this which is also vaguely interesting. So I'm wondering if you can find a good clip of. Well, I guess we'll see some of the plant stuff growing now. You know, my favorite room on the boat, the fucking forestry. I think is what he's talking about, the weirdness about these overgrown plants and insects and stuff. But anyways, I'm wondering if I can find a clip of this, but there is this really interesting mechanic in Carrier where you will find people who are just normal people. They're survivors. And they will approach you in gameplay like they're enemies. So you have to pay attention when something starts approaching you. So you can't just immediately think it's an enemy shambling towards you. With these old low-res Dreamcast graphics, it could very well just be an NPC. And you can shoot and kill them. And obviously that's not a good thing to shoot and kill the survivors. If the survivors get to you, you can do some story stuff and rescue them. Sometimes they just disappear automatically through sci-fi tech stuff. Sometimes you gotta help them a little bit. But they usually give you an item or some sort of reward. I don't think the ending changes based on your action here, but it does have some gameplay incentive, and it's a little interesting. That I want to see if I can find this zombie also is a little weird. You might see it's like turning invisible and not turning invisible. There's some very weird enemies in this game. That's what I'm going to say. And it's also weird that you get to people, and the people are, like, not... Why is there two of the same guy right there? But they're also not... Oh, maybe you're supposed to... Yeah, you're supposed to tell which one is the real one, right? I forgot about this entirely. He's the plant zombie. Get him! Which one's the real one? If this makes any sense, this is a very video gamey video game. Like it's kind of silly in a lot of ways, but I kind of adore its silliness. It's like having a lot of fun with itself. It has all these interesting scenarios that don't care too much if you're taking it too seriously. There's just kind of a fun spirit to the game that tries a lot of interesting things to do, and I think that helps elevate the game a bit for me. Is that it's willing to be fun. And in fact, yeah, in this room, I think it's one of the humans. In fact, maybe that was the human that I got to. No, that one's more obvious to you, but there's definitely ones that approach you that are sort of hard to tell at first they're human or a survivor. But they're like a survivor if they're a monster coming towards you. Especially the injured people. Talking there. I want to get to a point where we can maybe see what the video cases is talking about, but I have to like find the part where it's very specifically happened. Let's put it there. Well, I might not be able to find it. Anyways, the main point is I think Carrier is very, very charming. It's got some fun enemy variety. The game's willing to do weird changes in its pacing just for fun. It's not. It's not a horror comedy game, but it is willing to not be very grounded or realistic. So, but it's not trying too hard to be silly, and it's not trying too hard to be serious. It's more of just taking its tone, and the tone it has is kind of fun. I think if you kind of like charming, like, I guess not too serious, not too silly type horror stuff. Like, it is silly, but it's not trying too hard to be silly, if that makes any sense. It's got some cool stuff, and sometimes it's just cool, but it's like cool in a very video game way. It's not trying too hard to be realistic. It's not trying too hard to be silly. It's just in this area where it manages to be overall charming because it's got a good level of silliness, a good level of, hey, we're a video game, so let's just do some fun video game things. But also a fun level of horror that's not particularly grounded, but kind of fun to see how they realize their horror elements. That's how I guess I would describe it best. Overall, I like it. So, it's definitely no lower than B, and I'm gonna think specifically. It almost could tread A, but there are a few parts that are a little frustrating. So, give me a second. I'm gonna have to dance on Twitch bitch. Banish you to the Shadow Realm I go. All the same. Anyways, away from that, how's it going normally outside when it's not that? My overall opinion on Carrier is it probably is around the B territory, though I almost want to put it in A because it's pretty fun. But all the same. I remembered how to do Twitch spam and stuff, okay? Alright. So, Carrier, where would I put it? I do think I like it a little bit more than Machine Fig. I almost maybe had it in the exact right spot just when I was dealing with that. Let's see here. I guess I do like Blue, or I almost said Blue Carrier, which is a different thing. I almost think I like it more than Carrier than I do Ione. But I guess I do like Fatal Frame 1 a bit more than I like Carrier, and I like Overture more than I like Carrier. So I guess, yeah, like I almost had it in the exact right spot. So right there feels right to me. But we're not done yet. I gotta talk about Extermination next. Did I upload my Extermination videos? I didn't upload my Carrier videos, so... no, I didn't. Extermination, PS2. I misspelled PS2, whatever they were going to find the game, so it's no problem. I like this a little bit less than I like Carrier. It came out afterwards, but I think Carrier is more charming. This game is also obviously has some Metal Gear Solid inspiration. Some of the people that worked on Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 actually ended up working on this game. But what can I say? I do just like it a bit less than I liked the Carrier game. This game takes itself a little bit more seriously. It's trying to be like... If this makes any sense, this was a PS2 launch game. So even though it's a PS2 game, you can tell it's a PS2 game. It still vaguely looks like a PS1 game. That's because it's like a really, really early PS2 game. it's trying to compete, and you can tell it's trying to compete with both Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid. When playing it, you can tell that it's inspired by Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid, and The Thing. It also has some deep fearisms and some carrierisms here and there. It's just inspired by those three things, leaked by some of those same developers, some of the Resident Evil devs. The problem is, I don't think it's as good as what it's trying to imitate. I don't think it's as good as being a survival horror game as Resident Evil. I don't think it's as good as being a Metal Gear game as Metal Gear game actually is. I don't think it's quite as good as the game from these developers before Carrier. So it's kind of not a bad game, and some probably like it more than I do, but I've always been of the opinion that it's better than Deep Fear of this quote-unquote quadrology, but it's a little bit weaker in my opinion than I think Carrier and the next game that we're going to talk about from this quadrology is. So it's like second worst, third best, right, how you look at it. It's not bad, and it has a lot of interesting stuff about it as a PS2 launch game, as an early horror game, as a game that's trying to both beat Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid at the same time. So there's definitely some intrigue. But as an overall experience, I'd still say it's a little more. It's about Deep Fear. It's in the C territory for me. But yeah, that feels about right to my feelings towards it. I put Extermination right there in the middle of the sea. Alright. But that does lead us to Cold Fear, which I have far more positive things to say, because I actually really like Cold Fear. Quite a bit, actually. Cold Fear. So Cold Fear is another game in this unofficial series of horror games. I played this game before Resident Evil Revelations HD came out back in 2013, I believe. Was this uploaded in 2013? Yes, it was. But I was going to say, I played it back before Revelations Ultimate HD came out. I decided I was going to get in the spirit and play a few boat-focused horror games, watch a few boat horror movies. And so I did. I just like water settings. And I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I liked Cold Fear more than I liked Resident Evil Revelations 1. Cold Fear is a little interesting. It came out like 4 months after Resident Evil 4 came out. It's a 2005 game that came out on PC, Xbox, and PS2. And the game definitely was trying to compete with Resident Evil 4. It has, but it wasn't developed alongside RE4. Like, it didn't come out in the wake of RE4. It's like the developers saw that Capcom was changing the camera and the shooting style of Resident Evil 4 in like trailers and media before the game came out. And the developers decided, okay, Capcom, we'll take you on. And they made like a Resident Evil 4 clone before Resident Evil 4 ever came out. Like, it released a few months after Resident Evil 4, but they came really close together. And it's interesting because you can tell it wants to be a Resident Evil 4 competitor. Now, I will say this, it's nowhere near as good as Resident Evil 4, but it's actually a pretty good horror game in its own right. One of the weirder features of it is that it's got a mixture of fixed camera angles and over-the-camera shoulder stuff. How it often works is that when you're exploring, it has like a mixture of over-the-camera and fixed camera angle perspectives. And then when you shoot, you go into like the RE4 mode every time. So even if you're in like a fixed setting, the camera will change and all that. Just a little interesting thing. It does not work that badly here. There's not that many frustrations I had with this. It has some really interesting enemies, but some of them are really, really frustrating. There are two enemies that are very, very unique to this game, but I also would say are very, very frustrating to deal with. There's these starfishes that burst out of enemies after they've been killed. You can sort of tell that they were trying to make them like competitors to Lost Fight. But they don't come out like limbs, they come out as separate enemies, so that you'll kill like an enemy, and these starfish will come crawling out the enemy. Now the starfish, they're annoying because they have these tendrils that when you're within the vicinity of them, and the vicinity is surprisingly far, like it goes way further than you think it has any right to go. They'll latch onto you and they'll start rapidly draining your health. and the only way to take care of them is to kill them. Now, the bright side about them latching onto you with their tendrils is that because their tendrils stretch out so much, you can sort of tell where the starfish is based on where the tendril is coming from. But because otherwise they can like squeeze into the environment. The thing is, the game is like physics. You'll see this in a second when the game actually starts. But you're on a boat setting to start off, and the boat is rocking back and forth. And as the boat rocks back and forth, things on the boat start moving with it, like there's waves that are going to crash up on the ship. You'll see like furniture going back and forth in the room and all that. So it uses this boat setting to do this sort of swaying thing you see while you're there in the setting. You see things swaying with how the boat's swaying. I want to get to a part where you start seeing the furniture move. Right now I'm just on the main deck, so it's mostly the stuff that's anchored and all that, like stuff that's closed down. Once you get inside the actual ship, there's stuff that is like swaying around to and fro. Kind of interesting to see the stuff that's buckled down to it. But anyways, there's like some physics props and barrels they can push and stuff that gets that is secured down and sort of kick around. And so there's like physics in this game, and the enemies can get like hidden behind physics. Like in this room, if starfish were to come out of this guy, there'd be like a starfish that's like crammed between those barrels, being hard to notice or deal with. So even though, like, if this was I should just get to a point of test, like the actual starfish enemies, because I think it'll make more sense when I talk about this. We almost being knocked off the boat. Well, lurks beneath. Hello, enemy. Doing its thing. I should also mention that starfishes hardly ever come by themselves. Starfishes, usually when they burst out an enemy or like they're just naturally in the environment, there'll be like a small crowd of them. So if you're like getting drained by one, you might be drained by multiple. You might die really, really quickly if you're not careful with starfish enemies. But they kind of flop around towards you otherwise. I'm trying to see if I find a clip that shows off what I mean by the starfish enemies. They do stand out in memory, and they're kind of fun and kind of annoying at the same time. As weird as that might be to describe. Dead men tell no tales. Might get a starfish enemy on screen. I don't know. Whoa. Look at all the ocean fairy islands. Maybe this is when the starfish first pop up. There's something on the wall there which they sometimes do. I should also mention the starfishes don't need to be on the ground. The starfishes can climb up the walls and be on the ceilings and all that. So it's not just you have to look at the floor and pay attention to what the starfishes are. They can really latch on to anything in the environment. They can climb it and all that. So that makes finding them a little trickier because they're not always in super obvious spots. You can't just like look at the ground and try to figure out where they are. Maybe it's this part, because I know they are a part of the infection, so maybe I started paying attention. Maybe I'll just dig a little bit deeper into that thing, probably somewhere around this part. I want to see if I can show off these starfish really badly. I could probably just look at full fear starfish. I probably just find a video of them. But I know, I mean, this is my Let's Play, but obviously they've got them somewhere around here. Are there any starfish in this room? Hard to say. Eventually you leave the boat setting and get to the middle rig, and there's some pretty cool spots in the middle rig. Like you find rooms where like meat's growing and doing things. It's kind of interesting. Anyways, Cold Fear is a pretty decent Resident Evil 4 wannabe that tried to compete even before Resident Evil 4 was an actual thing. And it does have its frustrations. I've talked about the starfish a lot, but there are other enemies in this game. In fact, I could probably find the ones that I hate the most here. I both like them conceptually, but I hate them. So this game has some QTs. It's from the Resident Evil 4 era. Resident Evil 4 was a show that had QTs. So this game has QTs too. But it has one of the most bullshit QTs I've ever seen for one specific enemy type. It's like if you took a dog and the hunters from Resident Evil and combined them into one enemy, That is basically what these enemies are. And they would be fine if they didn't have this one specific trait, which I'm trying to see if I can find a clip of them to show exactly what I mean. I have no idea, to be honest with you, Mohammed. I have no guess. I just know this one. Da-da-da-da. I am trying to see if I can find this bit. There's like these. They take a bit to kill, so when you're in an arena with them, you'll know. Here's the problem with them. I'll talk about them. Actually, I think I'm in this section. There they are. No, that was a boat. But I do think that they are in this section, correctly. They like run around a lot. Here's some of the enemies, regular ones. I want to see the doggo. They get blown up by dynamite. Yep. Okay, so the doggo enemies, the issue with them is that they will lock you into an animation. Like, you don't even have to be looking at them or anything. It could be a situation that they're running towards you, and you try to run out of their way or run away from them, but they will lock you into an animation. You'll be locked in for about 2 or 3 seconds, and they will jump at you, and you have to input a series of buttons really, really quickly. Otherwise, it's going to kill you. And I hate that I can do it. It's supposed to be like the Hunter attack, where it like does this lunge thing at you and decapitates you, though it does it with its jaws. But it being tied to an animation that locks you in on, so you can't even run out of the way, because it locks you into the animation so you can't move. And then it's just being a kill, and then a QT for it being quite difficult, actually, in terms of QTs. It basically, whenever I fought these enemies, it was try your best to make it so the enemies run up to you and fucking lock you into that fucking animation. Is how I dealt with them most of the time. So, this is definitely close to one of them. This isn't the type of enemy I'm talking about. This is another enemy type. The game does have some pretty decent enemy variety, though, I will say that. And even though I'm complaining about these doggos, there's not that many doggos in the game. I think it was like 3 or 4 of them you fight. I am 90% sure this was a doggo fighting arena, unless I'm mistaken. But all the same. I am blabbing too much about Cold Fear. I like Cold Fear, though. There's some frustrations. The story is whatever. It's fine. But it's not great. The gameplay, a little drab looking, but surprisingly fun to play. Good enemy variety. Some of the enemies are frustrating. Some locations are pretty cool, actually. I would say I would put it in B. I almost don't know if I like Carrier or Cold Fear. Cold Fear is a little later, but I do like Carrier's complete willingness to lean into its gaminess. I guess, to be true to my heart of hearts, I would put Cold Fear pretty steadily, pretty strongly, I think. I think I might like Carrier a bit more. It is older and in some ways less polished, but I do like Cold Fear stuff. I might put Cold Fear right here, above Amnesia, Machine for Pigs, but below Oyoni. Oyoni, I think, has some charm to it too, which again is why it's so high for me, but hey. Alright, we're going to talk about... I'm going to move Resident Evil 0 to before Resident Evil. We'll talk about Fear and Condemned first, because it's a little weird to talk about Resident Evil 0, then Fear and Condemned, and then talk about more Resident Evil. Let's talk about Fear. I, very recently, like within the last couple months, went on a Fear nostalgic trip. I didn't play it, but I actually looked at some of my old videos. I just felt like looking at them. I went nostalgic for Fear. And I remember my old Let's Play, I didn't feel like replaying the game, so I just kind of looked at myself playing it. Which is why, especially some of the later parts of the game, you'll find that most of the videos I watched are from like the late parts of the game. And when we get there, you'll see stuff like that. Fear is very interesting for me. A lot of people adore this game. They love it to pieces. I think Fear is very, very good. But I will say, because I'm more of a horror fan than I am a shooter fan, I think Fear is more made for shooter fans than horror fans. I think it still has horror, and as a horror fan, it's worth playing. But the first Fear game, I would say, it's like 8/10 an action game, 2/10 a horror game in terms of its balance. So, we'll talk about Fear ending stuff when it comes up. Fear has an interestingly convoluted, kind of fucked up story. There is something that can be said that Fear's story, I think, will come off more fucked up now than even when it came out. I'm going to spoil the shit out of the Fear game storylines for a second. Very, very basically, the Fear franchise is about a woman, or she started off as a little girl, so really, a little girl who was used for terrible, horrible experiments from twisted scientists who wanted to practice and make a psychic weapon. And they wanted her, even as a child, to give birth to like super soldier type peoples that also had psychic abilities like she did. So they had her raped as a child, and she had 2 children. One of which you will find out is your main character, Point Man. The other one is the main antagonist of this first game, a guy named Fettel, who is so corrupted by his mom's psychic waves and so insane that he is a cannibal. He loves eating people. He loves it. He's like, people. Point Man, meanwhile, is basically kind of a super soldier. And if I'm not mistaken, all of the enemies that you fight in Fear, like the main enemy forces that you're up against, are all like people that have been reprogrammed to be super soldiers using the psychic link that that Fettel provides. So Fettel is basically has a psychic network because he is being engineered as a super weapon, so that all the soldiers that you fight let me just get the actual gameplay. They're all being psychically linked and controlled by Fettel. The people themselves have had their brains basically burnt out to just be weapons that can psychically communicate with each other and take you down and work in force. Fear's big mechanic is that it's really good gunplay, really good gun reaction to the environment, especially for the time, even still. And the thing that it does super, super well, better than even most games today, is that it's very intelligent enemy AI. The whole foundation of Fear, before it was really a game, was that they wanted to test. There was a person who was one of the leads on the project who wanted to test a theory about how enemy AI could work in video games in a more dynamic function. So they put a huge emphasis on making enemies that can react very well to whatever situation they're put in and coordinate as a group. So they don't just think as singular individual enemies. They can form tactics with each other. And that is the whole mechanical loop of Fear, is that you're a guy fighting these super soldiers that are psychically connected to fight against swarms of enemies that can form tactics against you based on how you're playing that will try to take you down. That is the idea of it. And in fairness, it has very fun, grim lighting, grim dark settings. The enemy's AI is actually impressive, even to this day, I'd say. The gunplay is great. This was also one of the early adapters, not the first game, because it was invented by Max Payne, but you can sort of see me using it a little bit there, where they do the bullet time thing, which allows you to do bullet time. It does feel very good in this game. The gunplay in this game feels fantastic. As a shooter, it is a very focused shooter that has a very unique identity that's all its own. And there are some people who adore this. And I will say, I enjoyed playing Fear. I do have issues with it. So here are some of my issues with Fear, I'm going to say up front. I came into this more as a horror fan than an action fan. I do not dislike action games, obviously, but they're not what I mainly go to games for. I am a little less interested in what is mostly just a pure shooting experience. Now, Fear was able to hold my attention all the way through despite this, because Fear has really good shooting. The guns feel great, the mechanics feel great, the enemies are interestingly complex in how they decide to go about things. You can enter the same combat arena multiple times and they can form different strategies. It's a little interesting to see. The thing is that Fear mostly relies on this as the crutch of most of the gameplay loop. Now, for some people, that's perfectly fine, because they're here for the good shooting, the good feeling weapons, the interesting grim environments. That's fine. But the enemy variety in this game, I'm going to just say it, is kind of shit. You have the soldiers who make up, like, I'm not even kidding, like 80% of the enemies that you're finding in the game. You occasionally get these invisible SWAT guys that can, like, ninja kick you down, like that. Anyways, there is a couple times you fight a mecha, I think, and then there's some enemies that pop up very late game, like these weird phantom things. They're almost like more jump scare type enemies. Talk about them, we'll talk about them. They're like these ghost phantom things that they die in like one bullet. And their main thing is they swarm you. And that's, unless I'm forgetting something, but I don't think I am. that's really kind of it for enemy variety, and 80% of the game is taken up by these soldiers. Occasionally you get an invisible cleaner, sweeper, ninja kicking guy. Twice the mechas basically are a boss because you fight them twice, I believe. And then you have the enemies that pop up occasionally in horror sequences at the very, very end of the game. Enemy variety leaves something to be desired. So how much you like fear is really, really dependent on how much you like the fighting, the combat in fear. And that can be said is that the fighting is very good. Again, the enemy AI is better than most enemy AI in games to this day. The shooting feels really good. The guns they have, fantastic. The shotgun in this game is fucking amazing. It feels brilliant to blow enemies up and then go into like slow-mo and see their bits and chunks fly across everywhere, basically. And lots of things in the environment react to you and the enemy's gunfire. So a lot of stuff with the object isn't like like there is some static objects, not like everything that's reactionary, but so much of the environment responds to you having a firefight. So oftentimes you get to an area, you can like see the damage that even the enemies cause. So yeah. Now, with all this said, the horror aspect has some good moments. We sort of just saw a horror moment right then if you were paying attention to the screen and stuff happening on the screen, not just listening to me like on a podcast right now. But I would say that the horror betrays itself in 3 ways. The first thing is every single time, with only like maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, but every other time that a horror moment is about to happen, the game always telegraphs its horror moment by making the HUD flicker. And it'll make this sense. It's not just you noticing the HUD is flickering. You will notice that the HUD will start doing this thing before something creepy is about to happen. So you kind of always know when you're done with the shooting and a creepy thing is about to happen, because your HUD will always start flickering. It'll make this little like flickering light sound, like light that's struggling to stay on. So the horror is always telegraphed before it happens. So when the horror scene happens, it's not as shocking if you know what read to read, because the game will almost always foretell that it's about to try and do something spooky. I get the idea behind it, and I get for the shooter fans, maybe they thought that if the horror was just out of the blue, it might be a little too scary. I don't know, but I kind of hate that it telegraphs its horror, like when it's about to try and be creepy or spooky with you, a little too well, if that makes sense. The second thing about the horror is that it honestly, there's a thematic story reason for the horror being the way it is, but a lot of it is kind of samey. The horror usually falls into one of 3 categories. Either A, Alma's gonna like stand there or crawl past you, you're gonna see your shadow, Alma's gonna do something, and usually it's like at a distance watching you or walking away, or she's gonna like crawl out from something of that alley, basically. There are a few different variations of it, of Alma's scare. Like 2 of the best scares are one involving a ladder, where they, this is me spoiling 2 of Fear's best scares, I apologize if you don't want to hear this, but I'm going to say it briefly. There's a moment in Fear where they make you think that they scared you, the scare is over, because you had the flicker before, and so you think that the scare is over, and you continue about your business, and then when you let your guard down, they follow it up with a second scare. They do that once, and it's pretty effective, won't lie. And then there's a part where the screen is keep on flickering. It's like flickering like crazy, but you don't really know why it's flickering so bad, because everything seems normal. And the scare will trigger if you try and look under like an office thing, where it'll just come, like Alma will come crawling for you really, really fast. And that did scare the shit out of me when it happened, will not lie. Those 2 scares did get me. But most of the Alma scares otherwise, they're kind of like the Fatal Frame passing ghost if you play Fatal Frame, and we literally just talked about Fatal Frame. But Fatal Frame is passing ghosts, they have to take pictures of. Alma, most of the time, is like the Fatal Frame passing ghost, where like you get a telegraph and she's about to appear, then she'll appear and walk by or crawl by or do something, or a shadow will cross by, and then it's like a passing ghost, like, oh hey, look, there was Alma. But anyways, the second scare that'll happen is Fedel scares. Fedel works a little bit differently than Alma. Usually he'll say something, like he'll talk, he'll like start monologuing you, like, you and me, brother, we both have the sex for blood, or something up that alley. and he will like monologue for do his villain talk to you a little bit. It's kind of a cool way to portray the villain. You don't see the villain except for the very beginning and towards the very end of the game. So it's a kind of neat way to have the villain more in the game than just, otherwise he would have been, I guess. But at the same time, it's not really scary when Fiddle's on screen. Like, you might occasionally see psychic visions, I guess, of him like eating someone. And I guess if you're disturbed by seeing a person in a video game eat another person, then maybe it's scary. But I don't think it's scary. It's just like, oh, look, he's eating someone. Good for you, my bro. But then the other scare that'll happen is they'll get transported to a hospital room where you find out later it's about your birth, and you'll go through some surreal scenes of the hospital, and usually it'll end off with you in a black abyss full of fire fighting a bunch of phantoms. Now, those are the three scares that Fear most commonly relies on. It very rarely tries to do anything different than what I just described. Usually the horror stuff amounts to basically that in the first Fear game. Until the very end, but what it does at the very end, I would say is very scary anyways. So, what I'm trying to say is, Fear is a really, really good shooter with horror elements. And the horror elements are fine. It did scare me a couple times, I won't lie. But it also, I think, has some weaknesses in the horror aspect. And I came into Fear kind of hoping it'd be like, I understand it's a shooter, but like a shooter with stronger horror elements. Where I would almost say that it's like a shooter which occasionally dips its toes into horror. More than like a full-on horror. I think the scariest part of the game, outside the two scares I mentioned, is the very beginning. Because they throw a few scares at you before you start like really fighting a lot of enemies. And I think the build-up is done well. But I think after you really get into the flow of the game, the scares lose more and more of their effectiveness because they're kind of similar vein to each other. It's still a very good game, though, and I'm happy I played it. I'll get to a much later point because there's some nice-looking stuff. Okay, I got confused for a second. I was like, what? I'll go to the vault video. I was again watching the later parts of this Let's Play recently, so I kind of know where this is at, so... I have a lot more to say about the... Also, yeah, the weapon enemies right there are pretty cool. The thing about Fear is that the weapons do feel great. Where would I put Fear on a ranking list? That's a little bit hard, especially since it's a horror ranking list and I'm a horror fan. If I was a shooter fan, and shooting is what I cared most about with this game, my opinion would probably be a little higher, because it's a very unique shooting game with very nice feeling shooting mechanics. Everything about the shooting feels great. The weapons feel great. The enemies and how they work feel great. I would say that's punishing, but in the right level of punishing. It's not too unfair, and you can usually tell what's going on if you're paying attention. It's interesting how the enemies can work and function. And even the combat moves you could do, like the slow-mo and the slide kick, which you can do, I believe. And maybe you don't do that until the second game, but I believe you can do it in this game. Feel very good to do. It's a very fluid feeling shooting. As a horror game, I admit it leaves something to be desired. However, there is actually a point which will raise Fear for me a little bit. Because even though I have all these issues with the main game of Fear that we're looking at right now, I think that Fear had an amazing horror expansion known as Extraction Point. Now, Fear, the first game, had 2 DLCs. It had the first DLC, which was called Persis... Actually, Extraction Point came out first. Persis Mandate is a DLC for Fear, but it's honestly, overall, in my opinion, weaker than the main Fear game. Yeah, the best part of Fear begins. That's true. The Persis Mandate DLC has some standout moments. It's kind of worth playing just because some of the moments in it are fantastic. I also should mention that Fear's DLCs are not short. Persis Mandate is like a fucking 4 to 7 hour long thing. You can see my Let's Play of Extraction Point here. Let's see, putting the time together like 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I played this thing for like almost 6 hours, and it's just one of 2 DLCs that came out for Fear. And these days it comes with the base package, so it's not any additional cost you get when you buy the game. All the like any form these days. And I would say they're worth playing. Versus Bandit, in my opinion, is not as good as the base Fear game, but it does have some standout moments. I think some of the best moments of Versus Bandit are better than some of the best moments of Fear. It's far more... Versus Bandit is shooter. It has some horror stuff in it, but it is very, very shooter. I don't think it always is as good or as well designed as the main game. It's made by an outside studio. And I think it has moments that really, really shine, but it's overall probably the weakest part of the Fear 1 package. It's not bad, and if you want more Fear, it is more Fear. But I would say that it's very much its own thing. Extraction Point is where I have so much praise to loud off to it, because I fucking love this thing. I think it's one of the best expansions to a game I've played. And as a person who wanted more horror from Fear, it gave me exactly what I wanted. What I need to acknowledge, Fear Extraction Point is non-canon as shit. It is basically an alternate ending to the Fear franchise. So if you want to ignore Fear 2 and Fear 3, or if you're disappointed by the ending to Fear 1, I'm looking at you there. I would heavily recommend you play Fear Extraction Point. It expands on the ending of Fear, and it is comically non-canon. When I say it's comically non-canon, there are 2 characters that get killed in this ending, in this Extraction Point thing, that are alive in Fear 2. So characters that literally die in this never happened. It's literally non-canon to a comical degree, and it kind of works as an ending to it, but what it does super well is that it ups the horror aspect a lot. And I mean like a lot. I really, really like this. I almost want to talk more about it, but let's see. I'll just get to stuff with it. It also has more varied environments. So one of the issues, not issues, but something that I will say about Fear, if you played Fear, you will know this is true. You start off in some dock type levels, like you're going through some warehouses, some docks, etc. After that, you end up climbing a tower, and that tower makes up like over half of the game. And it's kind of nice. You're going through office spaces, so you keep on climbing floors, but after a while, the environments start feeling samey. Finally, you escape through some parking lots, you go through a sort of brief city segment, and then you end the game in the vault. While I do not hate Fear's locations, there is a sort of thing where the environments start feeling kind of samey. Yeah.
Apartment complex from the original game. It's just been a different area, but it has the same sort of look to it.
But yeah.
It's, expansion. There'll be tougher fights, but they're probably going to activate eventually. We'll take all.
It takes place exactly where the first Fear game ended, even though this one's on canon. You get to a church and you meet Fettel's ghost, which, funnily enough, is not canon in this, but will be canon later. So,
thankfully, they're not wasting.
I want to see Fettel's ghost.
You killed me. I didn't like that.
5 again somehow. And yes, I am reading the chat. I'm just not responding too much to it. She'll let this recharge and see what we can do.
I don't want to spoil too much, but the environments and the horror aspects of the attempt
I should heal.
Way more interesting in my opinion. They have new enemy types that the game doesn't have, which are creepier than the enemies in the game. I don't want to show too much in case anybody wants to play. I do think that Fear Extraction. I have played every Fear thing except for the multiplayer game that was taken down like 2010. It's not Fear 3. I'm talking about there was like this shooter thing that was focused on shooting and I never played. Had no story to it. It's just a multiplayer combat thing. That's the only Fear thing I've played.
Around the parts.
And I would say the Extraction Point, in my opinion, is the best part of it.
Wait,
so.
I
both want to show a horror moment, but I still want to spoil too much. But I will show how the environments changed a lot. Well, in the main game, you go through a lot of very samey environments, and this one, you start switching environments quite a bit. It's very interesting locations, I'd even say. We're now getting to the part with the subway, but there'll be other things a bit.
Strikes.
Go through the yard.
Guy who escaped
go through the dock. I guess I'll show the Alsha Holidays thing. That's fine. I don't want to show too much, and I'm not going to try to show gameplay moments.
True weapons and donate them to my own weapon charity. Did you know there's poor kids in Africa that don't get to have guns? I know. That's why we need a gun charity. Hold up. I gotta blow that open. Or kick it open, because I can't do that. Still, though.
Careful. I've got a bad feeling about this.
I would be careful, but you're kind of blocking my route, buddy. Skeletons. Cool.
What were they trying to keep out?
There's
these people killed each other.
You don't say. There's that symbol again. Kinda looks like the Triforce was missing the bottom. How do you know?
I'm not exactly burning with curiosity about what's on the other side, are you?
I am.
Man, this is not right.
It's not wrong either, I like it. Let's roll. See if there's any hidden stuff about. Or the answer to that one is
not good.
You don't say. Oh.
Jin.
Well, there he goes. Oh, wait. The fuck?
I won't spoil too much, but it's a pretty fun time. But still, all the same, there's a lot of stuff that happens here, which I think is a little unexpected. I think also having played Fear before it, Fear is very, very samey. While I would say that Fear Extraction Point does a lot of interestingly odd things and is willing to be a little more creative with itself. And I think that it's focusing on the horror. Obviously, I'm a horror fan, so it spoke to me at some level. But I think it's just also just a creatively interesting little experience. So with that being said, because I'm not counting the DLC separately than the main game, I'm not just counting Fear here. I'm also counting Extraction Point. So if I was just ranking Fear by itself, I'd probably, honestly, in my heart of hearts... Oh, that's okay. I honestly probably, in my heart of hearts, would have given Fear... probably like here. I probably would have ranked it B right beneath Amnesia, Machine for Pigs, above Hidden in the Shadows. And this would have been my place where I would have staked Fear. Pat. It's never fallen near the 7 issues. However, I'm not just counting Fear. I'm also counting that it has Persis Bandit and Extraction Point in it. And frankly, that does elevate it for me some. Especially Extraction Point, which I think is the best part of the Fear franchise. So I both have to consider that it's Fear and also Fear Extraction Point, which I do think lifts it up a score for me. But where precisely do I think, for me, Fear as a whole ends up between the two Dino Crisis games. I think if it was just Fear, the base game of Fear by itself, I probably would have put it somewhere in the middle of B, I think right behind the Machine for Pigs. If you consider it as a whole package with Fear, Persis Bandit, and especially Extraction Point, which I do think Extraction Point is stellar, I would put it basically in A tier, in the middle, whole tier above Dino Crisis, below Dino Crisis 2, PT, and Amnesia Dark Descent, basically. That feels right to me. Yeah. Now, we're going to talk about Fear 2. Now, I am going to continue on with my controversial Fear statements. So I don't like Fear 2 as much as I like Fear Extraction Point, but Fear 2 is my second favorite part of the franchise. And if you watch any video analysis or people talk about the Fear franchise, a lot of people will say that Fear 2 is worse than the first Fear game. And frankly, I get it. The mechanics of Fear 2 are worse than the mechanics of Fear 1. The guns do not feel as satisfying to use. They still feel good, but they aren't as good. The lighting that was pretty uniquely harsh in the original Fear is now more cultured, colorful light, and it feels a little bit more tame, I'd say. And it also doesn't have the unique enemy AI that Fear 1 had. The enemies instead are designed a bit more typically. So I could definitely see why people dislike Fear 2 compared to Fear 1, because it takes a lot of the most interesting elements of the first Fear game and sort of tones them down. And while Fear 1 was focused on PCs, Fear 2 is focused more as like a console shooter. You can kind of see where it's trying to appease to the console crowd. Now, by which I mean, like, it takes off some of the PC exclusive features, like a lot of physics objects no longer there. The environments have physics, but they're far more static than they were in the first game. Like, if you're shooting around, it doesn't have the same battle damage around. So what I'm trying to say is, the fundamental best aspect of the first Fear game is watered down in Fear 2. So I completely understand people that loved Fear 1, and specifically for its shooting, and do not like Fear 2 as much because it's not a bad game, but it feels far more typical and takes a lot of the very unique aspects of Fear 1 and wires them down, basically. From that perspective, I get it entirely. But I have a counterpoint to all of that, which is I think Fear 2 is simply a much better paced, a much better executed in the horror aspect, and a much more varied experience than the first Fear is. I think what they sacrificed for their shooting focus, they made up for legitimately very interesting level design and varied locations. Far more interesting enemies that are willing to, again, in the first Fear game, enemy variety, you got like 4 enemies really, and 80% of the enemies you fight are the same enemy. Now, given they're very creative with their AI and stuff, so I think they're able to hold the game, but Fear 2 is a bit more willing to get weirder with its enemies and do a bit more with them. And frankly, I like the story more, and I like the cinematic aspect they added to the story. Because the first Fear game, you might have noticed when you're watching, it's kind of like harsh. While the Fear 2, I think, is focused a bit more on being a bit more Hollywoody, I would say. But I actually think that works in Fear's case. I, again, also have gameplay of Fear 2. And I'll show what I mean. I will say, before I talk about this, I like Fear 2 more than I like Fear 1. I'm not sure about. I don't like Fear 2 as much as I like Extraction Point, and this is going to make this discussion a little hard to talk about with my placements. But I think Fear 2 is a pretty fantastic.
Hey everyone, this is Dusk.
Quiet, old me. I also will say Fear 2 has an incredibly fucked up story. You might know this because we were just looking at Fear 1 gameplay. But Fear 2 looks substantially nicer, like graphically. But at the same time, it loses its harsh lighting. Like, even though, in my opinion, it has a nicer art direction, you also can sort of tell that it's losing its harsh vibes. Like, there's something about the art direction that's different. I don't hate Fear 2's art direction at all. In fact, I think it's very, very impressive at times. But you can tell it's a very different vibe, and the vibe feels less horrorish because they got rid of, like, the really striking lighting. And the environments feel a little bit more homely. This first place that we're in is like an apartment tower thing. I'll get to it. I'm just sort of clicking around at the moment to show off. The environments also get very varied. This high-rise apartment place that we're looking at. It's just one of a few locations that you go to, so. Setting it through. Watching me run around in the past. But I'll show a different location for like much later in the game. Okay, so OBS disconnected for a second. I believe it's reconnected now. It'll probably take a second to kick back in for all of you. So I'll let it kick back in. OBS disconnected for a second, and now OBS has reconnected. I will continue with my point. Please tell me if you can hear me, as that would be appreciative for me to know. So hey. I will skip quite a bit ahead of Fear 2, though. You can hear me? Thank God. With nothing to do with the girl? I don't know a whole lot about the lore, so I don't know. That would be interesting. I'm not sure if the Fear franchise has any juice left, honestly, though. Actually, this is a good time for me to mention this. There was a point in time that I was talking about a horror game coming back, and a lot of people. There was this game of telephone where people claimed I was saying it was Fear. I never meant Fear when I was saying that. I've never heard of a Fear game that's been in development. At the time, what was it I was talking about? It definitely wasn't Fear. I just really remember that some people will say, like, ask me if there's the Fear game I was talking about. I have to tell them I never mentioned a Fear game. I know what you're talking about. Several years ago, I mentioned a horror game coming back, but it wasn't Fear I meant. It was something that was almost. It was Clock Tower. Fuck, right, that was it. At the time I was saying that Clock Tower, I had mentioned that there was a remake of Clock Tower being made at Waypoint. It did end up being a remake. Well, I mean, it kind of was. It was made from the ground up. But it's like a remake that's trying to be very similar to the original game. And I was trying to hint that a horror franchise that hadn't had a new game since the 2000s was getting a new entry. And I was trying to hint at the time at Clock Tower. But people, for some reason, thought I was talking about Fear. And I would love a new Fear game. I love the Fear games. But I was talking about Clock Tower at the time. Because they were at the time they were developing the new version of Clock Tower, the first Fear, which released a couple years back. So I think a new game set in the Fear universe would be interesting. Unfortunately, the studio that made these games both stopped making horror games, and then last year just completely shut down. Monolith Studios is unfortunately just a dead studio now. They were the developers that later on would make the Shadow of Mordor, Lord of the Ring games, the ones that had the really famous rivalry system. Those were by the same developers as Fear and as Condemned and all that. They also made like Blood in the past, I believe. They're a studio that made some really fantastic games, if I'm going to be 100% honest. Like, actually fantastic. And as a horror fan, they literally have Fear 1, Fear 2, Fear 3 is okay. We'll talk about it. Then Condemned 1 and Condemned 2. And it sucks because now they're just gone forever. So basically, I guess technically Warner Brothers owns the Fear franchise, but I don't think Warner Brothers is ever going to do anything with Fear. Like, ever. Ever, ever. Maybe in the future if the situations change, but I even kind of doubt that. I'll get to a very different section of Fear, I think. Yeah. Rip in pieces, Fear. It sucks, honestly, because I think Fear. I don't think the studio was ever going to make a Fear or Condemned or something like it again. Maybe they might have, who knows? But it did kind of feel like they were locked in for licensed games and kind of caught up in the Lord of the Rings things. Can I just say, I am always really sad when a very promising horror game developer gets locked in for basically making movie tie-in games. Not that those movie tie-in games are bad, per se, but like, this isn't even the only studio it happened to. Very, very famously, that happened with the Dead Space devs. When both the original Dead Space devs were put on to work on, what was it at the time? Star Wars. And then they were just shut down by EA. And then likewise, the new Dead Space remake devs is it Iron Man they were locked in on, I think? But anyways, so they aren't going to make a Dead Space 2 remake. We'll talk about Dead Space when we talk about Dead Space, but there's other examples of this too, but it's like a developer who has such a unique vision for horror and specific types of games, then gets like locked in internally to just make a movie tie-in game. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm not trying to shit talk it. It's just, as a horror fan, it's very disappointing to see, I guess. But yeah. Moving on from all that, though, we get to Above Ground. The best setting of the game is the school. I will show part of the school, just because it's worth showing. The school is a very creepy setting where a lot of interesting horror scenes happen. I will not show too much, though. I'll show a little bit, but I won't show too much. I know it's hard to tell that's the creepiest point where we see a gunfight, but where was this at? Oh, the creepiest part with the helicopter attacks. But hey, shit goes down in the school. I will also show this part because it's kind of neat. This is the part I'm thinking of. You get to the school area. This is before you get to the labs. Yeah, so basically, now Resident Evil games have hidden laboratories. Check this out. Resident Evil fans, you gotta check this one out. I think it's a little past here it happens. I'm trying to get to the exact timestamp, but no, they're still in the school year. So basically, you're going to this elementary school. You're finding these soldiers in this elementary school. There's some more monsters than the soldiers, but I guess we're not seeing them. You learn there's like some culty, ritualistic stuff going on in the school, because of course there is. All the fun, all the fun. Anyways, you see that they were monitoring the students to a kind of disturbing degree, honestly. And ultimately, you hear that a bunch of kids get sick and go to the nurse's office for a while. In fact, I think I went a little bit too ahead now. Here it is. So you get to the nurse's office, and so it's like, okay, so why are there all these notes about kids going to the nurse's office? What's going on with the nurse's office? Then you get here, it's just like a normal, small-ass nurse office. You're like, okay. Then, I gotta close the door first. Close the door. I'll just direct with this, though. I think the door closed automatically, yep. Turns out the nurse office is a secret elevator. Wow. A secret elevator to an underground laboratory doing experiments on kids from the elementary school. Whoa, who would have ever seen an underground lab coming? Though they do play it interestingly. I don't think Resident Evil has actually had an underground laboratory doing experiments on kids yet. Fear does do it, so hey. You get to your secret school underground laboratory where they're doing very illegal experiments on kids. And monitoring the shit out of them, of course, because of course they are. Underground lab gets to have its fun. It's also not the final location of the game. The final location of Fear 2 is pretty cool, actually, but anyways, I think it's neat. And very Resident Evil core, but, you know. I will show one more part of this. Fear 2 has some very fun set pieces. Here's a part where you are riding on a tram. We'll find enemies boarding your tram from their tram as you're going on your tram fight to another facility. It's honestly kind of fun. Kind of hectic, but fun. Rolls it goes. There's another part where the trains start getting weirder in their positioning, where you gotta keep on switching positions, but you're above them, and you can shoot down at them, and they're above you, and you can jump down to you. All the fun. Anyways, my main point, Fear 2 is pretty fun. I like it more than I think I like the base Fear game. Funnily enough, and I think this says a lot about my personal taste in Fear. Fear 2 has a DLC, just like how Fear 1 had a DLC, but Fear 2's DLC was a DLC that tried to make Fear 2 more like Fear 1. And people love this DLC. They're like, Fear 2 was as good as Fear 1's shooting, but I really like the DLC. In fact, I think it's what's it called? Just say DLC. I'm sure I'll find it. Electric Ghost. That is not quite what it meant. Maybe it would have been at the very end, because I definitely did play it and upload it. Well, I'll just talk about it. Unsurprisingly, I think the DLC is fun enough, but I don't like it as much as the base game of Fear 2. I think how I feel about Fear is very fundamentally against how a lot of Fear fans feel about Fear. I think a lot of Fear fans really like the excellent shooting that's in Fear 1. And Fear 2, trying to recreate that more, was great for them. I more kind of want a shooter that has stronger horror elements in it. So when it tends to lean that balance better is where I generally enjoy it more. And Fear does that best in Fear Extraction Point and Fear 2. Fear Extraction Point is built off the foundation of Fear's mechanics, so it gets to be horror while also being based off of Fear's shooting mechanics. Fear 2 has different mechanics, but I do think it has a very varied campaign. And if you played Fear 1, you walked away wishing that you could have a little bit less, like maybe not as good shooting, but with more variety and more horror, I think you might like Fear 2 more like I do. Now that said, though, I do like Fear Extraction Point more than I like Fear 2, so where I place Fear 2... For now, this feels like a cop-out. It's kind of weird to have Diamond Crisis, Fear, Diamond Crisis. But this will change, the list continues. But I think it's just a little bit below Fear 1. If I was just basing it off entirely just the base game Fear 1, I would put Fear 2 above Fear 1. But I do like the DLC of Fear 1. I think the DLC really rounds out the Fear package, and specifically the Extraction Point DLC for Fear 1. I think it's just the best part of the Fear franchise. So they get very, very close to me. But I would put it currently like right below Fear as the whole package with Fear 2. Even though I would put Fear 2 above Fear 1. If that makes any sense at all. I also will say that I think they'll get more separated as the list continues, but for now they're like right next to each other. Which leads us to Fear 3. Now let's talk about it. So Fear 3 is, I am just going to say it, the worst Fear game. But it's not a terrible game. It's a little overhated, I'd even say. Fear 3 is pretty much a okay shooter, horror game. Kind of fun co-op game, though. Which, the base campaign, which I guess I'll look at this video right here. The Blind Let's Play from many, many years ago. Many, many years ago. It's not a bad game. Here's the problem with Fear 3 specifically. They stripped away everything that sort of made Fear a very unique franchise. They literally took everything that I would identify as saying made Fear have its own unique voice and kind of stripped it away for what was popular at the time. So Fear had you have to pick up health packs, and they made really strong hardcore survivalism. So when you play Fear, both Fear 1 and Fear 2, you have no regenerating health. You just have the item pickups, so you have limited health pools. You have to be very careful with and very selective with. You can get killed very, very quickly. Can you guess what Fear 3 did? It made it into regenerating health, of course. Then Fear has a focus on, unique AI systems. Those systems, unfortunately, also take a back seat. And Fear's enemies, like Fear 3's enemies, are kind of very stereotypical video game enemies. They're not bad, but they're not anything special, I would say. The level design is made like it's like what you're seeing here, because it is a cover shooter in part. Fear 1 and Fear 2, noticeably, were not cover shooters. But Fear 3, even though there was a Fear 2 and 3, my minor T. But yeah, Fear 3 decided that it would want it to be a cover shooter now. So now it's a cover shooter like every other game from the era after Gears of War came out. Now, there's a little bit more to this. It basically strips away everything that Fear mechanically had unique to itself to sort of replace it with what was most popular. Like, another thing is that your characters have, like, perks and stuff that you get, which we'll talk about. For whatever, I'll talk about it another time. But basically, the foundation of Fear 3 is a shooter game still, but it's not styled like Fear 1 was. And it's a bigger departure from the mechanics than even Fear 2 was. This said, it's not a terrible game. That said, I wouldn't say Fear 3's campaign is a great game either. I'll switch the environment so you at least see a little bit more. There's also, because I'm playing as Point Man, I should mention there is a unique hook to Fear 3 that is unique to it. You might notice that I am playing with a co-op partner. There are 2 playable characters. There is me and Fettle, which, yes, that is Fettle, the antagonist from Fear 1. And I'm playing as Point Man, the protagonist of Fear 2, or Fear 1. We haven't really talked about this, but Fear 2 started a completely different character than Fear 1 did. So you're playing as this wholly unique character with a whole new story. That character appears in Fear 3, but we'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to spoil the shit out of Fear 3 right now, and this does include a major spoiler for Fear 2. I will say I think Fear 2 is worth playing, even if you know the spoiler. I don't think it really ruins the experience. It ruins the surprise, but it doesn't ruin the experience. Fear 2, I mentioned before that Fear is kind of a very dark franchise. Some of the things it gets away with, I'm surprised it got away with. And I do not think it would have as easy a time getting away with if it came out these days than when it came out. Fear 2's ending, and I'm not making this up, you can look it up and you'll see I'm telling the truth here. It ends with our main character, who we play as during all of Fear 2, being raped by Alma. That is the ending of Fear 2. You can get to the specifics. I won't get into specifics. It might sound like maybe I'm exaggerating, but I am not. That is very clearly what happens at the end of Fear 2. In Fear 3, that character is going to reappear. What happened at the end of Fear 2 is playing into Fear 3. Alma is pregnant, and she's going to give birth to a third brother to our two brothers, one who is now a ghost, who you can see behind me, and he's actually pretty unique to play as. Fettel, in fairness to this old-ass game, yes, I am playing this on a fucking Xbox 360 if you're curious. So, well, no, keep in mind that Fear 2's protagonist was not the protagonist of this game. So thankfully, there's actually not an incest angle to this, thankfully. The character of Fear 2 was a separate character than Point Man. Point Man is the main character of Fear 1 and Fear 3, but Fear 2's character was someone else, who you actually meet in Fear 3. I'll get to the cutscene there. So what's happening in Fear 3 is the Alma's pregnant, and her ghostly contractions are so powerful that they're sending psychic waves over the entire, planet, and causing an apocalyptic scenario to start playing out. I'm going to skip ahead in what we're playing here, because in Fear 3's fairness, there is very, very different environments. Like, you've seen the beginning prison. It's one of the more boring environments, honestly. But you'll see, it surprisingly has very varied environments. Here we are in South America. You and us were in a prison before. We were escaping prison because Point Man was sent to a South American prison. He's broken out by the ghost of Fettel. Fettel is unique because he is psychic. He can juggle enemies in the air. He can possess enemies. And he can literally possess basically any enemy in this game. But you can only possess one at a time. And if the body gets killed, Ghost Fettel is very, very vulnerable, it turns out. But there's this unique thing. Point Man, I almost would say that Point Man, while he's fun to play as, is almost more boring to play as because he just plays as a shooter character. You're shooting. Fettel, I'm not playing as him here, but I've played him other times, is very uniquely in his mechanics where he has to body hop between people. He can use psychic powers when he's not in a body. But he's also very glass. He can get shattered very easily. His maximum health is very, very low. If he's not careful when he's in his ghost form, he can get taken out very quickly. But he's managing hopping bodies. The bodies are kind of on a timer. The bodies can stay around longer if they kill things. So basically, when you're inside of a body, if you can kill things fast enough, you get to retain the body that you have. But otherwise, after a bit, the body will explode. It needs blood, or else it gives blood. Or maybe I'm not even really sure the mechanics. It could be as simple as that he's a fucking cannibal and he fucking eats if he doesn't get enough blood fast enough, I guess. That could literally be it, and I wouldn't know any better. I doubt that's it, but it could be. But anyways. Eventually, Fear 3, you said earlier that Fear 1 you disliked so much that made you, the ending specifically, that it made you not want to continue the franchise. I do not know what you would think of the sacrilege that, frankly, Fear 3 commits. Because Fear 3 commits some sacrilege to the fucking Fear IP, story-wise. It does. It goes some places. It does some shit. I can say that full-heartedly is true. Now, Fear 3 is not a terrible game. It's got good stuff about it, but the campaign is, I would describe, mediocre. It's got okay level design. Parts level design feels kind of bad. Parts level design can feel pretty good. Some of the levels are much better than other levels. Like the level that we're looking at right now, I believe this is the suburb level, if I'm not mistaken. The suburb level is pretty good. I would say it was actually one of the better levels of the game. I also really like the airport level. Those are pretty fun levels, but there's other levels that don't live up. Also, there's the apocalypse happening, as you can see there. But I would say it's a rather mediocre campaign that is elevated that the co-op can be pretty fun. There's a lot of tools they put at your disposal, but also by the time the game ends, you've seen everything a few times. The game's attempt at horror also falls flat. Because Alma is having contractions, she's vaguely not really haunting you in this game. And Fettel's on your side, so he's no longer haunting you. There's no hospital stuff or anything. The horror aspect of this game, and I mean this sincerely, all comes from only two enemies in the game. One of them is not very scary. Both of them are not very scary. One of them is even less scary than the other one. there's these cannibal enemies, these enemies that from the contractions of Alma have gone insane, and so they're kind of like crazed zombie type things. So you see them like cannibalizing each other and doing fucked up shit, but at the end of the day, they're like crazed humans that are vaguely zombie-like. I'm not really afraid of that. Are you? No? Well, that's one of the two things that Fear 3 considers to be horror. The other thing it considers to be horror, and I'll see if I can find a gameplay clip of this. Occasionally, you will get a segment where you start being forced to walk. You're not allowed to run or anything. And a monster will start popping up and harassing you. And that is what will happen, is that you will get harassed a lot by a monster you can't take down. You have to do what you have to do in the area while the monster harasses you. And it's like a doggo-looking thing. It's like not scary looking. I'll see if I can find a clip of it. It is the final boss of the game. You eventually have to fight it. I guess I'm spoiling Fear 3. It turns out it's like related to the Doctor character, and it's like some monster personified version of him. But it's like... I mean, you make your decision. I like Fear 2 a lot, as I said, but Fear 2 does illuminate a lot of what people love about Fear. I will say that. But it does improve the horror aspect a lot. But I would say definitely play Extraction Point. If you feel like Extraction Point, it's an alternative ending to the franchise that's got that going for it. I want to show one single cutscene in this game. That's why you can still see me watching this. I'm trying to find... If I can find the point where we get to the airport level, I'll find it. I forget if we go to the airport level before or after this. So let me just check quickly. I think it's after this, but...
Warning. Mechanical systems damage critical. Performance compromised. Systems going offline.
That's the monster. You think that monster looks scary? Well, the game sure hopes you do.
I kill him.
It's just the fun of it. Is this the airport
Cancelled
level?
because floating guy.
Yeah, it's the airport level.
Take that thing over.
This level's pretty cool, honestly. But I'll get to the cutscene that pissed off so many Fear 2 fans. And then the ending, which pissed off even more Fear fans. Okay, so this is the main character from Fear 2. We're going to watch this cutscene, and then I'm going to dip out. So, one more thing to talk about Fear 2.
Brother.
So.
Brother Beckett.
I've told you everything. Just leave me be.
What do you want?
Allow me.
So it's the main
This
character of Fear
will
2.
kill him. This man is a shell, brother. Empty. All he desires is to forget. All the testing, the surgeries. They weren't able to create any new prototypes with Mother, so they used artificial means. He's like us, brother. Or at least manufactured to be like us. These butchers turned us into monsters. My bastard son. I'm here because of you. true, brother. Conception.
You have to kill the filthy maggot that grows inside her! She's no longer your mother, child. Must it cannot be allowed to
Say hello to mother.
I fear to protagonist. Anyways, Fear 3, there is something which I have to say about, which almost, in some ways, is going to raise the rank of this game. Fear 3 has some surprisingly fun multiplayer modes. Yeah, it's going just like that. So there are a few different multiplayer modes in Fear 3. There's some multiplayer modes where you play as Phantoms. Those are fun, but not the main highlight of the multiplayer. There are two modes, which are the real highlight of Fear 3's multiplayer modes. So let me say this. The multiplayer modes are up to 4 people. They're designed like party games. And to be honest, they're very fun party games. There are 2 modes that stick out way above the rest, which almost make the rest of the game... While the main campaign is incredibly mediocre, I'd say, the real highlight of the game isn't in its multiplayer modes. There are 2 multiplayer modes that stand out. The first is a copy of Call of Duty Zombies, which is what I think you're seeing right here, right now. You have a main base, but it has a few vaguely unique hooks that make it a little bit more interesting than otherwise might have been. It has the system where Alma is going to randomly be around the arena. You cannot look at her if she's around, which adds some interesting mechanics where you're not supposed to look at her. If you look at her, she'll do like one of 20 or so random effects that'll happen to you. It can be something as simple as you immediately get down and your teammate has to rescue you. Or it could be that she teleports you to a random part of the map, or it can make it so that you're blind for a few seconds, or she can make it where you start seeing things that aren't really there. I won't spoil the rest, but if you look at Alma for too long when she's wandering around the map, then you will have usually a pretty bad time. It also helps that Fear 3 has a pretty extensive, full of enemies, and I think that shines best in this specific game mode, because you get to have a lot of fun building up your repertoire and holding up and building up your base like Call of Duty Zombies. And even though it's definitely a ripoff of Call of Duty Zombies, I would still say it's pretty fun. There's 3 different levels for each of the multiplayer modes I should mention, so this mode's like 3 different levels. And it's pretty fun playing through all 3 of them with some friends, if you want to. Also, the other thing I forgot to mention is that the fog is slowly rising. So over time, the lower levels of your base structure start becoming over-infected with fog. And in the fog, it's like these red light monsters that hurt you if you stay in the fog for too long. So it works like that. The last Fear 3 game mode, which I'm sure I recorded here because there's no way we didn't play it, was the game mode Fucking Run. Which Fucking Run is probably the most original mode from Fear 3, and I think it's pretty fantastic. Where basically the idea of it is that you get to checkpoints, and there is a giant, massive wall of death that is chasing you. So you have to rampantly keep moving. If somebody gets down, you have to get them up as soon as you can. Here's the fucking wall. You can set right there. The wall is coming or something. Target time. Nope, no, just the target time. So you have to basically rush the level. If you look behind you, there's 3 levels to this one as well, because there's 3 levels to all the multiplayer modes. You're trying to rush chaotically to the end as a group of friends. Whatever enemies are coming your way, you either want to shoot them down, because obviously they can shoot you down, but otherwise the main point is just to move forward, as the title says, fucking run. And it starts off relatively easy, but there's multiple checkpoints waves you have to get through. It can get pretty damn challenging, plus this mode has a few different difficulty options. So even on normal, it can be pretty hard, though, I'm going to be honest. You gain checkpoints, restocking, trying to rush your way through as the wall of death just continuously is approaching you. I want to see myself get caught. The sound design of this is also, I think, you're not really able to tell right now, but I'll turn the volume on for a second.
The wall says like it's getting close, so yeah, that's a lot of enemies.
It really is.
When the wall gets close to you, can hear it getting close to
Gonna have to move.
makes like the screeching sound that those gets. Right now it's kind of like.
Oh no! Okay.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
Gain you. Everyone, we have to run as fast as we possibly can. Run as fast as you can. It's dangerously close. Don't jump off the pit that's coming, because we've confirmed it's not where we're supposed to go. We're supposed to go down here, but not the other pit. We're supposed to go this way, over here.
It's gonna get us. It's gonna get us. It's gonna get us.
It's gonna get us. Let's keep on running though, if all possible.
It's impossible.
I was just down.
Running.
Oh no. Run, 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 run! Oh, here we go. Keep on running. Keep on running.
Oh shit.
Down here, down the stairs.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. No!
Oh, that's okay. It was a good round.
I rounded the stairs and got sucked in.
It's a pretty fun game, I don't want to lie. The franticness and chaoticness, I think, is a pretty fun party game thing. So, despite the fact I think Fear 3 is the weakest Fear game by like a long shot, it's kind of a fun party game to the point that if the game modes of Fear 3 seem fun enough to you, I would almost recommend. It goes on sale for so fucking cheap these days that if you're like, hey, I have like 2 or 3 friends who I like to play the Fear 3 multiplayer modes with, I'd say, yeah, go for it. You get the game for like $2 each. And it's fun. It works. It's a pretty fun party game that you can play for a few hours with friends and be like, yeah, that was a good time. The campaign you can play through if you want to. It's not terrible or bad or anything. It's just very mediocre, is my opinion. It's basically Fear 3 is a very mediocre co-op campaign, but still a mediocre co-op campaign is made a little bit more fun because it's co-op. And then it's basically, for me at least, a party game where you can play with up to 3 friends, 4 people total, and have some pretty fun multiplayer modes. That is the gist of what I think of it. That said, it is leagues below the other Fear games, and it's definitely a C-tier game for me. I would say, for where to place it precisely, I guess I have it in the right spot. I think it's below Lead for me, but just above the survey. But hey, part of the fun. Hey. Yep, it's a fun time. If you go to Fear 3 wanting a Fear game, you will be disappointed because it betrays the Fear franchise a lot, frankly, mechanically especially. And its campaign, if you just are there to play the story, I'm going to be honest with you, maybe don't. Like, you can. It's not a bad campaign. It's fine. It's very mediocre. The level design is sometimes fun. Again, my favorite levels are the suburb level and the airport level. But let me point out that it's a 10-level thing. It's not a super long game, but some of the levels are There's like a couple good levels, a lot of and that's kind of how the game is. But as a party game, it can be pretty fun if you get pretty cheap and just be like, hey, friend Enos, want to play some of this for like a few hours? They're like, yeah, sure. I think it'd be pretty fun. I would say you would have a good time probably as long as you're okay with it. While it has base mechanics that betray Fear, the mechanics do make for a pretty fun multiplayer party time. So there's that. So that's my opinion on Fear 3. Let's talk about Condemned from the Oranges. Or Origins, really. I always like saying Origins, like oranges. I fucking love Condemned, legitimately. I think I like Condemned more than I like the Fear games. I like the Fear games a lot. I also need to clarify, I have not played Condemned 2. I know stuff about Condemned 2. I have always secretly hoped that it would one day be ported to the PC because I played Condemned 1 on the PC. We do own Condemned 2 on the 360. And I actually it wasn't one of my friends, it was one of my brother's friends who would come over and he would come to play Condemned 2 multiplayer. He really, really liked the multiplayer of Condemned 2. So funnily enough, with Condemned 2, I have seen the multiplayer played quite a bit because he really, really liked the multiplayer of Condemned 2. I've never played Condemned 2, nor its multiplayer, so I can't, and I imagine it's really hard to play Condemned 2's multiplayer these days. All I'm going to say is he really liked Condemned 2's multiplayer, and when I think of Condemned 2, I'm mainly thinking the multiplayer because that's what I mostly saw. So, I owned it on the 360, I'll mention. But I digress. I, however, love the first Condemned game. Like, I am in love with this game. This is an S rank game. I'm letting you know right now. I adore this game. It's one of my favorite horror games of all time. It's not a perfect game, and honestly, my love for it makes me somewhat blind to some of its blemishes, because there are issues I have with it. And specifically, I think the last chapter of the game could be a lot better than it actually is. I'm not in love with the samurai enemies, which make up a lot of the late game. A little bit of a spoiler, but the final boss almost feels like it's out of a zombie kung fu movie more than it feels like it should be out of what the rest of the game gives you. And it almost feels out of place. I get what they're going for narratively. Like, I get it. I just don't love it as much as the rest. I honestly think Condemned probably could be a better horror game and just a better game in general if it just wasn't fascinated with what I'm going to call undead kung fu warriors. So, but I can neglect them and overlook that fault. It's like, I'm going to say this in the weirdest possible way I could. It's like having a partner you love a lot, but they do one thing that you really just don't fuck with. But you love them so much that you can overlook its faults because everything else about them is amazing. That is the way I guess I'm going to describe it, because I do really love Condemned. A lot, actually. And it does a lot of things I really like in it. It does have its fascination with its weird zombie kung fu people. Again, just to show what the fuck I'm even talking about, because I'm saying zombie kung fu, and I'm sitting here like, what do you mean by that? And you're going to find out I mean that very literally. I'll show you the very end of the game. Trust me, I'm spoiling the worst part of the game for you. There he is. He got his little samurai sword and this fight. Then you're going to start kung fu fighting him. This is the final boss fight of Condemned. So you're saying the last part, but I would actually argue the worst part of Condemned. There's some enemies that are like him before him. They're like the, I don't know, if he's like the sensei, I guess they're the people that say it for him. I will get to it here in a second. But in my opinion, this part of Condemned is fucking, do your little kung fu fight. And so I'm right now showing you, I promise you this is not representative of the Condemned experience. This weird kung fu zombie guy who's fighting you with like a crowbar sword or whatever the fuck he's doing. He's like the worst part of the game. He's not even terrible. It's just, you feel like the end game could be so much more than it is. When I started playing Condemned, what I loved didn't feel like it was leading up to a undead, I don't know, kung fu fight with some zombie dude. But that is what it led to, and I just have to accept it because that's what it is, I guess. But Condemned itself is a fucking amazing game. The journey leading up to that final kung fu fight is fantastic. So, and I will. There's some parts of this game I don't want to spoil too much, because even though I literally just showed you the final boss fight of the game, I promise you that is not the reason you should be playing Condemned. It is still very much worth playing, even if you saw that you've never played it before. It got delisted from Steam very recently, which makes me really sad. Like, legitimately, because now, like, what's the future of this game? I guess it doesn't really matter to me, because I technically own the game on Steam. But, like, I want future people to be able to play it. It's like, Sega gonna remaster it. I wish, I hope. But I have my doubts. But yeah. But they did, like, delist Condemned off of Steam, like, 5 months ago, something like that. And that makes me sad, honestly, earnestly. Because Condemned is a very special game, one of my favorite horror games of all time, even. And it has a lot of stuff it does very fantastically. Yeah. And, like, obviously this game is, like, locked to the 360, PS3, and Steam, so them getting rid of the Steam version just basically means that currently, yeah, it's kind of fucked. This is a really great game, honestly, that I think is completely worth playing. It has a very interesting melee system, which also has very, very limited gunplay. Bullets are very rare in this game. And I think it has a very interesting exploration of the underworld that goes into some very legitimately disturbing supernatural horror stuff. I'll show 2 bits of it, and then we will skedaddle. I guess I'll show my back then live reaction to this. So.
No, I can't really see this as a mall. Maybe a shopping center. It's supposed to be more of a shopping center than a mall, but it's kind of strangely designed. Even if, I mean, I understand that's in ruins now and all that, but even if it was just like a regular place, it's kind of trying just to imagine people walking through here. I might kind of see it, but it's kind of weirdly designed.
You're gonna die.
whispering, and I'm also trying to listen to this weird, kind of happy but distant music. Moderately creepy. Candy canes and everything. Guess it's around Christmas time. You guys think someone's waiting around the corner? I would say most likely yes. Look at all those baby cribs. Well, the escalators are closed off, despite the fact it's this sequence of those are really easy to walk over. Those are just closed for no good reason. Leave. No one here. Well, you know, sometimes there's a good idea in front of you you're just not going to take. Science, the bad ideas really makes life interesting. Santa Claus. Merry Christmas. Broken glass, better be careful. You have to say those mannequins are fairly creepy. The lights on this one just get brighter as well. There's a hobo hiding here though. I can see him. Good, good. What broke this, though? I guess this thing just fell over. Kick some boxes for extra savings. I want more. And if I was a hobo, this would be a more desirable place. I get a little bit too amused by that. I can... Like, there's some good exploration elements in this game, so I'm not fully complaining. Round 2. I don't know which way to hear a bird. It's saving my... Oh, this bird is... Bird collected. Look at all those mannequin heads. Elevator is probably turned off. I'm gonna explore this. No, I'm not. It's dead end. Well, gotta enjoy the little things in life. Take a turn to the left. Look at this nice suit-wearing guy. He's even got a little pipe in his mouth. What a stand-up fella. That's not creepy. What?
Yeah, okay. There's more to this level, but I don't want to show too much. And one of my favorite parts of the game is we're just gonna look at the beginning of this, but it's the part where the game has some parts where you use forensic tools to do things.
I forgot.
There's apple farm. It's pretty good. You have to use the tools in the house to investigate. Find serial killer. That's unfortunate.
I've heard.
Yeah. I like this level a whole lot, so I'm not going to show too much. But I'm just going to show this because it shows some of the tools that you use. Have it full force in this part. So.
Strange. It looks important, though. Look around. There may be more to this riddle.
Hey, Pip. Leave me all around someplace. Oh, that isn't just a random line. It's actually characters or numbers.
Yeah. Hey. You think I am? Well, let me check. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I'm pretty sure it just sounds weird because of the mic thing. It's been like that ever since. I only just plugged into this to get it together, but I can look into it again, though I haven't streamed for like several hours. You know what? I'm going to Google this for my own sanity really quickly. Noise gate. I'll backwards do this. How to turn on noise gate OBS. Okay, so click the audio source. Is it filters? It might be filters actually. Yeah, I do have noise suppression on. Let's remove this for a second. Hey, hey. Do I sound... Oh, you should now be able to hear background sound, but do I sound different to you now? You don't think it's a noise gate issue? We'll see what it sounds like right now. Hello, hello. It is me, Ryan, aka Dusk Golem. You think it's not a device issue, the noise suppression didn't do anything? Alright, I'll check. Let's look at the settings. I could sound different. I just know that I sound weird in the previous few recordings, so I just kind of assume that's it. Audio. Desktop audio, mic audio. Do I sound different now? Do I sound... you might have been right. I've been using the weird microphone. That's funny. Hey, I sound better? Oh, well, that would have been nice done a little bit ago, but hey. It be what it be. It's because my last few recordings I've done have sounded weird to me anyways. Thanks for letting me know, though. Well, I did have the noise suppression thing. At least I remember how to do that in the future as well, so... Hey. Be what it be, what it be, what it be. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, let's continue this. So for Condemned, it's an S tier game for me, and I do like it more than Penumbra Black Plague. Though I do love Penumbra Black Plague, these are all favorites of mine. I guess for this specifically, I'm going to put Condemned probably around, let's put it, I guess right below Fatal Frame 2 is the right place for it for me. That does feel right, so hey. Okay, so I need to speed this up a little bit. I'm probably going to blaze through the Resident Evil games. And here's why I'm going to blaze through the Resident Evil games. I not only did a Resident Evil tier list for myself the other day, though this will be a little different because I was including the DLC separately, while this time I'm including the DLCs. That does make a difference for some Resident Evil games. Specifically, Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 7 see some improvement, in my opinion, of them if you include the DLCs with the base game. Resident Evil 7 in particular, I think with the DLCs included, is a fantastic package. If you've never played Resident Evil 7's DLCs, I would highly recommend them. They're actually fantastic. And I don't just mean like Not a Hero and End of Zoe. I'm talking about the banned footage stuff. I think people tend to sleep on that, but some of the stuff in banned footage, specifically Nightmare, Bedroom, Daughters, 21, those four things in particular I think are pretty fantastic. So that's just my opinion. But anyways, so I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. I like Resident Evil 0. I'm also not going to look at videos. If you want to know what Resident Evil looks like, it's like the most popular horror thing. I think you guys know what Resident Evil looks like. Resident Evil 0, I like a lot more than most people. A lot of people really dislike Resident Evil 0. I would go to say that I think Resident Evil 0 is a flawed but good game. I think it has some of the best puzzles in the franchise. I love the settings of Resident Evil 0. The monsters are kind of lackluster, honestly. Boss fights kind of suck. But otherwise, I tend to think it's pretty good. There's a bit in the middle that drags a bit, like when you're trying to get from the church to the next location, the wire thing. When you're doing all the tram stuff, I think that part kind of sucks a little bit. But it's not too bad or too long, so it's fine. In terms of the grand picture of what we're looking at, I would put Resident Evil 0, I think... yeah, I think it belongs here for me. Yeah. I have played Dead Space. I have not played Bioshock. Weirdly, I have not played Bioshock 1 or 2, but I have played Bioshock Infinite. Just take that for what it's worth. Dead Space is on this list, though. In fact, I think we're coming up to it pretty soon. It's like somewhere down here. Regardless, the first Resident Evil game. Now, I'm including all versions of the first Resident Evil outside of Resident Evil Remake. In fact, there's Resident Evil Remake. I'll put Resident Evil Remake right here, because that makes more sense. So, the PS1 version of Resident Evil, my favorite version of the game is the Nintendo DS version, Deadly Silence. And Deadly Silence is the version I'm going to be using for this tier list. And I would say for Deadly Silence, for me, myself, and I... honestly, a little tricky. I'm going to put it's not at the bottom of C tier. I'm just sitting here thinking about it for a second. Where would I personally decide to put Resident Evil 1 Remake, including the Deadly Silence version, in the C tier? Some people are surprised to put Resident Evil 1 in C. I should mention I played the PS1 version of Resident Evil after I played the remake version of Resident Evil. I played the Resident Evil games in a very weird order initially. So my opinions probably reflected a bit that I played them in reverse order. So for me, the Resident Evil 1 is what I played after I'd already played Remake 1. So keep that in mind. But without that discretion, where would I put it, including the change in position? I guess... if I'm going to be true to my heart of hearts... yeah, that does sound about right. Okay. I think with all my heart that Resident Evil 0 I'm going to put in B, and I'm going to put it... here feels right. Here, yeah, okay, actually, yeah, here, there feels right. And for Resident Evil 1, with the Deadly Silence version in mind, and with it as well, I think I would put Resident Evil 1 below Fatal Frame, below Carrier, above Oyoni. So I'd probably put it like right there. Okay. And that's Resident Evil 1. It's a classic game, funny voice acting. I do think my opinion of it is affected by the fact that I did play the remake of Resident Evil 1 first. Speaking of which, the remake of Resident Evil 1. I actually put Code Veronica in a weird place, but I'll just put it right here because that makes more sense, actually. So for the remake of Resident Evil 1, let's an A tier. And... I do think it's a slightly better game than Fatal Frame. I think Fatal Frame has a better story, but Resident Evil does some stuff so fucking expertly in terms of atmosphere, note writing, pacing with some stuff, and even just the visual look that I do think it ends up being there for me, personally speaking. Which then leads us to Resident Evil 2 Remake. I do think Resident Evil 2 Remake is leading a spot. I do think I like it a little bit more than I like Amnesia to the Dark Descent. Though I like both quite a bit, actually. The original Resident Evil 2, meanwhile, in Resident Evil 2, I like it a bit more than Fatal Frame 4. The real challenge and the thing where I think some people are going to skin me alive is I do think I like the Fury games and Dino Crisis more than I like Resident Evil 2. That's kind of where it sits for me. Which leads us to Resident Evil 3, the Nemesis version. That's an S rank for me. But compared to Penumbra, where would that be the same for me now? I guess, honestly speaking, no, I do think I like Penumbra the Black Plague a little bit more than like Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, but I do love Resident Evil 3 Nemesis still. Which leads us to the Resident Evil 3 remake. Oh boy. So Resident Evil 3 remake, if I may. I do think I like it a little bit more than Cold Fear. And I know it's weird to put it below Ione, but that is, in terms of how much I like it, I guess that's about true. Resident Evil Code Veronica time. One of my hot takes is a lot of people always think I put it too low. Not everybody. There's people that agree with my opinion on it. I would say for Code Veronica specifically, it is better than Fear 3. I will give it that. Fear 3 is elevated by its multiplayer modes, yes, but otherwise I would say Code Veronica is the better game. So yeah, right there is perfect. Alright. Resident Evil Gaiden, bottom of the list. I like it less than White Mirror even. It's their second F rank, because that's, yeah, how I feel. Then we got Resident Evil 4 remake. Oh boy, oh boy. It's close, but it... I guess I do like Resident Evil 4 remake a little bit more than I like Fatal Frame 3, so... They are incredibly close, though. And then Resident Evil 4, it's up there for me, buddy. The original. Then we got Resident Evil 5, which I'm also including the DLC this time with it. So, Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 5. The problem is, I think Resident Evil 5 is one of the best campaign co-op games of all time, and its DLC, I think, is pretty fantastic, specifically Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Escape. I do think right there is... Plus, that's pretty fun Mercenaries mode. I think right there is the right place for it for me. At least going from my own personal feelings. Resident Evil 6, meanwhile, I'd put Resident Evil 6 in C. It's better than Fear 3, I'd actually say. But it is below Code Veronica. Alright. Operation Raccoon City. Now, here's the thing. When I ranked this on the Resident Evil tier list, I had Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City in what would be now the D territory currently. We didn't have an F territory, so I had to put Operation Raccoon City and Gaiden in the same category. But honestly, I think Operation Raccoon City is a tier above Gaiden. But additionally, I'm now counting the DLC with the main game. If I was... Oh, it's acting up. That sucks a lot. I'm sorry it's happening to you. What I was going to say is, when I did Operation Raccoon City by itself, I would have probably still put it in the D tier. This is around the level I think the base game of Operation Raccoon City would belong. But this includes the Echo 6 expansion, which I do think is leagues better than the main game. It's still not a great game with it. It's only going to reach C tier. But I do think with the DLC, which is a big improvement from the base game, that it belongs more here than down there. But... with the Echo 6 expansion DLC stuff kept in mind, which also, by the way, if you never played the DLC for Operation Raccoon City, for whatever reason, the DLC is legitimately just as long as the main game. They're both like 4 to 6 hours each. And I would say the DLC is the better half of the game by like a long shot. It's a lot better than the main game even. But where would I put it? With the DLC included, I guess I'd put it here next to Fear 3, but right below Fear 3, so... that's my opinion on it. Then we get to Resident Evil 7. So when I did my full listing, I put Resident Evil 3 Nemesis above Resident Evil 7. But when I was doing the Resident Evil listing, I put all the Resident Evil 7 DLC in separate categories. So banned footage, End of Zoe, and Not a Hero were all separate things. However, Resident Evil 7, when you make it into a complete package where it's just a single thing, I think the DLC rounds out Resident Evil 7 pretty fantastically. So it makes it so that it's more than the bits of its pieces. I have not actually played the first Bioshock game there, needless. I have played Infinite, but I still need to play the Bioshock games. I would say with Resident Evil 7, it overtakes Resident Evil 3 if you include the DLC into the picture. If you take Penumbra over Gray, yeah, I would say I like it a bit more than Penumbra Black Plague. Do I like it more than Condemned is where I start hitting a tough spot. I love Condemned a lot. Resident Evil 7 I like a lot too, though. But Resident Evil 7 does have a weak area, though so does Condemned. Condemned is the fucking Kung Fu fighter. And then, you fight a few of those, actually. That said, Condemned versus End of Zoe is a very funny comparison to make. I honestly, ultimately think this is the spot for Resident Evil 7. I think it's just below Condemned for me, but above Penumbra Black Plague. Though keep in mind, I love all these a lot. These are love territory for me. Resident Evil Village, which now Resident Evil Village gets to include the Shadows of Rose DLC. That said, honestly, it doesn't alter my position too strongly. It does get to complete with Resident Evil 5 with the DLC, though, which that's a little trickier than just by itself. I do like Resident Evil Village more than I think I like the Fear games, and more than Anticrisis 2. It's around here somewhere, but I need to figure out precisely where around here. Earlier, if it was just against the base game of Resident Evil 5, I think the base game of Resident Evil Village is better than the base game of Resident Evil 5, even though Resident Evil 5 is a great co-op game. However, I do like Resident Evil 5's DLCs more than I like Resident Evil Village's DLCs. Again, I had them on a tier list that were ranked below. Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Escape are both very, very fun. Arguably some of the best chapters of Resident Evil 5. They just are ranked a little lower because they're like kind of brief things. They last you like, what, 30 minutes to an hour. They are randomized somewhat, so they are replayable, but that still doesn't totally even the playing field. I guess with the DLC included, Resident Evil Village is going to be right behind Resident Evil 5. But if I was just counting the base games, I would put Resident Evil Village above Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 is very close to Village for me in my ranking overall, and the only reason it's being elevated above Village is because I think Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Struggle or Desperate Escape are pretty neat. It's actually Desperate Struggle, I'm pretty sure. Meanwhile, Village, I do like Shadows of Rose more than most people, but I do not think it's as good as Lost in Nightmares and Desperate Escape, and I think that those two DLCs are some of the best parts of Resident Evil 5. Well, I wouldn't say Shadows of Rose is one of the best parts of Village, and I think they elevate Resident Evil 5 a bit, if I will speak candidly. Alright. This leads us with Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles. Deal boy. Definitely a C rank, or maybe, yeah, it would be higher C for me. Yeah, it'd be like here perfectly. Alright, Dead Aim. I'm a big Dead Aim fan. I love Dead Aim. More people should play Dead Aim. If you're a Resident Evil fan and you haven't played Dead Aim, play it. Do yourself a favor and play it. It's not a super long game. I also will say, though I like the hard difficulty personally on Dead Aim, the final boss, if you don't have like one of the gun controllers, is stupidly difficult with like just a PS2 controller thing. You can't like shoot things fast enough. It's kind of annoying, honestly. That's one of the biggest flaws of the game. Otherwise, it's like a very interesting proto RE4 type build with very interesting enemy varieties, very strange enemies for the franchise, but I say that in a good way. And it's, even though it's not very long, it's paced so that's introducing new stuff pretty constantly, and pretty interesting new stuff, I'd even say. So it works out, in my opinion. I am a big Dead Aim fan. Let's see, though. In terms of this list, do I like Dead Aim more than Dino Crisis? Maybe a little bit more, but I do think it hits the wall for me a bit with the Fear franchise. I don't like Dead Aim more than I like Fear 2, so there it goes. All the same. Then we got Resident Evil Revelations. Yeah, I'd give Revelations over Leave, so you end up there. Then Resident Evil Revelations 2. You're going to be a tricky thing. Let's put Resident Evil Revelations 2. I do like it more than Dead Aim. Do I like it more than Fear 2? I honestly might like it more than Fear 2, and this is where it's going to start getting a little tricky. Because in some ways, I like it more than Fear, but in other ways, I like Extraction Point in Fear more than I like Revelations 2. Revelations 2 also has DLC, but to be honest, for Resident Evil standards, the Revelations 2 DLC, while not bad, is just a little underdeveloped. Like, the story stuff is kind of interesting in both, but in terms of gameplay, Little Miss isn't amazing. It's like an okay stealth thing. But there's like a better stealth DLC that is literally from the Evil Within that we'll get to a little bit. Meanwhile, the struggle is vaguely fun in a challenging way, but I wouldn't say that the mechanics of Revelations 2 hold up the best to it, so... Meanwhile, Fear has fucking amazing DLC, with Extraction Point being my favorite part. I actually do think Revelations 2 is the first game that's going to be placed kind of smack dab in the middle between the two Fear games, interrupting their flow or whatever. Hey. Which brings us to you, Resident Evil Survivor. Yeah, I've got my eye on you. I've had my eye on you for a while, buddy. Resident Evil Survivor is definitely a C-tier game. I would put it above Resident Evil 6, but I think it's below Darkside Chronicles, so I would probably end up just putting it precisely there, actually. I think more will come in the way between them over time, but currently all the Resident Evils here are like packed together. Then we get to Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, which... Operation Raccoon City is a little weird because I think that the Echo 6 DLC would be above some of these, but if I'm literally just talking about the main game and the DLC, in some ways the main game actually drags it down, but it also, the DLC raises the main game, so I guess it depends how you look at it. With the DLC, it's a little more complicated of a topic for me because my feelings get a little divided. I guess, in my heart to hearts, I would put Umbrella Chronicles beneath this. I don't think I like it less than Fear 3, so I think that's pretty perfect. All the Resident Evils are kind of stacking up next to each other, but hey. Which actually, that ends our Resident Evil portion of this. I, for some reason, thought there was more coming, but now that I'm really thinking about it, no, we did tackle it all, didn't we? We did get through Resident Evil relatively quickly compared to everything else. I might continue playing music as well. I kind of forgot to put it back on. Okay, so with that said, let's talk about Yumaniki. Hello, Yumaniki Games. Well, that's okay then. Pat there, Toaster. You can feel free to watch the VOD later if you want to, but I hope you have a good night there. Well, let's talk about the Yumas that Nikki's. I am a huge fan of Yumaniki, and in fact, I could have probably put far more Yumaniki games here, but I've played many Yumaniki fan games over the years. But, in honesty, I'd have to have a refresher to remember some of the differences. I only took Yumaniki, the base game, Yumaniki Dream Diary, the Persuado reimagining, and then .flow, just because I really like .flow. Honestly, even the topic of do I like Yumaniki or do I like .flow better is a very challenging one for me, so I'm sure this is going to be interesting. Let's talk about it, though, starting with Yumaniki Fun. Where would I put Yumaniki? I think Yumaniki is somewhere in A rank. Yumaniki, for those who don't know, is an RPG Maker game. Now that we're out of Resident Evil, I feel like a lot of people know what Yumaniki is, but I could also imagine some who don't. It's an old 2005 RPG Maker game. I will just open up this old-ass video, and I guess... No, not Amnesia, look at Yumaniki. You basically are a girl who wakes up in her room, who refuses to leave her room, and you mostly go back to sleep and then experience her world of dreams. You explore, trying to collect different effects, and once you collect all the effects, you reach the end of the game. So it's mostly just an exploratory dreamscape game, but what really makes the game is the worlds that you explore are so vividly interesting. And there's a bunch of secrets hidden away in this game, so you can sort of experiment and find so many weird things. The only real goal is to walk around and find the effects, which obviously you can know they aren't in random places, so you can't find them the same every time. Some of them are pretty tricky to get, and so you just go through this whole experience of going through various different dream worlds. seeing what you find without seeing what you don't find. I just got an effect right then. I'm probably going to put it on in a second. I got one of the stinkiest effects first. So that's always fun. I promised all the worlds are like wandering like you're seeing me do right now. It's just the first 2 doors I picked, and then the doors also lead to deeper worlds. Roll as it goes. For the process of that, I think I might go to the next video because we just entered Forest World. And I kind of want to show some of the deeper worlds because the worlds typically get more structured the deeper you go. Hey. Talking with the witch girls, then on the subway train, then on the dock world, then in the desert world, and then back to that world with the books, then we get to the sewers. Yeah. Then we get to Numbers World, then we get to the White Desert World. Look at all this happening. It's pretty fun sometimes just getting to the zone of Humaniki and starting to wander through these dream worlds. I would say it's a very almost melancholic experience. I don't want to like oversell it, but Humaniki does have like a lot of interesting imagery that you stumble upon bit by bit, and little bits that are kind of interestingly surreal. And it's just kind of fun to go through. It's a classic for a reason that's ended up inspiring a shit ton of things. Where would I place Humaniki on a tier list? That is a slightly difficult question. I do think it's an A rank for me. I guess I like it a bit more than this. Do I like it more than Resident Evil 2? I honestly might not like it more than Resident Evil 2. So that might be where the end of the line comes. Thinking about it faster than I was expecting. But when I think about it, yeah, I think that's about right. In some ways, I like Humaniki more than some of the games ahead of it, but it's also in other ways I like those games more than Humaniki. It's kind of a complex thing. It's very apples and oranges going on here. Like, Resident Evil 2, I think when I'm in the mood for Resident Evil 2, is something that I would really love playing. I love the experience of playing Resident Evil 2 when I'm craving playing Resident Evil 2. But Humaniki is the type of game that I can just kind of put on, and probably even when I'm not really super in the mood for it, and probably have a pretty decent time with it. It's pretty meditative in a way. So while Resident Evil 2, if I wasn't really in the mood for Resident Evil 2, I don't think I'd particularly turn to it, and there'd be other things I'd rather play than it. But if I was in the mood for Resident Evil 2, if I played it, I think I'd personally have a great time. But then Humaniki is something which I feel like I could almost play any time and have a pretty meditative experience with it, so... But that's just my opinion. I think where I'm putting it is correct. It's just my example of really it's an apples and oranges thing. It's kind of hard to say if I like Humaniki or Resident Evil 2 more. They're so different. But having to put it on a tier list, I would say that I appreciate some stuff that Resident Evil 2 does in a way that strikes heavily when I've played and loved it, which I think it fits about there. Which leads us to the Pseudo Spiritual Successor, Humaniki Dream Diary. It really is Pseudo in this case because a lot of people really dislike this game. I don't hate it as much as a lot of people do. Honestly, it's not as good as the main game. It's like kind of trying to be... No, be quiet. It's a 3D reimagining of Humaniki if you've never played it. And on paper that could sound neat, but it's also missing some things that make Humaniki like special, and it's trying to be a very different experience. It's not very similar to how Humaniki plays, despite on the surface it might first look like it. It has like more gamey stuff going on, so it's like more designed like a video game. It's not as meditative, and instead you get sort of like some surreal gameplay segments, and they're varying quality. Some are okay, some are kind of cheap feeling, some are pretty good though, and so it's kind of more scattered with its quality. It's kind of an interesting experiment. It's vaguely similar to see like Humaniki converted a little bit more into a game. But at the exact same time, it being a little bit more of a game does take something away from the Humaniki experience. It does make its own interesting blend that's different than Humaniki. And I don't think it's a replacement for Humaniki. but I still think I'm happy it exists, and I overall would say I do like it. Even if I don't think I like it nearly as much as I like the original Yumeniki, as that might specifically sound. I also will say there's an application here. I know this game had consultants with the Yumeniki's original creator, but it was still made with other people, and he wasn't the sole creator, or he or she, because I actually don't know the gender of the person who made it. So with that specifically in mind, I would say that there is the idea that Yumeniki feels like the person has deeper intent for the symbolism that's there, that's very personal to them. While in Yumeniki Dream Diary, it feels like this imagery that came from this one specific person has been reinterpreted to be very video gamey. And so it doesn't really feel as full of meaning as Yumeniki does, because it feels like it's interested in how to turn the familiar and sometimes unfamiliar into something like new, if that makes sense. And there's some joy in seeing these spins on this familiar imagery that's turned into more of a gamified thing. But at the exact same time, there's something lost, because now it feels more gamey than like something that has meaning. I hope that makes sense. But that's not me bitching too hard about it. I still ultimately think this is a pretty fun little experience. I'll show a different dream world, because you do enter into different dream worlds in this one. Some are pretty neat. All the same, there's the harbor world I remember pretty strongly, because now it's been turned like a puzzle thing where you don't want to be in the flash or the lantern, when it comes by. As I said, very gamey type thing. That's my way of describing it. Move forward a bit. There's the Pink Sea world, which looks very, very nice in this reimagining, I will say. But all the same. Going back to the tier list, where would I put Yumeniki Dream Diary? It's a very interesting experiment on Yumeniki, and I'm glad it exists, but frankly, it does not hold a candle to Yumeniki for me. But I still wouldn't say it's bad. I'm happy I can play it. I think it's B tier as opposed to A tier like Yumeniki is for me, but where in B tier? Let's figure that out. I do like it a little bit more than this. I might like it a little bit more than Resident Evil 0. Actually, it's a little funny for me to realize, but I think it's true. I think where I hit my limit with Yumeniki Dream Diary is somewhere around here. The first point is, do I like Machine for Pigs or it better? That is actually a very hard question. I think there's aspects of Yumeniki Dream Diary I appreciate a little bit more than Machine for Pigs when I think about it really hard. Machine for Pigs, I've appreciated story overall, but I do think I'd have more fun playing Yumeniki Dream Diary, so... And the fun is enough to propel it forward. I honestly think its exact positioning is right here. Right behind Resident Evil 3 Remake, but right ahead of Cold Fear. Kind of an odd placement, I understand, but that's how I feel about it, I think. Which then leads us to talk about Dot Flow, one of my favorite Yumeniki fan games. I just think it's pretty fantastic in its own right. The best way to describe Dot Flow is that it is Yumeniki, and it's not a horror game, but I think it's not more horror, but I think it has horror that scares me a bit more, and imagery of horror which sticks with me a bit more than Yumeniki does. At the same time, I don't think Dot Flow feels as surreal as Yumeniki does, and I think it misses some of the whimsy that Yumeniki has. However, I think it makes up for it with its own vibes that are very, very, very different than Yumeniki. It's kind of interesting because in a lot of ways this game is very similar to Yumeniki, but it feels so different. Like the vibes are so different from Yumeniki that it creates something else entirely. Anyways, here's a scene of me being scared by a 2D sprite years and years ago.
This world, white line, heart signal world for some reason. A little bit of blood involved too. And the boo beep, last time I went this way. It did not take me over there this time. Well, this is different. Should I keep on going forward? I don't even know if I should or shouldn't.
Huh? That scared me. I was like, what? I had a girly reaction to that. Okay. Part of the fun of it, part of the fun of it. But I do like I like Dot Flow like a lot actually. I guess I will. I guess theoretically just a random stream would kind of show enough of the games. I'll just use a random video. Let it play out. As I said, it's got more gore than Yuminiki does as well, and also like imagery like gas mask and a diver helmet and stuff, which lean a bit differently than the main like Yuminiki game ever would have leaned into. Still does have whimsy in it, it's just a little darker feeling, I'd say. And some of the horror aspects, I think, strive a little bit better. I think the secrets in Dot Flow are better than the secrets in Yuminiki, honestly. Yuminiki has some neat secrets, but I feel like Dot Flow liked the secret element of the original Yuminiki and decided to go further with it. Hi there, Quaden. How's it going? So I say that Dot Flow benefits partially from being able to have its own vibe separate of Yuminiki. However, I have a lot of back and forth with myself if I think Yuminiki or if I think Dot Flow is better. I do think that Dot Flow has stuff that strikes heavily with me, but it's also missing some of the whimsy of Yuminiki. Yuminiki gets some points for originality as well because it's the inventor of the type of game. Dot Flow would not exist 100% if it wasn't for Yuminiki, but I tend not to put too much stake in that because at the same time, like just because something invented something doesn't mean it's the best version of it, if that makes sense. Like, yes, I do think it deserves credit as this is the thing that made it, but at the same time, if something else can take that inspiration and turn something great out of it, that is also a skill in itself, in my opinion, at least. I would go as far to say that... Yeah, okay. I think I do like Dot Flow a tiny bit more than Yuminiki, and here is my deciding factor. While I miss some of Yuminiki's whimsy, while I think the Yuminiki has some charm that Dot Flow doesn't have, I think Dot Flow makes up for it by being a little spookier than Yuminiki is. And in Yuminiki, after you hit a certain point, you start having like issues finding the effects. More than I feel like you hit in Dot Flow. I think Dot Flow flows a little bit better with you finding the effects. Dot Flow doesn't use as many labyrinthy levels, I know, or like big sweeping levels. I know, funny to say when we're really looking at a big sweeping level, but honestly, there's less of them in Dot Flow than there is in Yuminiki. And I would say that Yuminiki, when you find a secret, it's like, oh, that's a little neat, with a few exceptions, like obviously the famous Euboa and all that. While Dot Flow, I think when you find secrets, it tends to feel more exciting, because the secrets themselves tend to be far more interesting. And I honestly would say that the secret finding in Dot Flow, the horror stuff would put it on par with Yuminiki, because while it misses some of Yuminiki's whimsy, I would say the improved dark level, like darkness and horror aspect for me would probably put it around on par, but I think it slightly surpasses Yuminiki, because if you like go dig into the game, the discoveries you can make in Dot Flow, I think, are a bit more exciting than the discoveries you can make in Yuminiki. And I think that's the center for me. So I like it a little bit more than Yuminiki, but just a little bit. So where does that put it? Good question. Honestly, and this feels like it's way ahead, but I promise you these games are all very, very close together. I think it puts it there. I know that makes it feel like they're not as close as they are, because I really put Dead Aim, Dino Crisis, and Resident Evil 2 in between Yuminiki and Dot Flow. So like 3 games apart at the moment, but all of these games are super, super close, and it's a little hard comparing them because it's all apples and oranges. It's honestly going pretty well there, Quaden. I was just giving a long Dot Flow speech, I guess. My strong feelings towards Dot Flow, apparently. Alright, we're going to be talking about Helltown and Captain... That is like Captain Mortem, I think. So, I have a very, very complicated task to talk about Helltown. Helltown was a game I played a very long time ago, back in, 8 years ago now. I really, really liked Helltown. A lot. A lot. if I had just kept my memories of Helltown, it might be a little higher than where it's going to end up being. Now then, which gives you an idea of what type of discourse we're about to have. This version of Helltown, I not only have nostalgic love for, but having really sat down with having played the new version, which yes, there is an old version and a new version of this game, I think having some time away from it, I like the old version of Helltown more than I like the new version. Now, if you buy Helltown, they still let you play the old version of Helltown through a beta branch of the game. So if you want to experience the old version of the game, it's there. Now, the thing is, there is stuff the new version of Helltown does better, in my opinion, than the old version of Helltown. So there are improvements. It's not a wholly negative change. I think there's sections and parts of it which are better in the new version. A very good example is the very section we're looking at right now. Though, funnily enough, the section before that I would have said I like the original better. This part of Helltown, when you enter into the death realm, when you die sometimes, you end up in like a weird realm where you have a chance to revive yourself rather than get a game over or whatever, and you're able to do some stuff in this death realm. I think the new version is actually an improvement over this version that we're seeing here. Because the old version is kind of more just a maze, if that makes any sense. Which isn't, like, I don't hate mazes. Hell, I have some mazes in my game. But something about, like, its placement here, it's fine. But I like what they do more in the newer version. The newer version also randomizes this more, I would say. Like, has better randomization. But also has, even with the randomization, it's better direction of what you're even doing. Which I know is like almost contradictory, but is true. I'm gonna get away with the catacombs because it's not what you're here playing Helltown for. We're seeing kind of a random part of Helltown, so. But Helltown doesn't start off in the church you're seeing. You start off in like this town where you're reading with a bunch of different people. Helltown starts off with you as a post office worker who's starting to work in a small community who are very, very obviously a cult. Despite the fact that they're very obviously a cult and you're working in a town called literally fucking Helltown. But despite that, the game doesn't quite go in the directions that I think you might initially expect, and it does some surprising things. It's not the story that's surprising, it's more like the gameplay experience of the game is very interesting, and I like the foundation for it. I see. Like, Kaiden? But, Now, with this said, I have a lot of nostalgia for this old version of Helltown. Still pretty good, ignore the fact I'm playing as a dog. I actually am not, so. Kaiden? Okay. I might forget, but I'll try to remember. I played the new version of Helltown a few months ago, because they had updated the game ever since I'd played it. And, to be honest, my thoughts on the changes are mixed. There are aspects of the game that I think are improved from the original game. But there's aspects that I think also take away. I think some parts of the game, if I could probably, and I may someday do an essay comparing each section of the original to the remake. No one will watch the essay because I'm like the only Helltown fan in the world or something. But I do like the game a lot, so I probably would be willing to talk about it. But with the new version of it, I think there's some sections of the game which the original did better, and I think there's some sections of the game that the remake did, or not the remake, but like the reimagining. It's not even a remake. I don't know what to call it. It's like it wasn't sold separately. It was an update to the main game. It just was a huge overhaul. Maybe an overhaul is the right word for it. They did a huge overhaul of the game. They redid most of the game, and you can still play the old version. But the new version, there's parts of it I think are better, and there's parts of it I think are worse. Some sections of the game I think I saw huge improvements to the original, while some sections feel like they aren't huge misses, but they're like disappointing. I think that the original did them better. I could give a whole list of what I think is better in each version, but there's also the story, which I think the original game was more ambiguous and kept things more mysterious, and I think I preferred that. The problem with the reimagining is that the villain character, who was in the original game, but she didn't talk a whole lot, in the reimagining, she talks too much. She explains too much. And it takes a lot of the mystery out of it, and unfortunately the answers are like not that surprising, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Do I need to know this? And I feel like a lot of the time the answer is no. It takes a lot of intrigue out, because instead of the villain doing something interesting and you don't know why she did it, she'll do something and she'll tell you exactly why she did it, if that makes any sense. And that's like an aspect of the story I think saw a big hit, because the villain in this new version of Helltown is far more talkative and far more explanatory than she used to be. So she goes from this kind of quiet, mysterious force to almost like a cartoony villain at times. It's a little hard to explain, but it is how I feel. Da-da-da-da. But she wasn't like a core aspect of the game. Her being more cartoony, like in the main game, she's a little mysterious, and she is at the heart of what's happening in the game, I guess, so she is kind of important, but she wasn't really what I loved about the game. So her being like worse, in my opinion, doesn't like ruin the game or anything, and it just starts becoming like a series of check marks of what I think is better and what I think is worse. And the honest answer is it's kind of a mixed bag, where I think like half of the new version is better than the old version, and half of what was in the original is better than what's in the new version. And honestly speaking, I think the mixed bag aspect makes it so that I almost wish in my heart of hearts that I could like edit the game myself and just make the version that I think would be the best version of this game from the two parts. What parts from each one I think the other did better, and just put together an overall package that I think would be like the best version of Helltown. That's just my opinion on the matter, but that's just me. Also, I don't know why they got rid of the dog ending. I know they implemented aspects of the dog ending into another ending, but I almost like how you got, funnily enough, how you get the ending that you get from there, which they put the dog ending stuff in. I liked how you used to get it more than I like the new way you can get it, so it's complicated. Anyways, I'll talk about different versions, but in some ways, replaying Helltown recently with a new version both made me like the game about as much as I always have, but also made me a little sad in some ways. There's some stuff I was like, oh, and I think it maybe dampened my overall opinion on the game just a tiny bit. But then I also think if somebody had never played the original version and just played the new version, would they have felt as negatively as I do? I'm not sure they would have, honestly. However, despite everything that I'm saying, Helltown for me is still an A-ranked game. I feel like not everyone would like it nearly as much as I do. In fact, I know other people don't like it nearly as much as I do. But I really like Helltown. Honestly, I do. It's a game I think about way more than probably almost anyone else on this planet. And I'm slowly coming to find that I really like this developer's games, because what we're about to talk about, the next game, I also ended up really liking. So, for Helltown, let me think. This is a tricky one, a really, really tricky one. So I know I like Helltown less than I like Fear, Revelations 2, That Flow, etc. I do think I like Dead Aim more than Helltown. It's around this level where it gets a little finicky. I guess right here does feel like the right place for Helltown. Right below Humaniki, right above Fatal Frame 4. I will say I'm a big Helltown fan. Hopefully one day people will see the light and realize this game is a slept-on gem. Even if I have some mixed feelings about the new version, if somebody was to come to me and ask me, hey Ryan, should I play the old version of Helltown or should I play the new version of Helltown? I don't know what I'd tell them. I honestly do not know. Like, on one hand, the new version has stuff which I think is big improvements over the original. On the other hand, there's stuff that's missing from the new version, and stuff which I think was just better done in the old version. Part of me is tempted to tell them, oh, you should play the old version, because the old version's the one that I fell in love with. But then is that nostalgia talking? Am I more sour on the new version because I played the old version? It's hard to say in this specific case. Sometimes I'm a pretty good judge of when I can tell my taste and bias is getting in the way. This is harder for me because I feel like I have legitimate points in my feelings, but also some of it I could see being me being blinded that I experienced one first. So it's a tricky one. I guess if you play Helltown, obviously playing the newer version's a little easier. You don't have to go to your Steam properties and go to a beta branch. That's not hard to do, but it is a little easier to launch the new version. So, hey. Regardless, that's where Helltown sits. Which means we're going to talk about the developer's other game, which I played very recently, a little bit after I played it immediately after I played the new version of Helltown. We're going to talk about Captain Mortem, is what I believe it's called, but I might be mispronouncing it. Hello, you. I'm opening you up. So I really ended up liking Captain Mortem. Again, I played during Halloween celebrations. I played the new version of Helltown, that was Helltown Revival first. And then I started playing the new game by the same developer I had never played. Right now we're looking at the new version of Helltown. Ignore some of the stuff because I want to show you guys big spoilers. Then we get to Captain Mortem, if I believe I'm saying it correctly. Yeah, Kaput Mortem is what it is. Kaput Mortem. I get to the actual game, not me fiddling around with the options. So the really basic idea is that you come from a small town. Your small town is suffering major loss of crops, disease, all that fun stuff. You need some help. There is, on the hill near your village, as you can see here, this magnificent tower. And this magnificent tower is supposed to hold a great... I'm not sure what the word for a group of mages is. It's not a coven, because that's like witches. I don't think it's a coven of mages. But basically, there's a collection of mages that live in the tower and don't like to associate with the peasants. They're in this land because of, I guess, stuff in the land. They don't really care about the people. They're here for magical resources, and this seems to be a good place for them. But they actually really dislike the poors. But we are a poor peasant who has come to beg the mages, saying, our land is in dire need of help. I know you don't really like us, but can you please, please, please help us water our crops or whatever is help preventing the plants from growing well? And we go down a rabbit hole when we enter this tower, because of course, it wouldn't be a horror game if it went well, right? So, also the main mechanic of this game, which you're going to see as I'm messing around with the screen and the gameplay is here, is that you don't interact with things like a normal person. You don't press E to interact. You manually take your hand, you go to the doorknob, and then you open up the door. Ain't that a pretty sight? I really like the art direction in this game, so let me say that up front. But anyways, as you see, there's me scratching the nose of the gargoyle. I just thought I might need a scratch. But your mechanic is that you move things around like this. And I should mention, it's not just you moving around interacting. You do get items that you pick up and use. Like if you want to open up a door, you don't just interact with the door. You take the key out and you put the key into the lock correctly. And then likewise, if you have a dagger or a sword or something to attack something, you don't just press the attack button. You move your hand to the right place to attack the spot on the enemy you want to attack. And then you attack them where your hand is and where their body is in comparison to your hand. I hope I'm making sense because that is how the game is built around. And honestly, it's a pretty fun little system that gets creative with some of the things they do with it. This is not a very long game. And in fact, I found out very, very recently, literally less than a week ago. I follow the developer on Twitter. He follows me back. I left a review for Helltown back when the game had no attention, and he followed me back for that. And we've talked a few times. He's a very nice guy, honestly. But even ignoring me talking to him, I mean this genuinely. I just really like his games, sincerely. And to put Mortem, even after I was a little soured on the Helltown Revival update, I played this immediately right after, and it put me back on board with them completely. I really like this. But they developed this in such a short span of time that it honestly shocks me. Grayson, you had also played Kaput Mortem, I believe, or you saw Connor play it, I think. You saw me play and saw Connor play it. How long do you think this game would have been in development for, if you can hear me? I'm not even sure if Grayson can hear me right now, but if you can, I'm curious how long he thinks the development of this game was. So, I'm also going to skip ahead a little bit in the stream, just to show the experience. There's me opening a door. Here's a chamber of secrets. There is me opening the door. I want to read a note. I will give the answer, as Grayson may or may not respond. The answer is, apparently this game was in development for 8 months. And for me, as another indie developer, I think this game is super impressive. If you could churn out a game of this quality, and it's not a super long game, but if you could put out a game of this quality... Oh, sorry. I was talking about Kaput Mortem, and I was asking you what the development time that you thought this game was, but I already answered the question, so I can't really answer that. I just kind of assumed you weren't there for a sec. I was going to say, apparently this game only took 8 months to make. I think that's unbelievable. While it's not like a super long game or anything, it's pretty meaty and honestly pretty well designed. That just an 8-month development cycle is surprising to me. Hello there, Josie. I think if you could make games of this quality in like 8 months, that's fucking fantastic. This game also deals a lot with alchemies, something which I should mention right now. I'm not going to spoil too much about this experience. It's also me falling for a trap. But, in fact, let me get to a combat system, because there's like a combat thing coming up or whatever. Well, I should show this, actually. I'm going to turn the volume on for a second so you guys can see what's going on. Or hear what's going on, really. The Rusty Hatchet seems to be what I got out there. A skeleton. Probably can use that to break this, I presume. A lot of stuff to put together with all this. Thanks. Have fun there, friend. I like his little mini game thing going on here. It's kind of a neat mechanic for an enemy like that with this type of game. Library. But of course it's locked. Of course. We'll turn the volume back down, and I'm just going to say I ended up really liking this game. So, a lot, actually. Even though it's not a very long game, I think that you can beat it in like 2-ish hours, maybe 3. How long did it take me? I started it around 4:18 in the stream, and I beat it around 6:30. So yeah, I was playing for like 2.5 hours or so. But for an 8-month development, that's impressive, and I will say those 2.5 hours, I enjoyed myself all the way through. So hey, it's kind of like it definitely is a horror game, but it's leaning into sort of a dark fantasy dungeon crawling type thing. Though obviously, it's not quite that. I feel like that doesn't quite give the right impression what it is. It's a game about alchemy. That's a horror game that's set in an underground dungeon of some mages. It has a story that I will not spoil too much on. It's not like an amazing story, but I think it's a nice story. It has nice details in the gameplay that's reflected from the story. And I think that it has very engaging moment-to-moment gameplay, as I would describe it. If I had to rank it, I honestly think it is an A-rank game for me. I think at this point in time, I might like it a little bit more than Helltown. Do I like it more than Yumaniki? Maybe, actually. I don't think I like it more than Resident Evil 2. I think this is the right place for Kaput Mortem for me. But I did really like it. I think some people will dislike its brevity, and the ending's kind of fine. It's not bad, but it's not anything to write home about either, honestly. But I still overall liked it, so. Now we're going to talk about something very, very different. Let's talk about fucking Deadly Premonition. Oh boy, Deadly Premonition. I have a few things to say about you. So let me be clear and as open as I can be about this. I have to date not played Deadly Premonition 2. I have not been able to take the time quite yet to be able to play through Deadly Premonition 2. I know pretty much everyone says that Deadly Premonition 2 is a weaker game than the original Deadly Premonition. I would still like to play it and form my own thoughts, though I know that's kind of a long endeavor. But for now, we're just going to be talking about Deadly Premonition as it is this standalone game, which I have a lot of thoughts about, honestly. Let's get my Let's Play open, because it is a long one. If you have never heard of Deadly Premonition, let me introduce you a bit. Let me take you around for the town. Haha. So Deadly Premonition is a very, 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 very low-budget Resident Evil 4 and GTA clone. Is maybe the easiest way to describe it, but also it was very, very inspired by Twin Peaks. When you first look at Deadly Premonition, your first assumption might be that it's probably not a very good game. It graphically leaves a lot to be desired. We're even looking at the director's cut, which improved the models and stuff for the original release some. But it still doesn't look great. The director's cut, honestly, the content they added is kind of superficial, if you ask me. It's like small things. Most of it's not anything really special to write home about. I will show a little bit of the Deadly Premonition stuff. I guess I'll turn the volume on for a second. The opening I cut together might show a little bit of the game's better aspects here at first, but it's still mostly cutscene stuff, you'll see.
Previously during the investigation.
Oh my. Sugar high FBI enters inside town with 50 lollipops stuffed into his mouth. There's somebody standing there. However, though, if we can time this correctly, come here. Just a little bit closer, you limboing bitso. Worked. Fortunately, I didn't drop anything, though. What a shame. I ran a little bit deeper down here. So, I always like little canopy areas like this. We actually have a few here where I live in Oregon. Given that this actually takes place in the Pacific Northwest, I should mention that. This actually takes place in Washington, though, not Oregon. But regardless, Oregon's part of the Pacific Northwest as well, and there's definitely little, what I call canopies around here.
Anyways, the whole point is that the Resident Evil 4 gameplay that's like inspired here is like really, really low budget RE4. It's not great. It's honestly, if the game was just this, I'd play it and I wouldn't hate it, but I wouldn't love it either. What makes this game particularly special has a lot to do with how all of its weird pieces come together. And it ultimately, the story and the weird mood the game creates. The character that we're looking at right now, whose name is Agent Francis York Morgan, he is obviously a bit inspired by Agent Dale Cooper from Twin Peaks, because this is a Twin Peaks inspired thing. What's interesting is he's not a clone of Agent Dale Cooper. In fact, he's very different than Dale Cooper, while also similar. Obviously, he's an FBI agent, but where Dale Cooper is kind of optimistic, York is kind of sardonic. Like, he's almost sarcastic, but also genuine. It's really hard to express. Like, he kind of badmouths people, but he's kind of, like, genuine at the same time about his badmouthing, where it's usually coming from an okay, decent place. He talks all the time. How Agent York talks to a person he calls Zach. Very, very quickly, you will realize that him talking to Zach is his way to vaguely break the fourth wall and start talking to the player. Basically, he will start talking, and he's only really talking to you. He's like, Zach, did you see that? Crisp as a clear spring morning. Stuff up that alley. In fact, you'll hear that exact line in a second, because I'm definitely going to show that scene. I think it's a scene that many start falling in love with, Deadly Premonition, so if you've played the game, you know exactly what scene I'm talking about. Up until now, you start off the game in kind of a crappy Resident Evil 4 clone, and then they make you walk this really long trek where you start off from like back where I came from over there, and they sort of make you walk down this road overly long. It's not like a super long thing, I guess, in the grand scheme, but they still make you spend like a minute or two, probably closer to a minute, just running down this road to get to your destination. You have no car or anything, and it's just you and this road. And it sort of starts describing the design philosophy, and also the character has stamina, which is why my character is starting to do this thing. If you run too much, you have to do that for a bit. So my main point is, it has an initially off-putting welcome, where it feels like the game is almost trying to turn you off of the game, because it's showing you a lot of its worst aspects up front. But at the same time, there's a weird charm to these aspects, even though they might be, arguably, and probably are, just bad game design aspects, I'd say. I'll let this cutscene play out, because I will say that the game's strongest suit is probably a mixture of, gameplay-wise, how it's kind of arguably bad, but interesting mechanics all come together in like a cohesive whole, where they make this weird take on the world. But then probably the actual best aspect of the game is its character and story. They're not terribly voice acted. I would say they're even good voice, like they're voice acted well, but the voicing's kind of weird. But then the weirdness of the voice acting kind of works in a way that works in like a Twin Peaks Silent Hill way, where they create a certain atmosphere, because the voice acting's like good but odd. It feels off. But as you go through this game, the characters weirdly start becoming quite likable. I'll show this beginning scene because this introduces like a few of the main characters at the very forefront, and then I'll just show a scene later, and then we'll probably rank it. So, but I do want to play this scene out, and one other scene.
Right into the cutscene.
Now you were very late. I didn't think you'd keep me waiting in the rain for so long.
FBI Special Agent, Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Agent York?
Good, that's good. Are you the sheriff?
No, I'm Deputy Sheriff Emily Wyatt. George, he's the sheriff. He went looking for you, actually. He should be back soon.
I see.
If you don't mind me asking, did you walk all the way here?
My car broke down, that's all. She's easy on the eyes. Definitely worth a trip to the primitive world. By the way, don't mention anything about what happened back there. She'll think you're a psycho.
I'm also going to say this. Emily, the character that we're talking to, later confirms that she completely hears everything that York is saying, that everybody does. So, literally, from her perspective, he literally just said all of that out loud. Like, he's talking to the player, obviously, but to her, he just started spewing this. So that's going to color her impression a bit, because he just said that out loud, while acting like it was in his head for some reason to her. I'm just going to mention that. Anyways, let's continue.
Don't want that, do we, Zach?
Welcome to Greenvale. I'm the sheriff, George Woodman. Call me George.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Could you tell me why the FBI is so interested in a small-town homicide?
Let's just say it's a personal interest in killers of young women. I'm always looking for new sample cases to help me with my profile. Both our superiors have cleared this with each other. You can remain in command. You don't have a problem with this, do you?
No. No problem. Just want to set things straight. Our small town has its share of problems. I'm the one fixing them one by one and maintaining peace and order. You can have your profiling sample, but I need you to understand that.
Of course. Of course. By the way, George, I had a little accident with my car. Could you send someone to take care of it? Oh, and my clothes and luggage are still inside.
All right. Don't worry. I'll get my assistant Thomas to take care of it. Do you need anything else?
Thanks. That'll be all. Well then, I think I'll rest up first at the hotel. Then I'll join you on your investigation.
Don't know how to say that. We really don't need your help. Unlike some of your corrupt city police officers, I play it by the book. I hope you'll come to appreciate that, Agent Morgan. And we'll handle the investigation. You just think of this as a vacation. Take it easy. Enjoy the nature here. You don't have to be a tree worshiper to appreciate the wildlife here.
Zach, let's reassess the situation. There are no cavemen here. We're as far forward as the Middle Ages. And we've just met the king.
So, believe it or not, that is sort of the core appeal of Deadly Premonition is these scenes. So that's the introduction. So obviously the game gets a lot weirder than what we're seeing right there. The game both goes to some places that you might not immediately expect, though at the same time it's based off of Twin Peaks, so some of the places it goes you can sort of see coming if you know that. Though it does go in very, very, very different directions than Twin Peaks. In some ways it almost feels like what would happen if it was a vaguely Twin Peakish thing that then decided that it wanted to divert the story in a wildly different direction. However, the scene that usually wins people over, and I admit that when I first was playing the game, I was starting to get a little bit more won over after the scene we just saw. And then after that, you just had this RE4 style sequence, you spawned at this hotel, which is ridiculously big, and there's like almost no one else in it. And you just kind of go through this hotel seeing all this shit, and it's interestingly liminal almost in a way to explore. It's like this over-the-top hotel that feels weirdly empty that you're going through. And then you go to make dinner, because apparently you're offered dinner, or not dinner, you're offered breakfast at the hotel. And then this scene plays, and I will admit, for me and for so many others, this was the moment that locked me in fully, being like, okay, I need to see where Deadly Premonition is going. Where the fuck is this game going? Because this scene, it is cutscenes, we're going to watch it, but this scene is the first show of hand being like, okay? I'll just let it play out. If you've seen it before, great. It's a great scene. I don't mind rewatching it right now myself. But if you've never seen it before, it definitely sets a mood for this game. Also, you might be starting to notice this game has like weird stuff going on. Here's a really good example. Dollars in this game are treated like yen. So I have $1,100 right now. And to get a coffee from the vending machine, I am spending $31.50 to get a cup of coffee. That is what's happening in this scene. And there's this weird aspect to the game which I can add where it's like the mixture of US culture trying to be like the US, but so super obviously based off of Japan that the developers are Japanese. That's like America just ever slightly off through the lens of the Japanese, if that makes any sense. Because the dollar is treated like it's the yen, and I don't think they understand that we don't normally buy coffee from vending machines, but whatever, it's fine, I guess. That's what they do here, I guess. I'll let it play out, though.
And there you go. Prices are through the roof these days.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Your breakfast is ready for you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Polly Oxford. Just Polly is fine.
Well then. Thank you, Polly. I'm starving.
Is everything all right, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, it's delicious, Polly. My compliments to the chef.
I'm hoping my cooking will bring back repeat guests. Honestly, though, it's been a while since anyone has stayed here.
I couldn't help but notice. Aside from you and me, there seems to be no other guests or workers around.
What's that? The salt's in that white shaker there.
Thank you. I was wondering if there were any other guests or workers here.
Oh, no one else. My husband and I used to run this place, but he's in heaven now.
You've been working here alone since then. Must be hard by yourself.
Oh my, we're all out of pepper. I'm very sorry.
It must be difficult to run a hotel by yourself.
Well, yes, I suppose. I could just live on my pension, but I have to admit, running a hotel is kind of like a hobby of mine.
That's nice. Polly, it might help to hear you better if you could sit a little closer.
Oh my, Mr. Morgan, you're embarrassing me. So early in the day, too. I think I'm a little too old for you. And I still love my departed husband. May God rest his soul. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm fine over here.
Polly, I can hardly hear you from all the way over there.
You're exaggerating. This is fine. It won't do to be all clumped together with such a large table and cafeteria. We have to make use of all this space. Now tell me, that wound on your face, what happened?
Let's just say I had some trouble during the last case I was working on. I'm sure it'll heal. It's just a flesh wound.
Oh my, well, there's no need to be the tough guy here. I want you to be able to relax here. I've prepared a special room for you. A famous rock star once stayed in the same room, you know.
Really? I feel honored.
If you need anything at all, just let me know. I'll help you out in any way I can.
Zach, the lady is offering to help. Do you want to ask her about the town? Say, Polly, what can you tell me about this town?
Well, let me see. You might know this already, but the town is called Greenvale. It rains here quite often, but it's a nice place, surrounded with nature. It was a big and prospering lumber town until not so long ago. We used to have a population of over 6,000 people. Less than a tenth of them left now. This hotel was built back then. We saw plenty of guests in those days.
That's why this place is so big for such a small community.
I have so many fond memories from back then. I suppose the clock on the community center is quite famous too.
The clock?
Oh yes, it's lovely. It rings in the morning and at night to let the whole town know the time. You'll hear it many times during your stay. It's a beautiful sound. And you'll love it too, I think.
I look forward to hearing it then.
Anything else you'd like to know about?
Yes, actually, Polly. Could you tell me about the shops around here?
Shops? Well, there aren't many. It is a small town, after all. You can do most of your shopping at the Milk Barn convenience store. The couple who run it are a unique pair. I'm sure you'll get to like them. The A&G Diner is a great place to eat. They might be open even if my kitchen is closed. If you want to go to a bar, there are two. The Galaxy of Terror and the Sweary 65. I don't care much for either of them. Bars are for the younger folk. We also have a gas stand, of course, the art gallery, and even a gunsmith. You should be able to find what you need.
Thank you, Polly.
Well, Mr. Morgan, I'd better start cleaning up. You just take it easy. I'll bring your coffee out in a moment.
Thank you, Polly. I have to warn you, though, I am very particular about my coffee. The very best you have, please.
I understand. I'll be right back with it.
Did you see that, Zach? Clear as a crisp spring morning. F.K. in the coffee. I knew I could count on it. Never fails. Now then, let's get going.
Hey there, Yato.
Oh dear, oh my.
Old me talking. Anyways, I would say that's the scene that made me semi-fall in love with Deadly Premonition the first time I played it. And yeah, my voice is my own. Some might think I have a lighter voice, some might think I have a deeper voice, but it be what it be. With that said, there is so much to Deadly Premonition. It's a pretty extravagant game, I'd say that much. It's a pretty long one too, as you might be seeing here. Let's go here for a sec.
Thus, you can't hope to capture such a killer using only logic.
We're not going to look too much more at this game. We're going to move on to the next one.
That. Some folks say they've even seen ghosts there. I don't mean one or two ghosts, man. I mean like hundreds. Every now and then, a golden opportunity comes along. Like a chance to leave home for a while and earn a lot of money.
Yeah. Anyways, that's Deadly Premonition in a nutshell. It does have more moments. It's a very interesting game, is what I would say. I have enjoyed playing through it the couple times I've played through it, so yeah. Definitely the standout element of Deadly Premonition is its characters, its oddball sense of humor, which sometimes feels intentional and sometimes feels unintentional. And then, surprisingly, the story gets gripping towards the end, more than you might expect. You get more attached to the characters than you might initially expect at the start of the game, is what I would say. And then the gameplay, while a lot of the gameplay elements are either fine, and some of them arguably kind of bad, for some reason they come together in a very interesting concoction. It doesn't quite play like a game you've ever played before, because you have like this vaguely open world, vaguely Resident Evil 4-like, vaguely low-budget Japanese game with a bunch of weird mini-games everywhere, and it just starts, and like, it comes together in this really odd package, which isn't great, but is strangely endearing, is the way I would decide to word it. But now, where would I place it? That is the question. That is a little harder for me to say. This one is going to be a bit contradictory to some people, because I would say that the elements of the game don't feel like they would make an A game, but I think the way that Deadly Premonition blends its elements together do actually come together to make it in the A game territory for me. I do think I like it a little bit more than Helltown. I do think I like it a little more than Humaniki and Commit Mortem. It's around here where I start doubting. I think I do like Resident Evil 2 a little bit more than like Deadly Premonition, so I think that's the right place for it, though it is a very close run in some of these cases. Hey, I think Deadly Premonition is insanely charming. It's an interesting experience, one I don't think I'll quite ever forget, but hey. We're going to be talking about the Silent Hill games now. Oh boy, Silent Hill. I actually forgot to put Silent Hill: A Short Message on this list. I realized that a little bit ago when I was rating PT, because we did rate PT earlier. When I was rating PT, I sort of realized in my head, being like, oh wait, I forgot to put Silent Hill: A Short Message on here. Ah well, not a super big deal. We'll talk about that another time. I've got all the other Silent Hills I have played here. I've not played every Silent Hill game. I've not played most of the odd spin-offs. Like, I've not played Book of Memories. I've not played the Orphan games. I've not played the visual novel that was on the Game Boy. But I've played all the mainstream games. And I've been in all the mainstream Silent Hill games more than once, so... Ooh, so you're a new Silent Hill fan, just for Silent Hill 2 Remake and the Silent Hill F game. I will say this, in my opinion, the entire mainline Silent Hill franchise is worth playing. Some people really dislike some of them. I think even the worst mainline Silent Hill game, which I would identify as Silent Hill Homecoming right here, I still think is a fun enough time to play. It's got flaws, but it also has a lot of charm to those flaws. We'll let some of the Silent Hill gameplay play here in the background as we talk about it. So we're going to be starting off talking about Silent Hill 1, because we're mostly doing release order to talk about it. Hey there, Silent Hill 1. let's do the redone Let's Play, not the old Let's Play, because I've Let's Played it more than once on my channel, actually.
Hey everyone,
By me. Silent Hill 1 has basically defined the PS1 horror look. There are not many games on the PS1 that looked like how Silent Hill looks, and yet I would say it was the deep inspiration for the low poly look that currently we see a lot in indie horror games. And let me clarify, I adore the look. I'm not tired of it. I know some people might be, but some people are also tired of pixels and it doesn't bother me. As long as it looks good for the game it's trying to be, it's not something that I would get tired of. And there's enough variety in how games look that's not like everything looks like this or anything anyway, so it's fine to me. But I do have a soft spot for this vague, low poly look that Silent Hill 1 is definitely the core source of inspiration for. I think Silent Hill 1 is going to be remade, as I'm sure people already know. That's already a confirmed Sandstone thing that's going to come around before we know it, really. Probably releasing next year, but we'll see. It's all on the whims of game development. But Silent Hill 2 Remake did receive a delay in development, so hey. Be as it may. What I will say specifically for Silent Hill 1, it has a dark, mysterious atmosphere that none of the other Silent Hill games quite recreated with itself. The music for this game can be surprisingly scary. I think a lot of Silent Hill music is pretty, honestly. Silent Hill 1 has some pretty music, but I think more than most of the rest of the Silent Hill franchise, it can be surprisingly scary. Let's hear what the music sounds like right now.
turns everything fucking dark. What else would it do? Fun fact, I was born during an eclipse. It's getting dark again?
That's true.
What's going on? I always think the world looks a lot darker once he turns his flashlight or light or whatever on. Like, it looks dark, but decently I can see, until he turns on his light source, in which case everything around him gets super dark all of a sudden. Like, I can't see anything anymore outside what my flashlight can see. I forgot how lenient this game was at throwing you supplies towards the very beginning. Heal health drink, might as well take. See a structure. Oh, this area. In this. Pick up these.
There's something about the sound design of the first Silent Hill one, which has like this low quality but kind of oppressive feeling. We didn't even hear some of the creepiest music right then, but I think there are very few video game tracks out there which are as disturbing as the final boss music of Silent Hill 1. I'm really fucking curious how the remake's gonna approach specifically that song. Silent Hill 1 final boss theme. Which you can call it that, yeah, my heaven. The final boss theme, if you've never heard it, sounds like this. It's a different character named Terry, but it's definitely a song. I was gonna say. But anyways, I'll move a little bit ahead of the school. Silent Hill 1 has lots of memorable moments, and I think that depiction of the other world is something. Silent Hill 1 has some music that's like almost very anti-music. It in context is interesting, I'll say. But yeah. I am very morbidly curious to see how they remake the first Silent Hill game. I will say that up front. Yeah. I would say that compared to even a lot of Silent Hill games, there's something about the first Silent Hill 1 which does feel like there's evil in the town. Like in Silent Hill 2, there is obviously evil in the town, but it's kind of pretty, if that makes any sense. Silent Hill 2 is very often a very pretty game. The Silent Hill 2 remake did lean more into the otherworld stuff of Silent Hill 1, so that is worth noting. That's a little less pretty and a little bit more with Silent Hill 1's rust feeling otherworld stuff. but I would still say that there's like a darkness that's present in Silent Hill 1's version of events, which is still very, very different to what was depicted in later entries. So, get on ahead of running down the streets. Silent Hill 1 is not my favorite Silent Hill game. Some get a little... I like Downpour more than a lot of people do. We're going to talk about Downpour probably last or second to last for like 2 Remake enough. But for the first Silent Hill game, the problem with talking about the original Silent Hill series is that a lot of the Silent Hill games are honestly S's for me. Like, honestly. I will talk about this right now, actually. Silent Hill 1, the original, is an S rank game for me. That said, it is kind of low S rank. If I had to precisely place it, I think I would put it above Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, but below Penumbra the Black Plague. I think that's the right place for it. Silent Hill 1 is some parts of it I adore, but also there's some parts that I feel like stretch on a little bit long in the school and the hospital scenes especially. And some parts where it feels like it's not paced quite fully evenly, but I still really, really love it. So, I am a big fan of Condemned myself, so hey. We could talk about the original Silent Hill 2. Hello, the original Silent Hill 2. I feel like most people do know you. Let's go for Blindish Let's Play. We'll start from the top, sure. Hey. In our special place. Yeah. Silent Hill 2 is such a beautiful soundtrack. Look at James going around town. For the record, I answered this, but I think I'll answer it again. The main character of Silent Hill 1 is a guy known as Harry Mason. He's looking for his daughter, Cheryl. She's about this tall, 6 years old. Have you seen her? James is a different character. He is James Sunderland. He's come to try and find the special his and his wife's special place. If she's there, though she died of that damn disease 3 years ago. Or did she? Anyways. Silent Hill 2 being its Silent Hill 2 self. I guess I'll skip us ahead to here for a bit. I adore Silent Hill 2. I think that it deserves a lot of praise it gets, but it's not my personal favorite Silent Hill game. That said, I think it is a horror great for a reason. And we're about to have a very, very, very complicated situation, so I'm actually going to try and jump ahead to it, because I feel like anything I could say about Silent Hill 2 has already been said before, except for a specific debate which I have with specifically the remake, because I have very, very complicated feelings here. Alright, so for Silent Hill 2, for where I'd put it, that is such a hard question. Okay, so it's a top tier title, but it's around the Resident Evil top tiers that I start really debating. I say you should finish it. Silent Hill 2 is worth finishing. I will say the remake of Silent Hill 2 drags out the middle part a bit. In fact, I'm about to talk about this, but we'll talk about it when we get to it. I will first say, for where I'd play Silent Hill 2... Honestly, I might put it here. But I have a counter thing to say while we talk about it in just a second. So then, of course, counter to Silent Hill 2, we have Silent Hill 2 Remake, and now I'm about to have a very, very complex discussion. So, Silent Hill 2 Remake, I adore as well. I think it is another S-rank game, honestly. It's also going to be up here on my S-rank list. But in comparison to the original Silent Hill 2, I have some mixed feelings. I think it does some things better than the original, but it also does some things worse. And I would say some of the things it does worse, it does noticeably worse. I think it's even surprising to me that I think that it does some things I was more optimistic about this remake than many other people, but I think it turned out even better than I anticipated it might. So I always want to speak positively because I think it is a momentum effort that I would say that Silent Hill 2 remake and Silent Hill 2 belong with each other in the same breath, because that is a huge undertaking to have undertaken, and I think they overall did a pretty good job. That said, I don't think Silent Hill 2 Remake ever really goes bad. I don't think there's a sequence of this game I would describe as bad. But I think Silent Hill 2 Remake, more than the original Silent Hill 2, is kind of exhausting to play. And that is kind of the intent, but I don't think it's always a good thing. I think the intent to be a more exhausting experience to play into the narrative of James's own exhaustion can work, and I like anti-fun game design that's willing to somewhat off-put players at the expense of maybe their attention by replacing it with something that's meaningful and is actually trying to say something. And Silent Hill 2 can vaguely tread on that. It's definitely more tiring and exhausting to play than the original Silent Hill 2. Part of it is just simply it lasts a lot longer. You could honestly, like, Silent Hill 2 Remake is legitimately like almost twice as long as the original game is. They had a lot of new stuff into it. And there's not a lot, I would say, that's quote-unquote cut. There's some stuff that's changed a lot, but in terms of content, it's still all pretty much there. Yeah, it does have like 9 endings, something like that. I have to recount in my head. But the original game still had quite a few, though it did add more in the director's cut. What I will say is that Silent Hill 2 suffers a little bit in its middle section, and I don't always think its changes in the other world are for the better, specifically. Here is a wider take from me. I think the town exploration in Silent Hill 2 Remake is better than the town exploration in Silent Hill 2. That said, there are a few specific parts of the town that I kind of wish they'd let you explore a little bit more, but at the same time they've opened up so much it feels like a weird, like, little complaint. I think the apartments, the normal version of the apartments, are better than the apartments in the original Silent Hill 2. That's a bit of a hot take for some, but I think the apartments I like the apartments more in the remake of Silent Hill 2 than I like the apartments in the original Silent Hill 2. I know some would say call foul at that, but that's just genuinely my feelings. But here's the thing. In the original Silent Hill 2, the apartments, and when you transition to the other world, was very, very subtle, and you weren't really in the other world for very long. And the other world transition, you almost, if you weren't paying close attention, could even tell you transitioned to the other world. In the remake of Silent Hill 2, the transition to the other world is super, super obvious. And then alongside that, I don't know if I like how much it's extended fully. There is stuff in the extended version of the other world, of the apartments of Silent Hill 2, which I like within it. But there's also parts where I feel like runs into a problem that Silent Hill 2 is going to run into a few times, where it almost feels like it's overstaying its welcome with specific things. Where it feels like it goes on a little too long, if that makes sense. And in a way, you could argue that plays into the exhaustion aspect to make it like a more like cohesive, atmospheric experience that plays with the dissonance between the story and the gameplay, so they match up as opposed to feeling like, you know, the game is just a fun experience to have. The apartments don't suffer at the worst. I would say, even though I have some iffiness, I would say the normal apartments, to me, are just a general improvement to the apartments. While the other world, I do prefer the remake version, but I start having some small issues. We get back to the town exploration. I think the town exploration is great. I don't love the part where you're running from all the enemies as the fog gets all crazy in the second city section, town section. In the first town section, I like it a lot. I think it's a good cap-off. In the second one, when it's happening, I have mixed feelings. I kind of appreciate them trying to rush you, but also kind of But I think it makes up for it because it's immediately followed by two pretty great sections. I really, really like what they did with Heaven's Night. I really, really like what they did with the park area. And also I like the movie theater. I'm a little bit sad. Like, you can still visit the bowling alley, but it does feel like it's missing a little something still. But still. overall like the changes a lot in the town. I think the town section is actually an improvement. It's when we get to the hospital where my opinion starts getting really complicated on Silent Hill 2 Remake. So far, if you were keeping track, I would say that every part of Silent Hill 2 Remake up until that point is an improvement. One of them is very close to, I have some issues with the other world of the apartments, but so far I would have said, if you were to ask me at that point, do I think the same sections in the original Silent Hill 2 or the remake of Silent Hill 2 were better, I'd honestly probably say I think the versions in the remake were better. It's from there where things start becoming more of a mixed bag. I honestly don't know what I like more. If I like the... I'm not sure if I like the hospital normal version or the hospital remake version more. On one hand, I really like the part of the hospital when you first enter when it's dusk, and there's just atmosphere, and you let Maria sleep on the bed and all that. That part is mwah. I love it a lot. But, on the flip side, when you start getting to the actual exploration of the hospital, there are parts of it that I like a lot. Like a lot. But then there's also parts of it where I kind of don't like it as much as I like the original hospital. And there starts highlighting the thing. The hospital, its layout is almost entirely different than the layout of the hospital from Silent Hill 2. There are similarities here and there, but it's almost a completely different location. And in some ways, I kind of miss the layout of the original hospital. There's also a certain thing about Silent Hill 2's aesthetic, which I felt always shown best in the hospital, like with some of the close-up CG scenes that you would see as an example. And likewise, I would say that Silent Hill 2 Remake, while it has better, more fun combat, because I wouldn't really write home about much of the combat in the original Silent Hill 2, I think where the combat of Silent Hill 2 did shine the strongest, in my opinion, was with the nurse enemies, the bubblehead nurses. The bubblehead nurses have a design which I think don't give off the impression that they're like strangely visceral, violent creatures. But in the original Silent Hill 2, they can be surprisingly tense. You don't want to get them near you. They start flailing around all chaotically. They can hurt you a lot. In the remake of Silent Hill 2, I think they're fun enough enemies to fight, but I don't think they have quite the same intimidation aura as they originally had. They still are violent, but I just don't think they quite strike the same fear in my heart, if that makes any sense at all. It's not like I found them terrifying, but I think out of every enemy in Silent Hill 2, they were the ones that I felt lost a little something from being transitioned into the fine style. Which also brings us to the topic, I think Silent Hill 2 spams its enemies too much, and this is a complex topic, because on one hand, the combat in Silent Hill 2 Remake, I think, is pretty good for Silent Hill 2 Remake. But I just think they throw a few too many enemies at you. I think that Silent Hill 2 Remake could benefit, especially in this upcoming middle section I'm blabbing about, if it was willing to tone down its enemy usage, even just by a little bit. I'm also going to put music back on as I talk about this. I think that Silent Hill 2 Remake, ultimately, it doesn't trust you enough to explore its environments, and that starts really shining in the hospital. In a way, it feels like it needs to have an enemy pretty much everywhere, and I think that sometimes cripples the otherwise fantastic environment design. It's not that you can't defeat the enemies, but it starts becoming like the game almost feels like you're in a corridor brawler with a bunch of these enemies that they're spamming towards. I almost feel like you could cut like a third of the enemies from Silent Hill 2 Remake, and it would actually make the game a better overall game. It's a little hard to express what I mean by that, but for camera angles, I am still deciding. I haven't fully decided yet. It's honestly complex for me. It's okay. For Silent Hill 2 Remake, I would say that the hospital was already kind of a long location in Silent Hill 2. You go through the whole hospital, then you go through it again. And there was an exhaustion to that, I would say. But then the remake, I think, almost doubles down on that exhaustion. And I don't like that they put you in this exhausting situation and immediately throw you into the night town, which is also kind of chaotic in its own way. Where just kind of at that point in the game starts feeling like they're throwing a few too many enemies for you. So I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I would say that the hospital in the original and the hospital in the remake are basically tied for me. And there maybe is one which I prefer to the other, but I don't know what it is right now. I can say that there's aspects of the remake version of Brookhaven Hospital, normal version, that I like more. But there's also elements of the original Brookhaven, which I liked more, and I kind of missed are there in the remake. There's something about the original Silent Hill 2 Brookhaven Hospital, which did have this feeling of almost being like secluded, trapped inside of this madhouse with these walls and tall, like, ceilings. The layout was also kind of easy to follow, but also a little bit more repetitive. The remake version of the hospital varies up the layout a lot more, but there's something lost in this sort of like feeling of the place being so organized and closed off, like with these wings that feel very inhuman and just copied and pasted. In the remake, it's more varied, but there is something I think lost in the process where it just starts feeling like a corridor or a series of rooms. Though, I guess in a literal sense, it still was a series of rooms in the original. Ultimately, though, it's pros and cons. I feel kind of evenly about them. It's with the other world that my opinion kind of shifts, and it's a little complicated. On one hand, I always did think that the other world of Brookhaven Hospital was a little repetitive in the original Silent Hill 2 because it doesn't look a whole lot different than the original version. Like, it's a little bit more stained in the original, and the enemies like respawn and change, and there's differences in what rooms you can enter and exit. But I would say as an overall picture, it's still surprisingly, I guess, like, you feel so constrained to going through a lot of the same locations that it feels vaguely samey. In the remake, the other world definitely feels different, and honestly, once you know what you're doing, you can get through it pretty quickly. But I think that there's a lot of enemy spam in the Otherworld section when you're trying to do all the things that you're trying to do. When you're trying to get, like, open up the lockbox and get to the 3 things. It feels a little bit more gamey. And on one hand, I like that it doesn't feel as samey as the original Hospital did. But on the other hand, it's so different than the original that it's really hard for me to compare them. Also, I should mention for the lion fit, not the lion, yeah, it is, what's the name of the box? It's Flesh Lips. It's Flesh Lips I'm thinking of. Flesh Lips has other aspects where, on one hand, I really like the new version of it. On the other hand, I kind of like some things that the original did that's vaguely missing. It doesn't feel as art house, I guess, in a way, though it is a fun boss fight. And this sort of continues. I actually like the night section of Silent Hill 2 Remake less than like the night section of Silent Hill 2. And then we get to what is, in my opinion, the part which makes this really difficult for me. In my opinion, in the original Silent Hill 2, the prison, aka the Historical Society, what time is where you live? Probably like 2 a.m. or so right now, let me check. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. right now. Anyways, I would say that the Historical Society in Silent Hill 2 Remake is like, in the original game, is one of the best horror locations in the entire, like, any horror game ever. I talked earlier about how Fatal Frame 2 has a sequence which I consider like one of the best in any horror game ever. I should have talked about that with Resident Evil. I kind of skimmed over Resident Evil, but I have some thoughts about that too. But anyways, I do think that in Fatal Frame 2, the 2 houses connected by the Earth Bridge and the Sky Bridge is like one of the best horror sequences in any game I've ever played. And Silent Hill 2, in the original Silent Hill 2, I think the Toluca Lake Prison, or the Historical Society, whatever you want to call it, is one of the best horror sequences in the entire, like, in horror gaming in general. I think it's a fantastic location that does so much with itself. And unfortunately, I think the remake simultaneously improves some parts of it, but also makes other parts far, far worse. But unfortunately, that unevenness makes it overall, I think, just a worse experience than the original Historical Society was. I think it's by the time that you reach the prison, you already were in the hospital that was spamming enemies a little too much. Then you go through the streets that night that were spamming enemies too much. And then you get to the Historical Society, which not only is, like, spamming enemies, but you start having those enemy combat arena things. You're like, oh... I do not know. I will probably figure it out shortly. I don't think I'm finishing this tier list tonight, but I do plan to save it and then resume it another time, though it probably won't be for the next few days, because I got other stuff going on. But I would say that Silent Hill 2 Remake suffers a bit from being too enemy reliant and not trusting in the atmosphere of Toluca Prison and of just everything to carry itself. But even though I say all that, there is stuff in the remake which I think is improved. I do like the stuff they do with Angela more in the remake than I do in the original. I think Angela as a character is better realized in general, and that's just my opinion. But I also think that her stuff, specifically in the prison, stands out a lot more. And I do really like the abstract daddy fight. I know some people don't like it as much because it's like you're in this small corridor thing that changes to this whole kind of set-piece boss fight. But I think it's a really cool set-piece boss fight. I think it highlights it well. I also think that the original abstract daddy, though kind of cool, wasn't cool enough to say, oh, it's such a loss that we lost this. As weird as that might be to say. I think it's generally, in my opinion, an improvement. It's very different, but... And then... it's just kind of a shame to lose that location, and there's some similar feelings I have towards the final hotel. I do think the hotel fares a little bit better, and it's a little bit back and forth, but I also think there's small things. Like, I think the original Silent Hill 2 soundtrack is a little bit better than the Silent Hill 2 remake version of the soundtrack. The remake soundtrack is not bad. In fact, it's still quite good. Some songs I think are better. Some songs I think are worse. Overall, it's a very good soundtrack regardless, but I do think the original Silent Hill 2 music overtakes it just a little bit. So, yeah. Well, thank you there, T. I also will say, with Silent Hill 2 specifically, part of me wants to applaud Bloober very, very strongly for what they did very, very well with Silent Hill 2 Remake. I think it does some things better. I do vaguely miss some of the surrealness of Silent Hill 2. I think that Silent Hill 2 Remake just overall feels less surreal and dreamy than the original Silent Hill 2 did. But at the exact same time, I think that it does have its own edge. Like, in a way, I think that both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 Remake are both inspired pretty obviously by David Lynch, but they're pulling from different aspects of Lynch. I would say that Silent Hill 2, the original, is pulling a little bit more from like the dreaminess that you could see in Lynch stuff and the ability to dream. Well, I would say that the remake feels like it's more focused on the seediness that Lynch sometimes likes to explore. And in some ways that makes the human horror aspect of the remake of Silent Hill 2 hit harder for me. I think some of the character moments and some of the human horror that's in Silent Hill 2 Remake, for me, hits stronger in the remake than it does in the original. And I think that's something to heavily applaud. I know a lot of people before the remake came out were worried that they were going to like fuck up their handling of like Angela and Eddie and all that. I would actually go as far to say that I think that there are improvements and that the seedy human element and the actor's performance and just everything they do and the new scenes they have with the characters do a lot to do so much with these characters. I think it's one of Silent Hill 2 Remake's greatest achievements, but I do think in the process of focusing more on that human horror, there was something that was lost in the dreamy horror aspect, of the dreaminess, the feeling of things almost being like you're walking through like an Alice in Wonderland type story, going through the other side of the looking glass. That's kind of lost in the remake. It's not that the remake isn't surreal, but I do think it's less dreamy. And I think there is something to be said for that. And that's what makes this whole thing so complicated for me. Because I think that Silent Hill 2 is a dreamier, surreal game that has a certain vibe that the remake doesn't quite capture. But on the other hand, the remake, I think successfully tells a far more human, seedy human horror story, more successfully at the very least. And I think that what it does in terms of its gameplay exploration, it does some things which I think are genuine improvements and has some beautiful looking environments. But at the exact same time, I think that it, in that process, loses some dreaminess to tell a more grounded human horror in a rather strange town. It's not that the surrealness is gone, but it feels more wrapped in its humanity, which can be a strength, but then also the dreaminess can also be a strength. And I think that there is something that is lost in that process. Just my complex feelings on this exact topic. I'm going to skip way, way ahead. So whenever I have to talk about Silent Hill 2 versus Silent Hill 2 Remake, or basically SH2 versus SH2, I always have such mixed, complex feelings. To me, they're both S-rank games. They're both among my favorites. I'm not fully sure which one I like more, and that makes ranking them on a tier list incredibly challenging for me, I'm not going to lie. Even right now, I'm thinking really hard about, like, which one do I like more? That's tough. In some ways, I want to respect that the original is, you know, the original Silent Hill 2. Because the remake of Silent Hill 2, in a way, is trying to capture what Silent Hill 2 did. And the level that they managed to capture is very, very surprising. And I would even say in areas it surpasses what the original Silent Hill 2 did. Again, in my opinion, I think the human horror that Silent Hill 2 Remake decides to explore is done more successfully in the remake than it is in the original. I do think there's something lost in the atmosphere and dreaminess of the original Silent Hill 2. But it's not that it's fully gone or anything, it's just different, is how I'd word it. It presents itself, and I would say that Silent Hill 2 Remake has a very different vibe than Silent Hill 2 the original does, despite the fact that a lot of the same events happen. They just feel very different. And the level layouts are very, very different, and it just gives off very different atmospheres and impressions. Ultimately, though, I do think Silent Hill 2 Remake, if it was just the tones I was talking about, I would basically put them in the same place. But I think that Silent Hill 2 Remake has a worse flaw than the original Silent Hill 2 does, which is, I think it spams its enemies a little bit too much. I also think that Silent Hill 2 had the original as one of the best sections of any horror game, and unfortunately the remake lightly butchers it. It doesn't severely butcher it. As I said, it does some parts of that section better than the original did, but I also think it makes some parts of it a lot worse. So it makes what was I would have considered one of the best sections in the horror game kind of a mixed bag, where some of it is better than the original, so it's like the highlights of it are really good, but then it manages to also make some parts just a lot worse than the original, like Toluca Prison, Historical Society did. So very complex thoughts. Ultimately, I think I put it slightly below Fatal Frame 3, but that's still incredibly high for me. It's obviously a game I love dearly, but it's just such a back and forth thing for me. I also feel like with more time with it, and if I maybe do a whole Silent Hill franchise playthrough at some point, my opinions might change playing them so close together. I played Silent Hill 2 Remake more recently than I played Silent Hill 2. Playing them back to back, I'm curious what I would think. But hey. Anyways, Silent Hill 3, it's one of my favorite games of all time. There we go. For a very, very long time, I debated with myself if I liked Resident Evil 4 or Silent Hill 3 more. And honestly, having sat on it for a long time, while I love Resident Evil 4 and I have a lot of nostalgia for it, I honestly think Silent Hill 3 is just one of my favorite games of all time. It will probably eventually get remade. I'm not going to think of the remake as a replacement for Silent Hill 3 for me. I hope the remake is good, and I can have similar debates with myself about it like I do with Silent Hill 2 Remake. But I'm not going to get my hopes up if it comes out. I suspect it will at least come out pretty good. Hopefully amazing, but we'll find out. It's a weird game to remake, and I know there's all sorts of opinions on it, but I am in love with Silent Hill 3. I find it to be an endless spell of both inspiration and just stuff I love in it. It's a little hard to talk about because I feel like obviously not everyone's going to play because my feelings towards Silent Hill 3 are very personal. It's to the point that eventually, I've mentioned this before, during the late part of this year and next year, I'm planning to do a YouTube channel. One of the last videos I want to do is a love letter to Silent Hill 3 because I am so in love with this game. But in the shorthand, it's a little bit hard to put in simple words how much I love about it. I love its kind of, I almost want to call it post-rock shoegazy style of music, which also blends well with the horror. I think Silent Hill 3 is one of the most underrated soundtracks of the entire franchise because it's so willing so often to be not as pleasant to listen to. Silent Hill 2 has beautiful music, but Silent Hill 3 is very, very often willing to be off-kilter. And I think the off-kilterness of its music is underappreciated by people because it isn't as easy listening as Silent Hill 2 is, I'd say. But I think in terms of the atmosphere it creates, it manages to do so successfully. I see some people dislike Silent Hill 3 during its slow moments. Like when you get to the subway, when it's like hardly any enemies and you're kind of like lost in a series of tunnels. In fact, I'll skip in my footage to there after it just while I talk about it. I should have clicked the playlist. Where is the playlist? Did I only have a playlist for the replay? I mean, I'll use it, but I should definitely update my playlist at some point. I think some of my old playlists were lost to time or something. Oh wait, no, there it is. But I still think that's true, and I should take care of it sometime. A lot of people I hear really dislike the subway system. It's easy to get lost in. There's not much going on. You're just kind of exploring. But there's something about the subway system and something about Silent Hill 3 in general, which I think the other Silent Hill games do not do as well as Silent Hill 3 does, is that Silent Hill 3 is far more willing to let you have these quiet, kind of liminal moments in these abandoned locations and kind of just get lost in them. It's what I'm saying is we're looking at our favorite cat there. And it's helped by some fantastic audio design. I think out of all of the Silent Hill games, Silent Hill 3 is the best audio design. We can debate about the music, but there are parts where Silent Hill 3 uses its sound, like the actual ambience of the areas, to both make a real solid sense of place, as well as some really creepy moments. There's some audio in Silent Hill 3, which if you haven't played the game before, almost sound like they're happening with you. Like they're so fucking crisp and sound way too real that it can be a little bit unnerving. And they do it very successfully in the moments they wanted to. There's very obvious intent on their side with that. Alongside that, I would also say that Silent Hill 3, I'm going to now get skip ahead again in the game. Actually, I'll go back and then I'll go forward when I'm talking about it. I will go back to the very, very beginning, I think. Let's start from here, and then we'll talk some. I think that Heather is just... She is a very good standalone character that also works well with the connective tissue in Silent Hill. She's one of the only protagonists in the series that both has to be the protagonist of her game while also having a connection to the series past. So, like, no other Silent Hill game actually has a protagonist that has a shared connection with another. The closest is Harry Mason from Shattered Memories, but that's a complicated situation. Yeah. I don't agree. In fact, I'm going to disagree with you on this. I think people underestimate Silent Hill 3's complexity because of how they're focused. A lot of people will say that I think that Silent Hill 2 is a more topically complex game, dealing with more morally complex issues. I think Silent Hill 3's issues are more subtle, that it's easy to not notice what's going on with them, or not realize the full scope of what's trying to be said with them. Silent Hill 2 is dealing, obviously, with a guy who... This is a spoiler for Silent Hill 2, maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. Anyways, but I think a lot of people already know, but just in case there's somebody that's watching this that hasn't played these games. James is just dealing with a lot, and we are dealing with a person who's in a bad mental headspace. Heather is dealing with a different type of horror. She isn't in a bad mental headspace, but it's more like a bad, I guess, presence around her. It's very much trying to lean, obviously, into the female horror aspect, but I think some of the things it's doing with that female horror aspect are sometimes very, very underappreciated. Heather, throughout the entire game, in both obvious and non-obvious ways, is being basically told how she's supposed to live her life. And that is resonating through almost every interaction and even puzzle and thing that happens in Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 has a huge commentary on what it means to be the role of a woman, and that women, one of the defining features of the patriarchy, in both subtle and unsubtle ways, is basically telling a woman what it is that she's supposed to be, where it is she's supposed to belong, what it is that she's supposed to do, and that women can't just be a woman. That man is allowed to basically be whatever he wants. He can be a blank slate, but a woman will always have expectations placed upon her to be something to someone, always. and that breaking out of that is horrific in a way. So, and it happens in nearly every facet of the game, but it also isn't just that. Another aspect of Silent Hill 3 is that we're dealing with a lot of the leftover cultist members that, because in Silent Hill 1, the big honchos of the Order of Silent Hill were taken out. Dahlia is dead, Kaufman is dead, Alyssa is no longer there. They obviously... Give me a sec. They obviously want her back badly. But they struggle, and we're now dealing with the loser versions of the cult. And I think the loser versions of the cult are far more fascinating characters. I think they're some of the most fascinating characters in this entire franchise. I like them more than the Silent Hill 2 cast. Earnestly. And it's interesting because every character has a parallel to their Silent Hill 1 counterpart. For example, Vincent is like a loser version of Kaufman from Silent Hill 1, where Kaufman is legitimately a little bit intimidating and fierce and kind of hard to deal with. Vincent's almost a goofball who laughs at his own jokes. His plans fail. Kaufman's plans, though he ultimately gets done in, were successful, while Vincent's plans, if you pay attention, like, they're all failures. He's trying to live in the shadow and do his own thing and be a lone operator like Kaufman was, but Vincent is like a screwball and screwing up what he's doing, but he's absolutely trying his best. And in a way, his sliminess and sleaziness highlight something interesting in his position versus Kaufman, who was far more stern in how he was approaching things, I'd say. Because Vincent wants the same thing as Heather. His goals and Heather's goals are aligned, but we have the complexity, of course, that how they want to go about their goals is quite differently. Vincent believes he knows best, even though that his goals align with Heather's goals. Vincent believes he knows better than Heather, that he knows the path forward. But as we're kind of establishing, Vincent, even though he acts like he has the answers, that he knows what he's doing, all of his plans end up failing. But even despite such, he still believes, I think honestly through his power disposition, because Vincent loves power, but he's also a coward and kind of slimy and sleazy, and he doesn't directly say that, and he obviously flinches when Heather gets a little angry with him and all that. And he tries to act coy and acts like he's smarter than her at every turn, and tries to put her into scenes where she doesn't feel as certain. Because I think Vincent benefits from having Heather manipulated by him in a way. But he's trying to manipulate her even in a circumstance where Heather, she doesn't need him, for one thing, as it becomes evident as things continue on. And she doesn't even really want him around, but he just insists to be around, saying that he thinks he knows what he's doing and Heather doesn't know any better. And meanwhile, Vincent is also, I guess you could say that on top of the sleaziness that he presents, there's also a almost desperate ploy in Silent Hill 3 where he wants to be more relevant than he is to his church. He pays money to get to his position that he's in. He mostly secures his position because he gives a lot of generous donations to the church. He does somewhat sleazeball tactics to get that money, but that's a whole other topic. He believes in the religion, at least he claims to. And I'm sure part of him slightly does, but he very clearly feels more agnostic. He sees evidence of the church in what's happening with Silent Hill 3, but at the same time, it's... Hey, how's it going there? Hi there, Medi. Hi there, Andri. Anyways, the main point is that Heather has this relationship with Vincent, where Vincent very clearly wants to have control of the situation, but he lacks that control. He tries to insist it and tries to push what he does, even though Heather and Vincent have the same goals. Vincent's absolute inability to believe in Heather and believes that he knows what's best for her at every turn ultimately at least was undoing, because as we sort of established, Vincent doesn't know jack shit. He just thinks he does. He wants to think he's hot shit, but he's not. So, but it plays into that aspect. Douglas at first kind of jives against Heather, but ultimately part of his commentary is he realizes at a certain point that he's going to do whatever Heather wants to do, and ultimately follows through. He has some debates with himself, especially over his dead son, and thinking that maybe killing Heather is the best option. But ultimately, I think he forgoes his autonomy because he realizes that he doesn't know enough information in the situation. A lot of this doesn't directly involve him. It's not for him to make the calls. He's the one that technically initiates things, though I guess technically Claudia does, but Claudia, meanwhile, and this one's a little bit complex to talk about. I think this is going to be actually more interesting to talk about through a lens of a different movie that came out last year, where I think that the main villain in that movie and Claudia have a lot of similarities, and I always want to make the comparison because I think people know what I'm talking about. I think that Claudia from Silent Hill 3 and the main antagonist, which I will not talk about because I realize that probably not many people have talked about or watched it yet, but probably many people have. But I think the main villain of Sinners, if you've seen that movie, has a lot of similarities with the main villain of Silent Hill 3, Claudia. I think both of them have good intentions and want to go against the abuse of the system. I think, I'm not going to talk too much about Sinners, I'm going to focus on Silent Hill 3, but I believe a lot of what I say is reflected on what the main villain of Sinners is up to. I think that Claudia is a victim of abuse and of a system that directly wants to oppress her. And I think that her solution, her answer to escape that oppression, is her buying into the ideas of the oppression without fully realizing it. I think that her goals, even though she identifies them as her own and makes her own decisions, she's still playing into what her upbringing taught her, and that she's able to buy into the idea of the patriarchy, in this case, to counter her own goodness. Like, her own goodness is corrupted by the ideas that have been impressed upon her. We do establish that Claudia's father, Vincent, was physically abusive to her. We do establish that Claudia was really close friends with Alessa while she was just a young girl. They used to be good friends when they both were outcast girls together. And that Claudia greatly misses Heather. And also Claudia, despite everything, has something of a victim complex. Claudia thinks that she's not going to go to the heaven that she's creating. In her eyes, in Claudia's eyes, she's a self-sacrificial hero. She is going to save Heather's soul, make her the true Alessa that she once knew, and that she's going to lead Heather and the rest of the cult in the world ultimately to heaven. And that'll be a good thing, and that'll get rid of all the bad in the world. As Heather calls out rightfully at a few points, it's a very childish, dreaming view of things. I would go a bit further and also say that she's trying to find escapism in the place that she can't find escape. That she almost compulsively needs to have this option, almost have to be the villain of her own story. I think that she has an instilled view of herself as not being a good person, or that she lacks any goodness within her. And so she takes on the role of a villain, even though she's doing something that she believes is good, even though the reason she believes is good is because of systems that have taught her that's good, that she buys into. But she believes that she has to commit sin in order, and that she's only capable of achieving this by committing sin. And that it's ultimately the ends justify the means from her perspective. And that she'll pay the price for the sins that she's committing, that she won't receive the heaven that she's trying to bless upon people. Ultimately thinking that she has to be sacrificial, that she has to suffer, that she has to do things for the sake of everyone else, while she simultaneously isn't asking anyone what they want. Obviously, Heather doesn't want what Claudia's trying to give her. But then Claudia thinks it's justified for her to act like a villain to Heather. Because again, the ends justify the means. And what are the ends in Claudia's case? Very, very specifically, she is buying into something which is very obviously monstrous. The other world that Claudia is creating, the ultimate form of God that we see born from her and all that, is all obviously wrong. And again, if you take just what some might view as a pure religious allegory to be a bit more of a patriarchal statement, or to take it as something that's talking more of a societal type of perspective, it's definitely, I think, trying to say of how Claudia pursuing this goal that wasn't ever really truly her goal, but that she bought into. Because in the end, the abuse from her father, instilling that she was bad and that she needs to be good and do good, plays into what she ultimately does, where the abuse consumes her to a point where she enacts the very thing that hurt her, if that makes sense. And that level of hurt that she's feeling, she views as to have a meaning. And by searching for meaning in that hurt, she ultimately is furthering hurt, I guess. That because she isn't willing to view the hurt as being hollow and empty or meaningless, that there has to be meaning and that there has to be goodness at the end of the tunnel, that all has to lead to something. She continues down a path of hurt that ultimately is her own self-destruction and hurts others in the process, is what I would say. There's a lot more going on to what I'm talking about. I could talk about Silent Hill 3 forever. I plan to one day do a very in-depth analysis of the game, and not just like a playthrough thing. I'm planning to do a big video about it, love letter to it. But I think a lot of people underestimate what Silent Hill 3 is saying, partially for two reasons. The first thing is that Silent Hill 3's basic storyline is pretty simple. Compared to Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, both on surface have very simple stories. Silent Hill 2 has a more complex story at the heart. If you follow the actual core events of Silent Hill 3, it's Heather trying to get home after she was away at, presumably, I guess, at the mall here. And she tries to get back home. When she gets home, spoiler alert for Silent Hill 3, she finds out that her father is killed, and then it becomes a revenge story, where she's trying to get revenge over the death of her father from who murdered her. So that makes enough sense. But on the flip side, I think that deceptively simple story is hiding a lot to unpack, both within what the environments are telling, as well as just the actual story and characters through it. And I think that's far more multi-layered nuance. But I think that it's to the point that the horror that's exploring is such a mundane horror that I think it overgoes a lot of people, because what Silent Hill 2 is talking about is a situation that most people will probably never find themselves in. While there's definitely a horror of having a loved one be with a chronic illness that ultimately kills them, and that's definitely something that people go through, that also is not a horror that the majority of people will fortunately experience in the way that James experiences it. Obviously, we all have loss, but the things that James decides to do with his own stuff that he's dealing with isn't usually what people do, is what I will word it towards. It is a fun allegory for other things and topics of that discussion, such as the classic "can you pull the plug" type of analogy, and what it means to have a loved one slipping away like that, I guess. But I think because Silent Hill 2 is exploring that with James, and of course that stuff obviously going on as well with Eddie and Angela, that some of what's going on with the cast of Silent Hill 3 is a little bit lost. I could talk about all this, but I'll just end by saying that I still like that they're loser counterparts to all the Silent Hill 3 cast. I like that Vincent is an obvious loser allegory to Kaufman. I like that Douglas is an obvious loser allegory to Sybil. I like that Claudia is an obvious loser category villain tier compared to Dahlia. That Claudia is not evil like Dahlia was. I won't blab about all this, but all the characters, even you can compare Leonard with Lisa. They're very, very, very different characters, but they have an interesting aspect that they're both kind of monsters while also being kind of human while existing locked away into a hospital. Anyways, it's odd parallels that make interesting statements that could be dissected by themselves, but yeah. Just a whole lot to say. You mean the Nintendo Direct one? I wouldn't say there was a lot in the Nintendo Direct for Resident Evil Requiem that was very spoilery. It's kind of the same footage we've been seeing, though a little different, with 3 new snippets of gameplay. There was one thing that Leon says, which is new information, but it's also something that you'll learn very, very early in Requiem, so... Anyways, I love Silent Hill 3. There's a reason it's currently what I have in the top spot. I will definitely write a love letter for it at some point. There's a lot about the game itself and not just the story, so I love the atmospherics of the game. is a really big part of it as well. I think the scares of Silent Hill 3 are genius, and a lot more I can talk about, but I just love it. Simple as that. Let's talk about Silent Hill 4. Okay, so Silent Hill 4 is a bit more of a complex one for me to talk about because I love Silent Hill 4, but I also have issues with it. Yeah. The fun thing about Silent Hill is that the atmosphere between the games, I would say, is immensely different between entries. So, like, how Silent Hill 1's atmosphere feels is very different than how Silent Hill 2's atmosphere feels, which is very different than how 3's atmosphere feels, which is very different than how 4's atmosphere feels. On surface level, they might first come off as similar, but I would say they surprisingly have strong variety of how the actual tone of vibe of these games end up feeling. So, I would describe... if I had to do it in a nutshell, I would describe Silent Hill 1 as darkness, rust, and fire. I would describe Silent Hill 2 as water, fog, and decay. If I describe Silent Hill 3, I would describe it as flesh, pulsating, and I think the last word I would use is almost shoegaze, which is a weird word to use for it, but I think there is some vibes of that, like a rocky vibe to it. And then Silent Hill 4, I think I would choose dreamy, nightmare, and soul. And that would be the way I would decide to describe each of those games in like 3 words if I had to. But just my impression. Oh, it's like Silent Hill out there. I mean, that is what most people think of with fog these days. Silent Hill very geniusly used fog, and it managed to use fog very well in horror to the point that many people just associate fogginess itself with Silent Hill. So, hey. If that's a successful marketing tactic, that's definitely going to be talked about. Silent Hill 4 is a little interesting to talk about. In some ways, I would describe it as almost an anti-fun game. I'm not sure if it's fully by intention, though. Silent Hill 4 has the feeling like it was designed to have the narrative play with how the gameplay feel is. Like, the apartment that you return to multiple times in Silent Hill 4 has almost this feeling of calmness, but also like stillness, like you're kind of stuck in this place. And then there's not too much interesting to do there except to peek through holes to see what other people are doing. So it makes you almost play into the fact that Henry Townshend, the main character of Silent Hill 4, is like a voyeur, a cameraman who isn't really living his own life to the fullest. He's kind of stuck where he's at, but he's like voyeuring on other people and watching life through other people living their lives as opposed to him living his own life. While meanwhile, he goes into these weird nightmarish dream worlds that feel very, very hostile. Sometimes the game design feels like it's actively being hostile to make these worlds feel more hostile. Like it's willing to let the player be frustrated, to put in the feeling that Henry just wants to escape these nightmare worlds, to just go back to his apartment and do nothing. And I almost want to say that as an anti-game, it works brilliantly. But I'm actually not fully convinced what I'm describing was intentional on the developer's part. I would go to say, if you've read, there was a series of interviews after Silent Hill 4 came out that the developers of Silent Hill 4 had with it. I think it was just called Game Developer Magazine, something like that. And it's a long interview that goes on for pages. They go very, very in-depth with the design of the game. And I honestly do not know how you take such an interestingly designed game like Silent Hill 4 that feels like it has very complex and odd design decisions and describe how you made the game in a more almost mundane, almost kind of boring fashion. In a weird way that weirdly works for Silent Hill 4, but at the same time, it makes me feel like some of the stuff that Silent Hill 4 does was very unintentional. If you decide to read the interviews I'm talking about, you'll see that they talk a lot being like, yeah, so with Silent Hill 4, we wanted to increase the action aspect of the Silent Hill franchise. So we put in mechanics like the ability to charge up your charge weapon so that you're able to then swing with a heavy charged attack. And they're talking about like, oh, we put a lot of monsters because we wanted the player to be able to take advantage of our new action mechanics. It's stuff up that alley, and it's like, it's weird because from the experience of playing Silent Hill 4 It almost feels like the developers giving the interview about Silent Hill 4 don't understand Silent Hill 4, but obviously that's not true, because they're the ones that fucking made Silent Hill 4. They know better than anyone. But it almost makes some of what Silent Hill 4 does feel like an accident, or maybe just the people that made it the way it is were doing the interview. I don't fucking know. But regardless of the developer intent, because I'm not fully convinced how Silent Hill 4 turned out was fully what the developers intended it to, I would describe Silent Hill 4 myself as being... out of any video game I've played, Silent Hill 4 feels the most how my actual dreams do. If for some reason you ever want to know, hey, I wonder what the dreams of Dusk, Golem, AestheticGamer are like, the closest proximity I've ever seen in any form of media I've ever consumed is Silent Hill 4. It's hard to describe, but in my dreams, the environments are usually kind of this doled out, they're defined, but they're almost out of focus type of environments that feel like they're missing the lighting that they should have. And so the lighting comes off weird, and it feels very similar to how Silent Hill 4's lighting kind of feels to me, at least. And then there's things that are obviously there that should be there, but also things that feel off to themselves. And there's like this overbearing dark feeling to so many of my dreams. It's hard to explain unless you actually get to experience my dreams. Explaining a dream is a hard thing. A lot of people, when they describe their dreams, will say like random things occur, but that doesn't feel like my dreams, if that makes any sense. I feel like my brain is too much of a stickler where I pay way too much attention to nonsense rules that don't really make real world sense, but in the sense of dream logic make enough sense. So, for example, if there's like a new hangar to some building I've been to before, someplace that just kind of exists, I will acknowledge that it almost doesn't make sense where it's at, but then I will analyze it in the dream and be like, huh. Because I'll actually like explore the architecture, and the architecture is obviously nonsense, but there's details that are there that feel alien. But in its alienness, there's also a sense of logic that makes sense within the dream world itself, is the way I guess I'd describe it. Anyways, I won't talk too much about dreams. I tend to find that trying to share an experience as personal as a dream to someone else, unless you're very good at waxing your own words about it, can be kind of boring to listen to. Silent Hill 4 is very much a game about dreams, and at least for me, they strike closer than any other media piece I've consumed to feeling like something that I might actually dream. And then, on top of that, there's just a lot of moments of Silent Hill 4 which I think are better than most of the rest of the series. Here comes an incredibly hot take from me. What you're about to hear is maybe one of the hottest takes that you'll ever hear from me on Silent Hill as a franchise. And if I ever had to have my hands at the Silent Hill franchise, I never will, but if I did, here would be my recommendation to the Silent Hill developers. Find a way to make actually scary monsters. Because I think Silent Hill has very weird, interesting monsters, but I wouldn't describe most of its monsters as scary. I think Silent Hill has very artistic monsters. They're very visually interesting, they make interesting sounds, they move interestingly, they feel very abstract in many ways, but also very human. In Silent Hill 1, in Silent Hill 2, in Silent Hill 3, in the later games even, like Downpour, Shattered Memories, I guess, that only has the one type of enemy. Even in the recent Silent Hill F, I would say that the monsters are interesting, but I wouldn't normally say that they're particularly scary, at least in my sense, at least in ways I consider. I think Silent Hill 4 is the only game that breaks the mold in this specific regard. I think it is the only Silent Hill game that manages to make both mechanically, visually, monsters that make you really do a huge double take, where you're like, what the fuck? And they're very hard to read and work in very mechanically interesting ways at times. That isn't every monster in Silent Hill 4, and unfortunately the monsters in Silent Hill 4 have a huge flaw, which if you played Silent Hill 4, you may know what I'm about to say, which is a lot of the monsters in Silent Hill 4 use stock sound effects that are really befitting to how well they're designed. Silent Hill 4 has some very good monster designs in my opinion, which are let down the fact that they are very obviously using like royalty-free stock sound effects that just feel like they don't fit the otherwise fantastic designs of these monsters. It's a little weird to put, but it's true. And if you played the game, I think you've experienced this. Like with the dogs, with the weird leech tongues come for you, they make jaguar sounds. Famously, the nurses make like burping sounds when they're hit. And then even the other monsters just make odd sounds that just don't feel like they fit the monsters. And you can tell they're from royalty-free libraries. And they're such interestingly designed monsters. Some of the most interestingly designed monsters in the series, I'd even say. That it just feels kind of a shame that this audio department of them is so lackluster, is the way I'd word it. But I hope there one day is a Silent Hill 4 remake too. I think there's a lot to be gained there. I'm a little curious how they'd approach it, or whoever would approach it, but yeah. Anyways, with all this said, I like some of the puzzles in Silent Hill 4. There are puzzles in Silent Hill 4 that sort of make you think out of the box and are very different than the series' usual. The combat and how you move in Silent Hill 4 does not feel as good as Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 2, I'd say. And I think that sticks out if you haven't played Silent Hill 4 compared to the others. Silent Hill 4, mechanically, feels like a regression from Silent Hill 3. It feels worse to play. In a way, that kind of works, but, like, again, with this anti-fun aspect, which I'm not even sure is really fully what the developers intended with the game. But, in context, it does kind of work, at least. And I would say that this mechanical clumsiness does lead to, again, this feeling of being, the game somewhat being punishing, but in a way that feels kind of fitting with the game's themes. The game's not like a super hard game, I should mention. I also have a controversial opinion compared to a lot of people with this particular game. I'm going to skip way ahead and go to the Forest World and the Lara World while I talk about this. And I was going to say, a lot of people may disagree with me in this. I hear a lot of people really, really dislike the escort mission they have later in the game with Eileen, and that the second time that you visit locations, it's repetitive and takes away from the game, that you should have only gone there the one time. I am a weirdo because, A, the Eileen stuff literally doesn't bother me. She cannot die, and she's actually very easy to take care of. If you give her any melee weapon, because she has like 3 melee weapons you can give her that you can find in the game, she can help a little bit, and especially since she doesn't need healing items or anything, she'll be fine. As long as you don't get her too damaged, which takes a while to get to the damage point, you will be pretty fine if you're trying to go for the good ending. If you don't care about the good endings, then you can just do whatever, and it really doesn't matter. She has a limp, but it's okay. The other thing, I think Eileen is fine. I'm not going to say, like, oh boy, I love the part where you escort Eileen, but at the same time, I don't think it's that cumbersome to the actual design of the game. I think they do a few interesting things with it. If you let Eileen get damaged enough, I think the way that she gets possessed is very, very interesting. If you've never let Eileen get possessed, basically what happens is that if you let Eileen take too much damage over the course of the game, she starts getting these weird, like, scars and tattoos and stuff all over her body, and she starts like whimpering all the time, and when in the cutscenes where she's supposed to talk, she won't like be, the more damaged she is, she'll start sounding off scared, but if she gets too talks, like she can't even talk like a human, and she starts like chanting possessed, cursed languages at you. If she gets too possessed, she'll start like stopping and then like spewing out, I don't know, tons at you, and if you're within the vicinity of her when she starts doing that, it damages you actually, because I guess she's like cursing mantras at you. And I'm not sure if many people have let Eileen get that damage. I did it for one of my bad run playthroughs. I think it's very interesting how that mechanic works into the game itself, but again, I'm not sure how many people have explored that. But alongside that, with the, I don't really mind the escorting too much with Eileen. I would also add that I think that the second time you visit several locations are superior to the first time. In fact, I have the exact rundown of my exact feelings here. So you only go to the hospital world once, and you know, it's the one time you go, and it's pretty cool. I like the randomized room setups and the rooms that are there. It's where the very famous Eileen giant head is. Stuff like that, but also it's interesting just to have a hallway full of like these experimental rooms that are sort of put in a random order. In terms of the locations you visit, I do think I like the subway more the first time you visit than the second time. And I think that's also why a lot of people think that the worlds are better the first time than the second time, because the very first one that you visit for a second time, I do think is better the first time you visit it. But then I actually like the forest world more the second time you visit it than the first time. I think what they do with the forest world the second time is far more interesting. The water prison is a little interesting to me because overall I do like the first time you visit it more, but I would also say that the water prison, the second time you visit it, has some interesting tricks up its sleeve, especially if you're willing to explore where you don't need to explore. Next up would then come the building world, and I think that building world is better the second time you visit it. It also is probably in part because I really, really like the ghost version of Richard, I believe is his name, the second time you get there. But on top of that, just what you do in the building world, and you explore so much more of the building world than you do the first time. I think it's very, very interesting altogether where you go. And then for the apartments, I do think the first time you visit the apartments are better, but also the second time you visit the apartments is so brief that it hardly makes a huge difference. The first time you visit the apartments, they're like a very, very long section. Well, the second time that you visit it, it's very different. It's also in the second half of the game that your room starts getting haunted and you have to start dealing with the hauntings. Some of the hauntings are very interesting. In a way, I wish that once you understood how the hauntings work, that they could still be creepy and scary. So, they get far less creepy when you sort of learn how to manage them and all that. But on the flip side, I understand it's supposed to be mechanically sound to make it fair to get the endings tied to keeping your apartment under control. I still think that's fun to see the hauntings play out, and before you start understanding how to mechanically take care of them, they can be a little freaky the first time, so... My complex feelings. I also think that Silent Hill 4 has one of the best stories in the franchise. I think its weird tale of Walter Sullivan thinking the room is his mother and all the fun with the decaying belly button is all pretty fun, and also learning the backstories of each of the locations. I think something that's underrated about Silent Hill 4 compared to the rest of Silent Hill games is that a lot of the locations have very dark but interesting stories. There's a little bit less with the subway than, say, like Silent Hill 3 subway, I'd say. But then the forest world, the wire prison, even the building world, and especially the apartments, I think all have interesting background stories that you sort of uncover that if you're actually paying attention have a lot of cool details that are told both in environmental storytelling and the actual notes that you read. Just my opinion. But hey, speaking of my opinion, that does raise the question of where I'd place Silent Hill 4. And the honest question is a bit above Silent Hill 1, above Penumbra Black Plague. I think it is Resident Evil 7, which Resident Evil 7 here includes all its DLC, where it caps off for me. Putting Silent Hill 4 roughly there. Which leads us to the less popular, non-Team Silent Hill games. Hey. So, Oranges is my second least favorite mainline Silent Hill game. And we have the arcade game here, so I think I do like Oranges more than I like the arcade game, so it could be third favorite, but the arcade game's not a mainstream Silent Hill game, so... Origins, or as I like to call it, Oranges, to the point that if we look it up, I'm sure you'll see the video thumbnail I had for the first part of the series. There you are, Silent Hill Oranges. I love you up to pieces, Oranges. Don't worry about it. But this game, for me, is an incredibly mixed bag. I think it does some things great. I think it does some other things pretty terribly. And the worst thing for it is that it puts its worst foot forward, but ends on some of its best foot. So you do have to sort of put up with it at the beginning to get to what I like to call the good parts of the game. I think the very beginning, when you're going down the road and you go into the firehouse, is way, way, way too linear and scripted, to the point that, it's kind of neat to see the fire for Alessa, but on the flip side, you're, so constrained here, and if you do anything you're not supposed to, the game sort of closes you off. It's like, I get this is more of a set-piece moment you're supposed to be making your way through. It just doesn't leave an impression as much. It feels like there could be ways to make this moment feel more important. At the moment, it's mainly just vaguely kind of cool to see as a Silent Hill fan. But also, there's parts of it where I'm a little bit what we literally just saw right there. Does the order symbol have to appear from Alessa's burnt corpse and, clear the way for us? I'm not so sure that was needed. It feels a little cheesy. Unfortunately, I think Alchemilla Hospital, the visit that you take to it in Origins, is pretty bad. And I'm going to now explain 3 of my biggest issues with Silent Hill Oranges before I say the good stuff, because the game starts on its worst note. So, my first problem is I do not like the changes to oranges. By the way, I do know it's origins, but I just like calling them oranges, so I'm going to keep on doing it. I do not like the changes to Orange's combat. It does 3 things I really dislike. The first thing is they made it so in past Silent Hill games and every other Silent Hill game, when an enemy is on the ground, you can run up to the enemy and press the stomp button and your character will do the stomp animation. In Silent Hill Oranges, your character will only do the stomp animation if you come to a complete stop. So instead of just going into the animation from running, your character must first come to a complete standstill, and then only then you can stomp the enemy. You can't run up to them and stomp them anymore. It's a small change, but it fucked me up in so many instances. It's a little cumbersome, I'd say. A little annoying to do in practice. Especially in some positions, with enemies in a weird position, you have to like position yourself precisely correctly and come to a standstill so you can stomp on them. That's the first thing in the combat, which I think is just a small hiccup, which does lessen the experience. The second thing is this game loves QTEs. It loves them. I can skip ahead for a second. A lot of the boss monsters, the first boss monster, the QTEs don't appear in cutscenes. It's not like a quick time event in that way, but a lot of the times enemies will use an attack, and if you want to counter it, you have to like do a QTE. I think the first boss, which I'm going to skip to, is the worst offender of this. I think this is during the first boss fight. Yeah, and also the first boss fight just kind of looks like a lion figure from Silent Hill 2, but then it's not, so we'll see if it triggers one of the QT attacks. Me doing its thing. I also am not super fond of its infinite pockets, carry items, and use the items you find in the environment as a weapon thing. I get the idea. It's not like the worst executed thing in the world, I guess, but I can't say I'm in love with it. Let's QT it up, baby. I can't say Silent Hill is improved by having enemy QTEs. Just my opinion. Especially when the enemy can grab you twice in a row and do the QT attack twice, as we're now seeing on the screen happen right now. Oh no, the enemy spewed me a little bit of acid and I had acid damage. I wasn't able to heal in time because I was locked twice in a QTE animation. Who could have seen that coming? I only died after the QTE was over, even though I succeeded the QTE, because I couldn't heal because I was stuck in the QTE animation and my health was depleting while I couldn't do anything about it. Oh, I love that. Love it. So, anyways. The hospital also is just not as well designed. It's like literally the same hospital as Alchemilla Hospital, but it's also literally not, because while its layout is the same, you go to a lot of places in the hospital you don't normally go to, and I don't always think for the better. Silent Hill Oranges does not have the other world the other Silent Hill games has. Instead, you walk into mirrors to switch between the main world and the other world. In some places of the game, that's used pretty well and pretty interestingly. I do not think Alchemilla Hospital shows this aspect to the best of its ability. In fairness, though, this aspect is shown off better in the next location, the Sanatorium. And this kind of plays in what I mean. I think that Silent Hill Oranges gets progressively better. If you had just put me in front of the section of the game I just am playing, like you're seeing in front of you, like I guess it's the first roughly hour of the game, I would have a very, very negative opinion of Oranges. But Oranges, in fairness, gets a lot better, and I think it gets progressively better. I would say the town exploration in Oranges is stronger than most of the rest of the other entries in the series. I think in terms of town exploration, the best entries, in no specific order, just release order, are Oranges, Downpour, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Silent Hill F. I think, and also Shattered Memories, but Shattered Memories almost doesn't count because, like, most of the game is town exploration. So it's... But we'll talk about that when we talk about it. I would say that Oranges, it's very refreshing to go from a location in Oranges and then just continue on your way. I think it not only has the openness, I like some of the side content, you run through some small areas, like we're about to run to a butcher shop, as the butcher thing says here, where we meet our Pyramid Head ripoff, which I actually will say, I wish they did more with the Pyramid Head ripoff than they ultimately did. The butcher, I actually think, is a good monster design. Not as iconic as Pyramid Head, sure, but I still think it's a very solid monster design. It feels wasted on kind of a monster that's only half utilized. He pops up a few times, and you do have a boss fight. The boss fight's peculiar. We'll talk about it when we get to it. Whereas watching my character explore for a bit, because I went the right way first, so I started trying to look all the wrong ways. There's also this interesting thing that Oranges does, where a couple of the boss monsters, after you beat them as bosses, start appearing in the roads as, like, just enemies. It's very peculiar. Not a bad thing, and it's especially interesting with the giant third boss, which I guess I'll show that off when we get to it. There's not very many... I'm pretty sure this is the only Silent Hill game. Well, I guess F kind of does this, but still not to the same level, where there's like this giant monster that can roam the foggy streets. Very The Fog, actually. You don't say that right now, because it doesn't start coming until after you beat the third main level, but all the same. I'll get to the Butcher bit. Hey, Butcher. I'll let this audio play. We only see him very briefly then.
I always wondered if Pyramid had a younger brother.
Yeah, thank you, old me. But I would say, while the Butcher is very obviously a Pyramid ripoff, they do a few vaguely interesting things with him through the game, but also feel like they don't use him as much as they should, and ultimately the boss fight with him is very, very disappointing. I'm just going to say it right now. We'll get to it. Okay, so I think the Sanitarium, the second location that you visit in Silent Hill Oranges, is a big improvement to the Alchemilla Hospital you started off in, but it is so ridiculously big. Okay, so actually, let me correct myself. Before Silent Hill 2 Remake came out, it was too ridiculously big. It was like the biggest location in the series by far. It's also one of the only locations in any Silent Hill game where you can literally enter every single room of the location. Between the normal version and the Otherworld version, this place is huge by Silent Hill standards. We'll see it a bit later, but basically it's really, really wide, and it's composed of 3 floors. And all 3 floors, the basement, the first floor, and the second floor, have a lot of doors. The basement has less than the second or the first and second floor, but the first and second floor have a shit ton of doors, and you enter all of them, and it's a huge-ass location. It's like, up until Silent Hill 2 Remake, I would have gone to say it is by far, like, it is almost twice as long as the second longest location in the series. That might not be fully true now, because Silent Hill 2 Remake expanded all the Silent Hill 2 locations, so some of them have become quite big, maybe comparable to what the Sanitarium has going for it, but I'd have to actually do the science and math to determine that precisely. But it's the first ones that felt like they've challenged the Sanatorium's length. But that's just my opinion. Will I go through? The Sanatorium is a dark location. You go between the main world and the other world. The boss is a little interesting. It's your mother, basically, though she is a wired hag. Do I have that as a different video? Yeah. I put most of the Cedar Grove into the single location. Here is a puzzle that's happening in the Cedar Grove thing. There's a few puzzles. Some of them are vaguely interesting. Oranges does not have terrible puzzles. They're not the best puzzles in the franchise, but they are far from the worst either. Then we're going to get to the boss fight here. Also, Lisa's in this game. I forgot about that. You do see Lisa and Kaufman throughout this game, but especially Lisa. Is this the boss fight? Yeah, it's the boss fight. Or after the boss fight, I think is where this is actually. There's the boss fight. Mother dearest, please stop clinging to the ceiling. Oh no, mother, what for out thou do? I don't know, it's an interesting setup. I kind of like this boss and design and concept, honestly. Talk about it as it does and does its thing. Anyways, enough of that doing its thing. The game gets progressively better. I like the second town segment that you go through, well, even more than like the third segment. You go through this log area, it's pretty nice. And then ultimately, you also have some side areas and side stuff you can do just for the fun of it. Before entering the movie theater, which is maybe the best part of the game. It's also the most original part of Origins. All the other locations have like vague comparisons you can make. There's nothing else in the Silent Hill series that's really like this movie theater section. Except maybe the movie theater in Silent Hill Downpour, funnily enough, but it's also a side area, not as complex as this one is. Yeah. Well, part of the reason this LP has an old LP look is because this was back before I was emulating my games. So you're watching me play Silent Hill 2 via a PS2 and just recording the PS2 footage, which the PS2 footage is being caught at, 480p, not HD resolutions, which is why it has this low quality look to it. Back then, I wasn't emulating the games that I was playing. I later would because I liked the emulated look a little bit more, but what you are seeing here is PS2 accurate because it was being played on a PS2. So, hey, be what it be. It's part of the fun of it. Hey. One of the smartest things I ever did as a horror enthusiast is back in 2011, I had noticed that horror game prices for old consoles were starting to rise in price. And I realized, Ryan, I have this gut feeling that if I don't finish my horror game collection in the next couple years, the prices are going to get so fucking ridiculous that you will probably never finish your collection. So let's spend some of the extra money I'm earning from my job at the time, and let's just go out of my way and buy all the horror games from the old consoles that I want to get. That was the fucking smartest thing I've ever done, maybe. Some of the games I bought then for stupidly dirt cheap have gone so ridiculously high in price. One of the craziest examples is I got Kuon for the PS2, a completely new, fresh copy, for $2. Do you know how much that fucking goes for now? I'll show you how much that goes for. Kuon, anything, eBay, Amazon. Let's look at eBay. I'll start with eBay, then we'll do Amazon. If you want to find Kuon these days, it's it's going to cost you a pretty penny at the very least. And some of these aren't even like the English US version is harder to find than the Japanese version. So the Japanese version tends to be cheaper because they produced more. Well, the English version of the game tends to be a little rare. So you might notice that the Japanese version, which is the Japanese version, is like $200-$300. While meanwhile the US version, the English dub version, is over here for like fucking thousands. And believe it or not, I got it back in 2012 for like $2. Okay. Smartest thing I ever did was I finished most of my horror game collecting for the old consoles in like 2011, 2012. It was around 2013 to 2014 when the prices started really fucking skyrocketing. But, hey. Be what it be, what it be. Hey. Kuon's just one of the craziest examples. There's a few others, but yeah, part of the fun. I'm happy I did it when I did it, because there's no way in hell I could have afforded it these days. Okay. Anyways, there's a lot I can say about Origins. I'm going to actually rank it now and move on to the next Silent Hill games. We're going through all the Silent Hill news right now. Let's see, if I had to play Silent Hill Oranges anywhere, which yes, I am saying like Oranges on purpose. I feel like I should clarify that at the very end here. I know it's Origins, but I like to say Oranges. Yeah. I think the market is absurd and stupid, and I should clarify I don't sell games in the market. I'm not interested in selling what I collected. I mostly just collected for the sake of collecting, because I love these things. That was my point. I didn't keep my unopened copies unopened. I just opened them and played them. So they're not worth as much anymore, but that doesn't bother me, because I wanted them to play them. So hey. Some collectors are all like, oh, but you can't open it, he values it. And I'm like, bitch, I'm not here to value it up. I'm here to play it. That's just my opinion. That said, I don't like paying. I will not pay an absurd price for a game that, like, Kuon's a good game, and I would have recommended Kuon to people. There's some like problems with it, but there is no universe that Kuon is worth $2,000. Kuon is a good game. It's an interesting game because it's a From Software horror game from before they started making the Soul series, and it's interesting in a number of ways, and we'll talk about it later, in fact. But it is not worth $2,000. I can't think of a video game I've played that I would say is worth $2,000, let alone Kuon, which Kuon, while a good game, is not like one of the best horror games I've ever played or anything. But I digress, I digress. To me, myself, and I can't imagine a game. Maybe if you're making your own game, sure, finance it with $2,000. That's low budget for a video game production. But in terms of like buying a game as a consumer, that's ridiculous. There's no game that is worth $2,000, honestly, in my opinion. So, hey. Even my favorite game of all time, I'm not sure I would say is worth $2,000. I guess that'd be Silent Hill 3 maybe in this case, but hey. Anyway, Silent Hill Oranges. Let's talk about you. We talked about you. I should have said talk about it. It's more like, where do we place you? I do think you're not in the A territory. You're probably around the B territory for me. A big step down from the other Silent Hills, but I also think still a pretty good game in its own right. I honestly would put Silent Hill Oranges, I think, right here. And I know some people are going to call heresy at me for this. I do, in fact, like Silent Hill Oranges a little bit more than like Resident Evil 1 on the PS1. Fucking sue me. But I do like it a bit less than Fatal Frame. So I think right now, where it's currently at, above Carrier but below Fatal Frame, makes the most sense to me. Oh yeah? A physical Nintendo 64 for Christmas, very recently even. Hey, I'm presuming since you say before you're probably like a 2000s kid, but hey. Good luck on getting old software stuff that unfortunately will definitely get harder to get with time. Kinda sucks that will, honestly. To me, it's the thing that used to be around everywhere, but that was back when I was a kid. Silent Hill Homecoming is what's up next. So Silent Hill Homecoming is my least favorite mainline Silent Hill game. That said, I tend to think, even though it's my least favorite, I still have fun playing it. I don't hate the game or anything like that. I'm not like, Homecoming's a disgrace to the Silent Hill name. I think it's got fun stuff mixed in with not so fun stuff, basically. I've also played the game twice for Let's Play. Have I uploaded my new Let's Play? I'm not sure if I uploaded my new Let's Play. I think I only have my old Let's Play uploaded. Like, the other one is uploaded, but it's not public, is what I mean. I did do a whole other re-recording Let's Play of Silent Hill Homecoming that's more recent than my very, very old Let's Play. In fact, if I go to my channel stuff right now, which I think I will briefly, take me to my content. Okay. Silent Hill Homecoming. Well, I haven't made these public yet. I have to edit these down. I remember that's why I haven't made them public, because I had like weird recording stuff with some of them. But it's just one of those cases where I like uploaded these back in 2020, but I uploaded them so I could like re-download them on a new computer and not care too much about it. Hey. We'll just look at whatever footage I clicked on. I guess part 29 of this privated, not public Silent Hill Homecoming footage.
Bates. You can go inside the boat, though.
I know exactly what part of the game this is. This isn't bad for B-roll when we talk about it. So, I'm of the opinion that Homecoming is not a very, very good Silent Hill game. In fact, I think as a Silent Hill game, it, in some ways, makes me want to commit grave atrocities to people who I guess might argue that it is a true Silent Hill game. But that doesn't mean I hate this game. In fact, in some ways, it's pretty fun. Silent Hill Homecoming, how I would describe it, I think the most accurate description of it is that it is the Silent Hill game that is closest to Christopher Gans's vision for Silent Hill. You can definitely tell that the people that made Silent Hill Homecoming have seen the Silent Hill movie. And I don't hate the Silent Hill movie. I don't. I'm talking about the original film here. This is obviously way before. I have not seen Return to Silent Hill yet, and I do not like Silent Hill Revelation 3D, but in Gans' fairness, that was not him. But I'm talking about the 26 film. This is a 28 game, I believe. Could be 29, but I'm pretty sure it's around that range. I do not hate Gans' Silent Hill movie. Not at all. In fact, I think it's pretty charming in quite a few ways. So I'm talking about the 26 film. I'm still not saying Return to Silent Hill yet. Homecoming feels like the people that made this game really, really liked the Silent Hill movie and decided that's what they're going to do. Maybe that was Konami's verdict. Maybe that was their own verdict. I don't know. Maybe it was both. But it feels like Silent Hill, the movie, the game. A lot of stuff in this game works like it does in the Silent Hill movies. And, like, the nurses work the same. The giant bugs work the same. Pyramid Head vaguely looks more like his movie counterpart and does vaguely more movie Pyramid Head-ish things. This is also the game that Pyramid Head's in, that he's, like, uselessly in. Pyramid Head is in this game, but only in cutscenes, and he doesn't even really do much in the story. The story rings hollow a few times. There's also stuff that gets weirdly Saw-esque. I guess to go to older footage, because I'm not going to find it in the unlabeled footage. Towards the very, very end of Silent Hill Homecoming, you get into some very ludicrous Saw-inspired stuff. Oh, sorry, I guess I want to show that boss. That's kind of neat. There's neat stuff in Silent Hill Homecoming, in between all the stuff I'm going to bitch and moan about. I'm not trying to paint it as this wholly terrible game that deserves to be thrown into the pits of hell's descent, I guess, as I'm looking at this, for Silent Hill, but I do have my issues with it. Where the hell is part 12 of this series? Probably down below more. Okay, so you wake up and you get to this part of Silent Hill Homecoming that starts feeling weirdly Saw-inspired, where you find out that the town is full of sadomasochist killers who have to make people suffer for their god or whatever. And then you get... I'll show this bit here. This is a big spoiler for Homecoming, but really it doesn't matter that much. You find out the whole deal, spiel what happened, and then you're going to get to this bit here, where they're like, howdy ho there, Alex, we're going to saw you down. Going to pick up this thing, he's about to do his own thing. You know, when I was playing the Silent Hill franchise, I too thought, you know what if Silent Hill but Saw? That's not a thought I've ever had, actually, but still, though. Yeah. Despite my issues with it, I don't hate Homecoming. I don't even hate this on screen in front of me. It's just, there's a lot of Silent Hill Homecoming that's hilariously not very Silent Hill-like. This is not very Silent Hill-like. It's... Right, I forgot about this. This is... at the time, I kept on having issues with YouTube. Let me clarify. YouTube used to be a lot stricter with gore and violence on the platform, so I had this video removed. So I was like, okay, you want me to fucking censor this part? Fine. I decided to do it in the most obnoxious way I could think of. If we had the music playing, it'd be very, very obnoxious right then. I remember that, actually. I'd forgotten about it, because YouTube used to, and this video was uploaded in 2010, I believe, and they used to be far more obnoxious with some of their anti-gore rules if something was flagged for something. Anyways, this is what Silent Hill needed all along. The thing is, I don't even hate this. I don't hate Saw. Silent Hill Homecoming, by this point, is sort of established that it's not incredibly Silent Hill in tone. It's got, shades of it here and there. And there's parts of this game which are good. I'm not trying to cast too much shade on Silent Hill Homecoming. It's a mixed bag. I think the worst part of the entire Silent Hill franchise is in Silent Hill Homecoming, which is the sewer section. It's not just because they're sewers. I know it's famously to say, oh, sewers suck in every video game. I don't agree with that. I love Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 has a sewer section. I actually love Silent Hill 3's sewer section. But Silent Hill Homecoming's sewer section is legitimately the worst part of this entire franchise, at least from what I've played. I've played most of them. Maybe there's something in Book of Memories that's worse. Maybe there's something in the mobile games, but I also kind of doubt it. Maybe we'll see. The fucking sewers in Silent Hill Homecoming is this lawn section where you're with like a co-op partner in the form of this woman named Ellie, and you're going through some of the drabbest, most boring environments you can imagine. They look more boring than the environments I'm running through right now. It's like dirt and gray, and that's what you're seeing. You're running through dirt and gray, and occasionally water that is also gray. And as you go through these really dull-looking environments, you enter into enemy battle arenas, where you fight enemies in the dullest arenas you've ever seen. And they're not particularly fun to fight, and there's a lot of them, where you just fight a bunch of enemies, and then you do forced, not even puzzles, it's like forced animations to do co-op things, like you pull a lever and make Ellie go under, and then Ellie holds the door open through another lever, and then you go under the door, and then that sequence is done. But it's just, there's so many actions like that. Like, you're seeing what I'm doing right here. It's like this, but extended, because then you're also having another character do your thing with it. In fact, that was a pretty decent example. In fact, he has to do a co-op action on that door. That's pretty funny. Good example, Alex, right when I was talking about it. But you have to do these, like, overly long animations that feel like filler into the fucking sewer section. And then it's just enemy battle arena. Walk through in the worst drab gray environment you can imagine. And then go to a really long animation while characters chitter-chatter with zero charisma or chemistry with each other. And then get to the next enemy battle arena and rinse and repeat this like 3 times. And the section's like dragging on. You're like, oh, this is awful. It's like, in my opinion, the sewers of Silent Hill Homecoming is the worst stretch of any Silent Hill game. It is a very bad section. But I'm going to trash on that section so I can now say some more positive things. I actually do not have entirely bad things to say about Silent Hill Homecoming. I think its boss fights are surprisingly decent. Not even decent, I'd even go as far to say they're good. Sorry, I'm being somewhat sarcastic with that, I promise. I would say that Silent Hill Homecoming has some surprisingly fun boss fights. Both the monster boss fights have really cool designs, and how you fight them is actually fun. It's where the mechanics of the game come together. I also will add that there's some action horror games, like Resident Evil 6 is a good example of the opposite of what I'm going to be talking about, where a lot of boss fights in Resident Evil 6 don't feel very well designed with the mechanics of Resident Evil 6 in mind. Homecoming, you could vaguely tell that these were developers that were later going to make a fighting game, as odd as that sounds, because these developers later go on to make the Killer Instinct games that came out on the Xbox way back when. Because they have a good idea of how to formulate a moveset to counter another character's moveset. So the boss's movesets feel like they're well designed in mind what Alex can and cannot do, in my opinion. I know I'm getting like pushed around a lot of this boss fight, but that's me not playing optimally, I would say. This is also me learning the boss fight. You can see this video is like this long. But that's not even the best boss fight in the game. There's other boss fights which I think are equally pretty good, and moments in these games that are good. Like this section with the Otherworld prison, with your mother dying, and you going through this rustic abyss that has very few enemies, a little puzzle to solve. Kind of neat. It has a kind of nice atmosphere. It actually vaguely feels Silent Hill-ish. And then it caps it off with a monster that looks like it's from the Human Centipede, but you know what? I don't hate it. It's kind of clever, it's kind of unique. I've got some nice things to say about it. We'll get to it. The boss fight, I think, starts around here. Look at this fucking thing. Kind of horrific, not gonna lie. And even though it's like a thing that almost doesn't feel Silent Hill-ish, like it kind of feels like it could come out of the Silent Hill movies, I guess, but doesn't really feel like the rest of the series itself. It does remind me of Human Centipede. But it's still a pretty neat design, and this is a pretty neat boss fight, so letting it do its thing. And then the best boss fight, everyone knows the best boss fight's the second one. Ha 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 ha. Hell's Descent and Scarlet boss fight. Hell's Descent stands out a lot because you're like constantly descending into this inferno. It even manages to be an area where you descend a lot, and it doesn't feel like too much of a repeat of the same thing happening in Silent Hill 2, which is impressive, because you would think that on the surface it probably would feel like a repeat, but it manages to have a pretty unique feel despite a similar concept. Where in Silent Hill 2, you're kind of just feeling like you're constantly going down, while in Silent Hill Homecoming, they give it this more abyssal furnace feel, where it feels more like you're walking into an oven. And I think that it comes across very, very well, like this burning hot sensation with this doll imagery that's playing out. that manages to play off pretty well with the hospital theme. And then you get to the actual boss fight in a moment, where this is an actually stellar boss fight in this game, hidden away. Mechanically, I think this is where the game shines its mechanics with its boss fights to its fullest. As you see, I have a little bit of difficulty. I also like how the boss chips away, so you can tell how much you're damaging it as you take off its various different doll parts. It's a freaky design. The music, I'll play it briefly. Maybe that's not coming across the best of what's happening there, but it works pretty well in the instance, I promise you. It has a really cool second phase where it starts hopping around like a frog as well, which sparges it pretty well. Hello, Frog you. It's a pretty good boss fight. And I have a few more nice things to say about Homecoming. Homecoming, I think the house location, the first time you visit it and the second time you visit it, are really, really good. I think exploring around like their house in its more decrepit state, where there's obviously something wrong, but it's hard to place exactly what, though there's like obvious stuff happening at the same time, is very, very well done. And then when you go to the Hell's House, you know how in Silent Hill 2 Remake, towards the end of the game, all the enemies, like after you did stuff with Maria, let's just say that, and learned the truth of what happened with Mary, all start like getting sick and dying and all that, and there's some really cool context to that. There's also some stuff in Silent Hill 2 that plays into that. The first game that actually did something vaguely similar to that in the franchise is Silent Hill Homecoming. In this otherworld version of the house, there's very, very few enemies in this location, and they're all the same type of enemy. But interesting, it's really, really easy to miss if you're not paying attention. But there are 4 enemies in the Otherworld house section of your house in Silent Homecoming. We're not quite in the Otherworld section yet. I'll skip ahead to the Otherworld section. Your Otherworld house looks like this. There's only 4 enemies in this section, and you will notice, if you're paying attention, that the 4 enemies are different than every other enemy in the game. Like, they look the same, though one of them is kind of big for the standard. What they're doing is, and it sounds obvious when I say it out loud, but I promise in motion, it's actually not as obvious as it sounds. Each of the enemies in the house, there are 4 enemies, there are 4 members of the house. Each enemy here takes on the persona of a person in the house. You meet them in their room. Like, it's hard to tell at first because the house is so disoriented and otherworldly, but they are in the rooms they should be, and each of the enemies takes on a trait that's relevant to them. The enemy that you fight that's just like every other enemy in the game comes out of Alex's room, and surprise, surprise, he's just like all the other versions of the enemy that you fight. But there's also a version that represents Josh, which you will find an enemy that's just, spoilers just how I'm coming, but you'll find an enemy that's just dead, because Josh is just dead. You will find then a version of the mother and father, and the father is my absolute favorite version of the enemy, because the father version of the enemy is this giant, towering, scary, and aggressive looking monster. It's like the same as every other monster, but it's like a bigger, more aggressive version of it. And unlike all the other versions of this enemy in the game, it will like run up to you really aggressively, like it's about to attack you. But it will never attack you. It will literally just stand there and let you pummel it. It looks big and scary on the surface, and like it really wants to hurt you. But if you actually don't do anything, it won't do anything back to you. It'll just stand there and look at you. And if you know what's going... This is just the Alex version, by the way, the one that we're facing right here. It's these monsters, I should mention. But the father version is relevant to the plotline of what's happening in Homecoming. Spoilers for Homecoming again. We find out that Alex's father was not able to go through with this plan to kill his son, that he just didn't have it in him after a lot of stuff to do what he was supposed to as part of his cult, to end up killing his son. Though I've got mixed thoughts on that as a plot point. I think it's fun how the monster version of him looks big, intimidating, and aggressive, but then if you don't deal with it, it doesn't do anything. And meanwhile, the really hostile version of the monster that we're fighting here is more representative of Alex himself, who is very aggressive, so... Anyways, my main point, it's not like amazing, grand world building, but it's kind of neat, and I kind of like it. And there's other stuff I like I like that the graveyard has different grave epitaphs on like every single grave. So if you observe all the graves in the graveyard, which there are quite a few, it's different flavor text on every single one. And that's neat, and there's a lot of graves that look visually different. There's some small moments that I think are pretty neat. The main point is, even though Homecoming is my least favorite mainline Silent Hill game, and honestly it doesn't really feel like a Silent Hill game, it oftentimes betrays its tone. The sassy comic relief side character doesn't fit the tone. The Saw-esque stuff towards the end doesn't fit the tone. I would even argue the main story beats of what's happening don't really feel very Silent Hill-esque to me, but whatever. It's still fun in its own right. If you're able to ignore it as a Silent Hill game, Silent Hill Homecoming has some fun beat charm. It has some rather clever touches and thoughtful like details put into it. And the bosses are pretty fun, and the gameplay itself are fine. The puzzles are fucking ass, though. Whoever the fuck decided they wanted 4 sliding tile puzzles in Silent Hill Homecoming can go fuck themselves. But that's besides the point. I will say, and also the wire crossing puzzle popping up like 3 times. It's not as bad as the sliding tile one, but it still is like, why am I doing this puzzle 3 times? There's a few okay puzzles mixed in there, but there's also a lot of busy work that just doesn't feel like anything. I digress. Despite shortcomings and actual flaws that I think the game design has, there is charm in this game. It's a charming experience at times. And it's fun enough to play, I'd say, outside of a few moments. It just also has its own flaws, even just as a standalone game. Like, it has flaws in every metric. It has flaws as a horror game. It has flaws as an action game. It has flaws as a Silent Hill game. But despite all of its flaws, I do think there is good in there. It's just weaker good than a lot of the other entries of the franchise, and I would put it in the C territory. I don't think it's bad enough to go into D, and even D for me is above passing, but it is definitely better than Operation Raccoon City, even including Operation Raccoon City's DLC, which is much better than the main game. It's better than Fear 3. I like it more than Umbrella Chronicles. I do like it more than RE6, I think. I do like it more than Survivor. It's around here where I start getting a little bit more like, I think here is the right place for it, so yeah. Trevor from Origins, you mean? I will say that the bad ending for Trevor from Origins is a little weird to me. I both get what it's going for, but at the same time, it did feel super well built up to me the first time I played it. Maybe when I play the game again, I'll pay more attention. I know some of the symbolism, like the Butcher and all that, ties into it. I won't say what that bad ending is for those who don't want spoilers, but just my thoughts on it. Okay. Here's what I think I'm going to do. I am going to probably get to... I will keep the list here. I'm going to get several games ahead. We're going to be at this for a little bit while. But I think I want to end it at White Day. I think I'm going to finish up this row at the very top here, which has Silent Hill Arcade, Silent Hill Shattered Memories, Silent Hill Downpour, F, D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die. Why is that by itself? The Evil Within 2, Finger Bones, Autumn, Music Machine, Iron Lung, and then talk about the 2 White Day games. And then I'm probably going to keep this list in mind and resume from where we were next time, because there is way too much to talk about. I kind of knew this was going to happen, because I was like, okay, Ryan, you're a blabbermouth. If you let yourself blab about stuff you are very passionate about, you'll end up saying a lot, and you're not getting even close to done. In fairness, we have tiered quite a bit already, but there's so much more. I don't want to rush along with these things, not to mention I'm being a little hungry. But instead of putting it on pause, it's getting pretty late, so I'll probably finish up this row and then I will move on. So, let's start with Silent Hill Arcade. I think if you can accept Silent Hill Arcade for where it's at, for what it is, it's not a terrible game. It's actually pretty fun. It's kind of neat seeing Silent Hill 3 locations and Silent Hill 4 located monsters and Silent Hill 2 stuff and all that in a way that you haven't seen them before in an arcade game. The voice acting is some of the most comically bad voice acting I've ever heard, even compared to like what we talked about earlier with Resident Evil 1 and Deep Fear. I think Silent Hill the Arcade is comically... You'll see. I'll let one of the cutscenes play. Literally any cutscene. And you'll be able to see exactly what I mean. It's some of the worst but funniest voice acting I've ever heard.
Emily! Tina! I'm so glad that you are all right.
Why are you here alone?
I lost my mom on the way to the lake. You're safe now. Let's go search together.
To look alike. Ryan and George must be there too.
Not the funniest cutscene, but it did demonstrate
Stage
a little bit.
1, win! Rank B! Score! B's better than I was expecting to get, to be honest. So they got some ranks and stuff, and
They talk a lot during the levels, I should mention.
Oh no!
Emily, stop!
She's being chased by one of those things from Silent Hill 3 that come towards the very end of the game. Off Emily goes, to be killed probably.
No! We can't get through from here.
Let's try and find another route.
The elevator, if we're gonna go by Brookhaven Hospital logic. Let's Alex, I'm pretty sure if we don't save George, we're either gonna game over or we're gonna go towards a bad ending. My prediction at the moment. Because this game does have multiple endings, it seems like one of the points that might change what ending you're going towards. It's a good opportunity to shoot her right in the face, I'll say that. I don't know how much health this thing has, though, again. Oh, I think we beat it.
Let's hurry and keep going.
George. Eric! George? Oh boy, I thought I was gonna die. Can you get up? Of course. If you'd lend me a hand. Come on.
Thank you, George.
Silent Hill 3.
There's Robbie's with chainsaws. That's gotta count for something. Here's Soapy. Oh, we're just gonna go to the car, so we're not going to the haunted house. That's disappointing. God fucking dang it. I can't get over this. This is both hilarious and amazing at the same time. Because all the Robbie train. Yeah.
Me neither. It feels like a new...
There's everyone's favorite pyramid head. He was everywhere back in the 2000s.
Maybe. We are already dead, and we have gone to the other side.
Hey, stop making tasteless jokes.
Hey, what are you talking about? This is great. This is what Silent Hill fans have wanted all along.
Hannah, I brought you a friend.
I'll spoil the final boss, doesn't really matter. It's not that bad.
That's a lot of hands.
Yeah.
And tentacles. Ow, Jesus. It's the boss that's supposed to eat up all my health.
Tina?
Yeah, they tried making the plot something more, but it's cheesy. No joke, though. Silent Hill
very long
I'll let him
time.
talk, but
For a very long time, in the water, it was cold and dark.
Oh, right. It must have been very scary. It's all right now. The nightmare is over.
The level of acting Silent Hill fans have come to expect.
What went wrong, Hannah? Why are you crying?
I can't find my mommy. Maybe she doesn't like me anymore. That's why she did such a thing.
Do you hate your mommy, Hannah? It's the same with your mommy. She would never dislike you.
But...
Hannah?
Mommy?
Hannah? Where are you?
Mommy!
I was gonna let this play out. There's multiple endings to this game, by the way, so it's just one of the endings. Legitimately, the UFO ending of this game is one of the best in the franchise.
Do you think she was able to meet her mother?
Of course.
Super smug look on his face! Okay, that was probably one of the most clusterfuck Let's Plays I think I've ever done. But whatever the case. That was Silent Hill the Arcade. That was probably the good ending, I'd imagine. I'm gonna let these credits roll do the thing. I actually had fun with it. It was really easy. I only died once, which is weird for an arcade game. It's supposed to try and pinch you of your quarters. I think it was only about an hour long, like I expected, or something like that. The credits are nice. I actually liked it, but it was not, like, amazing. It's a dumb idea still. And the voice acting was terrible, but it had that sort of, this idea is so bad it becomes good again. It had some elements that were interesting, I will say. It was, yeah. It's a fun arcade game. It also has really bad voice acting, and the story is very surface deep. It doesn't go much deeper than what they show you. I will say, if you can accept it for what it is fun. It is legitimately, I know it's like, oh, I recognize the place, I recognize the enemy, but then it's also pretty fun as an arcade game, as long with the fan service stuff. So it's fine. It's not bad. It's a little funny. I will show the UFO ending, I think, before I move on from it, though. I misspelled Silent Hill so bad right then. Silent Hill Arcade UFO ending. They'll figure out what I mean, I'm sure. If you ever want to see the arcade ending of Silent Hill Arcade, and if you've never seen it before, this is it.
What?
Eric! I am so proud of you that you got over this crisis. Everything was my doing.
Great-grandpa?
Isn't it cool, Eric? This is my new ship.
And you were alive?
Hey, where is Emily?
Emily and Hannah have both fallen in my hands. If you want them back, come chasing after me to the end of the universe.
Eric, what is up with you? Hurry, we have to go after them in this space combat ship.
What?
You wait, Emily. I will definitely come and save you.
Yeah. For those who don't get it, this is a really, really old Konami arcade game. I guess they just made Silent Hill Arcade canon to this particular old arcade game, so, hey. It is Silent Hill. Silent Hill Arcade. Anyways, one of the better UFO endings in my opinion, but hey. Now where would I play Silent Hill the Arcade? Okay, so this one's a little tricky. For an arcade game, it's fun. Kind of easy for an arcade game, honestly. Kind of fun fan service. Bad voice acting, but it's funny bad at least. I do think it's not quite B material, even though it's fun. There's some stuff about it as a fan I can't quite fully let go, I will admit. I think it'd feel weird to have it C. And I'm not sure even if I like it more or less than Homecoming. I think for my personal horror taste, it's a little bit less than Homecoming. Homecoming's only favorite mainline game, but this game isn't bad, but neither is Homecoming, so it is around this level, I can tell. I'm about to say something which is going to upset some people, I think. I like Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles more than I like Silent Hill the Arcade. I think I might like Silent Hill the Arcade more than I like Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles is not bad, but I think one of its issues is that its levels go on for a bit too long. It's a fun arcade take on Resident Evil, but I've always been of the opinion that it not only is kind of long levels, it kind of goes on a bit long for the whole experience. I think if Silent Hill Arcade was dragged out to the level that Resident Evil the Umbrella Chronicles is, I would probably like Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles more. I almost said Silent Hill Umbrella Chronicles. But Umbrella Chronicles, I think, has better core gameplay, but what I'm trying to say is I think Silent Hill Arcade is paced better. And I think that makes it so that it doesn't overstay its welcome like at times I feel Umbrella Chronicles does. So I think I do like Silent Hill the Arcade a bit more, but if Silent Hill the Arcade overstayed its welcome, I probably would like Umbrella Chronicles more, because I think the core mechanics of Umbrella Chronicles do work a bit better. And it does cover more ground. It's a little more faithful than Silent Hill the Arcade is. But I also kind of like Silent Hill Arcade's goofiness. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles isn't as goofy. Like, it's a little goofy, but it's not as goofy as Silent Hill the Arcade. So, hey. I think... yeah, I'm going to put it above Resident Evil 6. I was debating. So here's the thing. Again, the exact same comments. Silent Hill Arcade lasts just the right amount of time. I think that it should have lasted. It's paced well for what it is. Doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a fun little romp as it goes on. Resident Evil 6. I do not hate Resident Evil 6. In fact, I think parts of it are pretty excellent. But other parts of it are pretty bad. And I would argue that one of Resident Evil 6's biggest problems is that it doesn't always know when to end. It kind of just keeps going. And it's kind of exhausting to play at times. Especially if you're playing in succession. The main campaign stuff. So if Resident Evil 6 is doing its thing, if Resident Evil 6 is a very badly paced game, which I think Resident Evil 6 is a very badly paced game, while I think that Resident Evil 6 in some ways is more fun to play than Silent Hill Arcade, Silent Hill Arcade at least is well paced for what it is, while Resident Evil 6 I think has an issue with its pacing. Pretty bad issues, I'd even say, but still though. I like RE6 more than most people, so there's no hate in my heart for it. It's more a case of just there's parts of it which I think are good and parts of it which I think are bad, and it ends up where it ends up in my feelings. Alright, so we've spent that long on fucking Silent Hill Arcade. Let's talk about Silent Hill Shattered Memories. That's one game done of like how many we're tackling right now? Like 15? 14 more to go, and then I can rest. Alright, let's talk about Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I have one of my oldest video series on this channel is based off of Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I recorded a new series since the old series. I definitely re-recorded a session, like a commentary of re-reviewing the footage with Ian. Like, we had a reaction to ourselves. Can I say something? If you want to see really old, obnoxious me, watch my old Silent Hill Shattered Memories videos from almost 15 years ago. They're from 2010. I honestly think I'm kind of obnoxious in them. In a way, I have charming memories of it, but at the same time, I've thought about taking them down, but I'm like, nah, I'll leave my old self. It comes from a very, 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 very different era of my life and of just the internet in general. I was fresh out of high school, and let me tell you something. High school in the 2000s, because I graduated in 2009, let's just say their idea of humor and what was okay is very, very different than our current era. That is what I'd say. I've thought about it, but I want to leave the history as is. So, the bright side is anyone ever tries to say, oh, hey, look what Dusk did. I sound so obviously younger here in such crappy microphone quality that's really easy to tell that was a long time ago. Da-da-da-da-da. But we don't need to listen to myself. We're here for the footage. You'll just notice me being silly with some friends. It was a group commentary, so... Hey. I do really like Silent Hill Shattered Memories, though. It's honestly a very underrated game. I do definitely have, I think, unuploaded a more recent video thing involving Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I should probably replay it at some point, though. Let's do... Yeah, we'll start from here, I think.
Time to go into a nightmare.
Thank you, older me. But yeah. Silent Hill Shattered Memories is mostly focused around exploring the town of Silent Hill. You occasionally get into a nightmare sequence, though a lot of people I see really dislike the nightmare sequences of this game. The game is split very unevenly between you exploring the town without any threat to you, and then monsters come and you run around for a bit. I do say that a lot of people don't like the chase sequences. I'm perfectly fine with them. I also tend to think that a lot of people don't pick up that there's clues in each sequence to hint you where to go so you're not completely lost. Very, very specifically, in the first nightmare sequence, if you go to the doors that have exit signs above them, they'll lead you to the exit. All the doors that have exit above them lead you closer to the exit, while the doors that don't lead you further away. In the second nightmare sequence, the one that we just vaguely saw at the start there, which was set in the forest at night when you're being chased, what you need to do is that you're trying to look for the light in the sky. So there is a light that you're running towards. And if you look into the sky, you'll be able to see where the light is. And the goal is, whenever you're outside, to run towards the building that has the light above it. So you're like running towards closer to where the sun is and avoiding all that. You're literally running towards the light. In the third nightmare sequence, the school thing that we're about to have, God, this one you actually have to take pictures of everything, but they do have clues of where to get all the pictures from, so it is what it is. One of the late game nightmare sections, not the train one that comes after this at the hospital, but the nightmare sequence when you're at the Green Lion Antique Shop, that bit you have to go through the doors that have the most ice around them. Basically, the doors will get icier and icier, and you're trying to go for the doors in the area that has like the most ice encrusted around it. My main point is there is actually clues in the nightmare sequences to lend you to where you're supposed to be going and how to progress through them, so you're not just blindly running around. But they are kind of subtle, and a lot of people don't figure them out or figure out that there even are clues to where you're supposed to go. So, hey. It be what it be. Ultimately, the game is split into 3 types of gameplay. You have town exploration, you have the nightmare chase sequences I just described, and then you have these therapy sessions where you do some sort of task with Kaufman. With that in mind, in this section, I think he's just talking with us briefly and answer yes or no questions. And yeah, okay, right, it's the one where he makes you set your favorite school schedule. Forgot about that. I was actually a little bit impressed when the developers showed how the point system works in Silent Hill Shattered Memories. The therapy sessions, while they do have a weight, way less than you might expect, and a lot of stuff that you might not expect affect the ranking, do affect the ranking. For those who've never played Silent Hill Shattered Memories, a big thing this game advertises is that it gives you a quote-unquote psychology warning, that this game will psychoanalyze you and alter the game to fit your psyche. That is the idea of what they warn you at the top, and what that mainly means is mostly aesthetic changes, though it does affect the written scenes, like phone calls you get are different, and some of the cutscene dialogue is different. The costume that Harry ends up wearing later in the game changes, and his personality is different, stuff like that. So to talk a little bit further about that, the game is analyzing what you do everywhere. It's racking up points for, are you interested in, like, drinking, drugs, that sort of thing, druggy imagery? Are you interested in perverted imagery, lewd? Are you a pervert? Are you interested in, like, dead things and creepy things and stuff of the sort? Or are you kind of like a good person where you're trying to do the right thing and obviously trying to be good? So, stuff up that alley. So the game sort of pays attention to what you look at, how long you look at it, how you go about things. Because a lot of the time the game has what I would call it feels like it's linear, but it's deceptively all leading you to the same place design. So there'll be like areas that have comments of where you can go and where you can, like in the section that I'm looking at right now, I'm going through the hallway, but there was a side way that would lead to the same hallway from a different area. For the record, Harry is saying a comment, and there's also a clue here for something. Is it the phone number they're supposed to call, I think? Yeah, because it's like the phone number that you call here. This phone calls and numbers and stuff that you can get from stuff in the environment. Like you're seeing here, me call this number on the wall here. It's kind of cool they let you call the phone stuff, and a lot of the phone calls change based on what sort of path you are for the game. Once you decide where you want to go to, you end up going down very different pathways to the game, I'd say. Led us to the next video, especially since I like this section a lot. I think the game is honestly weirdly charming. It's almost more of a psychological thriller than it is a straight up horror game, but it still in itself is exploring sort of a lot of the themes of Silent Hill. I think in some ways the developers of Shattered Memories had a better grasp on the psychological slow burn thriller aspect that Silent Hill could have, though it does drop the surrealness of Silent Hill. Like the surrealness isn't absent, but it's more present in the sense of the story feeling like it's hiding stuff from you until the very end when it reveals its hand. So yeah, the map in this game is pretty nothing, I will say that. Rolls as it goes. That's where we get to the school and start exploring. Yeah. Dissecting a frog. I also will mention, if you ever want to play Silent Hill Shattered Memories, I know it's a little bit of a nuisance, but the very best way to play the game is on the Wii. I have done extensive study, because I was interested in this topic, of the different versions of Silent Hill Shattered Memories. There is so many altered effects, worse looking effects, worse 3D models, complete lighting changes that are worse, and graphical detail loss from the Wii version to the PS2 version. And then obviously the PSP version is the PSP version, so a neat thing that exists, but all the same. I know a lot of people will play Silent Hill on the PlayStation 2 because that's where all the other old Silent Hill games are, so like I'll play Silent Hill Shattered Memories on that too. But if you're able to like emulate or play Silent Hill Shattered Memories on like the Wii emulation as opposed to PS2 emulation, I promise you that that is the best way to experience the game. There is some screenshots that I think I've posted before of like how different the versions are. Let me see if I can find this quickly. Okay. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories, and that game cover comparison. Wii, PS2. There's some examples that are pretty crazy, like to the left is the Wii version, to the right is the PS2 version. In this screenshot, which might be me, actually. Yeah, this is me. Look at me commenting on the very topic I'm now talking about. But at the very top is the Wii version, and then the bottom is the PS2 version. Do you notice a difference? I warn you, it might be a little subtle. My main point is the PS2 version is really different, and it has way worse lighting. It's missing a lot of effects and has low res models compared to everything that the Wii version is doing. I think people who play the PS2 version don't actually realize how don't know what else word to use, but I guess I will choose the word downgrade to the game than it actually is. The PS2 version is very compressed, missing a lot of visual effects, missing the details of everything are so low res compared to the Wii version, and the lighting is just different and a lot worse. And so sometimes when people say they don't like Silent Hill Shattered Memories, I sometimes wonder if they played the PS2 version and not the Wii version. That's not me fully writing off people disliking the game. It's just, I honestly think the PS2 version of the game is such a worse experience than the Wii version. And Silent Hill Shattered Memories is basically a walking simulator before walking simulators were a thing. There is the occasional puzzle, and you do get chased sometimes, but you're mostly going through town, walking, and answering therapy questions. And since so much of the game is detail-oriented city exploration with your character commenting on the environment around him, the fact that the PS2 version downgrades the visuals of those environments so much, I do think does take something away from the game, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyways, my point being, I think if you want to play Silent Hill Shattered Memories, please believe me in saying that the PS2 version is legitimately like a huge downgrade from the Wii version. I would almost say try to see if there's a way for you to be able to play the Wii version if possible. The version I'm playing here was on the Wii, I should mention. These days, even if you don't have a Wii, the Wii controls for this game mostly translate pretty well to the mouse. The only thing that you might have to keep in mind is to set the tilt controls to like a keyboard or something, like U and E or something. Unless you have good controls like mouse wheel to do the rotation or something, which is possible, but it takes a little bit more work. Just my recommendation. Now then, with that said, where would I put Silent Hill Shattered Memories? That is a decent question. I agree that they should be remastered, but that's true of so many of the old Silent Hill games, and we'll see. On the bright side, the new Silent Hill games are releasing on Steam, so now it's not just Silent Hill Homecoming all by itself on Steam. But I would like some of the older Silent Hill games to come too, if you make Konami. We'll see, though. They do so many other HD collections, but I understand Silent Hill's kind of in a uniquely complicated situation. Now, where would I put Shattered Memories? Honestly, for me, it's an A-tier game. I think the story, the atmosphere, and even just the pacing of that story hold up. The chase sequences don't bother me nearly as much as they bother some other people, so that negative doesn't strike as heavily with me. But now the question is, where does Shattered Memories sit? I think a bit above Helltown. It's with Yuma Nikki that I start having my doubts, so... You know, in the grand scheme of things, I think here is about right. Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Yeah, I really like Shattered Memories. I did a really good job, if you've never been spoiled on the game, to not spoil you on it. If you want to play it, I recommend trying to go in mostly unspoiled. In my opinion, I think it has... Let me think about this while I say it. I think it has the 4th best story in the Silent Hill series. I would rank the top 4 to be... And this is my slightly controversial opinion, so get ready to hear me out. I think Silent Hill 4 has the best plot in the franchise. I think Silent Hill 2 is the follow-up, even though for me, I like the characters more in Silent Hill 3, but I think Silent Hill 3's actual story is pretty simple, though its layers are very complex, is how I feel about it. So I put Silent Hill 3 in 3rd, and then I think Shattered Memories, and then I think Silent Hill 1. In terms of plot, I think it definitely goes in that order, where it'd be, for me, 4, 2, 3, Shattered Memories, and then 1, is how I would place them, personally speaking. But that's just entirely plot-wise. We'll see how the 1 remake fares in the near future. I'm very curious to see how they tackle it. Okay, then. Let's talk about Downpour, which is going to be one of my most controversial things, because I actually really like Downpour. A lot of people don't. I do. So, there's a lot of complaints, which I think are fair to toss at Downpour. The performance was kind of shoddy on release. Still is kind of shoddy on, I think it's PS3 version that didn't get updated, like the 360. And the monster designs are boring. I will say a lot of people complain about the combat. I don't have the combat complaint. I think Downpour is a good level of kind of shoddy combat that you would want from a Silent Hill game, and then also combat which I think you can master if you try to practice to master it. I will say Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F have very recently tried to be more combat focused than the franchise has been historically. I don't hate it because I do love Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F, but I do think there's something a little bit lost in trying to give Silent Hill good combat. I think in a way that makes me appreciate what Downpour is trying to do a little bit more, where Downpour is trying to make a complicated to use and somewhat cumbersome combat system. But also, it is definitely a combat system you can master. I have gotten very good at it myself, where you can basically block any incoming damage and strike as you wish. It's definitely possible to get good at the combat. It's just very cumbersome and takes a bit of practice to get a handle on. Yeah. I don't think Downpour is an Alan Wake clone. It does have a few Alan Wake-isms, I'll give you that. But I think that outside of some setting things, I tend to think they feel very different. It's probably in big part because they A, control quite differently, and B, obviously Alan Wake is built around the flashlight mechanic, while Downpour is far more focused around like its puzzles and weird sequences. I wouldn't say Downpour is a surreal game, but it's a game that chooses to be weird very often. We'll watch this video as we talk about Downpour. It works out over there. But yeah, I think Downpour thrives and succeeds in 4 main areas, which I will talk about now. The strongest section of Downpour is the town exploration and the side quest. I have talked about this before. Downpour opened my mind to a type of design which I think works very, very well with horror games, but also is surprisingly rare. You vaguely see it in Resident Evil Village. You vaguely see it, well, you see it more or less vaguely in The Evil Within 2. You see it occasionally here and there in some indie things, but it's this type of design where you're kind of have a main objective and a story thing that you're doing while you go through this town or sort of city location, but there's just little breadcrumbs and clues that lead you to interesting discoveries, some big, some small, and sometimes they lead you down interesting like little rabbit holes that you could easily possibly miss. But they're there and they're very interesting. They almost tell like self-contained stories that you get to experience. And I think that Downpour does a very good job at making these stories and these experiences feel very natural, and the scale of the town hides them pretty well. And I tend to think that the side quests they lead to are more interesting than a lot of their contemporaries. Evil Within, if I had to rank the 3 big horror games that have like this side quest design thing in them, which would be Silent Hill Downpour, Evil Within 2, Resident Evil Village. Though I would say that Silent Hill F did take a few notes from Downpour. It doesn't do it as extensively as Downpour does, but I did notice that it felt like they had taken some inspiration from Downpour's town segments for Silent Hill F's. There's a few parts of F that feel very Downpour-like, is what I'd say. I would say that hub exploration idea, I think, is best done in Downpour, second best done in Evil Within 2, and weakest, but still pretty well done in Village. And there's something about that type of design, which I kind of am a big fan of. Like, a very big fan of, actually. I think that horror with an explorable type of city type setting, or village, whatever the case, with little discoveries to be made and stories to tell and little horror moments, almost like an anthology, but all set within like this town type setting, works incredibly well. And I think that Downpour was the first big budget horror game. I'm not going to claim it's the first, but I also can't think of anything that came out before it that tried this style. So it might be the originator, but I think that it settles itself well and does it very, very well. So anyways, I think that is Downpour's single crowning achievement, though it has 3 other areas that I think are pretty good on top of that. But I do think it's by far the strongest element of the game. And what I would say is probably its biggest strength, honestly. I think that if you really jive with the town exploration and the side quest in Downpour like I did, and I know that others have as well, that you probably might jive with the rest of the game. But on top of the side quest thing, which we're actually about to see, there's like several really cool side quests in Downpour. This one's pretty cool. The basic idea is you get a bunch of film reels, you have to like splice the footage and try and figure out the right order to splice the footage and what scenes are needed, what scenes aren't needed. Then you put the projector into the reel, and then you go to the theater and you step in like the Mario 64 painting. And then you sort of go through these fixed camera angle movie set things where you have to figure out and put the story together so you're able to get to the end reward. The one thing I will say about Downpour is that its reward quests are usually not super worth it. They're sometimes kind of worth it, but a lot of the time the actual quest is the reward than the reward at the end. So the reward is usually like something pretty disposable, I'd say. But I still think they're worth doing just because they're fun gameplay experiences, so just my opinion. Anyways, the other thing which I was going to say on that front, before I let them go forward, is that... In fact, I'm going to skip past this. The second thing, I think Downpour has some pretty nice original locations to the series. I like the mines a lot. I like the monastery that we're seeing right now a lot. Those are probably my two favorite parts of the game. Outside of the town is I really like the town exploration, I really like the mines, and I really like the monastery. The other locations, specifically the radio tower, is fine. The radio tower is not bad, and it's got its moments, and it's even got good stuff in it, but I don't like it as much as the rest, but it's still good. And then, unfortunately, the prison is more of a mixed bag. It's the last location you go to, and it's a bit more all over the place. So, hey. But if you'll notice, I would say that of the, let's say, 6 main locations that you go into, 3 of them I love. I love the town, I love the mines, and I love the monastery. 2 of them I think are good, just not quite as good, which is the radio tower and the beginning area of the game, like the gorge that you start off in. And then I think that one area, the prison, is very... it's kind of all over the place. There's good parts in it, but there's also bad parts in it. So, hey. Just my take. Obviously, it is let down by weak enemy designs. And again, the combat doesn't bother me as much as some people. The story is also a mixed bag. I don't really care about the story involving the characters that we're seeing here, but weirdly enough, despite the fact that I don't care too much about the plotline of Downpour, I really like Murphy. It's a weird case where it's like a character I ended up sympathizing with, and I ended up liking a decent bit. I think he both is voiced well and is written well. But he ends up starring in a story which is kind of just okay. It's like in my opinion, a good, likable character who is just kind of in a story where it's just okay. I do kind of like the stuff with Anna. I do kind of like the stuff with the Boogeyman, or the Bogeyman, I guess is what they call it. But it also isn't anything to write home about. It's not the strongest Silent Hill story by far, so... Wow. But it be what it be. It's part of the fun. I like him. He is overdramatic sometimes, but I think that's fun. He's invested in what's happening now, what can you say? But anyways, a lot of people really hate... I can talk about 2 more things that I really like about Downpour. I almost forgot to mention these. On top of the character comment, and on top of the the town exploration, on top of that, I like the general locations. The last thing, which I will give my credit to Downpour, is I think Downpour has pretty good puzzles. Not the top best of the franchise, but I like that they brought back puzzle difficulty for this one. It was the first Silent Hill game that brought them back before the recent resurgence. Back in the second era, it was the only game that had brought them the puzzle difficulty back, and I think that the puzzles themselves are pretty good. Again, not the best the franchise has ever had, but I think that they're above quite a few of the other entries, honestly. So that's my opinion on that. Now, where do I put Silent Hill Downpour? That's where it gets a little bit more for me. It's definitely above Homecoming and Arcade, but it's definitely below the original 4. I do think, despite my love for it, it does have too many flaws for me to put in an A, but at the same time, let me actually just see how my heart feels. Let me follow my heart. I like it more than Oranges, for sure. I might like it more than Fatal Frame, so maybe it's like here. I think it is A territory. I do love it. I was feeling it. Even though I do think it's a flawed experience, but I do have a lot of love in my heart for it. I will admit that the things I think it does well won me over in many, many ways. Alright. So, Silent Hill F is pretty recent, so I'm not going to talk too in-depth about it. I'm still honestly processing my feelings for the game. There's stuff about it I really, really like, and I think that people say that's nothing like Silent Hill. I'm going to be 100% frankly, completely honest. I know not everybody is coming at Silent Hill F with bad intentions. I know that, but I 100% feel it. There is this feeling I have with Silent Hill F that there is a level of misogyny and bigotry that's being targeted at this game. It's hard to shake. There'll be people that'll be like, hey, the Japanese setting, that's not Silent Hill. And they'll say stuff which is like ridiculous in my opinion, my desperate opinion. And they'll talk about how they did not like Hinako. And this said, my opinion on Silent Hill F is a little complicated. I tend to think that the story of Silent Hill F is very good, but in some ways over-explains itself. I'll talk about the bigotry for a second, because I do want to finish my thoughts on that actually before I start talking about what I actually think of the game. It's like the discourse around Silent Hill F feels like it was influenced by the developers being open that Silent Hill F is a feminist game. The warning at the start of the game, and people that talk about it will the game straight up tells you, oh hey, this game has feminist themes and there's stuff in the game that's directly about patriarchy and misogyny. And I can't help but shake the feeling that people being weirdly critical of Silent Hill F is because the game is openly about feminism. Like, it's about other things too, but feminism is definitely part of it. And I can't shake the feeling that the people being weird about the game, like weirdly overly critical, are tied to that. It doesn't help that I've seen the same thing happen in many instances. One of the greatest examples that unfortunately I don't think many people lived through, but I fucking lived through, was with the Owl House. The Owl House, for those who don't know, is a Disney cartoon that had 2 seasons that ultimately got canceled by Disney way earlier than it should have. During the first season, there was this movement. I would say that the first season of Owl House was good but flawed. And it's one of those things that when people start realizing that the show starred a lesbian couple as the heart of it, and also it's definitely it's made by a female creator that is telling a female story. There was some weird stuff that started creeping up about the Owl House that were starting to be way, 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 way too critical of the show. I wouldn't say the Owl House had the level of flaws these people were painting. There was like this weird, overly critiquefulness of the show, and it would never be about the fact that they were gay characters, gay female characters written by women. It would never be about that. It'd be like overly nitpicky, like they're overly analyzing and trying to find things to complain about that isn't that, but that is, it has like the feeling, this kind of seedy, kind of gross feeling. It's a little hard to describe. And it sort of is like overly analyzing, being overly critical of it. But then the thing with Owl House, and the thing which definitely highlighted it, is that the second season of Owl House came along after the first season, which the first season had some rough starts. If you haven't seen the Owl House, in my opinion, the second season is one of the best seasons of a television show almost ever. Everything from the start of the second season to like the finale of the series, legitimately, I do not think there is a bad episode. It's legitimately just a show that increasingly improves itself over and over again, and almost all the critiques of the first season are taken care of in the second season. There are some issues. The biggest issue with the Owl House is that some plot lines have to be dropped because they didn't get as many episodes as they thought they would, because the show got canceled because Disney got cold feet about gays or something. But anyways, because it definitely wasn't because the viewership wasn't there. The show ratings were far above like everything else that was airing at the time, but they still got weird cold feet about the show type of situation. It's like, I wonder, Disney, why you're getting cold feet about this well-performing show that has women kissing. It's a real mystery. I was gonna say. Anyways, that's a whole other kind of can of worms that we can talk about. But the main point is the second season knocked most of the show's criticisms out of the park, and even though there are some episodes that are still stronger than others, it's a really good solid run of episodes. If Owl House had just been the first season, even though I was not nearly as critical as people nitpicking it, I would have said it was a good show with a few problems here and there, but a still pretty enjoyable experience I would recommend. But after the second season, I honestly think it is up there as one of my favorite cartoons of all time. The second season and the finale stuff pushed it way up, and I know I'm not alone in that opinion. The second season fucking knocked it out of the park, and they really did address most of the issues the first season had, and you could tell that the team working on the show really cared what they were working on. And the thing about it is, at the very start, because there was these people that made this campaign on the first season about nitpicking the show, at the start of the second season run, if you were following it, there was like people that were being like way over the top critical of what was coming out. But it was one of the few instances that sort of campaign didn't work, because the majority of people were like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is great. This is like a clear improvement. Are you just complaining for the sake of complaining? But you could still see the effort for a few episodes where they were trying to make each episode a problem, like trying to nitpick it to hell, but it just wasn't working. And then eventually they just kind of gave up when they realized this was a no-go to have the outrage culture that they were looking for. When I saw that happen very directly with the Owl House, it sort of highlighted to me the sort of thing that you see happen with this type of show when there's like a female-led creator. It's very openly gay, or it's very like obviously a target of people that have very strong opinions on this sort of thing. I'm on Ghost. Anyways, my main point is there's some I don't want to claim that everyone who has issues with Silent Hill F is that, because that's not true at all. There's definitely criticisms that can be lauded towards Silent Hill F. But I do sense that there's this overly nitpickiness about Silent Hill F and being dismissive of Silent Hill F, saying like, Silent Hill F isn't a real Silent Hill game, or Silent Hill F, fucking Hanako's really annoying, or stuff like that, which feels like it's targeted at the fact that Silent Hill F is a very openly feminist, like it has other stuff going on, but it doesn't hide that it has feminist themes going on in the story, so... But yes, it's a whole thing. Anyways, my main point, Silent Hill F has things I really like about it, things I'm a little bit critical of, but I tend to think that Silent Hill F is overly criticized, and I unfortunately have my suspicions that some of that over-criticism isn't coming from a place of goodwill. I would say that Silent Hill F, having sat on it a bit, and I do feel like I need to replay it at some point in my life to figure out precisely how I feel about it. I've played all those Silent Hill games multiple times in my lifetime, so... Yep. Yeah, there is some of that. Though I will say, in my opinion, Silent Hill F actually manages to capture some things in the franchise that it hasn't had in a while. Silent Hill 2 Remake is fantastic, and it captures some things too, but Silent Hill F captures like a different set of things, and I think it does it wonderfully. There are certain scenes and bits of F which feel so nostalgically Silent Hill to me, it's almost ridiculous. But there's also a lot of new stuff. How I would describe Silent Hill F is like, vaguely, it feels like a Ryushiki 07 game. It feels vaguely like Higurashi at points and parts of it. It definitely has that vibe at times, where it doesn't really feel like Silent Hill. It feels more like a Ryushiki thing. But I also like Ryushiki, so that works out, I guess. Then at times, it feels very nostalgically Silent Hill, where there's parts of it that feel like they could have come sprinting out. Obviously, the aesthetic is a little bit different with the Japanese setup, but I would say that the actual vibes that's emitting are pretty strong. When there's like moments where everything perfectly comes together, where you see like this weird imagery and kind of beautiful but kind of haunting fog imagery, and there's a track that comes kicking in that has like some drums playing in the background and has this sort of dreamy feel, and the game ends up having this really dreamy feel as a result that as you wander through the fog that feels precisely Silent Hill. Very hard to word because that feels almost surface level to describe it like that, but I know it when I feel it is how I would describe it. And then there's other parts that feel like something entirely different than the two things I just described. It doesn't feel tonally inconsistent, and in fact the variety helps it from in some ways feeling too samey, but I would say that there are still weak areas that do stand out. Like, I tend to think, though the problem I don't personally mind as much with Silent Hill 2 Remake, I think in part because the areas don't last as long as in Silent Hill 2 Remake. The game still is a little overly reliant on combat as a core hook. I hope in the future with the Silent Hill franchise, they kind of tone down the combat aspects of it. Silent Hill having combat is important, I would say, overall, even though I do like Shattered Memories that doesn't have combat and all that. But I do think that the over-reliance on as much combat as Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F has aren't fully detriments, but I do think that they're weak areas. And I tend to think that the games don't need to worry so much about having a threat and action danger there, that they could probably cut some of their enemies and it might make a stronger overall package. I think sometimes the current era of Silent Hill, one of its weaker areas, is that it feels unwilling to let there be rooms that are just rooms, and all rooms also have to be combat arenas with very little breathing room in between them. I would say that'd be one of my bigger critiques of the current era of Silent Hill, but at the same time, I think the actual combat is an interesting blend. Just there's a little too much of it. And there's other things that these games are doing which I think are a huge step up from the previous era. And a lot of stuff that's doing really, really well, honestly, so... I don't think the Silent Hill needs a gun to go shoot. Also, I will mention this isn't the first Silent Hill game that hasn't had a gun, but... anyways, we'll talk about that another time. I know, people trying to sidestep. I know exactly what you mean with the bigotry comment. I'm just going to say that. That said, I do think my complaints about combat in Silent Hill F is tamer than Silent Hill 2. But I think part of that is that Silent Hill F, all things considered, you can pretty much rush through a lot of the game, honestly, and skip a lot of the combat once you kind of know what you're doing. In Silent Hill 2 Remake, there's this issue of areas kind of dragging on for sometimes longer than it feels like they should. There's some pros to that. The exhaustion can play into the story of the game, but then the flip side of that is that it definitely feels like the exhaustion aspect that can be somewhat intentional for the story also feels like it's being a little overdone and overcooked to a point where it's not as enjoyable, in my opinion at least. But Silent Hill F, you can honestly pretty briskly fly through a lot of areas in the game if you know what you're doing, and none of the areas feel like they overly say they're welcome, and none of them are really, like, some of the later stuff is a little labyrinthy, but nothing that compares to like what's in Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'd say. Not that I dislike the labyrinthiness of Silent Hill 2 Remake. The issue with Silent Hill 2 Remake I have is just way too many enemies to fill up those labyrinths. But, hey. Silent Hill F, in turn, is a bit more streamlined, but in fairness to F, I think it also manages to spice up its combat with interesting things. The few times you are allowed to explore the town, I think, are pretty nifty. I like the characters of Silent Hill F a lot. I think the story has a lot of nuance to it. I think the atmosphere and art direction and the music of Silent Hill F is fantastic, but yeah. And I also like that F tries more attempts to make puzzles that are thematically interesting and also usually tie better into the gameplay. There's more efforts to make puzzles that feel clever as both a gameplay mechanic and as a puzzle, I would say. Again, I've only played the game on hard puzzle difficulty, so that is all I can judge. But I like them, so... Anyways, to actually put a ranking to Silent Hill F, let's see. Trickery. I do think it's at least an A. I like it more than you. Where did I just put it? Okay. I like it more than Shattered Memories. I like it more than Nikki. I like it more than I can put Mortem. I like it more than Deadly Premonition. Here comes my hot take. I do think I like Silent Hill F more than I like Resident Evil 2. I'm sorry, Resident Evil fans. It's true. I think I like Silent Hill F more than I like Dino Crisis. I think I like it more than I like .flow. Now we get to this territory. I think I like it more than Fear. I think I like it more than Resident Evil Revelations 2. I think I like it more than Fear 2. I think I like it more than Dino Crisis 2. I do think, sorry Resident Evil Village, I like Silent Hill F more than I like Resident Evil Village. And sorry Resident Evil 5, this is where I'm starting to hit my limit, but I do think I like Silent Hill F more than I like Resident Evil 5. And sorry PT fans, I think I like Silent Hill F more than I like PT. Okay. It's here where I start having more of a challenge. You could have a gun, but yeah. I think I might give the edge to Silent Hill F because I like its story more than Amnesia's. Amnesia, there's stuff I like a lot in it, but the actual story is something I'm kind of whatever on. Well, meanwhile, I really like Silent Hill F's story, and I think that might be enough to raise it up. That said, I think Resident Evil 2 Remake I like more than Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F, while there's a lot of stuff I like about it, I think Resident Evil 2 mechanically is just such a tighter packed realized horror package that I can appreciate it more, even if there's some aspects which are hurt a little bit in the process, but overall it's a fucking great game. And I think Silent Hill F is just right behind it for me, and maybe some other stuff will come in between them, but for now I think that's where it belongs for my personal taste on the matter. So hey. Alright. I don't know why D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die is here, but D4 Dark Dreams is here. In fact, where the fuck is JJ Macfield? JJ! JJ Macfield, I'm going to talk about you too if I'm going to talk about D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die. There you are. I see you. You can't hide from me, right? Additional game we're going to talk about a little earlier tonight. Hi, JJ Macfield. We're going to talk about the sweary games. I need to clarify. In fact, I will say this up front. Does D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die and JJ Macfield really count as horror games? Deadly Premonition already kind of was teetering on the edge of what I think really counts as horror. But it at least had the foundation of a horror story and Resident Evil 4-isms. And it was very clearly like a serial killer, murder, sort of mystery thriller setup. D4 and JJ might have very light horror aspects and moments, but I would say that most wouldn't really view them as horror games. But I want to talk about them, so they're here all the same. But I understand that by the definition of horror, even by my very loose standard for the genre, these are kind of stretching that definition a bit. D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die, the never gonna be finished episodic Suda51 game. Because unfortunately, it got funded to have 3 episodes be made, and then never anymore. And Microsoft was gonna. They say Dark Dreams Don't Die, but they very evidently do. I don't know why I searched up Suda51. It's a Swery 65 game. D4. We'll talk about you in a second, Macfield, but you're not what I'm looking for. Dark Dreams. Will that help me? Have I not uploaded, like, made publicly my D4 videos? I definitely recorded myself playing that. This could be another case like I saw earlier, where there's a video which I haven't actually made public yet, but I do have uploaded. D4. Oh, it is exactly that. Look at all these D4 videos that aren't public. I should probably make them public eventually. I've played a lot of games, and a lot of videos I still need to make public, which I just have to edit and get all set up at some point. We'll watch this part of D4. Yeah, Nightcry. So D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die, is a telltale, vaguely inspired type game where you're playing as a detective whose name is David Yun, I believe. I'm surprised I still remembered his name, actually. And he is trying to solve a strange case that gets stranger and stranger. He's specifically, in these episodes, all focused on the same case. He's on a plane that crashed mysteriously, and he has the ability to travel into the memories from objects retrieved from like death scenes and stuff to go back in time to solve the case and change fate. That is the very, very basic idea of D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die. I'll let it play itself out. Right now we're in not the most visually interesting bit, but I want to see how this doctor came out. When you're a doctor, just there for fun. Yeah. Doctor's letting us know what to do. Yeah. He thinks for a second. I'm redressing up my David Yun.
Look at the time. Okay, leave it to me. It'll be a nice change of pace.
We're gonna watch this scene. We're gonna go through with it.
What'd you expect? You've been keeping me on my toes for years now.
Okay, Mom.
I can work with Mom. You know... Oh, yeah. You know what Boston's most common crime in recent years has been?
If you want a serious answer, I'd say kids breaking into cars and stealing stuff, right?
Yeah, a lot of people have stuff taken from their cars. But that's not number one.
How about stealing food from people's plates?
If only Boston were so peaceful. The answer is mugging. Thefts of portable music players were the most cited.
Music players?
The latest ones are very popular. They sell for a lot at pawn shops and for even more on internet auctions.
They're a better steal than cash?
Headphones are a dead giveaway as to who's carrying. And it's much safer than grabbing a wallet that may only hold $20.
This is the age of the rational mugger.
Pouring alcohol into your cereal.
Things are safer than they were in the 90s, but there's still crime out there.
Well, that's why we need men like you.
Ironic, isn't it? I'm killing myself, trying to wipe out crime. But I'm out of work if I succeed.
What better death than starvation due to a lack of crime? Don't overthink it. Just do what's right. Deliver justice. Right after I became a detective, you said those words to me.
That's the scene that we're watching, so... For the record, this game has a lot of absurd scenes that you can get of David and that guy, Kaysen, I believe is his name, just having nice meals together in absurd fashions. That's just kind of how they work. Hey, it's fun in its own regard. There's a lot of other ridiculous stuff in this game that I'm not sure if we're going to be able to quite put into practice. Probably I will look at this part. It's not really a horror game, though it does have a few kind of over-the-top stuff. I didn't mean to click back onto the doctor, but it was the first point I clicked on, so...
101. So that's how you skip cutscenes. Now, End dive. Got it. Exit dive, yes. I went back to David Young's apartment from the main quest, and I spent literally 45 minutes there just doing shit.
I'll put this one on your tab, Teddy.
Yeah. Part of the fun. We'll talk about JJ in a second. For now, I'm going to place D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die. Does it really count as a horror game? I think it's in B territory for me. And where specifically in B territory? I think right here is the right place for it, so that feels right to me. Hello, JJ Macfield and the island of... Is it the Island of Memories? Yes. So, this isn't really a horror game, but I do like this game a lot. Unfortunately, there's a couple things which kind of are like, but overall, I think it is a very good trans horror story. Is the way I would word it. It is a platformer with violence where your body gets dismembered a lot. I'll let it play out itself for a second. It's again a 2D platformer. Hey there, JJ. Before there's a very heavy chance. Go through. Rain stops for this trailer over here. I guess it's also the tree line made the rain, be a little bit more contained here. I know what the trailer. Get bad from old me. I'll get to the part that's relevant to our discussion. I think that the part which might stand out to show off as a bit of the game would be around this part. Oh boy. This might go to hell very, very quickly.
Oh gosh!
I like the music playing though. Windmills, fields of flowers, and fire.
Oh no!
I don't trust this one at all. Yep. Time to run backwards. Well, survived that one. Hello, Forest.
Sharks administer that major hemorrhage. Major hemorrhage. Major hemorrhage.
Well, I think I've got 4 major hemorrhages based off what this elk man just told me. I like how he was running on all 4s before he came here. Alright, Doc Moose. What can I expect when I press the button? Emily. I put the fire out with my willpower. No, this isn't the death. There's actually a game overstayed in this game. Losing your limbs is actually part of this game. So I know that, so. Unless the Moose Man runs off.
Why?
Oh, and now our bunny thing, yep, fell to dust. Ashes to ashes.
Tell me that what I hear is true and I am not dreaming. Show me the way that I can find all the answers I'm seeking. Steady
definitely way. That's a title drop, I guess.
Take the bullet with my name on it. Take me down those old cobble streets where we used to meet.
For the record, I am controlling this.
That way I can see the sun and the stars.
Like how let's crawl over this way. How memorize.
The sun and the stars again.
It's a very interesting game, honestly. No one can see me. No, I think I need my other arm. Give me a second, I gotta get my arm. I'll get to the part where we dismember the arm off just to show what that's like, because we haven't shown that off yet. It's a struggle. Alright, so that's barbed wire, which I have learned will dismember me, but maybe I need to dismember. Oh, actually, I think I might know what I need to do here to get that donut. I've got a theory. Alright, so give me a second. This is going to sound crazy, because it is crazy. Let me check some options quickly. Controls. There was a button I'm trying to remember right now. There's a button to injure self. Okay, so that's my injure self button. Can I do that right now? Not to my knowledge. Okay, that means get ready for this. Alright. Now, I'm going to give myself a hand. Alright. Wait. Excuse me, I should take my arms and limbs a little bit more seriously. Let me get down. Okay. Gonna shimmy over this way. And now I'm going to take my arm, I'm going to toss it at this box. Yeah! I got the strats. If you're willing to break off your own arm, you know, things will be okay. I can, like, hop on top of this. And now I can climb. No, not yet. Excuse me. I will. Okay, you know, I think I need my other arm or else I'm going to fall off. Oh, I also just noticed the thing at the. Okay, at the very top of the screen, like top left, you see that? That's like a little chart of me. Currently, it's missing an arm because I am. Once I reach the and now the arm's just like red until it materializes my full arm. Now I'm back to normal. Now that I've got both arms, I can climb this properly and won't slide off, at least as easily because I'm not used to that. Really get those trees there set up. There's another donut over there, which I presume I can use this. Can you hear me? Advantage to me being on fire here? I also put yep, some new text messages. Also, she's holding herself like she's cold right now. That's notable. The best French fries on earth is what I said. Why is there a lemur warning sign? Is it because of the giant monkeys there? But oh, it's because, yeah, the giant monkeys. Seems to kill itself. I want to knock itself out for a second to see this. I'm not going to let this play for too much longer. I was sort of thinking about this scene. Is very bizarre. Oh, Silence sold me, so you can understand which one of me is talking. So, J.J. Macfield, not really a full-on horror game, though it does have body dismemberment, and actually a pretty decent story for what it's about. Let's see. If I were to judge what J.J. Macfield would be, I think it'd be in B territory. And my honest thoughts with everything. Da, da. I think. I think right here is the right spot to put J.J. Macfield, though I do really like it still. Still a very enjoyable experience. I'm not as fond of platformers unless they've got special mechanics. J.J. Macfield is fine to play and has got some nice moments in its platforming, but it definitely is most held up by its story style and certain, I guess you'd call it, artistic choices than it is by its gameplay. Whether the gameplay is serviceable, but the actual experience is what it is. that's my thoughts on it there. What we got next? Again, we're working till White Day, and then we're going to take a break and stop streaming for the night. We have the Evil Within games to talk about. Oh, I could say so much about the Evil Within games, but I also am getting a little tired, so I might speed them along a little bit, but I do. Obviously, I've got stuff to say. Hi, Evil Within. And this, we're also going to talk about Evil Within 2. Hello, Evil Within 2. Also, hello, clip that says hi. I guess I did have clips of Evil Within. I remember these actually a little bit. I was like, I have clips of Evil Within 2? Let's find out. Eyes right now. This is like the... Let's first deal with Evil Within 1, and then I will look at the clips. Hi! Hello, me, in the past. Okay, let's talk about Evil Within 1. A lot of people are very, very critical of Evil Within 1, and vaguely I get it, but I also really, really, really like Evil Within 1. I played all of its DLC, and let me say up front, Evil Within has very good DLC. The Julie Kidman stuff, especially, is a great 2-part campaign. Surprisingly so, because it's almost completely stealth-based. That said, the Executioner DLC is surprisingly fun for what it is. It's like a slightly different gameplay style that reminds me of the Darkness boss rush thing, which can be pretty fun. Even though it's also definitely not canon. Well, the Julie Kidman stuff definitely is. What part of Evil Within? I guess we'll start from here. I really, really like Evil Within. Like a lot. A lot. I love the Evil Within franchise. My heart has grown fonder for it the more apart from it I've been. At some point, I will definitely replay both Evil Within 1, all of its DLC, and Evil Within 2. This is also one of the games where Evil Within 1's DLC might elevate it a bit for me, because I think that the DLC really rounds out the entire package. Also, Evil Within is a surprisingly lengthy and kind of long game. Evil Within's DLC is surprisingly long for what it is too, and Evil Within 2 are also long. All these games are surprisingly meaty games, I'd say. Just my opinion. Move it there. But yes. Hey. Joseph and Sebastian sitting in the chapel. Yeah, Justice. I am a little sad that Joseph's storyline's never going to be resolved. Most stuff are resolved by Evil Within 2, just a few hanging plot threads. And Joseph and Ruvik are the two biggest hanging plot threads that I feel like the third game was planning to deal with, but we'll never get that third game probably. So that sucks. It be how it be, I suppose. It's definitely a more surreal, in some ways crazier, in some ways a little jankier, but also it makes up for it with, it's still not super janky, and it ultimately has very interesting ideas, enemy types, and ideas that go for it. Yeah. I want to see the Keeper. Show me the Keeper. Then I'll show environments that aren't underground, because I promise this whole game isn't set underground. Hello, Keeper. Your horn almost lag with this, I see. I would say, specifically with this, I played the first Evil Within all the way through my first play, but I just couldn't get into the second one. I'll say this about the Evil Within games. I personally love both games, but they are designed with different halves of the different taste of horror completely. I see so many people that love one of the Evil Within games and then dislike the other one. I'm in the crowd that ends up liking both, but I can tell that what I love about them is striking with very, very different sides of my love for horror. The ways that I love Evil Within 1 are almost contradictory to the ways that I love Evil Within 2. So I 100% understand how people sort of usually like one game a lot and then dislike the other game. It's very, very common to see somebody be like, oh, I love The Evil Within 1, but I just didn't really care for The Evil Within 2. Or the opposite of that, I really loved The Evil Within 2, but I didn't really care for The Evil Within 1. Very, very common opinion. It's actually rare to see people that are in love with both games. And I would say that if my general horror taste wasn't as broad as it honestly is, I probably wouldn't like it as much as I probably would have like similarly split opinions if my taste was sided for one or the other. So, but hey, with all that said, there's still a lot about Evil Within, which I just am a huge fan of. We'll skip ahead. The Evil Within definitely has a certain vibe to it, which the Evil Within 2 doesn't have, like this grindhouse, grimy vibe. That's also like a little harsh, but not unfair. A lot of people say they don't like the insta-kill stuff in Evil Within, and vaguely I get it, and there is a lot of it. But on the other hand, I don't think Evil Within's difficulty is unfair. Maybe, arguably, it's a little unfair on Akuma, but that's not the same as like talking about the normal difficulties, so Akuma's made to be stupidly difficult. Yeah. Look at him go. I will also add to that note that Evil Within... I want to see the sunflower field when we get to this. Show me some fucking sunflowers. Oh, yeah. But yeah, what I was going to say on that front is I love both for very different reasons. Evil Within, I also have to consider its DLC. I think the Julie Kidman DLC is honestly great. A lot better than I would have ever expected it to be on paper. I'm really happy I played through it, and I'm a little sad that so many people sleep on it because they're like, oh, stealth-based. The stealth has improved a lot from the main game. It's honestly really interestingly designed, and I ended up enjoying myself a lot with it, so... I will use this part for what I'm thinking about. Yeah? Let it do its thing. Hey. Julie Kidman got. God, I just want to look at Evil Within and think about it. But I'm not going to think and look too hard. I also will say that I've been talking so much that my voice is getting a little tired. Run, Kidman, run! The shadows are after you. Look at her go. Hey, Shadow Man. I just think there's a lot of cool moments in the Evil Within, but all the same. Where would I place the Evil Within? I partially want to talk more about... Maybe I should sleep on it if I'm starting to feel too tired to talk about it. I actually want to talk in depth about the Evil Within games. I actually have a lot to say, but I feel like, probably because I've been talking and blabbing for 10 hours almost, I'm starting to feel a little worn out of talking and blabbing about my opinions on things. I will definitely continue this at some point. It will not be within the next week, though. I have a lot of stuff going on this upcoming week, so... Hey. But, I would like to continue this. Can you save your position in these things? Otherwise, I'll just reset everything where it is. I've got this video as reference. So I could probably just touch up and everything. But obviously, it'd just be a little simpler if I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll save the template or save where I have it. I'm not sure if it lets you save. Regardless, it's not too difficult. It basically would just be look at what I got here and change it unless it automatically saves. For a second, I thought you were talking about the lighthouse, like the light creature that's in the DLC. I was going to say, what are you talking about? That thing's fucking scary. We'll talk more about that later. I do want to talk more about the Evil Within games. I don't want to rush myself along to talk about these things. I have a lot to say about the Evil Within 1 and 2, I think. Still so many games to go, but we also still play so many games. We talked many hours about many games. And a lot more games to talk about in the future. But hey, part of the fun. Yeah. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed so far. I guess this is going to end up being retitled. In fact, I might as well just retitle the stream right now just so I can do it here. Retitle the stream. Part 1. Alright, so we should definitely continue this at some point. It may not be for a week. It may not even be for 2 weeks. But it depends on how busy I am and what I have to do and if I feel like doing it. But we will get it done eventually. Hopefully you guys are enjoying thus far. And yeah, there's a lot to say. We have currently our list looking like this. Next time when I start, I might start by re-reviewing my list and adjusting anything when I have a fresh set of eyes to look at this. To see if there's anything I want to shift around. And then we'll get right back to it, is what I'm thinking. But yeah. Letterman from the Sham. But yeah. For now, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or night. For me, it is very definitively very early morning, is how I describe it. Of course, I hope that you enjoyed well enough. There's a lot more I could blab about for sure. I also will say when I was making this list, it sort of reminded me there's still a lot of games I need to play. Like, I've played a lot of horror games, but there's a lot more I still need to play. There's a lot out there. All the same, all the same. I shall say bye for now. Going to hit the old hay. Yeah. Toodaloo. And bye for now. Adieu.